In the boundless expanse of the starry sky, within a realm uniquely ensnared, countless black and white meteors collided with one another. Day after day, month after month, year after year, the black meteors gradually gained dominance. You are destined to lose. An overwhelming and unyielding will, whose origin was unknown, surged through this celestial domain, as if it had claimed this territory as its own. Is that so? Just watch. Suddenly, a white meteor, long forgotten in the shadows, collided with force. Countless celestial pieces fell. This night's shooting stars streaked across the sky of the formless continent, drawing the astonished gazes of the powerful beings who marveled at their descent. Robbery! A thunderous shout, accompanied by the sound of a great tree crashing down, jolted the drowsy Lingxi awake from her slumber in the carriage. Do not be afraid. Her father's warm and sturdy hand clutched her tightly. It must be Uncle Zhang, right? I am Lulan from the Lu family pharmacy. After comforting his daughter, Lulan lifted the carriage curtain and leapt down. Oh, it's Lan. Zhang Laohu waved at a group of his subordinates, wielding hoes and kitchen knives. My apologies. The flood has overwhelmed the Dragon King's temple. I heard that Yuzhai suffered a disaster this year I did not expect. Seeing several pale-faced children brandishing wooden sticks mingling among the crowd, Lulan sighed. When I came from Healing County, my father instructed me to bring some supplies. He gestured to the attendant on the second carriage. The cart is filled with rice and grain, uncle. Please have someone help carry it down. Ah! In the carriage, Lingxi was taken aback by the unexpected outcome of the robbery, which often claimed lives and stories, as it unfolded before her father. She cautiously peered out from the carriage curtain, observing the band of robbers. Their appearance starkly contrasted with the formidable figures described by the storyteller. They seemed frail and haggard, many clad in tattered garments, their faces pale and drawn. One elderly man, supported by a hoe, looked so weak that she might have doubted his ability to remain upright. What an embarrassment this is. Zhang Laohu and his companions, upon seeing the bulging sacks atop the carriage, were momentarily at a loss for words, overwhelmed with emotion. Uncle, you're being too modest. When the earthquake struck that year, it was you who saved my father's life, and afterward, you cared for him in Yuzhai for over half a year while he recuperated. Truly, I am ashamed. Zhang Laohu and several elders from Yuzhai bore expressions of regret, yet their dire situation rendered pride insignificant compared to hunger. Since the earthquake, Yuzhai had seemingly been plagued by a string of misfortunes, facing drought followed by livestock calamities. In recent years, pests had ravaged their crops more than in other regions. Just as the harvest appeared promising this year, they were beset by wolf bandits. It was a pitiful state the Lu family, having forged a bond with them, had consistently provided assistance. Now, with the elder of the Lu family in poor health, they felt utterly ashamed to continue seeking help. Little did they know, the Lu family had been thinking of them all along. The immense kindness of the Lu family. As these words were spoken, many were on the verge of kneeling, prompting Lulan to quickly grasp Zhang Laohu, exclaiming, Uncle, if you kneel like this, you shall shorten my lifespan. How could that be? Yet, the thought of not kneeling left them feeling deeply unsettled. Dainiu, Erniu, Haydn, Sidian, come here quickly and bow to your uncle. Lu. 8 and a half young boys eagerly tossed aside their wooden sticks and came over to bow 3 times earnestly to Lulan. That's enough. That's enough. Seeing that 2 of them had reddened foreheads, Lulan quickly helped them up. Let's unload the grain and prepare a meal for everyone. Yes, let's unload the grain. The bandits cheered with joy, and even the elderly man, who seemed on the verge of collapse, managed to team up with others to lift a sack of rice. Is that little Lingxi? Zhang Laohu chuckled upon noticing the delicate girl curiously observing them. I attended your full month celebration when you were born. Lingxi felt a bit shy. Grandpa Zhang, you were quite mischievous at home. Now you're pretending to be refined. Come down and play. Lulan understood that his daughter, after a day on the carriage, was eager to jump around. Uncle, the last 3 carts are loaded with medicinal herbs. I've heard the road to Lin City is a bit rough. Could you ask a few brothers to assist with pushing? Absolutely. Zhang Laohu called out loudly. Zhang Er and Li Tian, take 5 men each and accompany Alon. Sure thing. Dan, keep an eye on Lingxi while she plays, make sure she doesn't fall. With grains in hand, there was no anxiety in Zhang Laohu's heart. He held great regard for the Lu family's children. Dan, wearing shoes that exposed 2 large toes, swiftly darted to Lingxi's side. The 4-egg girl observed her father's affectionate demeanor towards them without any sense of aversion. However, her curiosity was evidently piqued by the names of her companions. When she smiled, her eyes curved like a crescent moon, and she inquired, "Are there still 3 eggs in front of your house?" Chapter 2. The bandit's Sidon nodded slowly. He had never before perceived any issue with his name, yet now, inexplicably, he felt a twinge of embarrassment in front of Lu Lingxi. It was not due to his attire, nor his food, but rather because of a name. Sidon Gook here. Have some. Seeing the boy whose face was gaunt save for his large eyes turn crimson, Lu Lingxi hastily retrieved a piece of pastry from her pouch. This is a red bean cake my mother made. It's absolutely delectable. Thank you. The fragrant red bean cake made Sidon's mouth water uncontrollably as soon as it was presented. Take it. You have a piece, and I shall have one too. Concerned that he might feel shy, Lingxi took another small cake, took a delicate bite, and inquired, "Have you truly become bandits, then? Have you robbed anyone?" Puffed. Cough, cough. The red bean cake nearly escaped Sidon's mouth as he choked. He quickly covered his mouth, aware of the value of food in these times of scarcity. Do not rush. Eat slowly. There is more. Lu Lingxi promptly patted his back. Are you just newly turned bandits? Coughing violently, Sidon caused quite the commotion. Lulan, who had been attentively monitoring his daughter, twitched his ears and could not suppress a smile. The bandits outside Helan City were completely eradicated by the officials. Only then did we learn of the situation in Yuzhai. Eradicated? Zhang Laohu's voice rose dramatically. They were truly killed? Indeed. It seems they offended someone they should not have, and even troops were dispatched from the county city. Good. Zhang Laohu was excessively excited. Those scoundrels. What does our impoverished Yuzhai possess? He mused, reflecting on the surrounding wealth. Alas, the old man remains perplexed, unable to comprehend why those individuals have fixated on Yuzhai when there are many affluent households nearby. The motives of the bandits elude our understanding, yet. Lulan cast a glance towards the village, remarking, "Uncle, Yuzhai is nestled against the cool mountains, where an abundance of medicinal herbs thrives. The assistance from the Lu family is but a drop in the ocean. Ultimately, they must stand on their own. This time, let Brother Zhang and the others familiarize themselves with the herbs." That would be splendid, responded Mr. Peng from Helan, who indicated that a snow disaster might occur this year, urging them to prepare as much as possible. Mr. Peng, the one known for his priceless divinations? Indeed, that is he. Chapter 3. Pomegranate from the government side. I've heard they acquired numerous valuable items from the bandits. Perhaps you might beseech them for some assistance, Lulan thought, feeling a pang of sympathy. Whatever they could spare would be better than nothing at all. Yes, my dear nephew speaks wisely. A commendable suggestion, remarked Zhang Laohu, expressing gratitude, while Dan, having only consumed half of his red bean cake, tucked the remainder away. Why not finish it? Lu Lingxi inquired, puzzled. Is it not to your liking? I heard your stomach grumbling even more fiercely than before. Oh, I have more, she exclaimed, eagerly emptying her small pouch filled with red bean cakes. However, it was a modest quantity. Just wait. I have some candy prepared by my mother in the cart. Do not. For Dan hurriedly caught hold of her, saying, "The candy your mother gave you is meant to alleviate your boredom on the journey." I have never been bored on the way, Lu Lingxi replied, her eyes twinkling. Rest assured, when I left the house, my grandfather also gave me pocket money. If I encounter any inconvenience, I can simply buy more. Lu Lingxi reflected on how fortunate these individuals were to have met her father. Otherwise, judging by their demeanor, they might not only fail to rob others, but could very well find themselves on the receiving end of a beating. After a while, as the convoy was about to set off again, she spotted Dan approaching with something clutched in his hands. What have you brought for me? Lu Lingxi eagerly leaped down. I found these pomegranates on the mountain. They are incredibly sweet, he exclaimed, revealing 3 pomegranates, each the size of a grown man's fist, glistening with a rosy hue. Lu Lingxi's heart fluttered at the sight, Such exquisite pomegranates could fetch a good price, didn't he realize? I won't sell them. They are for you. And Uncle Lu. For Dan declared. Lu Lian grinned and affectionately ruffled his hair. All right, we shall graciously accept your gift. In For Dan's eyes, a myriad of sparks ignited. Yes, these can indeed be sold. How could Lingxi refuse such an opportunity? She climbed back onto the cart and swiftly retrieved a thick tome. Be careful with it. Do not soil the pages. It is the fruit of my parents' hard work. She added, feeling a pang of reluctance at the thought of handing it over to someone else. I will certainly protect it. For Dan tugged at it, but was unable to pull it away, eagerly assuring her, all right then. Upon witnessing his daughter release her grip, Lu Man split open a pomegranate, revealing rows of seeds that resembled glistening rubies, an enticing sight indeed. He intended to share half with Dan. Yet Dan had already scurried off to old Zhanqiu with a book in hand. With a chuckle, Lu Man decided instead to offer the pomegranate to his daughter. Lu Lingxi first placed a seed into her father's mouth before indulging herself. As her teeth gently pierced the succulent flesh, a burst of refreshing sweetness enveloped her palate. Alas, it seemed imbued with a certain spirit. The expressions of both father and daughter shifted simultaneously. This sensation was delightful. The old man beamed, yet soon hesitated, pondering the simplicity of their dwelling. After all, she was not a particularly delicate child. Lu Man laughed heartily, often traversing the mountains with his father. Lingxi, when we arrive at Yuzhai, be sure to teach everyone about medicinal herbs. Oh, though reluctant, the allure of the pomegranate seed's inherent vitality was undeniable. Naturally, Lu Man placed the pomegranate onto the cart, retrieving bedding and a bundle from beneath the seat. Old uncle, I entrust this child to you. Whatever you eat, she shall eat as well. How can that be? Why not? Lu Man chuckled. In our Lu family, we do not indulge our children. Moreover, do not underestimate her youth. Like a mischievous monkey, she brings mischief wherever she goes. The wild chickens and rabbits on the mountain are bound to face misfortune with her around. Haha. Zhanqiu laughed heartily. Isn't she just like you in your youth? Do not remind me of my shortcomings. With a series of jovial exchanges, Lu Lingxi, who was meant to depart, found herself staying in Yuzhai. Fortunately, she often accompanied her grandfather in foraging for medicinal herbs, having even spent nights under the trees. Now, the Zhang family had arranged a separate room for her, making her feel entirely at ease. Here is your book, said Dan, as he sauntered into her room and produced the illustrated book from his arms. No need for that. Take a look first. After dinner, we shall ascend the mountain. I will teach you on sight then. The spiritual pomegranate is a rare find indeed. The Lu family had long traversed the great mountains in pursuit of aged herbs imbued with ethereal energy. In this Yuzhai, apart from a few sturdy brick houses belonging to the Zhang family, most dwellings were humble thatched cottages. Teaching them to identify medicinal herbs and earn a few coins was a matter of mutual respect. After finally enjoying a hearty meal, a group of over 10 youngsters, baskets on their backs, swiftly followed Lu Lingxi into the mountains. This is the 1,000 gold vine, which blooms with flowers also known as honeysuckle. It possesses the properties of clearing heat, detoxifying, and soothing the meridians. Wow, the children were exhilarated. I know there is a larger patch in the eastern valley. There are many climbing up in my yard. I have some at home too. In a collective rush, they soon wreaked havoc upon the patch of 1,000 gold vine. Lu Lingxi, having often accompanied her grandfather in herb gathering, knew how to be efficient. Deeper into the mountains, they were too young to venture, but in the accessible areas, there remained plenty of useful herbs. Sure enough, not long after, she discovered yet another valuable plant. This is the crane grass. It stops bleeding, alleviates dysentery, and acts as an insecticide. Plucking a stalk of crane grass, she displayed it to everyone. In the event of any external injury, applying this will suffice. My grandfather used it on me when I fell last time. Dan's eyes sparkled with wonder. How much can it be sold for? Indeed, to the Lu family, their belief is unwavering. Each member holds the herb, known as Zhanqiu, firmly in their hearts. This plant, belonging to the Araceae family, is known for its ability to alleviate dampness, transform phlegm, dispel wind, relieve spasms, and reduce swelling and pain externally. It can also counteract common snake venom. As they walked, For Egg pointed towards a robust pomegranate tree nearby, adorned with a solitary pomegranate. This tree had never borne fruit before, yet this year it yielded 5. One of the fruits was too high to reach yesterday in their haste, but this time, no need. You all gather the herbs. I shall climb the tree. Lu Lingxi was certainly adept at climbing. Wrapping her arms around the trunk and using her legs with a slight push, she swiftly ascended. In Chapter 4, Ancestors' Handwork. After plucking the final large pomegranate, Lingxi stood atop the tree, surveying her surroundings. The autumn equinox had long passed, and in 2 days, it would be the Cold Dew Festival. However, from Yuzhai to this place, the leaves appeared greener and more vibrant than elsewhere, without careful observation. One might easily overlook this detail. Yet now, perched at such a height, she turned her mind towards the spirit energy and quickly discerned the difference. After a while, Lingxi leaped down from the pomegranate tree. Sister Arya, from where does the water in Yuzhai originate? Are you thirsty? Zhang Arya, not far off, hurriedly retrieved a gourd from her basket. Grandfather asked me to bring it. Our village's water comes partly from the cool mountain and partly from the Bajiao well. Lingxi, feeling at home, took a sip. Is this water from the Bajiao well? The water was sweet and refreshing, although the spiritual energy was not overly palpable. It was undeniably pleasant to drink. Indeed, Zhang Arya nodded and recounted. My grandfather said that the first bucket of water drawn from the octagonal well each morning is the most refreshing. Thus, every dawn, my mother ventures to fetch that first bucket, and what you are drinking now is that very water. Then tomorrow, I shall accompany Auntie to draw water, Lingxi exclaimed, suddenly filled with anticipation for life in Yuzhai. As night fell, everyone succumbed to slumber, but in her solitary chamber, she began her meditation. The radiant hues of various spiritual lights, unseen by the world for half a day, seemed to envelop her as soon as she envisioned them: azure, crimson, emerald, golden, and ivory. The venerable ancestor, exiled from the realm of immortality to this desolate land devoid of spiritual essence, feared that future generations, despite possessing spiritual roots, might remain unaware of the path to cultivation. Therefore, he meticulously crafted numerous instructions, particularly elaborating on the initial step of guiding the spiritual energy into the body. In this barren wilderness, where spiritual energy has vanished, the descendants of the Liu family may have to toil throughout their lives to achieve this feat. The handwritten notes bore traces of tears, yet we must not shy away from such arduous endeavors. It is rare for mortals to reach the age of 70. I, Lingxi, hope that even if my descendants cannot ascend to immortality, they may live to 100 years, if they can successfully guide the spiritual energy into their bodies. The essence of heaven and earth will cleanse their mortal forms, making the attainment of 70 years within easy reach. At that time, with lightness of body and vigor, whether in scholarly pursuits or martial endeavors, they shall achieve results with half the effort. The ancestors feared that their descendants might lose heart in the face of seemingly futile cultivation. Our lineage possesses a rare and extraordinary spiritual constitution among 100 individuals. At most 3 lack spiritual roots. As long as you do not abandon hope or give in to despair, when the time comes to replace the dragonlock seal, the confinement of the desolate cold garden will undoubtedly be shattered. At that moment, the atmosphere will be infused with spiritual energy. While one might not soar to the heavens, seizing the opportunity to advance to the 3rd layer of chi refinement will be well within reach. At that stage, one may be regarded as a cultivator, capable of releasing their divine consciousness. With divine consciousness, one can unlock my storage pouch, which contains elixirs and spiritual artifacts, ensuring your safe passage across the vast 20,000 miles of desert. Beyond the desert, traversing the western D grasslands, lies my homeland, a place abundant in spiritual energy, a paradise for all cultivators. True great cultivators can soar through the skies, traverse the earth, and possess the power to move mountains and part seas. One by one, azure, yellow, and white spiritual lights entered her body. In addition to these, Lingxi also sensed several black spiritual lights merging with darkness, which also entered her being. She possesses the 4 spiritual roots of wood, earth, metal, and water. According to the ancestral teachings, such spiritual roots, if not of high quality, would find it challenging to progress to the foundation establishment stage, a realm that seemed far beyond her reach, something she had never contemplated. However, her root quality, as indicated by the spirit testing plate, was quite commendable. Although it was not fully filled, it covered more than half of the plate. This was also the reason she could perceive the flow of qi even before coming of age. Following the technique she had practiced countless times, although invisible, Lingxi could sense that those spiritual lights were being guided by the circulating blood and qi, smoothly traversing along the trajectory delineated by her cultivation methods within her body. 1 Sunday, 2 Sundays, 3 Sundays passed, until the crowing of the rooster echoed from outside, cock-a-doodle-doo. And Zhang had already risen, and the commotion outside caused Lingxi to exhale a sigh of regret. Time felt exceedingly brief. Fortunately, having discovered this place, She would no longer have to worry in the future. Aunt, I will accompany you. Lingxi was eager to uncover the source of the ethereal energy in Yuzhai. The so-called confinement of this desolate wilderness did not seem to have been entirely shattered as her ancestors had proclaimed. Unable to sleep in a different location, she implored, Aunt, please allow me to join you. Well then, come along. Aunt Zhang suspected that the young girl was feeling homesick. Indeed, it was only natural for a child of around 10 years old, separated from her parents, to yearn for home. In a moment, I shall prepare a savory egg pancake for you. Were it not for teaching the children to recognize medicinal herbs, the girl would likely not have remained in Yuzhai. After you enjoy the pancake, you may take a good rest. I truly wish to sleep a little longer. Lingxi's eyes sparkled with joy, yet she added, however, my grandfather always says that eating too much before bed can harm the spleen and stomach, so Aunt, a bit of porridge in the morning will suffice. That won't do. If I let the young girl grow thin, the people of Yuzhai would have no face to cross the threshold of the Lu family again. You are still growing. I did not intend for you to overindulge in the egg pancake. Yesterday, every household distributed grain. Knowing that the young girl would be staying with them, each family sent over a few eggs. This year's chickens were thriving, laying 1 egg per day without fail. We have 3 hens at home. Originally, when the young girl visited their Yu village for the first time, eager to teach everyone how to earn a living, it was customary to offer a chicken as a gesture of hospitality. However, Lu Man insisted on providing whatever the old man desired, particularly for the young girl. With no grain available, Lingxi pondered for a moment, then ceased her refusals, merely inquiring out of curiosity, do they grow that well? Hee. There are plenty of insects in the fields. They can find their sustenance. Aunt Zhang chuckled, remarking that few farmers feed their chickens exclusively with grain. As they conversed, the two arrived at the octagonal well beside the old sycamore tree. The sky was just beginning to lighten, and Lingxi noticed a gentle mist rising from the well's mouth. Taking a deep breath, she felt as though her lungs were cleansed, filled with joy. Oh dear, Lingxi, you must not stand so close, Aunt Zhang exclaimed, drawing up a bucket of water and startling to find the young girl perched at the edge of the well. Come down quickly. Aunt, it's all right. I'm steady, Lingxi reassured her. Little ancestor, this is no trifling matter. As Aunt Zhang set down the bucket, genuinely intent on pulling her back, Lingxi stepped back slightly and asked, Aunt, don't you feel more relaxed after drawing the first bucket of water, especially after inhaling the mist from the well? Kiki. Aunt Zhang laughed at her earnest demeanor. After a night's rest, who would feel refreshed? Chapter 5. The mysterious Hall mortal beings cannot perceive spiritual energy, so why did the wolf bandits choose to target you village over others? After breakfast, Lingxi, feeling a sense of unease, suspected that there must be a cultivator among the wolf bandits, otherwise, such coincidence would be implausible. She had never heard her grandfather or father speak of other cultivators. Now, with the emergence of a wolf bandit, although they had been executed by the authorities, who can say whether the capable one had perished? What if he had escaped? Would he return to Yuzhai? Without her father? Her small arms and legs certainly could not contend with him. Alas, what a sorrowful predicament. She let out a small sigh, but being so young, she soon succumbed to sleep amidst her worries, only to awaken when the sounds of commotion outside reached her ears. At that moment, the sun hung high in the sky, resembling a blazing flame that bathed the surrounding clouds and trees in a golden hue, draping them in a shimmering veil of light. Rubbing her eyes, Lingxi noticed 2 large carts parked not far away, with people bustling about, their faces alight with joy. Lingxi is awake? Uncle Lin from the town has sent many things to the village, someone called out. Zhanqiu was the first to spot her, holding a letter and a bundle. Look, it's right over there. On the bench in the hall, there indeed lay a large bundle that appeared to contain a cotton coat and thick blankets. Upon seeing it, Lingxi felt a surge of happiness. With Yuzhai's spiritual energy, she truly did not wish to leave anymore. Unexpectedly, her father had thought of her in advance. What about the letter? It's in the bundle. Did my father and the others leave already? Yes. They said they rested in town last night and set off early this morning. Zhanqiu took the bundle to her room. You must be hungry. I'll fetch you some pancakes. Thank you, Arya. Lingxi joyfully unwrapped her bundle, only to find a small, dusty, seemingly ancient pouch containing a letter. While others may not recognize the significance of this pouch, she was fully aware of its importance. The unwavering determination of the Lu family to pursue their elusive cultivation aspirations was largely attributed to the existence of this very pouch. Although it appeared too small to hold even 2 apples, a concentrated effort to connect with it mentally revealed a spacious realm within, akin to a tabletop. capable of accommodating numerous essential items. Their ancestors, hailing from the realm of immortals, had not only brought along unopenable storage bags, but also 4 such pouches. Her father, engaged in the trade of medicinal herbs, had received 2 from her grandfather for the purpose of safeguarding precious belongings. Now, to her astonishment, one had been allocated to her. Lingxi, it's time for dinner. Having finished reading, Lingxi smiled at her family. Did you all go up the mountain to gather herbs today? Yes, replied Zhanqiu, her face lighting up with excitement. We collected all the gold threads from the valley today and are drying them in the rice field. Then we shall go up the mountain again tomorrow. Whether the egg pancakes possessed any spiritual essence was uncertain, but they were undeniably delicious. Have you all had some? We'll eat once everything is moved. Truly, they were fortunate to benefit from the Lu family's generosity. Otherwise, they would have hesitated to fill their bellies with the wild vegetable porridge, which lacked even a grain of rice. Zhanqiu fought to suppress her urge to swallow. And before stepping outside, she managed to speak in a normal tone. My mother said, if it's not enough, you can help yourself in the kitchen. It's enough. It's enough. As the door was resecured, Lingxi swiftly satisfied her hunger, placing the pouch against her forehead afterward. The contents of the treasure pouch are meant for emergencies. Should a stranger enter the village, one must exercise utmost caution. In times of peril, the only recourse is to flee to the mountains. Lingxi felt a sense of relief, knowing that her father had anticipated everything for her, thus relieving her of further worry. Aside from 2 pairs of deer-hide boots and 2 sets of slightly worn clothing, the pouch was filled with large flatbreads that her father often carried during his travels. As they are durable and can last for months without spoiling, though they do pose quite a challenge to one's teeth when eaten. Alas, she lamented the loss of the jar of candies she had left on the carriage. She regretted even more that her mother had not accompanied her. Had her mother been present, she would surely have filled the pouch with a few bags of treats. In this rural area, even with money, such delights were unattainable. Due to the 3 enchanted pomegranates left in Yuzhai, Lulan had been exceedingly generous, sending not only a cart of grain, but also many other essential supplies. That night, Lingxi rose stealthily while others slumbered, eager to practice her cultivation. She relished the sensation of spiritual energy entering her body, savoring the thrill that coursed through her veins. It is no wonder that her ancestors proclaimed cultivation to be the most marvelous endeavor in existence. Today, she must ascend the mountain, for she could not afford to waste the daylight as she had done the previous day. Millions of miles away, a dark, imposing hall, seemingly constructed entirely of mysterious iron, hovered in the air. Below, the marketplace bustled with cultivators, who appeared oblivious to its presence above them. Suddenly, a series of cracking sounds echoed ominously, causing all who heard it to instinctively look up. A sense of dread washed over them. The Zhanqiu hall was fracturing. Hasten, summon the true immortal of Wenchang. Knowing the origins of the Zhanqiu hall, the cultivators were in a state of panic. As some turned to flee the market, an elder clad in azure robes surged forward, executing a flurry of hand seals. Soon, a vast net woven of ethereal light enveloped the Zhanqiu hall, which seemed on the verge of fracturing. Just as a collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd, a more ominous crack echoed in everyone's ears. Torrents of black water erupted from a fissure, and the market's protective barriers crumbled before it, like fragile ice meeting boiling water, failing to withstand even a moment. "Ah, help!" cried a hapless cultivator drenched in the deluge, his anguished screams piercing the air. Yet, it seemed all was in vain, for within mere moments, all exposed skin ruptured, flesh and blood churning until only bones remained. A chilling cacophony of cracking echoed as further fissures opened, pouring forth the relentless black waters. Chapter 6. The Wolf, Thief Gugu. The forest burst into lively commotion at the sight of 2 wild chickens. Lingxi and her companions abandoned all else, their minds and eyes fixated solely on chicken meat and broth. They swiftly divided into 2 groups, encircling the unfortunate fowls, fearful they might escape. Over there, over there. Secure it. Oh dear, hurry up. Watch this. Lingxi aimed at the flapping wild chickens, hurling a stone with remarkable speed. "Ah, Lingxi, you hit me. Haha, my apologies." Failing to strike the chicken, she inadvertently struck a companion instead, feeling quite embarrassed but all the more determined to catch that elusive bird. With a sudden leap, just as the chicken was about to soar over the thicket and escape, she seized it, tearing a large gash in her clothing against the branches. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The wild chicken struggled fiercely, but Zhanqiu, who was closely following, did not share in the delight of capturing the bird. Instead, She stared blankly at the new tear in her garment. It's nothing. A little stitching will suffice. Lingxi thrust the frantic chicken into her hands and darted towards another direction. Since her clothes were already ruined, she resolved to embrace the chaos wholeheartedly. With an astonishing courage, Lingxi charged forth, yet this chicken proved to be even more elusive than the last. Its beautiful plumage partially torn away as it continued its desperate flight. Not only that, but in its fierce resistance, it lashed out with its claws, leaving one friend with a cut on her face and another with a wound on her hand. Cluck, 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 cluck. As they ran, the chicken emitted what seemed like a taunting sound, inciting everyone's fury. No one paid attention as they chased the chicken into a forbidden area, off limits to adults. Look, a roe deer, foolish roe deer. Before they could catch the chicken, they spotted a startled roe deer preparing to flee. The children by the mountainside understood that the reason it was called a foolish roe deer was due to its timid nature, with enough noise to block its escape. It would be even easier to catch than the wild chicken. Chase. It was unclear who initiated the pursuit, but Lingxi followed closely behind, determined to keep up. Although she was quite tall, being born in the year of the wax gourd, she had yet to reach the age of 8. Initially brimming with energy, she eventually lagged behind as the chase wore on. Slap. As I stumbled over something beneath my feet, I found myself tumbling down a slope, uncontrollably rolling for quite a distance. What was that sound? A sudden noise emanated from the earth below, causing Lingxi, who had just regained her footing, to feel the hairs on her neck stand on end. What a fuss. It was merely a group of children. After all, we are in Liaoshan. And if we can enter, so can they. But wait, this area is close to the inner mountains. How could children possibly come here? Who knows? The speaker scoffed. Logically, it should be the people from Yuzhai. The boss has plundered their grain, and they can't just venture into the mountains to compete with beasts for food, can they? Would they not starve instead? Sigh, why is the boss fixated on Yuzhai? There are plenty of wealthier families in the vicinity. With money, one can acquire anything. Hoarding a pile of grain here while expecting us to guard it, what could possibly be his intention? You ask me? The laughter echoing from below is rather unsettling. If I could fathom the boss's thoughts, I would have long since made my escape, rather than being stuck here guarding a cave with you. Damn it. The mountain leopards are living luxuriously, indulging in fine food and cozying up with fair-skinned women. At this point, Lingxi realized they were indeed wolf bandits. All the grain from Yuzhai must be hidden underground, and there surely lies a vast cavern below. Yet, from their conversation, it seemed they were completely unaware of the fate of the wolf bandits. The so-called boss's current state, alive or dead, was also a mystery. What to do? Slowly, Lingxi began to rise, carefully maneuvering along the path pressed down by the grass, fearful of making even the slightest sound. Lingxi, where are you? After a considerable while, having caught a chicken and a foolish roe deer, Zhanqiu suddenly realized the absence of the most crucial person. In a state of frantic urgency, she called out, Lingxi. A group of children became agitated. It appeared that they were not in their familiar surroundings. While dragging the roe deer, they anxiously shouted for her. Where have you run off to? Just then, I spotted a wild chicken and, in my eagerness to chase it, stumbled and fell. Ouch. Is it serious? No, I'm fine. Lingxi touched the bump on her head, revealing a particularly radiant smile. Look, we have caught the roe deer and 2 chickens. Instantly, the group erupted in joyous chatter. They often ventured into the mountains, yet such good fortune was indeed rare. Yes, let us agree on a unified story. The wild chickens and the roe deer were all caught outside. Anyone who speaks otherwise is a little dog. Haha, little dog. They exchanged glances, laughter resonating among them. The mountains echoed with their liveliness, yet also fell silent in their presence. Oh, is that not Tongjin grass? For Egg pointed towards the Tongjin grass lying on the ground, seeking confirmation from Lingxi. Indeed, it is Tongjin grass. Look, there is plenty over there. Let us gather it. In the distance, unfamiliar figures ascended the mountain, prompting Lingxi to hurriedly direct everyone to collect herbs. With narrow brows and somber eyes, Wukong observed the children from afar, limping as he made his way into the mountain. Lingxi exhaled softly, feeling immense pressure under his gaze. Although uncertain whether the individual was indeed the leader of the wolf bandits, she was quite certain that this person, who frequently accompanied her grandfather in the mountains, could not possibly be a hunter. An injured hunter would not venture further into the woods. Moreover, lacking even a single cleaver, it was evident that he was not a woodcutter either. I climbed a tree to see if there were more vines nearby. she swiftly ascended the towering tree, exclaiming with excitement upon spotting some vines that everyone had already discovered, all the while keeping an eye on the stranger's whereabouts. Unfortunately, in the dense forest, the foliage was so lush that in the blink of an eye, she lost sight of him. After observing for some time in the distance, it became clear that there was no one there. Evidently, that area concealed an entrance to a cave. Could it be the leader of the wolf bandits? Perhaps akin to the Lu family, a descendant of a celestial being relegated to this place? Lingxi was perplexed, recalling the teachings of her ancestors that practitioners of immortality should not engage in malevolent deeds against mortals. Had their forebears not imparted such wisdom? Or was this individual the very calamity referred to by her ancestors? Chapter 7. Body tempering brother, what has happened to you? No. Shui Liang hastily shook his head. Who is it? Although fear gripped him, he still yearned to know the name of his adversary. The identity had become inconsequential, for they were not formidable enough to provoke him. The thought of that practitioner who could wield fireballs caused the muscles in Zhou Kang's face to twitch uncontrollably. Until his cultivation was complete, he could not afford to encounter him again. From that moment forth, he resolved to avoid igniting flames during the day. Safety was paramount. The stranger was still searching. Caution is the mother of safety. The reason that the youth has fixated on her this time is perhaps due to the commotion caused during the treasure heist. Zhou Kang harbored a tinge of regret. Had he foreseen the consequences, he would have opted to purchase spiritually infused grains with silver instead of robbing Yuzhai. Such a course of action would have left no room for suspicion regarding the peculiarities of this place. Now, he feared the boy might track him down, which would inevitably unveil the secret of Yuzhai's spiritual energy. Should that youth also be cultivating here, his chances for revenge would be utterly diminished. We shall heed the elder brother's counsel. Xian Yuan and Shui Liang exchanged glances, a glimmer of joy illuminating their faces. Indeed, with just the three of them remaining, the riches they had pilfered would suffice to indulge them for several lifetimes. Lingxi held numerous suspicions about the wolf bandits, yet she refrained from voicing them to the inhabitants of Yuzhai. Having been here merely 2 days, she had secretly engaged in her cultivation, reaping rewards that vastly surpassed those she had experienced outside. She felt exceedingly confident in advancing to the first level of qi refinement. If she had achieved such progress, how could the cultivator among the wolf bandits, who had discerned the anomalies here so swiftly, not be cultivating as well? The various spells wielded by the ancestral cultivators were beyond the comprehension of mere mortals, which is why she dared not speak recklessly before her father's arrival. That night, as darkness enveloped the sky, she closed her door to cultivate, taking advantage of the opportunity to conserve lamp oil. Perhaps spurred by a sense of urgency, her spiritual energy coursed through her body at a pace far quicker than before. As the influx of spiritual energy increased, Lingxi felt her meridians begin to blaze with warmth. As she completed 1 cycle, then 2, and finally 3, it felt as though she were trapped in a steamer, her garments dampening almost instantaneously. Yet, she dared not relent. Instead, she propelled her spiritual energy with even greater fervor. Boom! A powerful surge of warmth rose from her lower abdomen, radiating through her veins. Lingxi felt a surge of joy within. This was the manifestation of her ancestors' teachings, heralding the opening of her dantian and her advancement to the first stage of qi refinement. At this moment, was she finally a cultivator? How delightful! If only the increasingly foul odor enveloping her could be ignored, it would have been perfect. Alas, Lingxi was aware that upon reaching the first stage of qi refinement, the spiritual energy would cleanse her body, expelling the impurities that had accumulated within. The greater the impurities, the more pungent the smell. Her grandfather had recounted that when her great-grandfather succeeded in his body purification at the age of 47, he had rinsed himself 3 times, filling 3 basins with water. And even after that, the stench lingered in the air. Although she was still young and not likely to emit such an unbearable odor, it was nonetheless considerable. Even though she found herself in a rural homestead, not far from a latrine, the thought of waking others with her stench was alarming, the rumors that could spread. Lingxi's eyes flew open. The wolf bandits resided on the nearby cool mountain, and if they were to hear her, it would spell disaster. Grabbing a change of clothes, she swiftly opened the door and dashed towards the creek beside the village, seeking a secluded spot. Without a thought for the cold water, she hurriedly immersed herself for a thorough wash. After a considerable time, she emerged from the water, feeling refreshed. The sky was adorned with twinkling stars, resembling fragments of gold scattered across a deep blue fabric. Lingxi gazed at them for a moment, then bestowed upon them a radiant smile. The world around her, as her ancestral teachings had described, appeared clearer and more vibrant. The sky, once obscured, now revealed a multitude of stars. Dewdrops trembled on the blades of grass, while a small spider nestled beneath a leaf in its silk-spun abode seemed to be in a deep slumber. She felt as though she could perceive the myriad plants inhaling and exhaling the ethereal mist of spiritual energy. How wonderful! She has finally become a cultivator, achieving the refinement of her body even earlier than her grandfather and father. Her father remarked that once he succeeds in his own refinement, he would certainly preserve the foul garments left behind, just as her great-grandfather did, to both offend and impress future generations with his prowess. She wonders if, in turn, she were to show these odorous clothes to her father, would she receive a spanking? Perhaps, maybe, undoubtedly. Lingxi patted her bottom, harboring serious doubts that she would be subjected to a combined reprimand from both her father and grandfather, with her mother possibly joining in. Alas, best to let it be. With a sigh of regret, Lingxi resigned herself to kneading her clothes near the creek. As long as the Yuzhai remains unchanged, and her grandparents and parents reside here for 3 to 5 years, they will surely all succeed in their body refinement. And it is likely that no one would want to keep those foul garments. In the cool mountains, Zhanqiu was also engaged in his cultivation. However, despite being an early-stage qi refining cultivator, his progress was far from the rapid pace that Lingxi imagined. A single technique of manipulating objects had depleted all the spiritual energy within him, allowing him to barely move 5 meters. As for the fireball technique, it was even more disheartening. The image of that youth effortlessly using the fireball to vanquish their brothers haunted him repeatedly. Zhanqiu had become even more enamored with the path of cultivation. Yet, according to the ancient scrolls, it seemed his spiritual root was not particularly strong. Otherwise, how could he be so easily subdued by a child who had yet to fully grow? Even if that boy had been cultivating since birth, could he have truly surpassed the duration of Zhanqiu's own training? With a frustrated exhale, Zhanqiu settled back onto the meditation mat. "Oh, spiritual energy, hasten to enter my body," he implored as he began to circulate his energy. As a cultivator, how could one possibly be intrigued by the mundane possessions of mortals? The young man had clearly set his sights on the purple wooden box, which he had just seized from the affluently family. Though it was no larger than the palm of a hand, it weighed an astonishing 30-odd pounds, proving impervious even to a blade. He had toiled tirelessly as a wolf thief, plundering treasures while scouring for rare and peculiar artifacts, all in pursuit of celestial relics lost in the realm of mortals. To his astonishment, he had been outmaneuvered. A murderous intent flickered in Zhanqiu's eyes. Chapter 8. The earth shakes. The cool mountains of Ling, shrouded in a veil of mist, appeared as though draped in a delicate gossamer, suffused with an ethereal aura. Lingxi, having completed a full cycle of cultivation, stepped outside despite a sleepless night, her spirit remarkably invigorated. From this day forth, she would embark on the study of spells, delving into the extraordinary techniques handed down by her ancestors. The most frequently mentioned spell by her grandfather and father was the purification technique of her great-grandfather. It was said that upon reaching the first level of qi refinement, he lived to the age of 106, and no matter how filthy the surroundings, a single invocation of the purification technique would render everything pristine. Ever since her great-grandfather mastered that spell, it was rumored that he never allowed anyone else to wash his garments. The task of laundry was indeed daunting, and she had little desire to undertake it. Thus, it came as no surprise that the first spell she chose to learn was the purification technique. Drawing forth her spiritual energy through her fingertips, she gently wove it as though casting a vast net, capable of capturing all the impurities within her sight. This seemed deceptively simple. However, the energy escaping her fingers was somewhat unruly, either too heavy or too light. The net she crafted varied in thickness, leaving some areas spotless while others remained untouched, even neglecting the dust clinging to her shoes. "Lingxi, what are you secretly laughing about?" "Nothing." Lingxi quickly withdrew her hands and feet, her pair of clear, bright eyes gazing innocently at Zhanqiu. "Really?" At the dining table, Zhanqiu scrutinized her from head to toe, inquiring, "Are you in a good mood today? I clearly saw you laughing just now, and quite a few times too." "Sister Arya, aren't I allowed to be in a good mood?" Lingxi chuckled. "Auntie, look at Sister Arya." "Hey, what did I say?" Zhanqiu, under her mother's glare, feigned innocence. "Mother, brother, little brother, what do you all think? Isn't Lingxi a bit different today? Is she?" As everyone turned to look, Lingxi blinked. "Today I must have become more beautiful." Initially, everyone thought that the little girl did seem a bit more attractive today. But upon hearing her statement, they all rolled their eyes in unison. So narcissistic. How embarrassing. Zhanqiu, 2 years her junior, teased her with a grin. Look at my hands. They're so fair. And then look at yours. Pitch black. Lingxi got along quite well with the Zhang family, extending her slender, fair hand, and just by this, one could tell I am more beautiful than you. Hence, I have no reason to feel embarrassed. If anyone should feel embarrassed, it should be you. I'm a boy. Why would I want to be so fair? Haha, right. Observing her silly son being led astray by Lingxi, Zhang Dama couldn't help but laugh, saying, no doubt, Lingxi, you are indeed looking better than a few days ago. As for what exactly is better, she couldn't quite articulate. Every day, under the sun, one might think that all children bask in its warmth. Yet, those from the city seem to grow increasingly fair and delicate. My grandfather, over the years, has often reminisced about Yuzhai, claiming that its soil and water nurture the spirit. As Lingxi nibbled on her pancake, she chuckled, perhaps sharing a sentiment similar to my grandfather's. Indeed, the essence of Yuzhai seems to nourish me as well. Then do indulge a bit more, urged Aunt Zhang, promptly handing her another freshly made pancake. What are your plans? She continued, with no significant events before the new year. Our family intends to celebrate in Yuzhai. What do you think? That sounds splendid. Lingxi replied, her voice crisp with enthusiasm. Her father would arrive in a month, but her grandfather and mother remained at home. Though she anticipated her father's letters would convey the differences here, she wished to share the joy of her cultivation progress. Hoping for an early reunion, Lingxi yearned for a personal space where she could dedicate herself entirely to her practice, as otherwise, it felt like a waste. Regrettably, the able-bodied youth of Yuzhou had followed old Tiger Zhang to the county, pleading for alms, leaving only the elderly, weak, and women behind, who were incapable of delivering messages. The sky, devoid of clouds, appeared as serene as ever. After dining, everyone else busied themselves, while Lingxi sat by the window, using a somewhat worn brush from the Zhang family to write to her grandfather. However, as she neared the conclusion of her letter, an inexplicable tremor seized her hand. Confused for a moment, she quickly realized and shouted, Aunt, quickly go outside. The ground is shaking. But before she could finish her warning, she lost her balance. As if the very earth were being violently torn asunder. Distant cries and a rumbling sound reached her ears, and without a second thought, Lingxi leaped from the window. A sudden crash echoed through the air. Perhaps it was her misfortune. A large section of the roof tiles unexpectedly slid down, striking her head with a jolt. In that fleeting moment of pain, she heard the startled exclamation of Aunt Zhang before being enveloped by darkness. A rumble resonated in the distance, unknown to anyone. A cataclysm was unfolding thousands of miles away in a desolate no-man's land. The tremor felt here was merely the aftershock of that colossal upheaval. Lingxi gradually regained consciousness amidst the subtle shivers of the earth, uncertain whether the ground still quaked or if her head had suffered irreparable damage. She experienced dizziness and nausea. The sky above swayed, as if everything were in flux, and the distant sound of weeping echoed around her. Lingxi, are you awake? That is wonderful. Do not move about. The tremors will pass shortly. They will pass. Aunt Zhang spoke, though it was unclear whether she sought to reassure Lingxi or herself. The able-bodied of Yuzhai were absent. Of the 74 households, more than half the structures lay in ruins. Thankfully, the earthquake struck during daylight hours. Most were not out collecting firewood in anticipation of the impending snow disaster, but were engaged in tending to their vegetable plots. The children were primarily occupied drying medicinal herbs in the rice fields. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Daya, keep an eye on Lingxi. Compared to the elderly and frail, she was relatively robust, and thus, Lingxi's awakening meant she had much to attend to. Lingxi, does your head still ache? It doesn't hurt. I feel dizzy, Lingxi replied, her fingers brushing against the straw beneath her. Is the ground still shaking? Just a little, Zhang Daya responded, her expression tinged with fear. However, they were in the rice field, so they should be safe. Lingxi slowly extended her hand, attempting to touch her head. Was she bleeding? Yes, indeed. Zhang Daya grasped her hand firmly, cautioning against reckless touches, for fear of unintended encounters. Are you thirsty? Allow me to fetch you some water. It must be boiled first. Amidst the tremors of the earthquake, she hesitated to drink indiscriminately. There was freshly boiled water available. Yet both the elderly and the young were wary of consuming cold water. As she observed Zhang Daya fetching water, Lingxi made an effort to tilt her head slightly. At that moment, Many others lay upon the straw, akin to her, their faces marred by terror amidst their weeping. Chapter 9. The Ethereal Pavilion in the Realm of the Wuxiang. At the far reaches of the Ethereal Pavilion, the Pavilion Master Qiu held a posting sent by the Loose Cultivator Alliance, pondering deeply the temperament of the three elders of the Ethereal Pavilion. Notably, the impatient treading snow had reached his ears. It was said that the sects of Qian Dao, Lu Ji, Tianjian, and Tai Xiao had dispatched envoys to West D seeking passage. Since the Loose Cultivator Alliance was inclined to collaborate with us, why not ride the tide of this opportunity? A united front would surely wield greater power. Greater power? Pavilion Master Qiu cast aside the posting in his hand, remarking that merely avoiding burdens was a feat in itself. The Loose Cultivators were notoriously diverse in quality. Despite forming an alliance, they remained a scattered assembly. Then let us proceed on our own, treading snow exclaimed, rising in agitation. I am acquainted with Fangzhe from West D. Why the haste? Do you think West D would let a morsel so close slip away? Qiu snorted disdainfully. Now that the Dragon Lock seal has been broken, the ancient power sealed within the five elements realm shall inevitably resurface. He sighed deeply, lamenting that for so many years, the spiritual essence of the desolate cold desert had been siphoned off by the five elements realm, which harbored treasures of elemental nature. I fear this may lead to a river of blood across the land. Though treasures are indeed precious, they are limited in number. Everyone desires them, which inevitably leads to competition and conflict. The incident at the Xianyu Palace has inadvertently benefited both the Shanhai sect and the Yudu. With the breaking of the Dragon Lock seal, if we do not unite, the real beneficiaries may well be those from the Western D Prairie. Master Qiu deeply suspects that there may be a connection between these two matters. In the desolate and barren lands, various sects must collaborate. Thus, last night I sent a message via flying sword to the leaders of the sections. Without a leader, who will take the initiative? There are numerous rumors circulating about the sects seeking passage through the Western D, and it is likely that individuals from the Western D are stirring the pot. Master Qiu turned to his two silent junior disciples. We must rely on you for the affairs within the pavilion. Chaos is impending, and regardless of the turmoil outside, my Piao Miao pavilion must remain orderly. Understood. Qingli and Master Yunhe exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Treading snow, from this moment on, you will lead the members of the punishment hall to cleanse our pavilion of all suspicious individuals. Yes. Master Treading Snow responded promptly before hastily departing. Senior brother. Regarding junior sister Wuxiang, Qingli began, but was interrupted by Yunhe pulling her back. Do not pull me. Let me finish my thought. Lu Xian possesses a pure spirit body, and the child he took away all those years ago undoubtedly has a spiritual root as well. The Lu family has experienced internal strife, and is no longer the foremost family of Taishan Palace. That old man Lu Daishan must already regret his actions. If we do not search for junior sister's descendants, he may very well do so first. I cannot swallow this humiliation. Do not be deceived by junior sister's current foolishness. What if one day she regains her clarity? At that time, it would be too late to lament. The Lu family is unlikely to seek us out. Qiu slowly turned the storage ring on his hand and remarked, in the past, Lu Daishan never intended to grant Lu Xian and that child any respite. Not only was his dantian destroyed, but his spirit was also harmed by that venomous woman. Yifan, the storage pouch is of no use, he cannot open it. Without any elixirs, surviving even 3 more years in the desolate wasteland would be quite remarkable. What? The expressions on Qingli and Yunhe changed simultaneously. That child had been exiled to the desolate wasteland alongside Lu Xian at the tender age of 3. And the damage inflicted on his spirit during the transfer was severe. Both father and son were injured, making their chances of survival exceedingly slim. Regardless of the Lu family's circumstances, we at the Miao Miao Pavilion must no longer involve ourselves. You all should refrain from acting in secrecy in the future. Qiu turned to his junior disciples, stating, now, with a descendant of the Lu family bearing a broken spiritual root, Lu Daishan will regard this matter with great seriousness. Should he discover anything, he will not let us off easily. They have already suffered losses. No matter what, we cannot allow this to escalate further. As for junior sister Wuxiang, she is doing quite well now. Though she has lost her sanity, her cultivation has advanced tremendously. The Miao Miao Pavilion needs her. As for Lu Xian and that child's affairs, you should all forget them moving forward. In the distant realm of cultivation, Lu Lingxi was blissfully unaware of these matters. As she used her spiritual energy to mend her head injuries, she had not endured great suffering for long. However, They had only harmed 3 individuals because they had remained outside the county office. Don't worry, Lingxi, Zhang Laohu reassured the young girl. As soon as the road conditions improve slightly, I will seek news about your grandfather and father. Well, what can be done if things turn unfavorable? After a great disaster often follows a grave epidemic. After reaching the first level of qi refining, Lu Lingxi's hearing became exceptionally acute. She had already overheard certain individuals whispering that the city had suffered an overwhelming number of collapsed buildings and casualties, with some already infected by the plague. The authorities have entirely prohibited the movement of people. Only Yuzhai, blessed by nature, remains relatively unscathed, although 8 lives have been lost. And everyone still resides in the rice field, braving the morning and evening chill. Very few have fallen ill. Brother Lu and your parents, being virtuous individuals, will surely be safe. Unfortunately, they are both healers. If they survive the earthquake, they are undoubtedly busy tending to the injured, having been conscripted by the government for several days to assist in rescue efforts. However, with the plague surging forth, being a doctor now entails greater peril. The large shed is ready. You should move in. No, Grandpa Zhang, I am quite comfortable here. Very well. Zhang Laohu glanced at the small shed, which stood about a meter high, saying, tomorrow, I will help you construct another layer. Before you sleep tonight, remember to go to the large shed and have a bowl of hot porridge. All right. Watching the old man leave, Lu Lingxi then secured the grass curtain once more. Her grandfather and parents are capable individuals. If she is unharmed, they surely will be as well. Although she has been reassuring herself like this for the past few days. Deep down, a sense of fear lingers. So she feigned a headache and dizziness, claiming an aversion to noise, and nestled here to seize the time for cultivation. Chapter 10. The youth in such circumstances, no one dares to venture outside. However, food supplies, even with everyone consuming porridge daily, continue to dwindle. Occasionally, when Lu Lingxi ventured outside, she observed the increasing sorrow etched upon the faces of the adults. However, during such times, foraging for food was utterly futile. Hurry and eat. And Zhang urged as she handed her a bowl. Upon receiving it, Lu Lingxi distinctly noted that her porridge was significantly thicker than that in the others' bowls. Hey, Lu Lingxi waved at a little one, but to her surprise, the child scampered off instead. You focus on your meal, don't mind him. Earlier that day, the children had managed to catch some birds to roast. Oh, Aunt, about the cool mountains. None of you are allowed to go there, Aunt Zhang swiftly interrupted. There are several large fissures. Who knows how deep they are? The Lu family had but one precious child, and with the uncertainty of the outside world, she could not risk Lu Lingxi's safety. You children are all forbidden from going. Do you understand? I understand. While Lu Lingxi harbored her own plans, she outwardly portrayed the image of an obedient child. Do not fret about food. Once the house is ready in a couple of days, your uncles will head up the mountain together. If venturing outside was impossible, they would have to seek sustenance in the mountains. Her grandfather was quite skilled at hunting. With some meat, a broth, a bit of rice, and some wild vegetables, they could manage to last until spring. Oh. Lu Lingxi gulped down her porridge. Aunt, I'm going to join the little brothers to catch some birds. Go on, with this group of little rascals. Aunt Zhang harbored serious doubts that the birds in the village would be able to withstand the onslaught for long before they decided to relocate. As Lu Lingxi ventured out, Zhang Xiaodi had already vanished without a trace. However, her intention was not to seek them out. Turning into a relatively deserted area, Lu Lingxi embraced a grand tree and scaled its heights to gaze into the distance towards Liaoshan. The village was devoid of provisions, yet the wolf bandits had ample supplies. With such a violent tremor, if that section collapsed, it would crush those ruffians, thus sparing her much worry. Unfortunately, despite her ascent, the mist enveloping Liaoshan obscured her view, rendering everything indistinct. What to do? Should she truly linger here? If that area were to cave in and the grain were to be soaked, what then? What if they were pitifully starving, only to discover that a bounty of grain had been ruined? Contemplating this, Lu Lingxi was about to descend the tree when she suddenly spotted a young man clad in green, bearing a sword on his back. He moved with remarkable lightness along the path once trodden by the limping wolf bandit, gradually disappearing into the mountain mist. Could he be one of their companions? As she slid down the tree, she found herself unable to resist the impulse to pursue him towards Liaoshan. Following the recent earthquake, the path they had once traversed had long since vanished. The terrain was uneven, with many ancient trees uprooted and lying abandoned. Navigating by the coordinates she had memorized numerous times, Lu Lingxi spent considerable time reaching the spot where she had initially heard the sounds. There, as she had suspected, A section had collapsed, revealing a gaping fissure. Yet, to venture inside this crevice seemed perilous. She sensed it was on the brink of further collapse. Zhanqiu, filled with both fear and astonishment, was baffled by how this young man could, like a dog, navigate such a concealed area even after the tremors had struck. How he managed to find his way was a mystery not worth pondering. The voice of the youth, imbued with a chilling indifference yet laced with an air of superiority, commanded, "If you wish to survive, present all that you have accumulated over the years." "Nay, I truly possess nothing," Zhanqiu stammered. Just as he was about to signal his two stealthy companions, he beheld them unfurl their arms, with two small fireballs ignited upon their fingertips, before deftly directing a gentle kick towards the pair. As the minuscule sparks landed upon them, it felt as if they had been doused in oil, igniting a conflagration that engulfed them from head to toe. "Ah, help! Outside, Lingxi sensed the peril when even the marauders trembled in fear, prompting her to retreat hastily, distancing herself several meters into the underbrush. It was said that once a cultivator reached the third level of qi refinement, their spiritual awareness could extend 5 to 8 meters. She dared not allow them to discover her presence, yet even from this distance, she could catch the acrid scent of singed hair and flesh, coupled with the horrific cries and tumult within, leaving no doubt as to the unfolding tragedy. She too was studying the fireball technique, intending to master it for warmth as winter approached. However, her attempts at conjuring fireballs remained inconsistent, while those inside had already resorted to using their flames for murder. "Spare me, spare me." The anguished wails, accompanied by the smell of charred flesh, reached her ears, sending chills down her spine. "Zhanqiu, you do not wish to perish like them, do you?" The youth's words were accompanied by a disarming smile. "This opportunity is singular. Ensure you seize it wisely. I truly have nothing left, nothing at all." Zhanqiu recognized that he was no match for him. All his possessions lay within their grasp. He pointed to the bags of grain within the cave, each one imbued with a trace of spiritual essence. "I assure you." "Ah, spiritual essence?" The youth swiftly drew one bag towards himself, and with a mere casual slap, the sack vanished in an instant, leaving only a handful of weed at his feet. "Is this meager substance truly worth your theft?" "It genuinely possesses spiritual essence." Zhanqiu, unwilling to meet his demise, insisted that not only did this grain hold spiritual properties, but the entirety of Liangshan's Zhanqiu village also radiated such energy. "If you doubt it, you may meditate and discover for yourself. Any cultivator would find it utterly irresistible. Try it." The youth either regarded him with disdain or pity. "Zhanqiu, have you ever encountered true spiritual rice or spiritual flour in the realm of cultivation?" He ground the wheat beneath his foot. "Spare me your nonsense. As far as I know, you still possess a jade gourd, a string of wooden beads, and an iron tree. You are unworthy of these treasures." "No." Zhanqiu was taken aback, unable to fathom how this individual knew of his possessions. "I only have the jade gourd and the iron tree. As for those wooden beads, I have never even laid eyes on them." "Is that so?" The two words, spoken with an air of indifference, carried an undercurrent of lethal intent. Zhanqiu felt his life hanging by a thread at the youth's whim and hastily knelt. "Truly, I swear, I really do not possess any wooden beads." "Then, hand over your belongings. The jade gourd and iron tree are not here. I have concealed them elsewhere. Lead the way." Chapter 11. The Ancient Sword Forest. It seems we have encountered a case of black eating black. Though Lingxi had often heard her grandfather and father speak of the malice lurking in human hearts, throughout her life, she had only encountered those who relished small gains. Now, witnessing the brutal act of one faction preying upon another, culminating in the demise of two robbers, she felt a mix of terror and exhilaration coursing through her veins. Swiftly, she ascended a tall tree with a broad view, observing them from a distance. Her ancestors had warned that the realm of cultivation was a ruthless battleground, where even kin and comrades might betray one another for the sake of profit or treasures. While she had once doubted such claims, the prospect of entering this so-called realm of cultivation before the new year, and the likelihood of advancing to the second layer of qi refining, made her reconsider. With a path to immortality before her, her family, whether for their own sake or in honor of their ancestors' wishes, would likely have to traverse deserts and grasslands to reach the spirit-laden realm of cultivation. Thus, she resolved to observe closely whether this treachery would ultimately lead to further bloodshed. The wolf bandits were no benevolent souls. Elsewhere, they took lives and robbed. And those women who suffered at their hands, as her father had recounted, often found themselves doomed to a life of misery, accompanied only by the flickering light of a solitary lamp and the echoes of ancient scriptures. Although the village of Yuzhai had not witnessed murder, the theft of their sustenance bore a striking resemblance to it, if not more grievous, akin to the cruel slice of a dull knife upon flesh. Her grandfather frequently advised her to look beyond appearances to discern the essence of things. Previously, she had struggled to grasp this wisdom, but now, living in Yuzhai, where she was cared for while others starved, the stark reality became evident. Without the assistance of others, the village, devoid of food, faced a grim fate. Even in the absence of earthquakes, the survival of the elderly, women, and children would be exceedingly rare. And with the threat of tremors looming, the situation appeared even more dire. Lingxi clutched the tree trunk, half concealed among the branches, her breath growing shallow as she observed the two figures drawing increasingly closer. The ancestral teachings had instructed all accomplished descendants to first master the art of stillness, yet she had not heeded this wisdom. Her great-grandfather seemed to have disregarded it as well, remaining unscathed, while she found herself in peril. Fortunately, they eventually halted beneath a crooked tree some 40 meters away. The young man turned away from her. Here, at this very spot, Zhanqiu diligently began to excavate with the iron shovel he had brought, driven by the allure of his buried treasure. As a thief, he understood that regardless of the realm, be it mortal or the world of cultivation, wealth was essential. After years of arduous toil, it was lamentable that he would have to yield to a mere child who had yet to fully mature. As he dug, his gaze flickered to the gray-blue pouch hanging from the youth's waist. Rumor had it that in the realm of immortals, there existed a type of space known as a storage pouch, though its authenticity remained uncertain. The youth seemed entirely disinterested in the spiritually enriched grains from the Yuzhai. Nor did he appear to appreciate the aura of this location. This indicated that he must possess access to a superior cultivation ground, replete with genuine celestial rice and flour. Bowing his head, Zhanqiu toiled with fervor, a glimmer of avarice flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, with a thud, his shovel struck a buried chest, prompting him to hastily clear the earth away. The young man, sword in hand, casually scanned the surroundings, detecting no anomalies. Yet his gaze fell upon the box with a hint of eagerness. Everything was right here, he thought, eager to extract it. The voices of the two conversing were low, inaudible to Lingxi perched atop the tree, yet from her elevated vantage point, she could clearly discern through the layers of foliage that the large wooden chest was filled with shimmering treasures, alongside several smaller boxes. Zhanqiu picked up one of the items and handed it to the youth, stating that all the exquisite jade artifacts were contained within, including the green jade gourd. The boy lowered his head and accepted it with both hands. Suddenly, Zhanqiu bellowed, thrusting a shovel towards him with ferocious intent, seemingly intent on cleaving him in two. Clang! Sparks flew. A golden shield materialized before the boy, displaying remarkable agility, as if it possessed a will of its own, instinctively protecting its master. No matter from which direction Zhanqiu swung the shovel, the shield adeptly thwarted every attempt. The clashing sounds echoed repeatedly. Zhanqiu traversed from hope to despair, a journey too complex to articulate, comprehending that this was indeed a celestial treasure. Yet, he had already discerned the path. Given a few more years, he could ascend to the heights of immortality. Why then did fate bestow upon him such a harbinger of doom? I was mistaken. Unable to break through or strike him down, Zhanqiu hastily discarded the shovel, bowing deeply in the pit before the boy, imploring, "Please spare me. I was wrong. I was wrong." Wrong? The boy's voice bore no emotion. "Indeed, my lord, I was wrong. Please grant me mercy, and I shall serve you faithfully." Serving me does not require such extremes. With a flick of his hand, the boy unleashed his spiritual power, forcefully opening the wooden box to reveal several jade ornaments. However, he only retained the palm-sized green jade gourd, discarding the rest as if they were mere refuse. "Hand over that string of wooden beads. I truly don't have it. I truly don't." Yet, the one who held the power over his life and death clearly did not believe him. Due to his limited skills, he remained oblivious to the true nature of the azure jade gourd and the iron tree, not even knowing how to establish a bond with them. A profound sorrow enveloped Zhanqiu, who had spent years as a bandit, always the arbiter of life and death for others. He never anticipated. The pressure exerted by the youth grew increasingly overwhelming. In a fit of desperation, he unleashed a powerful punch upon a nearby wooden box. Heedless of the blood that flowed from his battered fist, clutching the coveted iron tree, he cried out with all his might, "Spare me, or I swear, even in death, I shall destroy it." "Destroy it?" The youth scoffed. "You may attempt it." Ah. Zhou Kang's eyes burned with rage as he swung the iron tree towards the small shield in a frenzy, the sound of impact echoing repeatedly. At that moment, he realized he would never again have the fortune to negotiate. Whether he extended his neck or retracted it, the outcome was the same, a fatal blow awaited him. Thus, if he were to shatter his possessions, he would ensure they would not fall into this person's hands. Yet, despite striking with such force that his bones were visible, the iron tree and the small shield remained unscathed, the blood splattering upon them merely repelled as if they despised him. Do you comprehend what it is? The youth towered over him, the ancient sword forest. Do not deceive yourself. Even a true nascent soul cultivator could not obliterate it in a mere moment. Zhou Kang stood there, stunned. I ask you once more, where is that string of wooden beads? His spiritual sense had already swept the area, revealing a plethora of gold and silver treasures, even two small objects imbued with a faint aura. Yet the precious treasure he so ardently desired was absent. Do you possess another treasure trove? Zhou Kang numbly lifted his hand, grasping the ancient sword, and in the briefest of moments, his hand had already become deformed, with deep wounds revealing the bone beneath. Is this truly a treasure that even a nascent soul master cannot destroy? It belongs to him. What is the green jade gourd? Where are the wooden beads? The gazes of the two collided, and Zhou Kang forced a bitter smile. Suddenly, he seized the ancient sword and with all his might thrust it toward his own head. Chapter 12, The Pondfish. Where are the wooden beads? The boy's eyes were devoid of emotion, and Zhou Kang felt as though his life was worth less than an ant by the roadside in the boy's eyes. The green jade gourd is his. The ancient sword is also his, and now he is being asked for the wooden beads, regardless of whether they are found or not. It seems his life cannot be spared. Thinking of the pain endured by his companions in their final moments, Zhou Kang made a resolute decision to end his life as swiftly as possible. Since he could not fight back, and escape was futile, he might as well die a quick death. Dying sooner would ensure that the boy would never find those wooden beads. Zhou Kang harbored immense malice as he cursed the boy. Unexpectedly, just as Zhou Kang was about to spill blood, the boy swiftly drew his sword and severed Zhou Kang's arm. A torrent of blood gushed from the stump, and he could not help but cry out in agony. Want to die? Did I consent to your death? The boy coldly retorted, as he absorbed the sight of the severed arm, forcefully prying open the bloodied hand that still clutched the iron tree, revealing how the ancient sword was wielded. Upon acquiring the object, he seemingly benevolently sought to enlighten him. Normally, ancient treasures could recognize their master with a mere drop of blood, yet this sword forest required divine consciousness and blood from the brow. As he spoke, the youth gently traced a line on his forehead, coaxing forth a single droplet of blood, which he then commanded with his divine awareness to fall upon the tip of a tree. The blood flickered momentarily before vanishing. Clink, clink, clink. The slender leaves of the iron tree suddenly stirred, colliding with one another, growing increasingly luminous and sharper. Go. As the youth's voice faded, the sword leaves of the iron tree soared into the air, expanding as they descended with a thunderous strike upon a nearby boulder. To Lingxi's astonishment, the massive rock disintegrated like tofu, shattering into pieces with a resounding crash. This belongs to me, mine. Zhou Kang's eyes gleamed with madness, as if he had forgotten the pain in his arm. All that occupied his mind and gaze was this precious treasure, which had stirred such intense desire within him from the moment he seized it. Clink, clink, clink. It is now mine. The youth smiled knowingly, regarding Zhou Kang with a hint of disdain, questioning whether he could make use of it. Without the ability to summon divine consciousness, even with blood from the brow, it would be futile. Zhou Kang's facial muscles quivered uncontrollably. Without you, it would have been mine. Given just a few more years, he was certain he could cultivate divine consciousness. The thought that such a magnificent treasure now belonged to another made his heart bleed. Huh. The youth's laughter was hauntingly low. In this world, there exists everything, save for the notion of what if. Zhou Kang, within our realm of cultivation, death is by no means the ultimate liberation. Cultivators possess countless methods to confine one's spirit, allowing one to endure the agonies of the 18 layers of hell, or even to never be reborn. He gazed at him and reiterated, Now, I shall ask you once more, where is your treasure hidden? Where is the wooden bead? Speak honestly, and I may grant you a swift end. The youth furrowed his brows, for, indeed, you must possess it. What does that mean? If I did, would I not know it myself? Zhou Kang was perplexed. I do not have it. I have no fondness for wooden objects. How many bandits have an affinity for wood? It holds little value. First, describe it to me. I will ponder if it resides among my companions' collections. The youth fixed his gaze upon him intently for a moment. It is blackish red, the size of a fingernail, an 18-piece bead. WH. Where did I steal it from? Zhou Kong pondered. The youth suddenly grew anxious. Have you never encountered a particularly captivating wooden bead bracelet? No. Zhou Kong hastily shook his head. The youth fell into contemplation. After a while, he sighed softly. Then let me ask you, upon arriving in Healan City, whom do you intend to rob? What? We are not going to Healan City to rob anyone, Zhou Kong clarified. A brother of mine. He is not well off and intends to seek out Lu Yongfang of the Lu family pharmacy, whose medical skills are unparalleled. Lu Yongfang? Her grandfather? Lu Lingxi was taken aback. The Lu family pharmacy? What makes their family so special? His family has a long-standing tradition of medical expertise. Zhou Kong found his words somewhat perplexing. Their reputation was impeccable, and the only peculiar aspect was the continued inheritance through a single line for generations. It is said that each descendant encounters significant challenges in finding a spouse, and the Lu family appears indifferent to matters of lineage and status. What thoughts crossed your mind? The youth, noticing the sudden look of confusion and realization in his eyes, hastily urged him to speak. The Lu family's offspring, unconcerned with social standing. Perhaps Seek-wise possessing innate spiritual roots. What? A smile gradually spread across the youth's face as he declared, "Let me make this clear." No sooner had he spoken than he conjured a fireball with a flick of his fingertip, sending it hurtling forward. Lu Lingxi clung tightly to the tree, watching in horror as Zhou Kong was enveloped by the rapidly expanding fireball, unable to even utter a scream. Yet, this was not the most terrifying part. The most chilling aspect was that the youth seemed to grasp something from the air, a writhing mass that twisted and struggled until it faded away, followed by his laughter. This is soul-searching? Upon realizing this, Lu Lingxi could not help but tremble. The youth was fervently searching for a wooden bead associated with the 18 sons. Unable to find it among the marauders, he might resort to seeking it at her home. Lu Lingxi had never seen such wooden beads in her family, unless they were hidden within the ancestral storage bags. However, her grandfather would never part with their ancestral belongings. Gritting her teeth, she watched him walk further away with his sword until he vanished from sight, before hastily descending from the tree. Lu Lingxi sprinted towards a discarded treasure chest, grabbing a dozen gold and silver ingots to stuff into her treasure pouch before racing down the mountain. During her extended stay in Yuzhai, she learned that there was a horse for transporting goods at the Li family's residence next door. At this point, she could not care whether it was indeed a pack horse. It was certainly faster than her. As for Yuzhai, Saidagu, in the midst of her speech, she slipped a silver ingot into his hands. Upon seeing the item, Saida could not hesitate and immediately took off running. Lu Lingxi altered her course towards Li's village to procure the horse. Living in the neighboring village, Li Zhuji was well aware of her identity. Upon witnessing the gold ingot she dropped, he promptly exclaimed, "Take it away." Chapter 13. Wooden beads. The horse was docile, even with a change of owner. It followed commands faithfully. However, due to the pestilence, the main roads were already impassable. Lu Lingxi was unfamiliar with the back roads, but she employed a rudimentary method, navigating alongside the official road through the neighboring villages. Fortunately, to save time, she had purchased a sack of fodder from the former owner, carrying it along. Otherwise, stopping at any village would pose a threat to her safety. She was still so young, even though she had tied her hair back anew. Resembling her former self as she followed her grandfather, riding a horse without an adult present would inevitably provoke malicious thoughts in some individuals. In the dead of night, Lu Lingxi tethered the horse in a sheltered spot away from the wind in the wilderness, ensuring it was well fed and watered before taking a moment to consume the large flatbread prepared by her father. She had no idea where that highly skilled young man was now. What if he possessed a flying spiritual artifact? Such possibilities were too overwhelming for her to contemplate, for the mere thought would shatter her resolve. All she could ponder was how that young man had learned of the wolf bandits. How could he be so certain about the treasures that the wolf bandits kept concealed, treasures that even they had yet to acquire? Could it be that, like the esteemed Mr. Peng of the 1,000 gold divination, she possesses the gift of foresight? Lu Lingxi felt an inexplicable sense of disquiet, unable to discern the source of her unease. Amidst her myriad worries, she could only hope that when her father corresponded with her, he would also send word to the family. If her grandfather and mother were aware of the spiritual energy surrounding Yuzhai, they might have departed before the tremor struck. How wonderful that would be. Given her grandfather's esteemed reputation, it was entirely plausible that, after the earthquake, He could have been intercepted by the authorities or others attempting to manage the ensuing plague, thus preventing him from reaching Yuzhai. Exhausted by her relentless thoughts, she eventually succumbed to slumber, only to awaken groggily at the break of dawn. After performing a purification ritual to cleanse her spirit, she attended to her horse, ensuring they both had their fill before resuming their journey. Upon encountering her, Lu Montsong, the city guard, expressed his astonishment. "Did you not accompany your father to Lingxi for trade? Your family's residence remains largely intact, save for one wing that suffered damage." Lu Montsong sought to reassure her, but added, "However, your uncle and mother left the city in a carriage early on the day of the earthquake. I cannot say where they ventured. Being outside during such a calamity is somewhat safer." Lu Lingqi's eyes sparkled with hope. "Does this mean my family's apothecary is now overseen solely by Grandpa Hu?" "Indeed. While Dr. Hu is commendable, he pales in comparison to your uncle," Lu Montsong lamented. "What of the plague in other regions? It is quite severe. Nevertheless, my grandfather and mother may be in the nearby villages. We may have missed them. I shall go in search of them. Why should there be any objection to that?" Lu Montsong accepted her handful of broken silver coins and exchanged a few words with the gatekeeper beside him. In a short while, he had filled her horse's provisions. With a wave of farewell, Lu Lingxi departed from Helan City with remarkable speed. Unbeknownst to her, the Lu family had been discreetly ransacked by a young intruder a day prior. Not only had they been searched, but through certain beguiling spells. The intruder had gleaned nearly all pertinent information from several of the Lu family's associates. He learned about the color-changing jade that could reveal one's spirit affinity, and the family's ancestral martial arts, which promised longevity with diligent practice. Yet, he could not uncover any information regarding the 18 wooden beads. The color-changing jade, he recognized, was a spirit-testing stone, and it was expected that the Lu family hailed from the realm of cultivation. In this place, where spiritual energy was scarce, the younger generation nonetheless adhered to the traditions of their predecessors from the cultivation world. However, the absence of the wooden beads left the young man feeling disheartened. He began to doubt whether he had acted too hastily, having missed one of the 3 initial opportunities presented to him by Zhou Kong. Nevertheless, he could not afford to squander any more time here. The desolate wilderness was undergoing significant transformation, and several ancient treasures, once immersed in this land, remained unclaimed. He had to seize the opportunities that lay ahead. Thus, the concerns that weighed heavily on Lu Lingqi's mind were entirely unfounded. Unaware of the truth, she felt only half at ease. During the tremors, her grandfather and mother were in the carriage. While they might be startled, they were not in danger. Her grandfather's reputation was substantial, and it was entirely reasonable that they were delayed due to the plague on their journey. As long as the young man did not discover them, she harbored no worries regarding their safety. Moreover, upon realizing the spiritual essence of Yuzhai, with her grandfather's astuteness, it was inconceivable that he would leave behind the ancestral treasures within the confines of their home. Undoubtedly, he would carry them with him. As she retraced her steps, her urgency diminished, and she no longer deliberately avoided the main road. "Where to? You cannot pass through here. Are you not aware?" 2 guards halted her before Eaglebeak Town. "Excuse me, gentlemen, I wish to inquire about the esteemed Mr. Lu Yongfang of the Lu family pharmacy. Is he in town?" Considering the timing, during the tremors, neither her grandfather nor her mother were in this town. They were at the nearby Lion Ridge. Lu Yongfang. The 2 guards exchanged glances. "Yes, he is here, but as a healer, he cannot leave the town at present." "Oh." Lu Lingxi felt a profound sense of relief, and her countenance brightened with a radiant smile. "Uncles, I am his granddaughter. I shall not intrude. I only request that you kindly inform him that I am safe and waiting for them at our original location." With remarkable cleverness, she discreetly handed over 2 taels of silver as a token for the guard's tea. "Very well. We shall certainly convey your message." It is not merely the ingenuity of this young girl that impressed them. Even if she were less astute, the Lu family, renowned for their medicinal legacy, was someone they wished to befriend. Having encountered genuine practitioners of cultivation, she was reluctant to squander precious time outside, nor did she dare to do so. After 8 long days, even Zhang Laohu was greatly distressed. He could hardly fathom how this young girl possessed such audacity to enter the post-quake Liangshan, and yet managed to uncover the treasure hidden by the wolf bandits. Accompanied by Sidong, upon witnessing the chest filled with riches, he was utterly astonished. Upon witnessing a dust-covered figure with a face flushed from the cold, even Zhang Laohu felt an urge to lift her up and give her a good thrashing. "Grandfather Zhang. My grandfather is aiding in the fight against the epidemic in Eaglebeak Town. Once he finishes there, he will certainly come over. Is everything all right here? What do you think? Just as she was about to articulate her thoughts, a piercing scream echoed from a distance. For Egg's agonizing cry startled both of them, prompting a hasty rush towards the sound. At that moment, For Egg was enveloped in an eerie azure glow, writhing on the ground like a boiled shrimp. And no one dared to approach him. Chapter 14. Ascension of Pain. The tormentors within him raged unchecked. If not rescued soon, he might very well explode. Lingxi, her instincts outpacing her thoughts, swiftly pressed her fingers together, temporarily immobilizing his body. Brother For Egg, follow the flow of my spiritual energy. In this dire moment, she could not afford to explain the Lu family's qi refining technique step by step. Instead, she forcefully infused her own spiritual power into his meridians. Do not dwell solely on the pain. Channel that chaotic energy along with me. For Egg felt as if his bones and muscles were being incessantly restructured by some unseen force, wishing for nothing more than to succumb to death. He longed to plead for a swift end, yet the agony rendered him speechless. Brother For Egg, do not fear. Focus on gathering that turbulent energy along my path. While comforting him, Lingxi turned to Zhanqiu and urged, Grandfather Zhang, please help him assume the position I take while meditating. Zhanqiu, not daring to disobey, carefully adjusted For Egg's body to assist him in sitting properly. From beginning to end, Lingxi's hand never left his back. The qi refinement technique forcefully circulated within his body, and as Dan's physique threatened to burst, it finally ushered in a trace of pale blue and deep blue spiritual light into his meridians. He felt an excruciating pain, akin to the agony of drowning. Yet there was no escape. Finally, he could flee, grasping at the last thread of salvation. How could he dare to relinquish it? Oblivious to the immense risks involved, Lingxi, along with the equally uninformed Dan, commenced their cultivation of the qi refinement technique under the watchful eyes of onlookers. The tumultuous wood and wind spiritual energies, under Dan's remarkable concentration, began to permeate the meridians as the qi refinement technique took effect. Boom. After a full cycle, the dantian burst open in an instant. Countless streams of spiritual energy surged in, causing Dan to tremble uncontrollably, unable to restrain the influx of energy. Everything was guided by Lingxi behind him. Yet while she tended to him, she could not attend to herself. A massive torrent of spiritual energy, seeking a more suitable outlet, surged into her body as well. Lingxi let out a muffled groan and hurriedly activated the technique herself. With no other choice, she assisted him in running the technique, reminding herself to firmly remember the flow of its operation. While she busied herself, she also tended to him. The natural flow of spiritual energy was slow, and the energy that rushed in could not circulate smoothly, stagnating and inevitably colliding with the meridians, gradually widening them. The gathered crowd first noticed blood seeping from Dan's skin, and slowly they saw the fair skin of Lingxi also oozing blood, causing widespread panic as they feared contagion. Step back. Quickly retreat. It is uncertain who uttered the word retreat, but in a state of fear, the children scurried away, while the adults, despite their concern for Lingxi and Dan, found their feet involuntarily retreating. The agony was unbearable. Lingxi, tormented by the incessant onslaught of spiritual energy, felt tears streaming down her cheeks. Yet, she dared not release her grip, for if she did, Dan might explode with a resounding bang. To prevent such a catastrophe, she endured the pain, striving to shield both of them from being overwhelmed by the spiritual force. Persevering through their suffering, time seemed to crawl for them, and none could afford to surrender. As twilight descended, Zhanqiu managed to disperse most of the crowd, leaving only a few able-bodied individuals to stand guard. However, the two children exhibited no signs of change. Their small bodies trembled, yet remained upright. Night deepened slowly, and the northwesterly wind howled, piercing through the air, causing Zhanqiu to shiver in fear of them catching a chill. After offering a few words of reassurance, he and several young men brought 4 piles of straw to provide some shelter from the wind. It was not that they were unwilling to wrap the two in blankets, but they had heard that martial artists should not be disturbed during critical training moments. Whether Dan was training, they did not know, but it appeared that Lingxi was indeed engaged in practice. She seemed to be guiding Dan through his training, and before the young girl spoke, Zhanqiu dared not interfere. Fortunately, the night passed without incident, and both children survived, bringing a measure of relief to everyone's hearts. At this moment, Although Dan could barely remember the trajectory of the spiritual energy, he still found himself somewhat powerless to control it, relying predominantly on Lingxi's assistance. No one knows that the spiritual energy within her dantian has accumulated to a certain degree, causing a subtle yet profound pain. Logically, this would be the perfect moment to break through to the second layer of qi refining. However, some delicate meridians within her have been severely injured by the overwhelming energy, rendering her hesitant and fearful of exacerbating her injuries. She is striving to delay the moment further. Yet, it seems that she can only postpone for a while. As for the fourth egg, it appears that postponement is not an option. Lingxi feels that ever since he opened his dantian, the entity that incited the upheaval of spiritual energy has taken residence within, bouncing and dancing about. It relentlessly subjects the untrained fourth egg to the excruciating pain of spiritual energy overflow, disregarding his capacity to endure it. Now, after exerting herself to preserve his life, this entity is pushing for his advancement just as the spiritual energy reaches the critical threshold of the second layer of qi refining. The frustration wells up in Lingxi, who is tempted to unleash a torrent of curses. The ancient texts warn that certain treasures in the realm of cultivation should not be sought after until one's cultivation level is adequate. Otherwise, even if others do not covet them, these treasures can wreak havoc upon the unprepared. It appears that not only is it intent on ruining fourth egg, but it also seeks to drag her down with him. Once fourth egg advances, the surging spiritual energy from his dantian will undoubtedly affect her, making it impossible for her to suppress it. The agony of the night is bound to persist. I can't take it anymore, it hurts. Fourth egg, oblivious to the intricacies of advancement, only perceives the increasing pressure in his dantian, while the energy that Lingxi has guided seems to still be pressing down. With a resounding boom, Lingxi realizes there is no alternative but to relinquish her grip. The dantian of fourth egg trembles, and the spiraling energy bursts forth in a torrent. In an instinctive effort to mitigate the pain, he accelerates the flow of spiritual power through his meridians. Meanwhile, Lingxi assists him while remaining vigilant for her own well-being. However, the consequence of multitasking is that one cannot attend to both sides simultaneously. The bond between the two individuals, once marred by a layer of dried blood, slowly began to crack. Fortunately, at this moment, the fourth egg no longer required her constant oversight. The second layer of spiritual energy and the expanded meridians were fundamentally incomparable to the initial layer she had begun with. After a considerable time, the two individuals, having regained their composure, dared not make any sudden movements, choosing instead to wait for the one who had unleashed the volatile spiritual energy to cease their antics. Yet, this waiting extended from sunrise to sunset, and from sunset back to sunrise. Chapter 15. The Mountain God Temple, how wondrous! Having survived a calamity and sufficiently nourished, the fourth egg found it remarkable that, without the need for sight, he could perceive his surroundings several meters away through mere thought. This phenomenon is known as spiritual awareness. Lingxi also found it quite extraordinary. However, she wished to maintain an air of superiority in front of the fourth egg, so she adopted a serious expression and said, "Now, tell me, what exactly did you do to allow that thing to enter your body?" "What did I do?" The fourth egg's face was overtaken by fear. "I did nothing. I merely went to the Mountain God Temple to take a look at the treasures. Who would have known that I would accidentally stumble and break the only intact hand of the Mountain God?" He anxiously touched his forehead, recalling the treasure of the wolf bandit, which both he and Grandpa Zhang had been cautious to keep hidden. It was said that the Mountain God Temple was haunted, hence their choice to conceal the treasure there. His unease prompted him to check on it from time to time, but unexpectedly, a rat had suddenly appeared, startling him and causing his fall. "The Mountain God Temple?" Lingxi inquired, pointing towards a few dilapidated walls near the cool mountain. "Is that the place?" Fordan nodded, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. He was already somewhat apprehensive, and this incident only heightened his fears. "Well then, please tell me, what exactly has entered your dantian?" Initially, Lingxi could perceive the presence of that entity within him, but she was preoccupied with saving Fordan's life and her own, leaving no time for further examination. By the time she finally had the opportunity to investigate, that entity had rendered Fordan's dantian shrouded in obscurity, and she could discern nothing. It seemed like a pearl. "A pearl?" Lingxi's voice rose in astonishment. "What sort of pearl?" "It resembles the mud pearl held by the Mountain God." "How many? How many are there?" A thought crossed Lingxi's mind, recalling the so-called 18 the youth was in search of. 18. My heavens. Lingxi was momentarily taken aback. So, is it truly a mud pearl? At this juncture, Fordan shivered slightly. Could it be that the mountain god holds me accountable? Accountable for what nonsense? Lingxi felt an urge to sigh. The youth placed such immense value on the pearl, it must be a precious treasure. Henceforth, do not speak of this to anyone else. After a moment's contemplation, she reasoned that in the realm of cultivation, such an object would likely be referred to as a magical artifact, a formidable treasure indeed. Should others learn of its existence before one's cultivation level reached a certain point, it could incite deadly greed, leading to theft or worse. Kill for a treasure? Fordan's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you truly from the realm of cultivation? After their training, both were enveloped in a layer of dried blood crust, initially believing it would take considerable time to cleanse. Yet, she merely moved her fingers, and all the grime upon them vanished entirely. Moreover, Grandfather Zhang mentioned that he had aged significantly. She had already attained the 3rd level of qi refinement, if not for waiting on her grandfather and parents. As per her great-grandfather's words, she could have traversed deserts and grasslands with ease. For Eggs felt a sudden heaviness in his heart, realizing the vast distance that lay between them. Why hadn't she considered the notion of seizing treasures through nefarious means? But in truth, she need not lift a finger. All she had to do was disregard him, and once he succumbed to the unbearable, that precious jewel would inevitably fall into her possession. What were her thoughts when she rescued me? Alas, such is the fate of our acquaintance. Furthermore, I do not yet consider myself part of the cultivation world. Having witnessed both the youth and the wolf bandit, she believed that being an ordinary person was rather advantageous, at least it guaranteed safety. No matter how capable an ancestor might be, he was still cast aside here. Our Yuzhai is quite satisfactory. For Egg's eyes brightened, Healan City is also appealing. Throughout his life, he had scarcely ventured beyond the county town, unable to fathom the vastness of the world outside, especially the need to cross deserts and grasslands. I never claimed it was undesirable. Especially now, with Grandfather Zhang providing cover, she could practice her cultivation as she pleased. As long as she refrained from displaying her abilities in front of others in the village. Enough of this. Take me to see that mountain god temple. Who would have imagined that a dilapidated mountain god temple would harbor the treasures most coveted by cultivators? The little treasure seeker, Lingxi, was eager to glean some hidden fortunes. I have offended the mountain god. For Eggs dared not return. It was evident that the mountain god here had once been a cultivator himself. Lingxi felt a chuckle rising within her, yet the lifespan of cultivators is finite. He might have long since departed. Otherwise, his dojo could not have fallen into such disarray. However, the latter part of her thoughts was silenced by a fierce glare. For Egg sensed he might be outmatched in debate and promptly fled, resolutely refusing to comply. Bang! He collided with the swiftly closing door, stars dancing before his eyes. For Egg, cease your pretense. You are not truly dazed, Lingxi teased, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Thanks to you, and that mountain deity. I am now considered a novice cultivator. Though he bestowed his greatest treasure upon you, good deeds are rewarded. In saving you, I have also gained a boon. According to my ancestors, I am fated to have a connection with that mountain god, and I must pay my respects by bowing before him. I intend to do so. What about you? Will you dare to abstain? For Egg conceded defeat, recalling Grandfather Zhang's admonition against frivolous use of magic. I am not playing around. Lingxi replied cheerfully. I am merely guiding you to be sensible. For Egg sighed, feeling utterly overwhelmed. Will you truly venture to the mountain deity's temple alone? Facing the petite girl who stood significantly shorter than him, he relented. Very well, let us go together. He was indeed uneasy about her going alone. If there are further treasures, we shall share them equally. I have already received. Anything else shall be yours. Then it is settled. Lingxi beamed with joy. If there are cultivation techniques, especially those that complement that special orb, you must assist me with 3 tasks in the future. For Egg regarded her intently. Should it be material wealth, all of that shall belong to me. Grandfather remarked that brothers ought to settle accounts clearly. Lingxi felt it imperative not to let herself suffer loss. Is that your sentiment as well? Indeed, her very life was saved by her. Sidian, in truth, did not mind whether it was 3 matters or 30. After all, Yuzhai owed much to the Liu family. Whenever the Liu family faced difficulties, they would undoubtedly spare no effort to assist. The two of them utilized their divine senses to evade others and stealthily made their way to the remote mountain shrine. The dilapidated courtyard walls and the absence of a roof left only a few standing walls, which seemed to amplify the mountain winds blowing through, producing a mournful sound that resembled something weeping. Sidian could not help but shiver. Chapter 16. The mountain deity lay prostrate upon the collapsed altar. Its idol long shattered. Not only was the visage unrecognizable, but even its head was nowhere to be found. Lingxi surveyed her surroundings and found this scene to be nothing short of desolate. Reflecting upon her ancestors who had sorrowfully left behind countless handwritten notes extolling the virtues of cultivating immortality, she could not suppress a sigh. Junior Lingxi pays her respects to the elder and expresses gratitude for the opportunity bequeathed to us. She knelt at a spot near where she intended to place a mat and bowed her head, with Sidian hastily following suit. After 3 consecutive bows, Lingxi rose and inquired, "Sidian, do you know when this place was established?" Grandfather recounted tales of old, mentioning that the incense offerings had flourished for several centuries, only to decline gradually after the last Taoist passed away during his childhood. That must have been an eternity ago. Suddenly, Lingxi's hope for treasure hunting waned. Perhaps they should allocate a portion of the loot from the bandits to restore this place. Grandfather Zhang remarked that the treasure of Yuzhai could not withstand the burden of wolves and thieves, for it was far too abundant, undoubtedly a calamity rather than a blessing. In light of this, she resolved to express her gratitude to this esteemed elder. Aren't you going to consult with Grandfather Lu and Uncle Lin? No need. Lingxi smiled, confident that my grandfather and father would surely agree. Very well. Do as you wish. For the past few days, Sidan has been instructed solely by Zhang Laohu, and has come to understand that the villagers cannot provoke bandits if the silver for purchasing grain lacks a source. It will inevitably raise suspicion. This matter must be led by the Lu family. Let us go. As they wandered around the dilapidated courtyard, Lingxi was uncertain whether to feel disappointment or to laugh at her own fanciful thoughts. Her grandfather had once recuperated here and had surely visited this place. Yet, when opportunity was at hand, it was tragically missed. Thus, if it is not meant for her, it likely never was. We shall seek out Grandfather Zhang now. Let us prepare the house promptly, so that when grandfather and my parents arrive, they may feel more at ease. Leaving so soon, lacking in patience, at an unknown moment, a faint bluish light emanated from the mountain deity's statue, transforming into the figure of an ancient Taoist priest. Young one, having taken my 18 ultimate pearls, do you not know to show a little more reverence when bowing? I nearly perished at the hands of that pearl. In broad daylight, encountering a ghost or deity, left Dan with a strong desire to retreat. However, as he stepped back, the even smaller Lingxi emerged, compelling him to maintain his composure and speak. Is that my fault then? The ethereal figure glared with indignation. Who told you to walk carelessly? At that moment, he was even more despondent than he, originally beset by divine retribution, his soul incomplete. In the end, the treasures he left behind unexpectedly claimed another life for him. Fortunately, although you are not fated individuals, serendipitously, you may be deemed my destined companions. Despite my initial disdain for these 2 young ones, in the realm of cultivation, only children possess the purity of heart. Moreover, given the current circumstances, I cannot afford to be selective. I am your fated elder, and you are naturally my fated ones as well. Indeed, senior, whatever task you require, as long as it lies within our capabilities, we shall comply. Lingxi, being the more astute, promptly responded. Ahem. You 2 are now considered cultivators. Could you perform some miraculous feats to help me gather more followers? Is that within your means? Followers? What do you mean? Lingxi and Sidian were puzzled. It was pitiful how, after exhausting great efforts in the past to find a disciple with spiritual roots to inspire mortals to remember him, he found that subsequent generations lacked such roots, rendering them unworthy even as deceivers, causing him to consume his remaining essence over the years, with no one to remember him. This last vestige of consciousness was also destined to be obliterated by the heavenly will. Whether or not they offer incense is inconsequential to me, but I require the gratitude of many. Now that you are cultivators, assisting me in showcasing miraculous deeds should be quite effortless. He gazed at the clever Lingxi. Do you understand now? Understood. You wish for the people around to venerate you as they would the Bodhisattva Guanyin. Ah, teachable child. The ethereal figure nodded, affirming that was indeed the essence of his request. It was by emulating the Buddhist teachings that he managed to preserve this fragment of his soul. Currently, the world is besieged by a plague, causing immense suffering for many. Let us say that the deity has imparted a dream unto you. revealing that the well water within my temple possesses the power to alleviate the affliction. Is it truly so remarkable? Zidan hastily inquired. For the uninformed mortals, the shadowy figure had little desire to engage, instead directing its gaze towards Lingxi, who had received my precious middle extreme pearl. The junior Lingxi, expressed my gratitude to the esteemed elder. Lingxi bowed deeply. Zidan stood beside, utterly astonished. Although he was unaware of the proper form of an alchemical furnace, the clay vessel, marred by a substantial crack, was hardly suitable even for burning incense. What use could it possibly serve? The shadowy figure cast a disdainful glance at him, utterly unimpressed. Lingxi, do take heed. No sooner had the words left its mouth than the clay furnace shattered before them, revealing a jade furnace, roughly the size of a child's palm. Emerging from the thick base, the jade furnace gently ascended, and beneath the remnants of the clay bricks, a similarly sized pale purple jade talisman also floated upward, both drifting towards Lingxi. Although it could only be utilized once more, this talisman could delve into the memories of any mortal, provided they were not celestial beings. Afterward, the dream would vanish without a trace, causing no disturbance. The shadowy figure feared she might misuse the precious items. As for the talisman, you must wield it wisely and cautiously. Do you understand? I comprehend. Lingxi accepted the two items, nodding earnestly. With a flick, a beam of spiritual light struck the adjacent wall, as his visage seemed to materialize upon it, sculpted from the very earth beneath. At that time, you shall instruct the artisans to replicate this form. The figure upon the wall stands tall, with long eyebrows and an ancient visage, embodying the image of a venerable sage. Lingxi's lips twitched slightly. She couldn't shake the feeling that this elder bore an uncanny resemblance to her grandfather, overly enamored with himself. I wonder what this esteemed elder is called. No need for names. I am simply the mountain deity of Liangshan, residing here. His demeanor suggested a disdain for inquiries about lineage, and as his ethereal form began to fade, his voice, though faint, resonated with wisdom. This realm has transformed, remember. A gentleman devises strategies, while a rogue harbors ill intentions. Nature selects the fittest to survive. Chapter 17. Family, the spiritual presence of the Yuzhai mountain deity. Under the deliberate promotion of Zhanqiu, soon became known among the nearby villagers. It was indeed peculiar. Despite the rampant plague outside, life in Yuzhai, though arduous, seemed untouched by its grasp following the tremors. Word spread swiftly, and soon, villagers came seeking water, utilizing the sacred water from the mountain deity's temple to brew medicinal concoctions. Several severely ill patients showed remarkable improvement after consumption. Consequently, the flow of visitors seeking water grew incessantly, stretching from the village to the town, then to the county, and ultimately to the prefecture, within just a few days. As news of the recovering plague victims circulated, the authorities dispatched personnel to oversee the situation. Though Zhanqiu had taken measures to shield Zidan and Lingxi from public attention, the craftsmen had already arrived, diligently working on statues and constructing buildings as directed. Grandfather, mother. On that day, upon hearing the arrival of her family, Lingxi rushed to the village entrance with utmost urgency. You have come. Were you frightened? Upon seeing her granddaughter's slightly reddened eyes, Lu Yongfang's heart surged with emotion. Now that they had arrived at Eagle's Mouth town, why venture out again? Both she and her husband were deeply worried. Mother Zhanqiu enveloped her rushing daughter in an embrace, exclaiming, "Such a long journey. You are far too audacious." A little girl, traversing hundreds of miles during such a tumultuous epidemic, left her in restless nights, just contemplating it. Mother. Lingxi inhaled the faint fragrance of jasmine emanating from her mother, feeling an unusual sense of comfort. I am different now. While speaking, she discreetly performed a cleansing spell. Grandfather, mother, look down at your shoes. There were others nearby, compelling her to be cautious. As Lu Yongfang and Zhanqiu glanced down simultaneously, they were momentarily taken aback. A gentle, soft sensation swept across their feet, and in an instant, the previously dusty shoes transformed before their very eyes, appearing immaculate and spotless. What is this? After a brief pause, both turned to the girl, who was proudly winking after revealing her secret. You. Amidst their astonishment, Lingxi nodded. Yuzhai is a wonderful place. A location imbued with spirit is undeniably a splendid place. After hearing her granddaughter recount tales of the wolf bandits and the youth, Old Master Lu Yongfang accompanied Zhanqiu to admire the courtyard that his granddaughter was about to build. Thank you, Laohu. Although his granddaughter had not mentioned the boy to Zhang Laohu, he greatly appreciated the old friend's discretion. Since ancient times, the desolate wasteland had been a realm of exile in the formless domain, just like his family. The descendants of steadfast cultivators who refused to abandon their path surely still existed in abundance. The saying goes, the tallest tree catches the wind. Until one possesses the necessary strength, once they attract attention, the consequences could be severe. Practitioners of the mystical arts possess the power to take not only lives but also souls. How could I not express my gratitude to my esteemed elder brother for his well-taught granddaughter? Zhang Laohu laughed heartily, praising Lingxi as a remarkable child, both intelligent and quick-witted. Many matters only require him to hint, and the young girl comprehends the underlying reasons, unlike the others who need everything laid out explicitly. Yet, I feel I have wronged my elder brother. We had initially agreed that the mountain god temple would be constructed by the Lu family. Haha. Why should we refuse the silver offered to us? Lu Yongfang laughed boisterously. The expansion of the mountain god temple would only bring benefits to Yuzhai, never detriments. The Lu family has never sought fame. Our ancestors have always stated that humility is the true path. Furthermore, the land you have allocated for my family is splendid. Nestled against the Liangshan, in proximity to the mountain god temple, yet distanced enough to maintain tranquility, even if the temple flourishes with incense in the future. It will not disrupt our household. My brother, let us refrain from discussing gratitude in the future. Haha, just one word. Jiangxi Hui lamented the time wasted by her husband. He was indeed foolish. Having sent you to Yuzhai, what difference does one night's delay make? If her husband could spend just one night here, cultivating and confirming the aura of spiritual energy, he would surely not return to Lingxi. I also think my father is rather foolish. Is there such a daughter as you? Jiang Sihui laughed uncontrollably, playfully tapping her daughter's forehead, warning, if your father hears this, he will surely say that you are a debt collector. Hee, if it weren't for me, the debt collector, you all would be in a frenzy. Huh. The spiritual energy here is peculiar. If it were to depart suddenly, they would find themselves bereft of tears to shed. The sole source of worry for Jiang Sihui is that young man who slays wolves and robs. For it sounds utterly discordant to claim a treasure not yet in one's possession. He may have already sought your grandfather and me out. If a daughter can locate them, then if that individual is truly intent on finding someone, he might have already done so. However, the Lu family possesses no treasures. The scant items remaining are likely beneath his notice. All right, let me express all her confounding thoughts to grandfather and mother. Lu Lingxi felt an immense sense of relief. I shall illustrate him for you now. Grasping the 4 treasures of the study that grandfather brought, Lu Lingxi swiftly rendered the young man. Never seen before. A visage as pure as a gentle breeze beneath a bright moon. Had she not heard her daughter recount the tale of his wolf-slaying exploits, Jiang Sihui would hardly have believed it. Lingxi, you must cultivate diligently. At present, the family's most proficient practitioner is the daughter, which fills her with unease. Yes, I have been practicing earnestly. Lu Lingxi nodded, mentioning that in recent days, she had also become acquainted with the fireball technique and the sharp metal technique. Mother, didn't grandfather say he might have come from the realm of cultivation? If he hasn't made an appearance by now, perhaps he never will. Let us hope so. Jiang Sihui gently caressed her daughter's small face, suppressing her worries. With some time left until dinner, would you accompany me in cultivating for a full cycle? Oh. Lu Lingxi was very obedient to her mother's request, securing the door and sitting cross-legged beside her on the kong. The biting cold wind howled as the young man, long contemplated by the mother and daughter, clad in a thick woolen cloak and wielding a sword, finally ascended to what appeared to be a peak amidst the clouds. The mountain seal. A flicker of eagerness flashed in his eyes as he gazed down at the precipice. It should be somewhere in this vicinity, but where exactly? After observing intently for a while, he released a paper crane, which elongated as it caught the wind, swiftly growing larger than himself. The young man retrieved a pill bottle, gingerly poured out a yellow elixir, wondering if consuming another would be fatal. With a bitter resolve, he swallowed the pill, stepped onto the back of the paper crane, and soared steadily towards the cliff. Chapter 18. I do not look. I remember though the spiritual energy of Yuzhai delighted Lu Yongfang. It was only during actual cultivation that she realized the improbability of reaching the 3rd level of qi refinement within a month, as her granddaughter had. Thus, the treasured storage pouch, passed down through 11 generations of the Lu family, was entrusted to Lu Lingxi on the very next day of their relocation. Grandfather? Here, take it. Lu Yongfang's face bore a grave expression as she opened it to examine the artifacts left by their ancestors, hoping to uncover the reasons behind her demotion to this place. Despite the ancestral claim that the descendants here possessed innate spiritual bodies and were likely to have spiritual roots, the second-generation ancestor had strictly mandated that future heirs must also possess such roots for the sake of their lineage. For generations, the Lu family had squandered countless hours searching for partners with spiritual roots. Yet, cursed by an unknown fate, all the offspring of the Lu family remained singularly descended. Even in this generation, despite the deep affection shared between the couple, Alien and his beloved, only Lingxi remains. In the past, he had no recourse but to bury the resentment deep within his heart. However, now that his granddaughter harbors hope, he yearns to uncover the reasons behind it. Lu Lingxi hesitantly glanced at her mother, who nodded encouragingly, urging her to proceed. The small brown pouch had been fondled countless times by the Lu family. And when it finally fell into Lingxi's hands, an inexplicable weight akin to 1,000 gold coins suddenly pressed upon her. Although she had never met her ancestor, the love and concern for future generations were vividly apparent. The harsh realities of the cultivation world had already revealed themselves to Lingxi through her encounters with the young man and the wolf bandit, leaving her deeply unsettled. Now, as she potentially confronts her family's blood and tears, an inexplicable fear washed over her. It must be opened. Lu Yongfang fell silent for a moment. The Lu family had been here for nearly 3 centuries, and if the enemies from that time still lived, we must remember them. Revenge. If it can be avenged, then let it be. If not, it is wise to keep our distance and await our strength. Lu Lingxi quietly extended her consciousness toward the storage pouch. Since beginning her cultivation, she understood well that the likelihood of their enemies still being alive was alarmingly high, perhaps as much as 80%. The lifespan of cultivators far exceeds that of mortals. In a place rich with spiritual energy, those adversaries might very well be thriving in positions of power. Before her appeared a square space, roughly the size of her family's 2 rooms, approximately 60 square meters. Lu Lingxi stared in astonishment as she silently retrieved the items within. 7 elixirs, a small boat, a tiny sword, 2 garments of indeterminate fabric, and 3 jade boxes, 2 large and 1 small. Lu Lingxi hastily extracted them all. There was insufficient space on the Kong, and she placed the 2 large jade boxes on the ground. Lu Yongfang did not pay attention to the other items, but opened the small jade box first. Indeed, inside were the 4 jade slips spoken of during the handover. What might this be? Lu Lingxi received the jade slips from her grandfather. Methods for refining qi, foundational cultivation, and dan formation. This one, Lu Yongfang handed her another slip. The method of Songlong Xian Shui, and the method of Piaomiao Wuxing. Upon uttering this last technique, Lu Lingxi realized it was not what her grandfather sought. She passed it on and picked up the final slip, the Book of Lu Xin for future generations. As she read it aloud, both Lu Yongfang and Jiang Sihui straightened in their seats, elated. You can see this jade slip. Here, I congratulate you on advancing to the 3rd level of qi refinement. The temperature fluctuations there are significant, so remember to bring sufficient warm clothing. Just as she began to feel her ancestor was being somewhat verbose, the discourse took a turn. The Western D grasslands are imbued with spiritual energy. However, it is prudent not to reveal your identity as a cultivator there. The conflicts between the Western D and the cultivation world have never ceased. Thus, disguising yourself as one of them and procuring a horse to traverse swiftly is the best course of action. After traversing 200,000 miles of frigid desert and the Western D grasslands, you shall arrive at the realm most favored by cultivators. There, great sects and noble families are established atop spiritual veins, facilitating cultivation with remarkable efficiency. Yet, be forewarned, peril abounds. I hail from the esteemed Lu family of the Taishao Palace, my father being Lu Daoist, a proud scion of the palace, while my mother possessed a unique bloodline that was later discovered and awakened through special means by the Lu family, resulting in my extraordinary Chongling physique. This physique is a rare treasure coveted by cultivation families. Hence my father, under familial pressure, wed my mother, albeit he harbored affections for another. Thus, the seeds of crisis were sown from the very beginning. My mother faced great peril during my birth, ultimately leading to her demise. The very next day, my father married his beloved, Yi Fun, a cherished disciple of Elder Cheng from the Taishao Palace. 2 decades later, I and her son, Lu Chuan, were both heralded as prodigies. As I advanced to the mid-stage of foundation building, I traversed the realm and formed a bond with Zhanqiu of the Misty Pavilion. Over the span of 3 years, we braved life and death together, acquiring a rare treasure. Just as I was preparing to seek my father's blessing to propose to Zhanqiu, Lu Chuan, leveraging his mother's influence, preemptively secured a union with her elder without her knowledge. The intricacies of the situation are too numerous to detail. Nonetheless, my wife, Zhanqiu, and I welcomed a son. 3 years later, our existence was finally uncovered by the Lu family. Despite the pleas from the elders and the clandestine protection from the Misty Pavilion, we ultimately fell victim to the machinations of that couple, who shattered my dantian and harmed my spirit. The exile's decree was akin to a death sentence for my 3-year-old child, and should I choose to protect him, I would be rendered powerless to access this storage pouch. Fortunately, I had prepared a contingency plan, leaving behind a message solely to warn the descendants departing from the icy desolation of the barren garden to keep their distance from the Lu family. The Chongling physique must remain a closely guarded secret. This must not be forgotten. After reading the words of our ancestor, Lu Lingxi remained in a state of stunned silence for quite some time. The room was eerily quiet, until Lu Yongfang finally exhaled deeply and asked, "Do you know what our ancestors' contingency plan entails? Is it the treasure pouch?" Jiang Sihui's voice trembled slightly. Lu Yongfang shook his head, declaring that the treasure pouch was empty. Had it contained anything, the elder would have brought it along. His expression was notably somber, for he had concealed 3 life-saving pills within 3 wax balls, stitched into the buttocks of his then 3-year-old grandson, Lu Cheng. Lu Lingxi shuddered at the thought, imagining the agony it must have caused the child. Yet, even with the life-saving pills, the elder had not survived beyond a decade after delivering them. Lu Yongfang spoke with a heavy heart, recalling that Lu Qing's ancestor had left behind a letter of hatred, inscribed entirely in blood. That document, Lingxi, I shall not allow you to see. I do not wish to see. Lu Lingxi slowly shook her head, but I will remember. Chapter 19. The impetuous Yifan at the Lianhua peak of Taishao Palace. Mother, was there truly no way out for Lu Xian and that child back then? The summoned Yifan Jinren initially thought there was a significant matter at hand, but was taken aback to find it was merely this. She couldn't help but scoff. What do you call me? Mother? Lu Chuan, have you looked in the mirror lately? As she spoke, she conjured a water mirror, revealing both herself and him. I am still in the bloom of youth, while you, alas, have become an old man. Hee. Am I a venomous woman? Yifan Jinren chuckled. Then let it be so. I care not. Why should you? Mother. At this age, it is unbecoming to act so coy. Yifan Jinren interrupted him. What does your father say? What can he say? He merely sighs and laments at home. Lu Chuan's expression was complex. Although his uncles did not voice their thoughts, their eyes and gestures seemed to incessantly condemn his father. So, do you pity him? His mother. Lu Chuan's aged eyes grew misty, and with a deep sense of melancholy, he replied, I do not pity him. I only pity you. Me? Master Yifan chuckled heartily. If anyone deserves pity, it is your father. After all, Lu Xian is his son. Having lost both his child and grandchild, he is indeed a pitiful man. Enough of this. She interrupted his hesitance. Let's not dwell on that. Tell me, is the sect planning to send someone to the cold desert wilderness? Haha. Master Yifan seemed to find this notion utterly ludicrous. Seeking his descendants, that must be what your 6th uncle said, correct? Indeed. Although that so-called 6th uncle is not older than him, his cultivation level, having reached the later stage of core formation, grants him greater influence within the clan compared to Lu Chuan, who remains trapped in the mid-core formation stage. The cold desert wilderness has been sealed for such a long time, it must harbor many treasures. Master Yifan looked at her son. You have been stagnating in the mid-core formation for so many years. If you do not advance soon, your lifespan will dwindle. Lu Chuan's furrowed brow deepened. Besides his desire to uncover the truth of Lu Xian's fate, he primarily sought his mother's support in this matter. Prepare the items for the cold desert wilderness. If Lu Laolu unites with others to obstruct you, simply inquire of them where the treasure obtained by Lu Xian and Zhanqiu is now. What? A tremor coursed through Lu Chuan's heart. Mother. Haha. Yifan gazed into the distance at a wisp of white cloud, her voice laced with a chill. To act like a harlot, yet seek to establish a faade of respectability. All of you from the Lu family are fundamentally the same. You shift all responsibility onto others, portraying yourselves as innocent, as if you are merely victims of circumstance. I do not. You too. Yifan turned her gaze upon her son, her eyes aflame with an inexplicable anger. You are feeble and incapable, simultaneously proud and insecure. You possess a nature that is neither wholly wicked nor entirely selfless. This is precisely why you have remained stagnant at the mid-stage of your cultivation. Lu Chuan's face flushed crimson. Observing his countenance, Ethan was uncertain whether to sigh in exasperation or resignation. If it were anyone else, she could dismiss them without a second thought, perhaps even swat them aside to avoid the unpleasantness. Yet, this utterly disdainful individual was her own flesh and blood. Others remarked that Lu Xin would not survive 3 years in the desolate expanse of the cold wilderness. But she believed he bore a striking resemblance to his mother in essence. With a long exhale, she resolved that no matter how arduous life may be, for the sake of her child, she would endure. But my aunt, she did not. Huh? Did she not perish the very next day after giving birth? Ethan laughed, though her laughter was steeped in irony. The Lu family had once placed immense value on the so-called Chongling bloodline, yearning to proliferate it. Yet fate had proven capable of delivering a tragic outcome. She regarded her son, who stood there speechless, her eyes shining with more brilliance than his. Lu Chuan, you are no longer a child. Must you continue to echo the opinions of others? Can you not employ your own intellect? Lu Chuan's face gradually paled. For years he had failed to progress, enduring countless mockeries behind his back. But now, a resounding slap struck his face. I detest your self-pitying demeanor, snapped the revered Master Ihua, her eyes blazing. Our focus now is on Lu Xin and the life or death of his child. Why must you turn every conversation to yourself? Do you fancy yourself the arbiter of fate, with everyone revolving around you? Let me be perfectly clear. Lu Xin will not perish so soon. Like his mother, he possesses the resolve to act decisively. He may lack elixirs, yet that child. Lu Chuan abruptly interjected, I secretly investigated. And he possesses none. Another slap. Have you examined the healing wound on the child's backside? Lu Chuan was momentarily stunned. Do you think Lu Xin is as foolish as you? With a mere wave of her hand, a massive rock before them shattered explosively. Lu Chuan, clutching his face, left in silence. Master Ihua seethed with anger. Although she had ordered him to leave, he had truly obeyed. Taking several deep breaths to quell her rising fury, she re-entered her chamber, the stone door slamming shut behind her. Lianhua Peak fell into a profound silence, only to be broken after a while by the return of the hidden cultivators, who had concealed themselves whenever the Lu family visited over the past 2 centuries, fearing the Peak Lord's wrath. Indeed, yet again, the scenic boulder at the summit had met an unfortunate fate. Sister Ling, this time, it is your turn to deal with the stone. Ling Wu's gaze fell upon her junior brother's hand, which was poised to cover his mouth. Just based on the tremor in your voice, that stone is yours to fetch. It infuriated her to be referred to by these rascals as number 05, a name that hardly suited her ethereal presence. Chapter 20. Quickly. Perform a cleansing ritual for Father. The sound of dogs barking at the gate heralded the return of travelers through the snow-laden night. Not only did they find no signs of collapsed houses, but each dwelling seemed to have improved since their departure. How could this be? During the earthquake, 2 unfortunate souls had been injured while they were on the road. Had my family moved back? The surprise in Lu Lan's eyes was unmistakable. Oh, Lu Lan was overjoyed. Uncle, regarding the mountain god temple. You all must be exhausted from your journey. You can pay your respects tomorrow without worry. Zhang Laohu glanced toward the lively scene, noting the presence of affluent families from the capital today. Ah, very well, Zhang Er, Li Tian, please distribute the items among everyone. Lu Lan, driving the cart, hurried ahead, exclaiming, Uncle, tomorrow I shall treat you to a drink. This lad. However, Lu Lan was oblivious to everyone else. His heart and mind were solely focused on his new home. Father. He guided the cart into the stable yard, joyfully lifting his delighted daughter into his arms. Ha ha. The girl's laughter, still tinged with childish innocence, soon filled the courtyard. How old are you, still being carried like this? When Zhang Sihui hurried out to greet them, witnessing the affectionate interaction between father and daughter, she couldn't help but smile broadly. Quickly, put me down. Ha ha. Father, mother is jealous. You mischievous child. Lu Lan gently tapped his daughter on the head and set her down. Where's father? Father. Right here. Lu Yongfang cheerfully opened his door. Alan, do you understand the saying that fortunate individuals need not hurry, while the unfortunate ones may run until they're breathless? Initially filled with enthusiasm, Lu Lan felt that his father's words were amiss. With a grand gesture, he called out, Lingxi, fetch my bundle. He took his wife by the hand and led her into the room. Today, I shall show you what I have obtained on this journey. In the warmth of the room, Lulan had already retrieved several wooden boxes containing medicinal herbs from his treasure pouch. Heaven is truly favoring our family. During this trip to Lin City, I have managed to gather the last herb needed for the Pigadan. The members of the Lu family all possess spiritual roots. However, due to the peculiar circumstances of this place, none have managed to transcend to the third level of qi refinement for generations. Thus, the ancestral storage pouch has remained inaccessible. The inability to utilize the storage pouch posed a significant challenge in procuring necessities across the vast, frigid desert. Consequently, they traveled far and wide in search of the herbs mentioned in their ancestors' notes regarding the Pigadan. Although the Pigadan is regarded as a low-grade spiritual elixir in the world of cultivation, and the majority of the required herbs do not demand extensive maturation, finding them here has proven exceedingly arduous. Observing her jubilant father displaying his treasures and her grandfather's serene smile, Lingxi felt that the familiar father-son banter was about to commence again. This time, however, she intended to become a blade in her grandfather's hand, poised to pierce her father's heart. As expected, the storage pouch opened, revealing that Lingxi had already attained the third level of qi refinement. As Lu Yongfang observed his son turn in astonishment to gaze at his granddaughter, he continued, "It seems your father is rather skeptical. Why not demonstrate a bit of your prowess to him?" Father, have you prepared your boastful speech in advance?" Lu Lan's shock was but a fleeting moment, swiftly replaced by delight. "I know you envy my fortune. Lin City has witnessed many turns, yet it has eluded you time and again." Suddenly, Lu Yongfang extinguished the candle, igniting a spark of intrigue. The room dimmed, and Lu Lan caught sight of a tiny flame flickering in his daughter's hand. "What is this?" Lu Lingxi flashed a grin at her father, her joy and pride rendering him momentarily speechless. "Do you see? This is the fireball technique." Lu Yongfang showcased his granddaughter's talent. "In your absence over these past 3 months, Lingxi has ascended to the third level of qi refinement in Yuzhai. Really, is that true?" Lu Lingxi cautiously controlled her spiritual energy, careful not to reduce the candle to ashes. "Father, with a bit more effort, you'll catch up soon." With this affirmation, Lu Lan, upon seeing his wife Jiang Sihue nodding in agreement, lifted his daughter's finger that had lit and extinguished the candle, examining it closely. "Do it again for father." Lu Lingxi's mouth twitched slightly. The fireball technique was formidable, and with a moment's lapse, our home could be set ablaze. "Please stand back." Even a small spark could incinerate a band of thieves. Grandfather and mother were momentarily unable to mend the situation, often requiring her to light a lamp or kindle a fire. After boiling 2 pots and setting 3 tables, she became increasingly cautious. "Is it truly that formidable?" Lu Lan questioned, somewhat incredulous, for he had just witnessed his daughter ignite a candle. This was no ordinary skill. It seemed akin to sorcery. Jiang Sihue, apprehensive about her husband's reckless behavior, swiftly fetched a piece of firewood she had learned to manipulate. "Lingxi, show your father." The wood, robust in stature, ignited with a mere spark, as if doused in oil. In less than 3 breaths, the fire consumed it, leaving only a trace of ashes upon the bluestone floor. "How swiftly it burns." Lu Lan gasped in astonishment. Lu Lingxi casually performed a cleansing spell, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. "Father, I'm diligently striving to advance to the 4th layer of qi refinement." Amidst the laughter of the family, Lu Lan gradually closed his mouth, circling the pristine bluestone surface several times before standing before his daughter, his eyes gleaming. "Quickly, cast a cleansing spell for me. I haven't bathed in days, and it's quite uncomfortable." Chapter 21. Jade slip magic has proven immensely beneficial in daily life. During spring cleaning, the Lu family executed several cleansing spells, rendering everything immaculate. For many years, due to their cultivation issues, the members of the Lu family had favored this seldom-used spell. However, Dad. Early in the morning, Lu Lingxi observed her father practicing his newly acquired cleansing spell in the courtyard. By the time she called out, it was too late. The dumplings left outside had been treated as mere ash. "Our breakfast." Upon seeing the pile of dumplings, mingled with ash and discarded on the ground, Lu Lingxi felt a profound pang of sorrow. Some of those dumplings were made by her own hands. "Mother, come quickly," she exclaimed. "Father does nothing but eat. He learned magic only to cause trouble. Just yesterday, he ruined the medicinal paste we were using to research fasting pills. And now this. Grandfather, will you not discipline your son?" Uft. Lu Lan had cast his spell too hastily. By the time he realized, it was too late. Initially, He felt a twinge of guilt, but upon hearing his daughter's words, he burst into laughter. You ungrateful child, and you still wish to reprimand your father? You cannot. But I can, Lu Yongfang retorted angrily. Is it amusing to keep playing with the same old spells? With all that time, he could have learned something new. He's become a mere plaything of his own folly. To be so engrossed in a cleansing spell, it borders on foolishness. Lu Lan began to suspect that his father's obsession with cleanliness had left him devoid of playthings, redirecting his ire towards him. Stop right there, the old man commanded, his face stern, halting his son, who was shrinking away, wishing to escape. Where is our breakfast? You were supposed to make the dumplings. My dumplings will surely turn to mush, came the reply. Then make porridge. The old man's roar sent Lu Lan scurrying into the kitchen, clutching his head in fear. Father's porridge will undoubtedly be tasteless. Lu Lingxi had no desire to sample her father's cooking. Mother, the trouble your husband has caused, you must deal with it. Isn't he your father? Zhanqiu shot her daughter a playful glare as she headed to the kitchen. Father, I will go make some pancakes. Lu Yongfang nodded and called her granddaughter, Lingxi, who was eager to accompany her to the kitchen. Since that esteemed elder has bestowed upon you the alchemy furnace, do see if you can inquire tonight, when no one is around, how to best preserve the efficacy of the fasting elixir during its concoction. Concocting a fasting elixir? Beneath the soft glow of several everlasting sea lamps, the spirit of the mountain god appeared considerably improved. However, the girl's inquiry caused his lips to twitch in disbelief. You cannot refine pills at the moment, yet you wish to utilize mundane methods to brew medicine? Indeed, Lingxi affirmed. My grandfather has a penchant for researching herbs, but his current cultivation level is insufficient, and without earthly fire, we can only resort to brewing. What a peculiar question. The ethereal figure of the mountain god mused as he regarded the young girl. I am not adept at brewing medicine, but I possess an abundance of formulas. He let out a small sigh. Having fled to this realm years ago, he still retained a storage ring. However, do not celebrate too soon. That ring was damaged during the Great Battle, and its space has collapsed significantly. Otherwise, I would not have so few items left. I only salvaged the essentials back then, leaving behind all the jade slips. The damage to the storage ring may have caused its contents to be destroyed. Search for it. Perhaps the items within still remain. Then, where is your storage ring? Oh, Lingxi exclaimed, wishing the elder a swift fulfillment of his desires. She bowed 3 times in regret before raising her head, only to find that the mountain god's figure had vanished. The jade slips left by cultivators are undeniably treasures for them, and regardless of the circumstances, they are certainly worth searching for. I pondered, how could the mountain deity possess other treasures, yet lack storage tools? Lu Lan led the way, navigating through the chaotic realm of cultivation, perhaps even more tumultuous than our ancestors had warned. As for our family, Lu Yongfang held his little granddaughter close. I am aging and weary, I cannot endure much more. You too, if you can establish a foundation, venture forth, if not, remain dutifully by the side of the old man. Grandfather, what about me? Asked Lu Lingxi, her bright eyes sparkling with curiosity. You shall see where fate takes you. Clearly, her fortune surpassed theirs. Years ago, when he was injured, he lingered in Yuzhai for over half a year, even visiting the mountain deity temple, yet regrettably encountered nothing of significance. If fortune favors us, we shall seize it. If not, we shall live quietly in seclusion. Lu Yongfang accepted this notion, likening it to vengeance. If we possess the strength, we shall retaliate. If not, we shall remember. For our ancestors left behind so many talismans to ensure our survival and tranquility. Father speaks wisely, Lu Lan interjected. However, does the mountain deity's mention of this realm imply that the seal of the dragon is being altered? First, spiritual energy emerged in Yuzhai, followed by the tremors of the earth. Lu Lan harbored grave suspicions that this was the very opportunity their ancestors had urged them to seize. Indeed, it is possible. Lu Yongfang furrowed his brow. As it stands, you possess the weakest cultivation among us. Alan, you must seize the time. Both he and his daughter-in-law, Zhanqiu, were on the verge of reaching the second level of qi refinement, while his son had squandered too much time outside, only recently becoming a cultivator and mastering the purification technique. This only deepened his father's heartache. Father, please support grandfather. Meanwhile, Lu Lingxi, feeling uneasy about her father, used her spiritual sense to probe the path ahead. It is indeed better to lead the way now. Why should I support him? Lu Yongfang, you insufferable son, don't let me fall. Then perhaps you could support me instead? Lu Lan, with a sense of resignation, remarked. Your cultivation is superior to mine. It would be safe for you to assist me. The old and the young require coaxing. Lu Yongfang reluctantly extended his hand. Chapter 22. The green serpent. The sky gradually turned azure, and visibility improved. From the summit of Liangshan, one could see the distant thin clouds gradually bathed in a rosy glow, a light from behind that infused the entire world with a unique vitality. Yet, where could the pig-headed boulder be? After several centuries, this mountaintop, having endured multiple tremors, may have transformed considerably. It is even possible that the storage ring from those days was carried away by some bird. The 3 generations, harboring a flicker of hope, endeavored to locate the pig-headed stone. After a while, they discovered a massive boulder near the cliff, cracked with several fissures. Perhaps the pig's ear had already broken off. Lu Lingxi concentrated on envisioning it as the pig's head. Grandfather, take a closer look. It does resemble it a bit, doesn't it? Lu Yongfang, at a loss for words, urged them to continue searching. The trio meticulously cleared the surrounding rubble and weeds, fearing that the storage ring could be hidden in any crevice. Lingxi, have you scanned the area with your spiritual sense? After a long pause, Lu Lan could no longer restrain himself from inquiring of his daughter. I have checked, but found nothing. To claim that I am not disappointed would be disingenuous. Perhaps this stone is not the one. Lu Lingxi kicked a small pebble at her feet. Grandfather. Father, you search here. I will explore elsewhere. In the aftermath of the seismic tremors in Liangshan, Lu Lingxi fervently hoped that no calamity had befallen the mountain. After a thorough exploration of the summit, she gradually began her descent. Lingxi, over here. Suddenly, her father's voice echoed from the peak, urging her to hurry, for they had discovered the elusive blood spirit mushroom. Both her father and grandfather were half leaning over the precipice, utterly captivated by something dozens of meters below. If it weren't for the rising sun melting away the frost and snow from the night, we would have missed it, Lu Yongfang chuckled, his joy radiating as brightly as his smile. Let us secure this climbing rope. I will lower you down with your father. Peering over, Lu Lingxi caught sight of the blood spirit mushroom, basking in sunlight and seemingly radiating a unique luminescence. Delighted, she declared, no need for the climbing rope, just watch. With a flick of her fingers, a thick vine entwined itself between 2 nearby trees, and she grasped it, allowing it to gently lower her down. Lu Lan, filled with envy, realized that while he had only mastered a simple cleansing technique, his daughter had already become quite formidable. Lingxi, could you take me down with you? To harvest such a splendid blood spirit mushroom with my own hands would be a delight. Unfortunately, the rope was insufficiently long, and his strength waned, leaving the prize to his daughter. No way. Lu Lingxi hurriedly descended. I lack sufficient spiritual energy. With a playful smack, Lu Yongfang remarked. Is that how a father should behave? He was relieved that his son had restrained himself, or else their granddaughter might have turned him down. Oh dear. Father, you've completely diminished my parental authority, he lamented. Serves you right. Lu Lan hurriedly stepped aside, thinking that once she mastered this vine technique, she would traverse all the treacherous cliffs to gather medicinal herbs. The Lu family had practiced medicine for generations, traveling far and wide to trade in remedies, thus possessing knowledge of numerous prime locations for herbal gathering. However, each of these locales harbored its own perils, and few dared to venture there. Indeed, this is an excellent strategy. Lu Yongfang nodded, sharing his granddaughter's desire for the carefree thrill of foraging beneath the cliffs. Lingxi, just as Lu Lan was about to speak, a subtle gesture from her daughter silenced her. Lu Lingxi not only spotted the exquisite blood spirit mushroom, but she also heard faint rustling sounds emanating from beneath the protruding rocky ledge, coupled with the distinctive metallic scent. She recognized it instantly from her frequent excursions into the mountains with her grandfather. There was a snake nearby. Yet, what manner of serpent would remain active in the depths of winter, eschewing hibernation? Throughout their journey the previous night, she had heard several howls of wolves, and even further away, the roar of a tiger. It was commonplace for such creatures to inhabit the Liangshan region. However, the presence of a snake in winter, especially one lurking near a blood spirit mushroom, was decidedly abnormal. Unless, of course, this serpent had evolved into something more sinister. Lu Lingxi cast her gaze downwards, eyeing the large blood spirit mushroom, roughly the size of a dish, and harbored serious doubts about its nature, suspecting it too might be transforming into a mystical herb. According to ancestral teachings, ethereal herbs were often guarded by supernatural beasts. Now, she pondered the capabilities of the guardian serpent demon. As she hesitated, a snake as large as a bowl emerged from beneath the stone, its cold gaze fixated on her, as though peering into the depths of her soul. In a swift motion, Lingxi sent another vine hurtling towards the snake, determined to bind it. Hiss. As she moved, the emerald serpent sprang into action with remarkable speed. Its robust yet agile form startled both Lu Yongfang and Lu Lan atop the mountain. They sensed impending danger. Yet they had not anticipated the presence of a snake at such a moment. Herbalists, when foraging in the depths of the mountains, typically choose the winter months to avoid such creatures. However, now, Lu Lan swiftly grasped the climbing rope that had already been secured, preparing to descend. When Lu Yongfang abruptly halted him, warning, "Do not let Lingxi be disturbed." The emerald serpent lunged, intent on attacking his granddaughter, yet the young girl remained utterly silent. Deftly maneuvering through the vines, leaping, shifting, and running, occasionally stepping upon the serpent's body. This serpent had likely transformed into a demon. Thus, it was evident that the blood spirit fungus was indeed extraordinary. The cliff was no place for descent. It would only result in chaos. Were they on level ground? This old man would never permit his granddaughter to confront the emerald serpent alone. Yet now, the father and son duo clearly found themselves at a disadvantage. Lingxi. Strike its vulnerable spot. How could Lingxi be unaware of where to strike? However, since the serpent had transformed into a demon, its blood would serve purposes beyond mere medicinal use. It might even be utilized for creating talismans. Since her cultivation began, she had yearned to craft talismans based on the ancestral sketches passed down through generations. Regrettably, ordinary cinnabar could not withstand the infusion of spiritual energy. Of course, her paper might also be inadequate, but at this moment, encountering a manageable demon was a rare opportunity. She truly wished to capture it alive. Swish, 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 swish. The emerald serpent's tail entwined with the vines multiple times, and realizing it was stronger than her, Lingxi pragmatically relinquished her grip. Above, Lu Yongfang and Lu Lan were filled with trepidation as they watched the azure serpent grow increasingly aggressive, its tail striking the rocky wall and sending numerous stones tumbling down. Lingxi, we shall abandon the blood spirit herb, they declared. The father and son duo yearned to pull the vine up, yet below, Lingxi clung to the vine, swaying it erratically from side to side, rising and falling, while they dared not intervene, fearful that a misstep might allow the pursuing azure serpent to seize the opportunity. With a resounding crack, another vine became ensnared with the serpent's tail. Once more, the azure serpent yanked with great force, causing the young girl to relinquish her grip. In a display of dominance, it lashed its tail, dislodging a significant portion of the stone wall. The final vine. Observing the serpent's increasingly robust tail, Lingxi again cast out a vine to ensnare the azure serpent's tail, swinging with all her might, channeling her energy into a desperate throw. Crack, 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 crack. Lu Lan, did you teach her how to catch snakes like this? Lu Yongfang bellowed. Do not think I am unaware. You revel in shaking the water snake's tail. The mischievous children often delighted in capturing water snakes during the summer, later utilizing them to concoct a snake stew. Ever since his son caught a water snake at the age of 5, he had become enamored with snake stew. Your granddaughter is hardly a demure lady. After muttering a soft retort, Lu Lan swiftly assisted his daughter in pulling the vine, hoisting the great serpent upwards. The earlier fear had transformed into exhilaration. This serpent, having cultivated into a magical being, surely possessed exquisite flesh. According to ancestral wisdom, the meat of magical beasts is imbued with spiritual energy. Grandfather, please be quiet. With his granddaughter's clear voice, Lu Yongfang's beard obediently settled down, and together with his son, they hoisted the emerald serpent up. Goodness! This enormous serpent must weigh over 100 pounds. After a moment, Lu Lan circled around his daughter, who was drooling over the serpent suspended from the tree by vines. Indeed, Lingxi was equally enamored by the legendary beast's flesh. Father, it is best if you handle the slaughter. Hiss! The serpent's tongue flickered, as if eager to strike. Are you going to gather blood spirit mushrooms? There is a snake den nearby, but no other snakes. I have surveyed it with my divine sense. Lingxi understood their concerns. It was winter after all. How many snakes could possibly cultivate into monsters? True enough. Lu Yongfang and Lu Lan exchanged knowing glances. Their smiles nearly identical. Their little girl had grown up, seemingly no longer necessitating their constant vigilance. This thought brought them joy. Go ahead. Lu Yongfang waved his hand, suggesting they check the snake den for any treasures. In this realm where spiritual energy was scarce, cultivating was exceedingly challenging. Yet this emerald serpent appeared on the verge of advancing to the second tier. Lingxi nodded. then playfully retrieved the jade box that had once contained her ancestors' jade slips. "Father, its blood will be of great use to me. We must not waste it." "You little clever one." Lulan had certainly heard from his wife, Zhanqiu, of their daughter's desire to learn talisman crafting, but regrettably, she lacked the necessary materials. "Do not worry, you will not go without. However, Lingxi, in places that do not favor you, do not be blinded by wealth. That place is not conducive to its well-being." Lingxi smiled as she gazed at the green serpent, which could only flick its forked tongue, and indeed, it seemed even more reluctant to part with the blood spirit mushroom than I was. During our scuffle, the green serpent was so apprehensive about damaging the blood spirit mushroom that it stumbled twice. It was foolish of it. Do not emulate its behavior. Understood. Lingxi released another vine and descended from the cliff. First, she would retrieve the blood spirit mushroom. It is prudent to secure valuable items without delay. Once she completed this task, she would then swing into the cave nestled within the cliff face. Utilizing her spiritual sense, she discerned that the cave expanded increasingly deeper, eluding full exploration by her awareness. However, she puzzled over why, despite the significant tremors causing collapses in many areas, this place remained unaffected. After bending low for some time, she gradually straightened, only to be momentarily taken aback by the sight before her. Stalactites hung inverted from the ceiling, and in the distance, the sound of dripping water echoed softly. Lingxi inhaled gently, discovering that this place not only lacked any sense of suffocation, but also possessed a uniquely refreshing aura. She proceeded cautiously, occasionally reaching out to catch a droplet of water, noting that the deeper she ventured, the whiter the water became, accompanied by an indescribably pleasant fragrance. Unable to resist, Lingxi tasted it. It was slightly sweet, with a hint of spiritual essence. No wonder that serpent had cultivated into a spirit. As she continued her exploration, the abundance of spiritual energy increased, and the number of stalactites multiplied. After a while, she finally spotted the shed skin of the green serpent, and beside it were 5 plants resembling scales of a snake. Lingxi blinked several times, recalling the words of her ancestors that upon entering the realm of cultivation, one should first acquire jade slips such as the comprehensive guide to spiritual herbs, lest one miss out on valuable treasures. Perhaps this too is a treasure. Just as she was about to examine the herb, her gaze was suddenly drawn to a nearby black ring. Could it be the storage ring of the mountain deity? That serpent, which had attained sentience, also possessed the ability to seek treasures? She hurriedly picked up the ring, probing its interior with her consciousness, swiftly emptying its contents. The sound of jade striking against jade resonated melodiously. In addition to 8 jade slips, there was a small, flat jade gourd and a palm-sized, tattered map made of unknown leather. Indeed, the space within the storage ring was rather limited, far smaller than the storage pouch left by her ancestors. It was likely the mountain deity's belongings. However, it seemed, just as she hesitated, wanting to take a closer look, the space within appeared to sway slightly, startling her into withdrawing her consciousness. Alas, it seemed this item truly could not be used any longer. Regretfully, Lingxi set down the ring and picked up the flat jade gourd. As she gently removed the soft stopper, a rich aroma of wine wafted forth. Wine? Her grandfather and father would surely delight in it. Unfortunately, there was scarcely any. After giving it a slight shake, she casually tucked it into her bosom and began to examine the 8 jade slips. The Pasui Grand Array. Countless lines seemed to converge into a profound aquatic world. And with just a glance, she felt as though she might drown, hastily withdrawing her consciousness. Remarkable. Lingxi carefully set it aside and picked up the second jade slip. A map of the Wuxiang realm? This is indeed a valuable item. Although the place marked by the desolate wasteland is a vast expanse of emptiness in other regions, the mountains and waters seem to have taken on a 3-dimensional form within the jade slips, adorned with a myriad of names. She cheerfully set it aside once more. The Wuxiang travelogue? Lingxi put it down, somewhat at a loss for words. The secret map of Zhanqiu? Upon carefully examining the introduced mountains, spiritual herbs, and the distribution areas of the demonic beasts within, Lingxi felt a twinge of regret. Her ancestors had mentioned that certain secret locations of sects and noble families were inaccessible to ordinary people. The 9 refining techniques? Documenting 9 methods and techniques for alchemy. This one deserved her focused attention, as her grandfather would surely be intrigued. After casting a few glances, she placed this jade slip beside her feet. Earth Formula? Such a name, had it not been for the presence of the Gathering Chi pill and Foundation Establishment pill formulas mentioned by her ancestors. Lingxi might have relegated it to the farthest corner. Unsurprisingly, this was indeed the formula referred to by the elder mountain god, and she similarly set it beside her feet. Only 2 jade slips remained. Lingxi grasped them simultaneously. The Comprehensive Guide to Spiritual Herbs and the Taboo of 100 Demons. After a brief glance, she could no longer contain the smile on her face. Chapter 24. The Revival of Spiritual Energy. The stone milk infused with spiritual energy. Knowing its significance, how could one possibly relinquish it? The family of 3 hurried into the city, purchasing numerous porcelain jars to collect the stone milk, which Lingxi meticulously arranged to fill most of the cave. Oh, 4th brother. Lingxi, how many times must I tell you? I am now called Lingxi, a name bestowed upon me by grandfather Lu. Indeed. Every time the little girl calls out to see Zhanqiu, the mischievous glimmer in her eyes is impossible to conceal. From now on, she ought to refrain from calling me Si Dangu. She should address me as Si Gu or Kai Jia Gu. He racked his brain over this moniker. But what if I prefer to call you Si Dangu? Lingxi tilted her head and giggled, adding, besides, what a delightful name it is. I also wish for someone to call me Si Qi. If she had 3 older sisters, oh, how splendid those days would be. Li Kaijia's lips twitched. In our circle, there is no Si Qi, only Siya or Cianiz. Siya is quite acceptable. As for Cianiz, that would sound like death in Iz when pronounced. Henceforth, I shall call you Siya. Lingxi chuckled, her eyes twinkling. Then you must persuade my parents to bear me 3 older sisters first. She envied families with numerous siblings. At least, when mischief was afoot, one could easily shift the blame onto the elder sisters. Poor her. Even if she merely broke a bowl, her parents would undoubtedly deduce it was her doing. Even if she attempted to hide the shards. Li Kaijia was utterly defeated by her. You said it yourself, he remarked, suddenly adopting a playful demeanor. I might just stand up and inquire if Uncle Ling and Aunt Hui would like to adopt 3 goddaughters, thus transforming you into Cianiz. Stop. Lingxi quickly leaped up to intervene. Hey, Kaijiagu, that was just a jest. By the way, what delectable dish is my mother preparing? It certainly doesn't smell like snake soup. Call out once more. Li Kaijia feigned a stern expression. Upon mentioning this, Li Kaijia's eyebrows arched with enthusiasm. Since embarking on his cultivation journey, not only has his memory significantly improved, but his skills also surpass those of an ordinary hunter. The 2 rabbits, both rendered unconscious by my stones, are perfectly divided, one for your household and one for mine. No wonder they are so delectable. She has also gathered various wild delicacies from the mountains, preparing numerous jerky stored in her spatial pouch. Have you completed your spiritual energy transformation? Indeed, Li Kaijia nodded, affirming that the technique associated with the central extreme pearl facilitates an excellent conversion of spiritual energy. Truth be told, he could have managed without changing techniques. But Grandpa Lu insisted that the method tied to his innate treasure was superior and urged him to adapt. What spells have you mastered thus far? Vines and Gale. Oh, unfortunately, I am unable to practice Gale. Grandpa mentioned that, fortunately, Herwood's spiritual root is quite commendable. Otherwise, she might have been overwhelmed by the volatile spiritual energy that day. It is no wonder that the central extreme pearl acknowledges Li Kaijia as its master, as he possesses both wind and with spiritual roots. I'm currently unable to master the fireball technique either. Li Kaijia chuckled and glanced toward the door. Lingxi, I have something to share with you, he whispered. My classmate mentioned that a fierce tiger has descended from the mountain, lurking in the vicinity of Dakingshan, having devoured several pigs and sheep, causing considerable alarm among the locals. What do you think about us eliminating this threat for the sake of the people? If you wish to rid the world of this menace, then by all means, go ahead. Lingxi laughed, saying, Brother Kaijia, with your current prowess, armed with a fine sword or bow, you should have no trouble. Naturally. Sounds good. Lingxi was not courteous with him, expressing her curiosity to taste tiger meat. At that moment, she was entirely unconcerned about her grandfather and father, who had yet to arrive. Lulan stroked his beard and sighed deeply. He had spent the majority of his life as a mortal, and thus his affections naturally leaned towards ordinary beings. However, this place, known as the cold desert wilderness, had been a realm of exile for cultivators since ancient times. It seemed that those practitioners truly feared not the consequences that lay here. No matter how formidable a hunter may be, facing a well-cultivated demon was a matter of life and death. They were born and raised in this land. Hence they could not simply stand by. Lulan nodded. But what if that wolf-thieving youth came searching for us due to our commotion? Must one always leave a name after doing good deeds? Lu Yongfang scoffed, suggesting they merely claimed to be gathering herbs, conveniently allowing Lingxi to move to the cave for cultivation. While collecting herbs and slaying beasts, they would store the demon meat. And as long as they could endure for 3 years, the family would eventually depart from this place. The vastness of the Wuxiang realm was immense. How would that youth recognize who they were? The Lu family had squandered countless opportunities over generations. Lu Yongfang couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for the earnest youth. It was only natural. Lulan also sighed, lamenting that if it weren't for his family obligations, it would be no issue to leave together. When the father and son exchanged glances, a sense of regret lingered. Their little girl would surely not follow in the footsteps of the previous 2 matriarchs. Otherwise, that child would indeed be a splendid choice for a son-in-law. Unbeknownst to Lu Lingxi, her grandfather and father had once entertained dubious thoughts, and after a meal, she had been stuffed with various delicacies and sent off to the mountains. Fortunately, she possessed a naturally bold spirit. Otherwise, alone upon the mountain, she would surely have succumbed to fear. Chapter 25. Journeying alone amidst majestic peaks. The youth, poised gracefully atop the wooden crane, gazed upon this world, gradually reviving with vitality, a unique smile gracing his visage. In this life, he was indeed the favored child of destiny, a true prodigy of heaven. Arriving ahead of time in this land once shrouded in spiritual desolation, he had seized 17 of the 24 renowned treasures from the previous era. In the future, even more splendid artifacts would fall into his hands. He was eager to witness the expressions of those who once disregarded him when they beheld him anew. Ha! Ha! His laughter, imbued with spiritual energy, startled the birds along his path. This world is mine. The youth spread his arms wide, proclaiming, I, Zhanqiu, am truly the son of the heavenly way. From this day forth, those who align with me shall prosper, while those who oppose me shall perish. Those who oppose me shall perish. The wooden crane accelerated, soaring towards the horizon where the sun dipped below the mountains. 1,000,000 miles away, 18 flying ships ascended majestically from the borders of the western D grasslands. Uncertain of the ancient seal's conditions, the assembly of cultivators ranged from chi refinement to foundation establishment to core formation. The accompanying nascent soul masters were well prepared for entry. For many years, the spiritual energy of the desolate cold wilderness had been intercepted by the elemental realms. How many treasures lay hidden there? Merely contemplating this quickened his heartbeat. Lu Chuan gazed into the distance, observing several celestial steeds galloping and leaping across the grasslands, delighting in their moments of soaring and diving. Such pure joy was a sight he had not witnessed in a long time. Father, Qingli? Lu Chuan's brow tightened in concern. What could it be? She remained silent, and Lu Zonglei furrowed his brow slightly. However, the expression of that esteemed figure seemed rather unkind. It would be strange if it were otherwise. Lu Chuan turned to him and said, Soleil, do you know? Over 100 years ago, it was I who summoned Qingli to meet me, and now, it is I who must seek her out. The one I once looked down upon has now ascended to the realm of Yuanying, while I remain stagnated in the mid-stage of Jidan. In this world, strength is paramount. Do not emulate your father. He brushed past his father without noticing the fleeting disdain in his father's eyes. In this world, no one aspires to follow in the footsteps of the unsuccessful. In some minor sects and families, a mid-stage Jidan practitioner stands as a pillar of support. Yet, within the foremost family of Taishao Palace, a Jidan practitioner who has made no progress for over a century is deemed worthless. If not for the formidable prowess of the 2 elders, not only would his father be looked down upon, but they, as descendants, would equally suffer disdain. Lu Zonglei disregarded the bustling activity outside and gradually turned to the adjacent room, where a row of 18 mats lay. His younger cousin, Lu Zongxia, was deeply engrossed in her meditation, seemingly unwilling to squander a moment of cultivation. After casting a glance at her, he silently settled onto his own mat. The Lu family had once basked in extraordinary glory. The relics of ancient cultivators had left behind several exile tokens. Alas, the locking dragon seal of the desolate and barren lands had been broken, and all the exile tokens had been borrowed by others. Otherwise, Lu Zonglei suppressed the restlessness in his heart, forcing himself to immerse in his cultivation. Lu Chuan paid her respects to the esteemed Qingli. The 5th floor is entirely occupied by the abodes of the Yuanying realms, contrasting sharply with the lively atmosphere of other decks. Here, only Qingli stands alone, gazing into the distance against the wind. It has been over a century since we last met, has it not? Without turning, Qingli inquired, Lu Chuan, Does this meeting cause you discomfort? Lu Chuan lowered his gaze, aware that their shared journey would inevitably lead to such a confrontation. I ask you one last time, back then. With Lu Xin and that child, was there any hope for survival? My mother believed there was. What? Qingli turned swiftly, her expression intense. And what about you? I wish there were none, Lu Chuan replied, his face devoid of emotion. Yet, throughout his life, despite the favoritism of his parents and kin, he had never managed to gain an advantage over Lu Xin. Qingli observed Lu Chuan, a faint smile gradually blossoming on her face. However, do not celebrate too soon. Lu Chuan understood the source of her amusement. The desolate, lifeless expanse of the barren garden rendered Lu Xin, despite any descendants, merely mortal. Even if there were spiritual roots. What if they were defective? Huh? Qingli scrutinized him with a smile that was neither wholly genuine nor mockingly playful. Lu Chuan, you truly are ill-suited to embody a man. Naturally, you are also unworthy of the women in the realm of cultivation. Your heart is too narrow, confined to the meager courtyard of mortal women. Lu Chuan's handsome visage tightened further, evidently aware that Qingli had indeed governed that modest domain. With a fleeting smile, Qingli turned her gaze to the horizon, where 10 dark-hued skeletal ships slowly ascended. They belonged to the Shidi people. It appeared that their numbers were fewer. However, what she could not see. Qingli believed that Shidi had already taken advantage of the terrain and sent someone to the desolate desert garden ahead of them. Fortunately, the exiled tokens left behind by the ancient repairman still numbered around 100, and her senior brothers had already proceeded to the sealing site. As winter faded into spring, her attire gradually became lighter, yet she wished she could postpone her sleeping hours indefinitely. Spiritual herbs, demon beasts, various materials, and the formations introduced in the jade slips. The world she had yet to comprehend was filled with such wondrous things that she found it difficult to set down the jade slip once she picked it up. Perhaps the Lu family was destined for the realm of cultivation. After battling the green serpent, Lu Lingxi realized that she might have fallen in love with the exhilarating process of capturing and defeating demons, fully immersed and brimming with fervor. Moreover, the spoils were all spiritual stones. In the cultivation world, there existed markets where, as her ancestors said, one could find anything for sale. Lu Lingxi, driven by ambition, aspired to purchase 4 foundation building pills, one for each family member. Her grandfather was aging, and although her parents were relatively young, without the foundation building pills, attaining the 200 years of longevity required for foundation establishment would be exceedingly challenging. Therefore, she needed to earn spiritual stones, an abundance of them. After meticulously reviewing every spiritual herb in the comprehensive guide and ensuring there were no mistakes, Lu Lingxi finally stood up, contemplating the spiritual herb adorned with serpent scales. Her mother mentioned that her father and grandfather's next destination was the Serpent Valley. Collecting herbs now felt like a missed opportunity. Chapter 26. The Serpent Valley. Are you going to the Serpent Valley? Lu Lian's hand itched with anticipation. Lu Lingxi, do you even know how old you are this year? How old? Lu Lingxi blinked. By the next new year, I will be 11. Moreover, I possess considerable experience in vanquishing serpentine demons. And I am the most proficient individual in our household. She is already quite tall, and over the past 6 months, having consumed sustenance imbued with spiritual essence, she has grown even taller. As the least skilled among us, Lu Lan's countenance darkened instantly. It is still not the new year, and you are merely 10 years old, with your birthday being late. After this year's Laba festival, you will only turn 9. He truly wishes for his daughter to remain forever young. Yet she continuously envisions herself as an adult. The endeavor of gathering herbs in the Serpent Valley is a task for me and your grandfather. It does not concern you. At this point, he ground his teeth, thinking, let her grow a few more years before attempting to take on adult responsibilities. Father Lu Lingxi elongated her tone. Nearly clinging to her father, please allow me to go. After slaying that green serpent, I have dreamt multiple times of rampaging through the serpent's lair. That was a dream. It was not merely a dream. I now possess a method to make the serpents regard me as one of their kin. Unlike other locales, the Serpent Valley, nestled amidst the towering mountains, is said to enjoy a perpetual spring. Although the journey is fraught with treacherous paths, the abundant growth of rare herbs has always tempted adventurers. Unfortunately, the serpent population has swelled over time, and after the demise of numerous herb gatherers, no one dares to enter anymore, causing the name to shift from Herb Valley to Serpent Valley. How do you know about this herb? I have a compendium of spiritual medicines. With these words, Lu Lan fell silent. Alas, he was still far from the 3rd level of qi refinement. With so many jade slips, he could only touch them. unable to comprehend their contents. This matter requires consultation with your grandfather. Lu Nin struggled desperately over the past 6 months amidst his busy schedule. He had mastered the fireball technique and was eager to unleash his newfound prowess. Indeed, Lingxi was generous, and their grandfather would surely be reluctant to see the precious herbs, which had matured over the years, wasted. Wasted? Faced with his daughter, who wore a playful smile, Lu Nin was at a loss for how to respond. Should he strike her? He hesitated, his hands itching with a desire to do so. With such feeble strength, could she possibly contend with formidable creatures like the green serpent? I have been consuming items infused with spiritual energy daily, and my strength has grown, Lingxi retorted, confident in her might. Moreover, she had also cultivated the ethereal technique left by their ancestor and had acquired the skill of the sharp sword technique, making it a mere trifle to ambush those serpents. This boastfulness was only intensifying Lu Nin's restless hands. Over the past 6 months, he had frequently accompanied his father on excursions to hunt those beasts that had transformed into monsters due to the influx of spiritual energy. As his father aged, he had become the primary force against these creatures, inevitably sacrificing some of his own training time in the process. How unfortunate, for he had already started late. I do not wish to see you right now. Come down, he commanded. What? Lingxi blinked innocently while clinging to her father's neck, then planted a kiss on his cheek, exclaiming, Father, everything from the Serpent Valley, I dedicate to you. Lu Nin, whose hand had previously aimed to strike, instinctively reached out to support his daughter, preventing her from falling. Humph. When they encountered her grandfather later, she would undoubtedly proclaim, Grandfather, everything from the Serpent Valley, I dedicate to you. Imitating her words, Lu Nin found himself sounding rather similar to her. Lingxi couldn't help but chuckle. Oh dear, are you still jealous of Grandpa? I can't eat that, Lu Yin retorted with a stern face. Of course you can. Lingxi quickly surrendered, playfully resting her head on his shoulder and whispering, Father, I will secretly save some for you. And Mother. At that moment, Zhanqiu peeked in from outside, promptly adding, What strange antics are you two up to? Nothing at all. The father and daughter shared a tacit understanding, shaking their heads in unison. I shall not concern myself with your peculiarities. However, I am about to enter seclusion to break through to the 3rd level of qi refinement. What? Madam, you aren't waiting for me? Lu Yin exclaimed, nearly clutching his heart. Wait for you? If you wish, we can enter the stalactite cave together, Zhanqiu replied with a beaming smile. This way, he would no longer claim she bullied him. Although the cave was somewhat difficult to access, mastering the art of body contraction would make it manageable. Do we still need to practice body contraction? Lu Yin held on to his daughter tightly, who seemed eager to escape. In the face of his wife's seemingly playful gaze, he amiably remarked, Everything in this world holds value. Lingxi, in the past, martial arts required daily arduous training, which was quite challenging. However, now, with the nourishment of spiritual energy, any martial discipline will yield results with half the effort. You must not become complacent. Be obedient and join your mother and me in reviving the Jiang family's martial teachings. Indeed, Zhanqiu smiled warmly at her daughter, Lingxi, and said, Do not underestimate the value of martial arts. Everything that exists in this world has its own reasoning. The passage outside the stalactite cave is narrow and confined. You can enter now, but what about when you grow a little taller? Last time I visited you, I employed the technique of bone contraction to gain entry. The realm of immortals is fraught with peril, and acquiring more knowledge may prove beneficial. Grandpa is aging and does not impose any expectations, yet I genuinely wish for you and your father to learn. Oh, Lingxi, tightly embraced by her father and under the earnest gaze of her mother, found herself unable to escape her fate and resigned herself to it. Look, what is that in the sky? Suddenly startled by a loud voice, Lingxi, who was attentively listening in class, felt a jolt of surprise. Before the teacher had a chance to reprimand, a classmate sitting by the back window leapt up and dashed outside, exclaiming, An immortal! An immortal! The exuberance in their demeanor seemed genuine. Many others, curious, peered out and then followed suit, rushing out, all shouting about the immortal presence. Lingxi followed the teacher out last. In the distance, a figure standing atop a slender gourd in the sky paid no heed to the fervent mortals below, whether bowing or in ecstatic frenzy, as it soared into the dense cotton-like clouds, disappearing for a considerable time. Could this be a practitioner of immortality? Lingxi furrowed his brows in contemplation. Could it be that they were indeed the celestial beings capable of flight? No, I must seek the immortals. The first to rush out bowed to the teacher and ran off excitedly. Alas, Perhaps we should take a half-day off today. Observing the dazed expressions on everyone's faces, the old teacher ultimately waved his hand, signaling the end of the lesson. Chapter 27. Wait a moment. The commotion surrounding the appearance of celestial beings in the sky had stirred quite a ruckus. Yet the four members of the Lu family remained blissfully unaware. Lu Lan, having mastered the art of contraction, entered the limestone cave alongside Zhanqiu to engage in secluded cultivation. Meanwhile, Lu Yongfang, accompanied by Lu Lingxi, rode on horseback, swiftly making their way towards Shi Valley after passing Lin County. As they ventured deeper into the mountains, the shade of the trees grew denser, and the isolation intensified. Grandfather, how do you know of Shi Valley? Have you traversed it? Following the earthquake, the trails once carved by hunters and herbalists had vanished, leaving the grandfather and granddaughter to navigate solely by instinct. In my youth, I accompanied my grandfather to Shi Valley, Lu Yongfang reminisced, unaware that one day he would lead his granddaughter along a similar path. They lingered outside Shi Valley for an extended period, seeking an opportunity to enter, but alas, despite waiting through winter to spring and then to summer, they found no entrance. Shi Valley, with its eternal spring, served as a paradise for the Serpent clan, who did not require hibernation. During that time, Lu Yongfang's grandfather lamented not advancing to the second tier of qi refining, as his spiritual energy fell short, allowing him to venture only 4 miles in. Otherwise, he would have certainly pressed further in. However, all is well now, Lu Yongfang chuckled. Lingxi, you promised to present everything from Shi Valley as a tribute to your grandfather. Indeed, I shall honor you with it. Lu Lingxi nodded with utmost sincerity. Excellent. Lu Yongfang patted her head, adding, but I cannot allow you to keep any secrets from your parents. Lu Lingxi froze, suddenly realizing she had overlooked that detail. As laughter erupted from Lu Yongfang, he found amusement in the foolishness of his granddaughter. Surely, he was well aware of the antics of both his son and granddaughter. The Snake Valley. His son, upon encountering a snake, would be so transfixed by his desire to devour it that he would abandon all reason. Yet he could still obediently practice with his daughter-in-law. It was clear that the granddaughter had also incurred some consequences. Grandpa, Lu Lingxi lamented, utterly defeated by the old man's antics. You are just as mischievous as my father. Mischievous? Ha, ha, ha. Lu Yongfang chuckled heartily, doubling over with laughter. Who could blame me when you all conspire behind my back to reap the benefits? How did you come to know? She inquired. Didn't you say you were in training that day? Oh dear. Lu Lingxi surrendered under her grandfather's affectionate gaze. Grandpa, I was wrong. If she did not admit her fault, it felt akin to harboring a guilty secret. How pitiful. What had she done wrong? Whose family had a parent as difficult to please as hers? Wrong? Indeed, I must prevent my father's incessant ramblings, Lu Lingxi quickly interjected. It's primarily because I took over my father's duties in the Snake Valley, and without sharing some rewards, he would certainly object. Grandpa, dear Grandpa, why not let him enjoy some of the spoils? Pfft. Lu Yongfang burst into laughter. If your father were to hear that, your little legs would surely feel the consequences. Alas, Grandpa, it's just the two of us here, Lu Lingxi protested, not wishing to suffer any punishment. Would you truly allow me to be beaten? Haha. Lu Yongfang, unable to resist, agreed with a smile. Very well, I shall let slip some trifles for him to enjoy. You are the best, Grandpa. Lu Lingxi flattered him with finesse, leaping up and planting a kiss on his cheek, eliciting further laughter. Ha! The birds in the mountains were startled into flight by the two of them, a grandfather and his granddaughter. By day they traveled, and at night they camped in tents. After more than 20 days, they finally arrived at the valley, rife with blood and the hissing of snakes. It is said that for hundreds of years, no one dared to enter the Valley of Snakes. Yet now it seemed to have encountered a formidable challenge. The distant hissing of the serpents was enough to make one's heart race. Hurry! Lu Yongfang urged his granddaughter as they ascended the nearby mountain. Lu Lingxi offered no resistance. Those brave enough to enter the Valley of Snakes were undoubtedly cultivators like themselves. The two climbed swiftly to a secluded spot halfway up the mountain, where they gazed down at the valley below. Alas, they were too far away. And with the interposing shade of the trees, all they could discern was the pungent scent of blood. It appeared they had arrived too late. Lu Yongfang held his granddaughter down, preventing her from standing. In a hushed tone, he recounted. Your great-grandfather once said that this Valley of Snakes might have been laid out by cultivators. He had hoped to seize an opportunity here. Really? Lu Lingxi exclaimed in surprise. Laid out by cultivators? The valley spanned 2 mountain ranges, stretching approximately 13 miles, and boasted geothermal hot springs, a veritable paradise for cultivating herbs. Your great-grandfather, relying on his prowess, ventured 4 miles in, claiming the medicinal herbs were distributed with precision, unlike entirely wild growth. The Liu family also desired a place suitable for herb cultivation. However, it seemed that those within were currently engaged in slaying snakes. Lingxi felt somewhat perplexed. If this was indeed a domain established by their predecessors, why were they now killing the very creatures that had been nurtured? Surely, there would be a method to tame them. Just because the previous generation could train them, it did not guarantee the next would possess the same capability. Lu Yongfang inhaled the air, detecting the presence of numerous venomous snakes. Let us keep our distance, he advised. Since someone had already taken the initiative, there was no need to venture further into danger. Just as the grandfather and granddaughter prepared to retreat quietly, a furious voice echoed from the valley below. Zhu. Do you intend to monopolize everything? How could that be? I brought my brother-in-law along. That's not right. The antidote you provided was incorrect. Incorrect? How could that be? Brother-in-law. We consumed it together. Zhu Lao's tone was laced with a particular pride. There were only 2 antidote pills, and you chose first. You, dear brother. Considering the long-standing friendship between our families, and for the sake of your sister and nephew. Friendship? This is the ancestral treasure of the Zhu family. If there were true friendship, would you resort to theft? You are devoid of righteousness. Do not blame me for being ruthless. You are mistaken, brother-in-law. I no longer desire anything. But it is too late. Zhu Lao scoffed. Now, I covet not only your storage pouch, but also your life. That is your sister. Your nephew. I'll grant you a family reunion in death. Zhu Lao's laughter was abruptly cut short by a scream. If you wish for your family to be together, then you shall die. As they strained to listen, the hissing of snakes persisted, yet the human voices seemed to have faded into oblivion. Liu Yongfang and his granddaughter exchanged glances, pondering whether this was a mutual demise. Wait. Liu Yongfang grasped his granddaughter, who was eager to rush downwards, cautioning her that the dangers below were not to be trifled with, urging her to wait a moment longer. Chapter 28. A step ahead. A great opportunity seemed tantalizingly close. Yet as Liu Yongfang observed his impatient granddaughter, he felt a twinge of hesitation. In the Serpent Valley, 2 individuals were engaged in a deadly struggle, clearly from the same family, yet driven by ambition to betray one another, even to the extent of committing murder. The ancestral wisdom of suspicion and deceit echoed in his mind. Today, however, he seemed to bear witness to the brutal reality of the immortal realm. In such a world, what fate awaited their family once they immersed themselves within? He was aging, and his son and daughter-in-law had already missed the prime of their cultivation. As long as they remained unready, they could find a place to live out their days in peace. But what of his granddaughter? Lingxi, in the mortal realm. Life could be lived with ease, yet in the realm of cultivation. Liu Yongfang gazed at his granddaughter, now blossoming into a young lady, fearing she might have to risk her life to carve out every possible avenue of survival. Furthermore, with enemies still lurking, the world of cultivation might present threats beyond mere swords and blades, but also the sinister manipulations of human nature. Grandfather, I am not afraid. Lu Lingxi replied, her bright and cheerful eyes sparkling. I have already learned the breath concealment technique and the ethereal steps technique. When I encounter bad people, I will fight if I can win and flee if I cannot. And if it comes to killing, I shall not waste words. Having witnessed 2 scenes of murder, she felt that, should she also be wicked and possess sufficient strength, she would seize the opportunity to benefit while others clashed. A direct attack can be evaded, but a hidden dagger is far more treacherous. Liu Yongfang sighed. The 2 below were still from the same family. It was not merely their home that was deficient, but also their dispositions. Even without the influences of the immortal realm, their interactions would undoubtedly be fraught with discord. Though this may be the innocent musings of a child, it nevertheless strikes at the heart of the matter. His granddaughter, earnest yet subtly proud of her lineage, elicited a smile from Liu Yongfang as he affectionately ruffled her hair. Very well, let us see what treasure is so worthy that they would turn against one another. As the grandfather and granddaughter prepared to descend the mountain, they spotted a man and a woman rushing into the valley at an astonishing speed. Oh dear, are there others who have arrived first? This time, Liu Yongfang felt a surge of urgency. Had he not hesitated, the precious find would surely belong to his granddaughter. Just as he was about to rush down to compete for it, he was halted by her. Grandfather, do not be impulsive. Let us approach from this way. Lu Lingxi swiftly summoned 2 vines to ensnare several trees. Hold on tight, descend slowly. I will go ahead to investigate. With that, she leaped down, the vines she held growing rapidly until she vanished from sight in mere moments. Remarkable. Lu Yongfang chuckled, impressed by his granddaughter's ingenuity. Wrapping several layers of cloth around his hands, he began his cautious descent. The opportunity that lay before them was not one Lu Lingxi was willing to relinquish to others. With only one storage bag at home, which both her grandfather and parents had unanimously bestowed upon her, she could not afford to let it slip away. After conjuring a thin protective shield against serpents, Lu Lingxi landed safely on solid ground in just over 10 breaths. In the place where a dispute once erupted, two middle-aged men, one robust and the other slender, lay motionless. One bore a visage marred by bruises while the other had a knife embedded in his chest. A multitude of serpents slithered around them, indicating that they had met their demise. This is preferable, as it spares the necessity of taking a life. With a sigh of relief, Lu Lingxi concentrated her spiritual energy into her legs, executing the ethereal technique of floating steps to swiftly approach the deceased. After a subtle probe of her consciousness, she deftly extracted their concealed storage bags from their necks and chests. Lu Yongfang, momentarily taken aback, could not suppress a chuckle, realizing once more the wisdom in listening to his granddaughter as he began to ascend the mountain again. In less than 100 breaths, they had traversed both upward and downward. "Grandfather, this is for you." She placed both storage bags into his hands. They still contained a considerable number of serpents. "You should head toward the valley entrance over there while I descend to gather medicinal herbs of considerable age." Lu Lingxi adeptly donned her conical hat and secured a cloth over her mouth and nose to prevent being recognized by any passers-by. "Grandfather, please do not follow me down. We shall meet at the valley entrance." "Very well. I shall heed your words." As Lu Yongfang observed his granddaughter's agile descent into the valley, a silent smile broke across his face, revealing a full set of teeth. The Snake Valley had remained undisturbed for a century or two, and the medicinal fields lay untended, mostly overrun by wild weeds. Nevertheless, those herbs that had survived were remarkably resilient. Even the most commonplace Huangjing could now be considered a spiritual herb. It seemed that the two men had also attempted to harvest them, but in their haste to fend off the serpents, many had been carelessly broken. Though the hissing of snakes and the occasional shouts were still a distance away, anxiety gripped Lu Lingxi's heart. The serpent's demeanor was one of restraint. Yet if the individuals trailing behind her were to discover this, they would undoubtedly show her no mercy. She harbored no desire to engage in physical confrontation. Utilizing a medicinal spade was an arduous task, yet relying solely on her hands risked breaking the delicate herbs, which she could not bear to see harmed. After several attempts, Lu Lingxi decided to envelop the medicinal field with her earth elemental power, gently loosening the roots in a small area before swiftly uprooting them. This operation demanded a harmonious coordination of her spiritual awareness and elemental energy, and although occasional misalignment resulted in severed stems, it was undeniably swifter than the conventional use of a spade. She traversed from one medicinal field to another, maintaining a steady pace. The myriad serpents continued to rally towards the cries of their companions, collectively disregarding Lu Lingxi. The herbs for the pills of abstinence, energy gathering, and essence cultivation seemed to flourish abundantly within this plot. It appeared that her ancestral kin from the Zhu family had meticulously planned this garden. Nevertheless, should he have known that his descendants would resort to violence over the very field he had left behind, he would surely have regretted his actions. Lu Lingxi opted not to use the prepared wooden box for her collection. Instead, she tossed the uprooted herbs directly into her storage pouch, indifferent to whether they clung to soil. These herbs, barely a century or two old, might be deemed insignificant in the realm of cultivation. Yet they could serve her family's needs perfectly. While aged spiritual herbs might incite envy, these particular specimens were likely overlooked by the practitioners of the cultivation world. As the sounds of battle receded into the distance, Lu Lingxi resolved to leave no opportunity for others. She spared none of what she encountered. As the sun dipped below the horizon and darkness enveloped the sky, an abrupt cry of pain echoed from behind her. "Father!" Startled, Lu Lingxi's hand trembled, nearly snapping a particularly fine specimen of the orchid. Alas, it turned out to be a family affair. Witnessing the demise of the two individuals, it remained unclear about the woman. No, there were others present as well. Chapter 29. The pursuit. The moon gradually ascended the distant mountain peak, casting a silvery glow upon the earth. The usual roars of wild beasts in the forest were conspicuously absent, seemingly frightened away by the increasingly pungent scent of blood emanating from the Serpent Valley. Lu Lingxi understood that the two pursuers behind her were drawing nearer. Should they become aware of her presence ahead, it would spell disaster. Thus, she needed to hurry. She had to be swift, even swifter. Her hands moved with increasing speed as she gathered herbs, as though racing against time. Fortunately, familiarity breeds skill, having just uprooted a batch. Her consciousness and spiritual energy swiftly targeted another row of medicinal plants. Selecting a few choice herbs, she exerted her strength, and by the time she reached them, a mere flick of her hand sent the roots, mud and all, into her storage pouch. The wild grass and unappealing herbs remained untouched, as if she had taken flight among the fields of herbs. As dawn approached, Lingxi grasped the last few crimson Baiyan fruits, disregarding the distant shouts that echoed through the air. Channeling her spiritual energy into her feet, she fled with utmost speed. Lu Yofeng was already waiting nearby. He swiftly seized his somewhat pale granddaughter and urged her deeper into the dense woods. This way, the old man, known for his kindness throughout his life, unexpectedly found himself in such a predicament alongside his granddaughter in his twilight years. Was he not exhausted? His granddaughter, with faltering steps, had evidently endured a challenging night. Grandfather. I'm fine. I can walk. What do you mean you're fine? Noticing her reluctance, he firmly pulled her close, lifting her onto his back, and began to run with great strides. After all, he too was a cultivator. He is a cultivator with both fire and earth dual spiritual roots. Although his root value may not be as exceptional as his granddaughter's, he is still capable of making his escape. Lingxi quickly observed that her grandfather, who previously appeared frail and aged, now moved with a surge of spiritual energy beneath his feet, causing the ground to seemingly level itself as he trod upon it. Even on uneven terrain. How curious. She wondered why she had never noticed her grandfather walking in such a manner before. As his granddaughter advanced to the 4th level of qi refinement, she found that her vine technique could easily support both of them. Lu Yongfang contemplated a very efficient route, descending to the bottom of the cliff and then proceeding a short distance to the Wu River, where they could drift downstream, saving both time and effort. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Lingxi muttered, stifling a yawn as she leaned against his back. Grandpa, I gathered a plethora of herbs, all aged 1 to 200 years. Didn't you leave any broth for them? I left a little. Initially, she and T intended to spare any, but the man and woman were part of the same family as the previous two. Aside from what she left in the middle, she had set aside portions both before and after. The Lu family has a long-standing tradition of medicine, emphasizing kindness towards others. Even though they are aware that benevolence in the cultivation world may not always yield favorable outcomes, it is a habit difficult to change. Grandpa, call me when we reach the cliff. As Lingxi dozed off, she still pondered taking a shortcut. Unbeknownst to them, the daoist stepping upon slender gourds swiftly traversed the Serpent Valley and located the person they sought. Qianmei, have you obtained the items? Zhu Qian greeted him with a face full of despair. That wretched soul perished along with Zhu Er. Their storage bags have all been claimed by someone else. Brothers cannot be relied upon, and men are even less dependable. Originally, I intended for the mantis to catch the cicada, while the yellow sparrow lurked behind, waiting for the commotion to subside before revealing the prowess of both her and Zhanqiu, thereby securing a larger share of the spoils. However, I never anticipated that those two would ultimately demise by their own hands. To make matters worse, their untimely end occurred just before our arrival, leaving the benefits to be claimed by others. What? The Taoist's heart sank. The joy he felt upon discovering 2 corpses in the valley evaporated entirely, and his expression darkened instantly. Thus, the medicinal herbs in this place had also been significantly depleted by that individual. Zhu Qian's visage contorted, but rest assured, brother Yu, I have discerned the identity of the newcomers. Who? My aged father has a wretched offspring even younger than my own child. Judging by the footprints left at the scene, it is likely that girl. Oh, she possesses spiritual roots? Indeed, not only does she possess them, but her dual roots of water and wood are superior to both mine and Zhuer's. A sinister expression crossed Zhu Qian's face. Her grandfather dotes on her immensely, and the Zhu family's most prized storage ring is in her possession. 5 years ago, just before his demise, the old man sent her away ahead of time, and we have yet to locate her. Nevertheless, she must undoubtedly be aware of the Zhu family's Serpent Valley. The Taoist felt a profound sense of disappointment, taking a long pause before saying, it was initially agreed that I would assist you in advancing to the 2nd level of qi refinement with elixirs, and we would then share the bounty of the medicinal valley. I would even concoct pills for you, and together we would traverse 200,000 miles of frigid desert. But now, yes, the youth, under his mother's prompting, hurriedly presented a bundle caked in mud, ensuring that Uncle Yu would not suffer any loss. This is what we have newly harvested. nearly 160 years old. The Taoist was uncertain whether to consider them naive or simply innocent. This realization starkly contrasted with his initial assumptions. Throughout his journey, he had observed the unsatisfactory yield of the medicinal fields in Snake Valley, yet he felt there should be more to it. However, upon scanning with his spiritual awareness, he confirmed that neither of the two possessed any storage tools. He sighed and put away the burden he had been carrying. Qian Mei, it would be wise for you to locate your sister sooner rather than later, otherwise, the treasures of the Zhu family may very well fall into her hands. With the revival of spiritual energy, if the other party possessed exceptional innate talent, it wouldn't be long before they surpassed him. At that point, he might find himself at a disadvantage. The Taoist then retrieved a pill bottle containing 2 gathering chi pills. As long as you manage to find someone within a year, our previous agreement remains valid. He paused for a moment before continuing. I will temporarily reside at the Mountain God Temple on Liang Mountain. Should you require anything, you may seek me there. Brother Yu. My sister Zhu Peilon may not have ventured far. Zhu Qian pointed towards the secret forest. She has been foraging for herbs, and the freshly turned earth suggests she is still nearby. If all goes well, she should be within that area. While she struggled to find her, Yu Hai, with his flying spiritual tool, was in a different position altogether. Yu Hai observed them discreetly, wary that they might be concealing Xinchang and Yuer's storage tools. Then let us proceed together. The slender gourd before them expanded slightly. The keen eyes of the three would surely be more effective than his alone. Before being entirely certain of their deceit, coupled with the ancestral storage ring of the Zhu family, Yu Haixin decided to adopt a more agreeable demeanor. Chapter 30. The failed flight. 3 individuals stood atop a slender gourd, and their speed promptly diminished. Although the Changsheng Temple possessed a location imbued with faint spiritual energy, Yu Hai had merely advanced to the 3rd layer of qi refinement prior to the resurgence of spiritual energy. Fortunately, after this advancement, he could access the storage pouch left behind by the ancestor, which still contained a considerable supply of medicinal pills. With just 1 bottle of gathering qi pills, he could elevate himself to the 4th layer of qi refinement. However, in order to seize opportunities before the descendants of other cultivators could react, he had temporarily learned only the fireball technique and object manipulation. When alone, he could effortlessly navigate the low-grade flying spiritual artifact gourd through the skies, exuding an air of celestial grandeur. Yet, with the sudden addition of 2 companions, he found the task increasingly strenuous. Zhu Qian and her son were unaware that this was their inaugural experience in the skies. While they trembled with trepidation, they were also filled with boundless ambition. However, the 2 had yet to emulate Yu Hai's stance, standing with hands clasped behind their backs, garments billowing as if they were celestial beings. Suddenly, the gourd tilted precariously and trembled, eliciting a panicked scream from Qinding. As Zhu Qian instinctively crouched down, she swiftly pressed him down as well. Nevertheless, overwhelmed by fear, he had already lost control, wetting himself in the process. A damp patch rapidly formed on his garment, with droplets cascading down in a disheveled manner. Yu Hai gritted his teeth in frustration. The already unstable gourd swayed even more precariously. Perhaps it would be best for you to descend. Without the requisite cultivation, one cannot traverse the clouds. If one were to fall. Before he could finish his thought, he noticed that the panicked Zhu Qian had directed a flicker of azure light from her fingertips, causing slender vines to ensnare both her and Chen Ding atop the gourd. What? You go. My sister's safety is paramount. Zhu Qian's fear of being abandoned was palpable. Her remarkable speed, which had allowed her to evade the serpents of Snake Valley, hinted that she might have already attained the 3rd level of qi refinement. With me and Dinger by her side, we could at least bolster our standing. Fortunately, in her youth, she had briefly practiced cloud traversing with her father, who was at the 2nd level of qi refinement. Otherwise, she would have surely plummeted just now. Well then, secure yourselves properly. Yu Hai was tempted to unleash a tirade, yet he felt a twinge of apprehension at her words. Coupled with the Zhu family's ancestral storage ring, he could only strive to stabilize the gourd. A few cries were more than sufficient. Awakened by the commotion, Lu Lingxi and Lu Yongfang sensed something amiss about the direction of the sounds. Peering through the leaves, they were both taken aback. Conceal your presence, swiftly. Lu Yongfang urged his granddaughter, anxiously scanning for a place to hide. Grandfather, over there. Lu Lingxi exclaimed, leaping from her grandfather's side and tugging him toward a nearby pit. The range of a qi refinement practitioner's spiritual awareness was roughly 5 meters. Let us take refuge here. If we cannot remain hidden, we shall resort to that spirit vessel. The small boat, a treasured heirloom, was a superior spirit tool. While it was capable of flight, it consumed an excessive amount of spiritual energy. Without hesitation, Lingxi disregarded the value of her elixirs and pressed a replenishing pill to her lips. The two generations leaped into the pit, quickly covering themselves with blades of grass. Lingxi, if it truly becomes dire, you must flee on your own. Lu Yongfang was resolute. He would not allow his granddaughter to be burdened by him. Listen to your grandfather. That individual can soar through the skies. His cultivation surely surpasses yours. At that moment, the gourd above swayed slightly, and the daoist standing upon it appeared somewhat flustered. It seemed comparable to my own situation. Lu Lingxi breathed a sigh of relief. Grandfather, did you see that? Those two are bound up there. The gourd, it seemed, was certainly not as seaworthy as their little boat. Lu Yongfang patted his chest, suddenly grateful that theirs was a boat and not a slippery gourd. Otherwise, the jolting would surely threaten his frail heart. Grandfather, how courageous must a sword-wielding cultivator be? Lu Lingxi inquired softly, her gaze fixed on the three figures wobbling in the sky. Can they maintain their balance? Can they maintain their balance? Lu Yongfang too harbored doubts. Those in the realm of cultivation likely possessed immense courage. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so quick to take lives without a second thought. In the future, I have never soared into the heavens, Lu Lingxi interjected, blinking. Perhaps I would enjoy playing among the clouds. In truth, she yearned to experience the skies, yet feared discovery. What if it startled someone or revealed the existence of the limestone cave? Lu Yongfang cast a sidelong glance at his granddaughter and fell silent. His girl had always been bold. She would likely relish the heights. Alas, if only he were 20 years younger, he mused. He too might have reveled in the celestial realm. At this moment, Yu Hai consumed a healing elixir, finally stabilizing the gourd. Zhu Peilon, I see you. Come out quickly. Little sister, the possessions of the Zhu family do not belong solely to you. Your brother-in-law and second brother are already deceased. If father were still alive, he would undoubtedly be heartbroken. Zhu Qian hastily chimed in. Now, only we sisters remain in the Zhu family. The items father left for you are rightfully yours. Yet the herbs in the medicinal valley, along with the storage bags of your brother-in-law and elder brother, must be returned to me. Yu Hai realized how foolish this woman was. Silence was paramount, for he should first appeal to familial bonds. He felt as though she might drive him to the brink of insanity. The belongings of Zhu heir can be evenly divided between you sisters. Little sister, without the storage bags, how shall we traverse the 20,000 miles of frigid desert? Woe is me. Father, you gave the best to little sister. You said I was older and would not contest, but now, woe is me. Chen Ding, receiving a gentle kick from his mother, immediately began to weep as well. Aunt, grandfather cherished you and me above all. For the sake of his memory, we shall forego the possessions of second uncle. But please return to me what belonged to my father. Little sister, please come out. Brother Yu is a person of Changsheng Temple. He shared a deep friendship with father in his youth. If you emerge, can we not speak amicably? Can we not? She contemplated how she could possibly step outside. For she was not Zhu Peilon. Although their tears evoked a certain pity, she dared not reveal herself at this moment. The Zhu family was capable of turning on their own. As an outsider, she felt acutely vulnerable. Their wails were but a ruse. Lu Yongfang held on to his granddaughter, fearful that she might be deceived and leap outside. Who, after losing a husband and a brother, could remain as they were? I am not foolish. Lu Lingxi mimicked her grandfather and whispered, Grandfather, is the Changsheng Guan the royal temple dedicated to longevity? It should be. Lu Yongfang cast a furtive glance at the daoist, his expression laced with complexity. Years ago, my grandfather had painstakingly acquired a ginseng over 400 years old, only to have it usurped by the Changsheng Guan through sheer power. It turns out they were also cultivators, no wonder, securely wrapping their face coverings. They knew that if discovered, their identities must remain concealed. If they were found out, both Yu Zhai and the Lu family would likely be unable to remain in peace. Lu Lingxi obediently tied her face covering tightly. They should not be able to find us. Just as her words fell, a gust of wind came, causing the gourd to suddenly spiral out of control. Yu Hai struggled to regain control, but as another strong wind swept in, it toppled down towards them. Chapter 31, The Spirit Vessel. The cries of despair echoed through the desolate mountains, their reach unknown. In a flash, Zhu Qian and her son, bound by vines to the gourd, found themselves unable to escape, as countless branches and leaves grazed their faces and bodies. Bang! The ground trembled as the two, dazed and disoriented from the fall, still trying to gather their senses, saw Yu Hai pursuing his gourd, awkwardly leveraging himself off branches to descend as well. Yet, Who could possibly be here? A few meters away, in the pit, who was the figure, clad in a veil, attempting to flee, both large and small? Zhu Peilon. Leave the items behind. Yet it was already too late. Lu Lingxi grasped her grandfather's hand and swiftly ascended the enlarged spiritual vessel, which shot forth with a whoosh. Zhu Peilon, stop right there, cried Zhu Qian, who, despite her bindings and limited mobility, managed to shout as she regained a semblance of consciousness. Stop! Do you hear me? However, the commotion behind them was of little concern to Lu Lingxi and her grandfather. They were soaring through the skies. The wind up here is so fierce. It was their first time in the air, and they were filled with anxiety, anticipation, novelty, and exhilaration. Lu Yongfang crouched tightly against the side of the vessel. Yet the anticipated turbulence was non-existent. Within mere moments, even the gusty winds subsided, and the spiritual vessel sailed smoothly. There's a protective aura, Lu Lingxi exclaimed, scratching her head and grinning broadly. Our family's vessel is of a higher tier, grandfather. Are you comfortable? Indeed. Lu Yongfang gradually stood, taking in the azure sky and the diminutive mountains below. In that instant, it felt as if his heart had expanded greatly. It was truly delightful, as if he could reach out and touch the blue heavens themselves. He inhaled deeply, instantly falling in love with the sensation of flight. Grandfather, someone is chasing us. The figure from the secret forest, the daoist, was once again on a gourd, this time without his two companions, shouting loudly as he pursued them. Yet Lu Lingxi felt no fear. He would certainly not catch up to her. Good things are indeed valuable. A gourd that cannot even summon a protective aura stands no chance of catching their family's spiritual vessel. With a slight increase in her spiritual energy output, the vessel darted forward like an arrow released from a bow, leaving the gourd far behind. Grandfather, it seems we may not need to flee. My cultivation appears to surpass his, albeit by a slight margin. At the very least, when she navigates the vessel, she does so with a steady hand, her spiritual energy and consciousness harmoniously attuned. There are 3 of them. Indeed. Lu Lingxi blinked, sensing a subtle change in her grandfather. Silly child. The world of cultivation operates in such a manner. Since my granddaughter has firmly decided to immerse herself in this realm, she cannot cling to the benevolent ways of the mortal world. That Taoist, being affiliated with the longevity view, must certainly have ulterior motives for intruding upon the Serpent Valley, likely desiring a share of its riches. The longevity view, leveraging its connection with the royal family, has brazenly seized various precious herbs aged for centuries. Upon encountering us, it is conceivable they would resort to murder for treasure. The 2 men from the Zhu family perished in a struggle over a storage pouch. How much less would they hesitate with outsiders? With the Serpent Valley stripped of its treasures, perhaps that mother and son might yet cling to life. He observed keenly from below. The Taoist's gaze towards the pair was anything but benign. Fortunately, they currently possess nothing. Grandfather. Lu Lingxi approached her grandfather, asserting that if others do not provoke us, neither shall we provoke them, but should they dare to offend, I shall find a way to bring them misfortune. Yet she could not bring herself to utter the words, I shall surely kill. Throughout her upbringing, her father and grandfather had only ever saved lives. And in dealing with the foolish, they resorted to discreetly employing the unique methods of the healing arts for admonition, never truly witnessing bloodshed. To take a life in an instant she genuinely found it impossible. Lu Yongfang patted his granddaughter's shoulder, affirming, yes, we do not instigate trouble. But others must not dare to provoke us. He smiled with great delight. The Lu family has always been benevolent towards others, for the recipients of their generosity truly merit their assistance. However, this does not imply that they are to be considered as easy prey. Years ago, Chang Shengwen seized 4 centuries worth of ginseng from our family, and subsequently, everyone involved was dealt with by your great-grandfather, including the abbot of Chang Shengwen, who was left incapacitated by a leg ailment for over a decade. Were it not for the devastating flood 2 decades prior, perhaps they would still be living as a family of 4 generations. Lu Yongfang laments the early loss of his parents and beloved wife. How joyous he would have been to witness the revival of spiritual energy. Our family has a connection with Chang Shengwen? Lu Lingxi was astonished to learn of this. Grandfather, you ought to have mentioned this sooner. Had you done so, I might have dared to make an attempt to seize his gourd. Oh, ha, ha ha. Responding to the sparkle in his granddaughter's eyes, Lu Yongfang laughed heartily. Next time we have the opportunity, we shall indeed make an attempt. As he spoke, he gestured towards the distant, rushing waterfall. Let us take that route, allowing the spirit boat to flow downstream. We too can journey along the Wu River. Meanwhile, Yuhai, exasperated and filled with rage, found himself increasingly distant from his quarry. After years of effort in befriending Zhu and Zhu'er, the largest prize had slipped through his fingers. He had anticipated that by exploiting the discord between Chang and Zhu'er, he could reap greater benefits. Yet those two fools had conspired behind his back to thwart him. How infuriating. They may defend themselves as they wish, but why could they not endure a little longer? Choosing instead to perish on that fateful night? Brother Yu, we are here. He turned the gourd around, no longer concerning himself with them. Mother, hush. Zhu gazed at the figures retreating into the sky, and inexplicably, a faint smile of relief crept across her face. They are gone, and with their departure, we are safe. What? Ding appeared somewhat dazed. Summoning him was merely an attempt to secure some benefits for us mother and son from your father and uncle. Alas, their untimely demise was indeed unfortunate. To claim that I feel no sorrow would be a falsehood, after all. The two storage bags belonging to the Chun and Zhu families have been seized by that little wretch, Zhu Peilon. Nevertheless, with both your father and uncle gone, all their possessions, it is perhaps fortunate that they were lost, for otherwise, Yuhai would undoubtedly have pursued us without mercy. Zhu sighed. Let us move on. Wealth may depart, but peace remains. Chapter 32. The tiger's stride soaring in the heavens, swimming in the waters. The benefits of the spirit boat are evident. However, compared to navigating the waters, Lingxi yearned far more for the azure sky. Yet, when ascending to the heavens, her fourth-tier spirit energy could only sustain her for a mere quarter of an hour. Amidst these mountains and forests, with the uncertainty of other cultivators lurking nearby, and considering her grandfather's presence, she dared not act recklessly. As night fell, obscuring visibility, Lu Yongfang could not help but notice his granddaughter's alternating glances towards the sky and mountains, radiating both excitement and anticipation. He too longed to frolic in the skies for a while longer. After waiting all afternoon, shall we ascend into the heavens? Lingxi's laughter rang out joyously. With a delicate push from her toes, her spirit energy gently released. The spirit boat swayed softly upon the water, and in the blink of an eye, they glided into the air. The night breeze gently caressed the air as the grandfather and granddaughter ascended to the heavens for the second time. Unlike their initial ascent, which was fraught with anxiety from the pursuing adversaries and the fear of losing control of the spirit vessel, this time, both of their eyes sparkled like the brightest stars in the night sky. With a soft exhale, they withdrew the protective aura, and the air above seemed infinitely sweeter than that below. Lingxi inhaled deeply, unable to contain her delight, her eyes narrowing into crescents of joy. Not far off, a sparse cluster of white clouds seemed to rest beneath the moon. The spirit vessel gently pivoted, gliding toward the fluffy formation, gathering a handful of clouds. Watching them disperse slowly in her grasp was an experience beyond words. As her granddaughter danced around the cloud, Lu Yongfang gazed upward, admiring the vast expanse of twinkling stars. The heavens appeared to be adorned with countless fragments of gold, sparkling and radiant, an exquisite sight that one could never tire of. How beautiful! At an unknown moment, Lingxi finally ceased her playful chase of the clouds and, like her grandfather, tilted her head to marvel at the celestial tapestry. Grandpa, shall we explore the sky? She inquired. Ha ha ha, indeed. Give it a try. As his words echoed, the spirit vessel surged with renewed energy, the protective shield reactivating as they soared higher. However, while their aspirations were lofty, the reality proved to be unforgiving. Beyond 100 meters above the clouds, the air seemed to thicken, and with every inch gained, Lingxi felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon her. She could not comprehend why there were no visible obstacles ahead. Suddenly, with a resounding pop, something snapped, and the vessel's protective barrier faltered, collapsing in an instant. The spirit vessel lurched, plummeting several dozen meters before stabilizing, leaving Lingxi's complexion pale with fright. Down we go. Lu Yongfang hurriedly exclaimed, quick. At that moment, Lingxi understood without her grandfather's prompting that the heavens were beyond her reach, and she diligently maneuvered the spiritual vessel to descend back to the Wu River. How impressive! Gazing up at the eternal, unchanging starry sky, the young girl exhaled deeply. Grandfather, is that the heavenly might spoken of by our ancestors? Lu Yongfang was uncertain and replied, perhaps. As the grandfather and granddaughter contemplated the celestial phenomena, their thoughts transcended mere beauty. In the vast expanse of the 20,000 miles of frigid desert, due to a particular restriction, both nascent soul cultivators and chi refining practitioners were rendered equal, devoid of the ability to wield spiritual power. The floating ship had long been retracted, and now, Everyone was mounted on spiritual camels, following the compass's direction, winding along the crests of the sand dunes. Senior brother Lu Chuan, esteemed members of the Lu family. At some point, Lingwu had abandoned her spiritual camel and approached the Lu family's contingent, requesting everyone to dismount. The Peak Master has decreed that in this 20,000 miles of cold desert, you must at least walk 10,000 miles on foot with me. What? The members of the Lu family were taken aback. The ancestor, who had left the Lu clan for 200 years and seemingly ceased to concern himself with them, would subject his own child to such treatment? Even Lu Zonglei turned to look at his father, Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan's lips twitched, and he coughed. I think I'll pass. Although he had lost some of his abilities, at his age, too, he glanced at his 11-year-old niece, Lu Zhanqiu, and felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. This simply wouldn't do. Lingwu beamed brightly at her once-renowned senior brother. The Peak Master had declared that any member of the Lu family wishing to linger at the spirit camel must first contend with her. Observing the delicate limbs of a certain individual who had rolled up his sleeves, it was evident that most of the Lu family had obediently dismounted from the spirit camel. For many years, the inner sanctum of Tai Shao Palace had not accepted any disciples of body refinement. Yet this seemingly fragile little fairy named Ling Wu had fought her way from the outer sect to the inner sanctum purely on the strength of her fists, rather than relying on her thunderous spiritual root. It was said that Ancestor Ifan held her in high regard and intended to take her on as a disciple. However, since she had assumed leadership of Lianhua Peak, there had been no formal disciples, making it difficult for the Lu family to find allies within the sect. It was rare for Ancestor Ifan to show interest, and even rarer for this little junior sister to possess such formidable spiritual root aptitude. Thus, some respect was surely warranted. Senior brother, do you wish to spar with me? Lingwu asked, her gaze fixed playfully on Lu Chuan. The older Lu Chuan felt a flush rise to his ears under her scrutiny. Given his age, he feared that if she struck him without restraint, not only would he have no recourse for grievance, but he might also become a laughingstock. Clearing his throat, Lu Chuan straightened his back as he leaped down. You wish to spar? Very well, let us see how you fare against the thunder. You can play with Little Wu. Little Wu? Ling Wu's eyes widened in surprise. When had her mist transformed into 5? If not for the fear that a punch might make the senior brother weep, she would have been inclined to strike him. Lu Zonglei, betrayed by his own father, was exceedingly reluctant to spar with this seemingly fragile yet inherently violent individual. Though we pursue the path of immortality, and despite the absence of spiritual energy here, you cannot. Bang. Before he could finish his refusal, the opponent seemingly exerted no effort yet landed a punch squarely on his abdomen. Oof. Lu Zonglei immediately doubled over, clutching his stomach, his face turning a deep shade of purple. The sect leader remarked that the Lu family possessed a family heirloom technique known as tiger descending the mountain. So why was it that none of them could perform it? Lu Zonglei's pained expression clearly indicated he had been severely injured by her subtle force. As the direct grandson of the venerable Ancestor Ifan, he was taken aback that this person dared to strike him without hesitation. The others, who had initially intended to argue their case, obediently mounted their spiritual steeds. Now that's more like it. Lingwu flashed a smile revealing 8 teeth, declaring that from this moment forth, they would stride forth with the tiger's gait. Chapter 33. Intent to kill heaven is treacherous, and fate is fickle. Who could have predicted that Lu Chuan, once a prodigy admired by the world, would now be under the control of a mere chi refinement stage girl? Forced to relearn the body refinement techniques? The adept from the Lingxi sect observed from a distance for several days before finally yielding to the urge to ride his spiritual steed to Qingli's side. Qingli, what do you think Ifan is truly contemplating? Lu Chuan has become a laughingstock. Is this merely to allow the world to mock him once more? You ask me? How would I know? Qingli replied, her lips curling in a faint smirk. If you are truly curious, why not inquire with that little girl, Lingwu? She has been holding back her questions all this time. I know you have sought out Lu Chuan. Who doesn't he know each other here? The venerable Yuli revealed a profound smile, hinting at the intricate matters between the floating mist pavilion and the Tai Shao Palace. Surely, the younger generation may be oblivious. Yet are those of the same era truly unaware? Ifan, disregarding her son's dignity, must be performing for the floating mist pavilion's benefit. To force a once prominent genius into the depths of despair, it can only be attributed to the declining Lu family or that deranged individual from the floating mist pavilion, who is intent on pursuing her. Gratitude is extended to the friend for their unwavering support of our floating mist pavilion. Qingli offered a courteous gesture. Yet one must ponder why the friend cannot perceive that it is the esteemed Yi Fun who is tempering the resolve of the Lu family members. As the former foremost family of Tai Shao Palace, it was indeed blessed with an abundance of talent. However, years of arrogance and inflated self-importance led to its gradual decline amidst internal and external challenges. Now, they seek to refine themselves? Yuli inquired, astonished. How old is Lu Chuan now? The saying goes, to hear the Tao in the morning is worth dying in the evening. Setting aside the other members of the Lu family, at the very least, Lu Chuan is alive. As long as he draws breath, there remains hope. Otherwise, what compels him to endure this suffering? But what of Lu Xian? There shall be no further opportunities. His very essence may have long since decayed. The harshness of time surpasses the imagination of many. Qing Li sighed inwardly, dismissing Yuli's musings, urging the spirit camel to hasten its pace. Lu Chuan was acutely aware of the many eyes upon him. Yet, what recourse did he have? His mother was absent, and even in despair. He found no one to turn to. Ling Wu could not defy his mother's wishes, for now he could only strive to stand tall, refusing to allow onlookers to witness him crumbling into the dust. Fortunately, the descent of the fierce tiger is accompanied by an aura that instills great fear, preventing onlookers from approaching and making frivolous remarks. Unbeknownst to him, the members of the Lu family have mastered this technique, enabling them to feign ignorance toward the peculiar gazes of others. Their desire to evade such scrutiny compels them to wield the tiger descent technique with formidable presence. Unlike the spirit camel, which must traverse the dunes, they follow the compass, choosing the most direct route, allowing them to maintain a balance of tension and relaxation, with ample time for rest each day. With such auspicious beginnings, how could an insightful cultivator overlook this? The celestial sword palace-'s fairy of the clouds was the first to order her disciples to dismount from their spirit camels, picking up the foundational body refinement techniques of their sect in this place where spiritual powers could not be employed. Soon, other sects followed suit, leading to a notable reduction in the ranks of spirit camel riders, leaving only those assigned to watch over the rear, casting cold glances at the elusive Western D contingent. As dusk fell over Yuzhai, Lu Yongfang was taken aback to discover that the Changsheng Temple had also taken note of the mountain god temple. From a distance, he observed the newcomer that Zhang Laohu had instructed them to heed, stirring a tumult of emotions within him. Truly, it is said that enemies are fated to cross paths. This Yuhai is the very one who sought to pursue him in Lingxi that day. Let us not enter the village, he urged upon seeing his granddaughter. We must go find your parents. The actions of the Lu family may have eluded the eyes of others, yet they could not escape the scrutiny of cultivators. The spiritual energy in Yuzhai was evidently superior to that of other places. How could one not suspect? Grandfather, he is all alone. They were living peacefully, having not provoked the Lingxi sect. However, after a day of inquiring around the village, they suddenly set a trap at her home. Had it not been for her advanced cultivation, which enabled her to perceive those exceedingly concealed mechanisms, the consequences could have been dire. Lu Yongfang's expression shifted, given this situation. We shall confront him tonight. Grandfather, it is often best to strike when least expected. Being kind does not imply that she is truly a pushover, Lu Lingxi stated, her small face composed. That day, he had not seen our faces, yet upon noticing the anomalies in Yuzhai, he immediately set out to eliminate us, leaving no room for mercy. He is evidently a ruthless individual. Such a person, if met with hostility, shall be dealt with decisively. He had laid numerous hidden lines within my home, capable of launching a dozen poison crossbow bolts. Lu Yongfang staggered slightly, taken aback by the gravity of the situation. Grandfather. We must act to avoid unnecessary complications, grandfather, Lu Lingxi interjected. In the cultivation world, it appears that no one can escape the act of taking lives. The sight of those poison crossbows instilled a lingering fear within her heart. Observing the murderous intent in his granddaughter's eyes, Lu Yongfang finally nodded after a prolonged silence. Even when hunting a mere rabbit, one must exert full effort. Prior to seeking him out, ensure you maintain your composure. Lu Lingxi quickly rubbed her face. Is this acceptable now? Lu Yongfang was reluctant to agree. Yet perhaps her granddaughter's path had been determined as distinct from others since she first sensed energy at the age of 6. Very well. Remember, if you choose to act, do so with lethal intent. He is a cunning old fox. Even if our cultivation levels are comparable, his strength far exceeds that of a young girl. Understood. Lu Lingxi bid farewell to her grandfather, adjusted her sleeves, and made her way towards the mountain god's temple as dusk settled in. At this moment, Yuhai had just sent the others away and was inspecting the well. When Changsheng Guan received news that the well water here could cure plagues, there were suspicions regarding its connection to spiritual energy. However, he was in a critical period of seclusion and could not attend to such matters. Had he known earlier, he would have dispatched someone sooner. The 4 members of the Liu family must have benefited immensely. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for them to settle here. And even more so for them to be absent at times after establishing residence. Yuhai could not help but suspect that they had acquired a precious treasure, concealing it in some hidden location with superior spiritual energy for their cultivation. The spiritual energy in Yuzhou had evidently manifested earlier than in other places, making it a target for the wolf bandits, who in turn were pursued by a youth whose cultivation was markedly superior to his own. The thought of that youth twisted his expression. The sword that none could draw at the tomb of the 3rd-generation ancestor of Zhanqiu Guan had fallen into his possession. Chapter 34. Murder. It was utterly intolerable. To Yuhai, the treasures acquired by the 3rd-generation ancestor during his travels rightfully belonged to Zhanqiu Guan, and thus, all that belonged to Zhanqiu Guan should belong to him. He exhaled sharply, probing the well with his consciousness repeatedly. He had already explored the spiritual energy around the Liu residence, which was akin to that of the mountain god's temple, showing no fluctuations. If Yuzhai's uniqueness stemmed from the water, it was most likely due to a hidden underground river concealing some sort of spiritual vein. Even in the absence of a spiritual vein, treasures were bound to be present. Unfortunately, there had been no news from the Liu family of 4 thus far. The villagers, swayed by their small acts of kindness, had shown him goodwill, albeit with reluctance. Otherwise, who? Upon hearing footsteps, he abruptly lifted his head. Shoo. A quirky girl chuckled as she playfully shushed him, her voice ringing clear. The Taoist priest asked me to hide for a while. My brother will be looking for me soon. As she spoke, she darted over and concealed herself between him and the edge of the well, declaring, As long as you can't find me, you'll have to wash my bowls tomorrow. Yuhai was speechless. Was this a game of hide and seek? This was the mountain god's temple, not a place for such frivolities. He needed to leave immediately. Having faced a series of misfortunes recently, his mood was grim, especially since he had to study the water flow and seek the direction of the underground river. He couldn't allow this little girl to waste his time. The Taoist priest, Lingxi, tugged at his sleeve, feigning a plea for mercy. As he forcefully brushed her away, a glint of silver flashed in her hand. And with a swift motion, a sword pierced toward his heart. Yuhai felt a surge of pain, his spiritual energy in disarray. He never anticipated that a seemingly harmless girl could betray him. It must be Lingxi from the Liu family. Had they truly arrived? You struck first. So it's no wonder, he thought as he stepped back, only to find Lingxi had also seized the storage pouch from his waist. She had finally taken a life. It turned out that the feeling of ending a villain's existence was not dissimilar to that of killing a snake. There was neither disgust nor fear, nor sorrow. Peering down at the sword embedded in his chest, Yuhai's face contorted in anguish. You have indeed unearthed treasures from the mountain god's temple? He had originally planned to visit the county tomorrow to seek out the child sponsored by the Liu family, but unexpectedly, you would never see another tomorrow. For that unknown treasure, you would condemn my entire family? Lingxi was infuriated. Then you might as well perish sooner. Unable to stand any longer, he widened his eyes. And as he collapsed, his body convulsed several times before finally lying still. Breathe. Fear not, it is I, the mountain deity. The specter of the mountain god had become significantly more solid than before. However, his gaze was now exceedingly complex. The 2 individuals in the temple had succumbed to a deep slumber and were oblivious to the events unfolding here. He is a villain. Lingxi furrowed her brows. He had laid numerous lethal poisoned arrows in my home, one after another, witnessing cultivators commit murder. The psychologically impressionable 10-year-old girl had unconsciously accepted the notion that cultivators could take lives at will. Initially, she believed herself incapable of such cruelty. Yet the adversary had sought the lives of her entire family based on mere conjecture, even before they were acquainted. How could she endure that? She felt no regret, nor fear. Indeed, those who kill must be slain in return. The mountain deity specter affirmed this to the young girl, but your concealment technique is rather rudimentary. Fortunately, his cultivation was slightly inferior to yours. Otherwise, it could have been your life claim today. Such a basic concealment technique. Daring to approach and feign ignorance, one cannot help but be impressed. Compared to the boy who had obtained the middle extreme pearl, he found greater affinity for this young girl. The smooth operation of the mountain god's temple was largely thanks to her and the Liu family standing behind her. Today's actions would bear fruit in the future. He wished not to repay her kindness in the next life. In no more than a month's time, I shall attain a complete reincarnation. A recent plague has acquainted hundreds of thousands with the mountain deity of Liaoshan. I must express my gratitude to you for this swift revelation. The teachings of our sect are not to be disseminated, yet I possess something of value to you. A glimmer of spiritual essence emanated from his fingertips. Do not shy away. The world of immortality is one where the mighty devour the weak, and the weak feast upon the minuscule. Simply put, it is a realm governed by the strength of one's fist, until your own strength has grown formidable. A proficient method of concealing one's presence is of utmost importance. Indeed. Thank you, esteemed elder. With newfound knowledge of an enhanced cultivation technique swirling in her mind, Lingxi bowed deeply before him. This truly marks the elder's final appearance. The ethereal figure waved his hand, signifying the end of their connection. You owe me nothing. Nor do I owe you anything. Do you comprehend this? Understood. Lingxi nodded, recalling the ancestral wisdom that the more powerful a cultivator, the more they fear the consequences of their actions. I have aided you, esteemed elder, yet you have also provided me with invaluable assistance. Thus, we are equal in our debts. The figure, satisfied, smiled before vanishing into thin air. Momentarily distracted, Lingxi found little desire to flee. Since no one witnessed her act of violence, why should she escape? She meticulously observed the lifeless form, eyes wide open as if in eternal unrest, memorizing the visage and stature before conjuring a formidable fireball technique. A brilliant flash erupted and faded, leaving only a trace of ashes upon the bluestone floor within mere moments. After employing 2 purifying spells to cleanse the area thoroughly, she scaled the wall and departed. Grandfather, Lu Yofeng, having seen the flash of light and anxiously awaiting his granddaughter's return, felt an overwhelming sense of dread. He was about to rush towards the wall when he heard her voice. Do not fear, I have slain him. Grandfather's complexion appeared rather poor, and Lingxi harbored grave suspicions that the elderly man was engulfed in fear. Well done. Initially brimming with vigor, ready to charge and recklessly, the old man, upon witnessing his granddaughter's sigh of relief, inexplicably became weak in both hands and legs. Let us depart. In that fleeting moment, he was indeed terrified. No need to leave. Grandfather. Taking advantage of this moment, I shall assume his appearance, thus arousing no suspicion. The twilight sky, teetering on the brink of darkness, presented a perfect opportunity for deception. Please remain seated. Lingxi retrieved a slender gourd from Yuhai, scarcely glancing at the plethora of items within his storage bag, and forcefully transformed herself to mirror his likeness using her spiritual energy, although the ruse would be easily discernible at close range from a distance. As she soared aloft on the gourd, Lu Yongfang found it challenging to distinguish reality from illusion. A celestial being, indeed. From afar, an unknown figure knelt and bowed in reverence. Lingxi circled above the mountain deity's temple twice before elegantly gliding towards the county town. Chapter 35. Ancient paintings. The journey to Snake Valley had unfolded an unexpected series of events, leaving both Lulan and Zhanqiu greatly astonished. The poison arrow, emanating a ghostly blue light from their home, had soaked his robe with cold sweat from sheer dread. Had his granddaughter not fortuitously advanced in her cultivation so swiftly, forging a bond with the Yuzhai, it could have spelled calamity for the Lu family. Grandfather, what surname shall we bear? From this day forth, in Shima Forest, we shall discard the character Lu and replace Ling with Lin. If anyone inquires, you shall introduce yourself as Lingxi. Upon resolving matters concerning his granddaughter, Lu Yongfang turned his attention to his son and daughter-in-law. Elan and I shall change our surname. You must remember this, for it is a matter of grave importance. Rest assured, father, we shall remember, replied the couple, knowing they could not afford to be unresponsive. Their daughter, despite her tender age, had already taken a life with those poisoned arrows, and if they could not protect her, how could they possibly hinder her progress? Very well, from this moment forth, you shall diligently cultivate in the stalactite cave. Lu Yofeng felt a sense of relief. At his advanced age, life and death were of little concern to him. But Elan and her husband still had potential to ascend, and he did not wish for them to squander their time. These 2 storage bags shall now belong to you. The journey to Snake Valley, though fraught with peril, promised undeniable benefits. The elder finally grasped the inherent dangers of the cultivation world. Murder and treasure-seeking yielded wealth with alarming swiftness. Many were aware of the flying gourd of Changxing, and it must not be exposed here. Indeed, as he accepted the storage bags, Lulan felt a pang of reluctance. Father, Si Hui and I can slightly open the entrance to the stalactite cave. Why don't you cultivate with us? Jiang Sihui eagerly concurred, for their advancement to the 3rd level of qi refinement was merely a matter of time, and she could not bear the thought of her father-in-law alone outside. Lu Yofeng waved his hand dismissively. The current state of the stalactite cave is optimal. It must not be disturbed. I can cultivate just as effectively outside, and as for Lingxi, she can traverse both realms. Regarding his granddaughter, he now felt utterly reassured. In the eyes of the world, immortals ascended to the heavens, and encountering one was a blessing accrued over countless lifetimes, naturally. No one would have the audacity to inquire about their whereabouts. The provisions left by the wolf bandits were thoroughly utilized by Lu Yongfeng, who transformed them into a variety of cooked dishes, carefully stored in large wooden barrels and placed into a storage bag. Unbeknownst to anyone, deep within the mountains of Liashan, hundreds of nascent soul cultivators were intently studying an ancient painting, seemingly stained crimson, suspended in the ethereal void, examining the occasional runes it benevolently released. Everyone, take heed. The Shidi people are approaching, Elder Lingfeng of the Qian Dao sect announced, having received word from his spiritual pet. Indeed, as the gathered individuals shifted their gazes, they beheld several figures rapidly approaching from the distance. It appeared that their arrival was perfectly timed. The leader, clad in a purple robe, wore a serene smile reminiscent of Amitabha. What do you think? Are you all aware of how to proceed? I must share some unfortunate news, remarked Qiuyu, the master of the Miao Miao Pavilion, with a smile. Nascent soul cultivators are unable to enter. Thus, whether it be you or I, we can only stand outside and gaze in vain. Oh, a group of bald-headed individuals turned their attention to the blood-red ancient painting. What about the core formation cultivators? You may send someone to test the waters, one of them replied with a chuckle. Very well, let us proceed with the trial. To Qiuyu's surprise, one of the bald-headed individuals raised his hand and hurled a severely injured 7th-tier griffin, still dazed, from his spiritual beast bag towards the ancient painting. Caw! Just as the griffin approached the painting, a massive vortex appeared in the void, and sensing danger, the griffin struggled in vain. It was already too late. The vortex had locked onto it and swiftly drew it in. However, the vulture, originally comparable in size to the ancient painting, shrank to a minuscule form, smaller than an ant, as it was drawn into the vortex with the artwork. Had it not been for the keen eyes of those present, it would have been nearly impossible to locate it. A faint, mournful cry seemed to echo from a distant realm, presumably the vulture's domain, which now appeared as a mere speck of crimson, accompanied by the scent of blood. Oh, I neglected to mention. The esteemed Master Qiuyu observed the somber expressions on their faces and remarked with an air of good humor, in this realm of the 5 elements, one must test themselves against the demonic beasts. Regardless of their rank, they shall be vanquished. What? The countenance of the Shidi people turned grim. We cannot test ourselves against these beasts. Are we to enter ourselves? It was unclear who among them possessed such noble intentions, asking who had sacrificed themselves to the 5 elements realm. Given that they understood the Yuanying could not enter, it was evident that some had already ventured forth. Master Zishan, appearing quite earnest, stated, "We must at least offer incense before his tablet." Alas, I regret to disappoint my fellow cultivators, Master Qiuyu replied with a particularly kind smile. Whether one can enter or not, in due time, it will reveal itself to us. Yet, he would not generously divulge the specifics of that time. Once again, a voice rang out, prompting everyone to look up. They noticed something shifting within the blood-red ancient painting. Gradually, certain areas of crimson seemed to coalesce more prominently. However, it remained still for some time. The Shidi individuals, arriving late, scrutinized it for a while but discerned nothing of note and grew increasingly impatient. In contrast, the cultivators present were all intensely focused, as if invigorated by a surge of energy. They were apprehensive, fearing that this might be something extraordinary, and dared not miss the opportunity. Thus they remained, bewildered yet attentive. 1 hour passed, then 2, with everyone standing on either side, distinctly delineated. The crimson splotches of the ancient painting gradually expanded under their unblinking gazes. Suddenly, the ears of the man in the purple robe twitched. He could hear the accelerated heartbeats of many from the cultivator's side, their excitement palpable. Just as he gathered his focus to observe intently, the red blotch seemed to transform into a rune, expanding from small to large in an instant, cascading downwards. The crimson radiance permeated through their forms, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The expression of the man in the purple robe turned grave. The rune had materialized far too swiftly for him to sketch it. His consciousness swiftly scanned the surroundings, searching for the cultivator's array for recording images or the jade for capturing reflections, but no matter how many times he glanced, he found nothing. Meanwhile, many on the cultivator's side were still pondering the rune that had just descended, as if they had truly failed to capture its essence. Unable to retain the image, the compassionate monk, holding the jade he had fortuitously obtained for preservation, lamented, "It appears this item is rendered useless here." No wonder. The man in the purple robe sighed inwardly. "Autumn, it was agreed that we would collaborate, and you all arrived first. Alas, There is little to be done. The locking dragon seal was never meant to involve your Western D clan. Master Autumn, you interrupted. Those who arrived late can only blame the long journey. A desolate expanse of 200,000 miles devoid of spiritual power is indeed perilous. Yet these fellows managed to arrive in less than a year. One cannot help but admire their resolve. Chapter 36. Transformation. Having acquired 3 storage bags. Although the total of 23 gathering pills suitable for Qi refinement practitioners was modest, the unwavering filial piety of his descendants led Lu Yongfang to ultimately break through to the 3rd layer of Qi refinement after the new year. With a family of 4, comprising 3 individuals at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement and 1 at the 4th, they could traverse the vast expanse of 200,000 miles across the frigid desert. All necessary preparations had been meticulously made. Seeing his waiting descendants, Lu Yongfang emerged with a beaming smile. Now, he needed only to present the final item before their departure. What else is there? Lu Lingxi queried, perplexed, as her storage bag was already brimming, leaving no room for anything further. Homeland, Lu Yongfang declared. Stepping into the center of the courtyard, personally filling each descendant's pouch with a small amount of earth. Although our ancestors did not originate from here, we do. They were born and raised in this land, and now we must take our leave, which fills my heart with profound reluctance. Indeed. Lu Lan and his wife nodded in agreement. Lingxi, you should go to the county and clarify matters with the Kaijia. If he wishes to accompany us, we shall take him. If not, inform him about the stalactite cave. Lu Yongfang gazed upon the courtyard that had been their home for over a year. I intend to gift this courtyard to Yuzhai as a shrine, placing our family's ancestral tablets here. In the future, when Yuzhai holds ancestral ceremonies, it may serve to honor us as well. We shall heed your wishes. Lu Lingxi and her parents would certainly not oppose. With a wave of his hand, Lu Yongfang signaled for everyone to disperse. Is it true that you are departing? Li Kaijia had long been aware that this place was a forsaken realm of cultivation, where spiritual energy would vanish once more in a few years. However, he did not anticipate that the Lu family would depart so soon. Indeed, our ancestors bore the surname Lin and were true cultivators. Lu Lingxi was unaware that years later, he might regret this decision, perhaps embarking alone on a journey of 200,000 miles through desolation. At this moment, he only wished to eliminate the flaws associated with the Lu surname. The greatest aspiration of his forebears was for their descendants to return to the realm of cultivation, where spiritual energy abounded and disciples could join esteemed sections. Li Kaijia fell silent. His parents and family resided in Yuzhai, which was flourishing, making it relatively easy to establish a foundation there. He pondered, but resolved to strive diligently. If one truly establishes a foundation, does that guarantee 200 years of life? Indeed, my ancestors have asserted as much. The formation of the golden core grants 500 years, and the nascent soul, a millennium. Li Kaijia sighed, a sense of melancholy washing over him. Lingxi, if one were to live for such an extensive duration, what meaning would life hold if all family members had passed? At this inquiry, Lu Lingxi furrowed her brow. If I can establish a foundation, then surely my parents can as well. Furthermore, cultivation is not as smooth as you might imagine. She had witnessed countless acts of violence, yet he had only hunted bears. Fourth brother, if you are reluctant. I truly am reluctant. Li Kaijia thought of his family. My parents do not possess spiritual roots, and my home lies here. Lingxi, I cannot accompany you on your journey. This was an anticipated outcome. I understand. Li Kaijia seemed indifferent as she affectionately called him fourth brother once again. Lingxi, He silently retrieved a jade ring from his pocket. I came across this by chance. You should be aware of its significance. It is known as a storage ring, and I wish to gift it to you. He had no intention of venturing into the realm of cultivation. Retaining such an item might not prove beneficial, after all. Without the ability to cultivate, one could merely gaze upon fine treasures without ever grasping them. A storage ring? Lu Lingxi was taken aback. Had it not been for a fortunate twist of fate, she could never have gathered 3 storage bags for her family. Yet here he was, effortlessly possessing such a remarkable item. Did you have to resort to violence to acquire this? Li Jia cast her a disapproving glance. What are you talking about? I stumbled upon it at a friend's pawn shop. Ah, what luck. Lu Lingxi felt a twinge of bitterness. Such a splendid treasure as the middle extreme pearl had fallen into his hands simply because he happened to browse a pawn shop. What does it contain? Some spiritually imbued stones. A few jade slips, 2 garments, and 2 Zhanqiu bottles, Li Kaijia replied, pressing the storage ring into her hands. I have no use for it here. It's yours now. Take a look. Lu Lingxi longed for it, yet felt it was too precious to accept. You should keep it. Reluctantly, she returned it to him. Our family possesses storage bags. Should you ever venture into the cultivation realm and lack storage tools, traversing the 20,000 miles of frigid desert would be quite arduous. Despite her words, her gaze remained fixed upon the storage ring. However, what about one of those Zhanqiu bottles? Could you spare one for me? In the depths of the limestone cave, ethereal stalactites were housed within an array of large jars, rendering their extraction rather inconvenient. If you provide me with a Zhanqiu bottle, I can reveal to you a location that remains suitable for cultivation, even in the absence of spiritual energy in the future. Lingxi regarded her with a smile that danced between amusement and skepticism. So, you had no intention of sharing this information with me? I did intend to tell you, Lingxi replied, a hint of dejection in her tone. That place lies in outshine. How about this? I shall take you there, and you will see for yourself. Lingxi grinned. Let us agree on this. You truly do not wish for the storage ring? The Zhanqiu bottles are all contained within. Absolutely not. Lingxi exclaimed, her eyes tightly shut in distress. It's truly perplexing how such treasures end up in the hands of the virtuous. Were they possessed by a nefarious individual, I would certainly not refuse. I would have seized it without hesitation. Here, your Zhanqiu bottle. Lingxi placed a palm-sized jade green flat bottle into her hands. This vessel, I have tested it. It can hold approximately 500 pounds of water. Such a capacity? Lingxi accepted it with delight. Fourth brother, if you wish to enter that cave, you will need to learn the art of skeletal contraction from me. Martial arts techniques from the world of martial artists? Indeed. I have long heard from Grandfather Zhang that Aunt Zhang's family used to escort goods. Lingxi's eyes sparkled with mirth. In this region, martial prowess is even more advantageous. If it is convenient. Convenient. It's a promise. Unbeknownst to them, thousands of miles away, a cadre of black-robed cultivators was hastening towards their location, closely pursued by another group of practitioners. Chapter 37. Qian Dao Sect. However, even in the absence of spiritual plants, the abundant spiritual energy within was far more potent than that of the outside world, and the occasional dripping of stalactites made Lingxi, who had endured considerable hardship to enter, feel that this journey was well worth it. My father mentioned that the early manifestation of spiritual energy in Yuzhou was attributed to these stalactites. Lingxi gazed at the numerous vessels filling the cave, feeling somewhat contemplative. Over the years, they had dripped continuously, seeping into the underground rivers, and since the wells of the village connected to these subterranean streams, the spiritual energy of the village revived much earlier than in the outside world. Is that so? The astonishing craftsmanship of nature truly leaves one in awe. Lingxi turned around in the areas he could, pondering whether this place would remain unchanged when the spiritual energy dissipated outside. As for that, I cannot say. Lingxi looked up at the hanging stalactites, pondering that perhaps there lay a small spiritual vein above. However, my grandfather advised against meddling, for the dripping stalactites naturally possess serene spiritual energy, eliminating the need for any refinement. Such treasures are far superior to spiritual stones. Much of the food in my storage bag was crafted from the collected stalactites, and it tasted exquisite. I've heard that the realm of cultivation has spiritual wine. Last year, my grandfather concocted some using stalactites combined with grain. However, the wine was excessively spicy, which I could not bear. If you enjoy it, you may seek out my grandfather for the recipe. The wolf bandits pillaged so much grain from Yuzhou, yet they did not waste any of it. Lingxi simply could not comprehend why such a fiery and intense wine was so beloved by the 3 adults in her family. The girl could not resist revealing a large jar filled with honey. Look, this is mine. It's not wine, but simply honey, sweet and delightful. Lingxi grinned as he took it and gulped down a mouthful. I quite like this. Although he had secretly tasted alcohol with his classmates, the 15-year-old did not find it particularly appealing. From now on, I shall only use honey. Delighted by his approval, Lingxi informed him that in the realm of cultivation, there existed spirit bees, classified as second-tier magical beasts. The honey they produced was infused with spiritual energy, and if she could acquire some in the future, it would surely surpass any wine by 1,000-fold, or even 10,000-fold. Spirit bees? Lingxi was taken aback. Do they possess the ability to channel spiritual energy? Indeed. Lingxi nodded. I have a record of various magical beasts, the 100 Demons Compendium, which details many of them. If you have an empty jade tablet, you could certainly copy a portion. I do not possess one, Lingxi replied, his expression tinged with melancholy. Had they not departed so early, he could have borrowed it to peruse. Lingxi. As far as I know, places in the cultivation realm with spiritual veins are typically monopolized by various sects and noble families. Are you certain that ordinary locations possess richer spiritual energy than here? At this point, he could not help but harbor a glimmer of hope. In truth, you need not rush to leave. It would not be too late to depart once the spiritual energy here truly becomes insufficient. This reasoning was indeed difficult to refute. But can one not live as a rogue cultivator? Certainly. Upon recalling his storage ring, Lingxi was not surprised. He possessed considerable knowledge. Yet she had heard that life as a rogue cultivator was fraught with hardship. Without the protection of a sect, acquiring precious items may easily lead to them being snatched away by others. After toiling hard to accumulate spirit stones, one finds it difficult to keep pace with their own cultivation needs. Even setting aside the grievances of ancestors, with both grandfather and parents present, Lingxi feels compelled to establish a formidable backing for herself. In due time, relying on her innate spiritual roots and talents, she believes that her family will at least be spared from undue bullying. Fourth brother, your spiritual roots may indeed surpass mine, although I am reluctant to acknowledge this. The fortune you possess is something I cannot hope to rival. It seems that living as a wandering cultivator is a loss. Yet, to avoid wandering, one must embark on the journey now. How could he bear to part with it? No worries, I shall take my time. Lingxi exhaled quietly, turning to comfort the small girl who had always cared for him. After all, I never intended to pursue immortality. 2 years ago, his greatest wish was merely to fill his belly. Lingxi is a boy easily contented, especially now that you have divulged the existence of this stalactite cave to me. The life I currently lead is one I would not have dared to dream of before, thus the notion of loss is entirely irrelevant. Still so naive. What could Lingxi possibly say? After much effort, dragging the not yet skilled Lingxi in the art of contraction to the mountain summit left both of them drenched in sweat. If the wild beasts in the mountains are frequently nourished by spiritual energy, they may transform into demon beasts. My grandfather advised that the cave entrance should not be expanded, as doing so would not only ward off demons but also shield against those with ill intentions. Understood. Lingxi felt pain coursing through his entire body and resolved to diligently practice the art of contraction. However, this place was indeed discovered by you, wasn't it? As Lingxi was about to nod, she suddenly sensed something and looked up into the distance, discovering numerous streaks of escape light swiftly approaching. Her complexion turned pale with fear. How could there be so many formidable cultivators here? Among the last 2 celestial beings flying in, one of them cast a glance at them, and they collectively suppressed their escape light. 4th layer of Qi refinement. Wait a moment. The esteemed Zhanqiu of the Qiandao sect interrupted his self-introduction, her divine sense already fixated on a nearby stalactite cave. Brother Dongtua, there exists a small spiritual vein here. What? Dongtua's divine sense expanded, and his smile instantly faded. Well, meeting his fate. With the revival of spiritual energy in the cold desert wilderness, all those under 40 with spiritual roots must join our sect. His gaze lingered more on Lingxi. Kaiwei, we shall each take one. This boy will be taken by my heavenly sword palace. Lingxi and Lingxi were utterly astonished. Zhanqiu shot him a sidelong glance and then turned to Lingxi with a gentle smile. What is your name? Although the spiritual energy surrounding the girl was somewhat mixed, it remained pure, and judging by her appearance, her bone age seemed young, even if she possessed a spiritual vein. Reaching the 4th layer of Qi refinement at such an age was commendable within the Qiandao sect. Lingxi. Lingxi promptly revealed the name her grandfather had recently given her. Oh, a rather melodious name. The Qiandao sect is one of the 6 major sects of the Wushan continent. Zhanqiu flashed her a radiant smile. Is this your brother? Would you both like to join our Qiandao sect together? Kaiwei raised an eyebrow, disregarding the glare from Dongtua. If they are siblings, would it be excessive to separate them? Chapter 38. The rice has been cooked naturally. They are not siblings. Lingxi and Lingxi both shook their heads in unison. Do you have any family members who are cultivators? Kaiwei inquired with a playful smile before Dongtua could interject. Those who can cultivate in such a desolate place must come from a lineage of cultivators, right? Dongtua considered this point and turned his gaze towards the two. I am the only cultivator in my family, Lingxi said, braving the penetrating stares of the two. My parents are quite elderly, and I intend to accompany them for the rest of their days. What? The honest and earnest youth was a rarity in the cultivation world. Initially, both Dongtua and Kaiwei held high hopes for him, but they did not anticipate that this young lad would be so family-oriented. I may not be capable, but Lingxi is, he added. A family? Kaiwei's eyes sparkled as if she had stumbled upon a treasure. Momentarily oblivious to the darkening expression on Dongtuo's face, she beamed at the girl. Is that so? Indeed. In truth, Lingxi was also forcing herself to respond. She had heard of the esteemed Qindazong in the Wuxiang travelogue and on the Wuxiang map. Yet for such a grand sect to be so elated over a few qi-refining disciples seemed rather excessive. She regretted not having distanced herself from her grandfather and parents before Dan spoke up. How many members of your family are under 40? What is their level of cultivation? My family is small. My grandfather is quite old. I only have my parents, who are at the 3rd level of qi refining. It turns out there are only a few little fish. As Dong Tua observed the cracked smile on Sai Wei's face, he felt a sense of relief. Li Kaijia, do you comprehend the distinction between the celestial and the mundane? Were it not for the ethereal energy that envelopes this young man, pure and imbued with an unusual aura, he would not have been so patient. Can you bear to witness those around you age, to see your nephews and nieces surpassing your years? Do you believe you could maintain your current ease in such a scenario? Everywhere, you would be met with peculiar gazes. Some might proclaim you a celestial being, while others would label you a monster. The powerful mortals could manipulate your family, demanding whatever they wished. The pitiful commoners would incessantly beseech you for blessings. And your family. Because of you, their lives will never know tranquility again. Their destinies will be irrevocably altered due to your presence. Dong Tua, observing the now perspiring youth, spoke with an even colder tone. I can unequivocally inform you that the likelihood of adverse outcomes exceeds 70%. Li Kaijia, his throat parched, turned to Lingxi for rescue. Lingxi. As Lingxi felt the gaze of both eminent figures upon her, she longed to sigh. After all, she was indeed younger than them. The travelogue stated that prestigious sects attract disciples like moths to a flame. Such persuasion seems rather misplaced, and she felt a deep concern. Oh, it appears your family is prepared. Are you truly about to depart? Kawei favored children with a touch of cleverness, but at this moment, it was not feasible. The locking dragon seal of the desolate and frigid garden had been breached, and the elemental realms there have nearly solidified, allowing only those in the foundation establishment or qi refinement stages to enter. However, if it is determined that only those in the qi refinement stage may enter, then all the newly accepted disciples must be included. As she spoke, she smiled to reassure them. The 5 elements heaven and earth is truly an exceptional secret location. Since your ancestors originated from the realm of cultivation, you must understand the significance of such places to both sects and cultivators. Of course, it cannot be said that there is no danger within, but those who enter will be provided with certain protective items by the sect. She wished to enter, yet fate had not bestowed her with the opportunity. Regrettably, children who did not grow up in the world of cultivation may not comprehend the importance of opportunities to cultivators. The eyes of Master Kaiwei flickered with a hint of cunning as she cast a glance at Li Kaijia. Those who were unwilling to join the sect or enter would likely find it difficult with the demon sect. They have their methods to command others. What could Li Kaijia say? He could only look towards Lingxi. Brother Kaijia, the members of the demon sect are ruthless. They practice corpse refinement and soul collection, committing every conceivable evil. Although she had never encountered a true member of the demon sect, Lingxi had taken a life herself. She did not consider herself a bad person, especially when it came to those who were inherently wicked. She recalled that among the fleeing lights, the first to pass were those clad in black robes. Then I shall also join. Very well, I shall accept disciples on the spot. Elder Dongtua, wise and astute, interrupted his impending words. The pressure of his core formation instantly surged and receded, causing Li Kaijia to bow 3 times in quick succession. Remember, you are now a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect. I am your master, Dong Tua, a mid-core formation cultivator, currently serving as the Elder of External Affairs for the Heavenly Sword sect. Kawei managed to gather a small group, and if he were to lose even this, what would become of his dignity? Dong Tua seemed utterly indifferent to Li Kaijia's almost tearful demeanor. Kaiwei, as your master, should I not be presented with a token of your respect? The corners of Sai Wei's mouth involuntarily twisted. These sword cultivators were insufferable. It was regrettable that she had failed to react sooner. Ahem. Congratulations to you, Brother Dong Tua. In truth, she wished to admonish him for his shamelessness. But given the connection between their families and the previous favor owed, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. This is a mid-grade gathering qi pill, beneficial for qi refining practitioners facing critical challenges. As she presented the pill to Li Kaijia, her expression swiftly returned to calm. Take this and cultivate diligently. Fortunately, there was also a youth with a wind spirit root in the Qian Dao sect. Otherwise, it would have been a significant loss. Thank you, Senior. Chapter 39. Superior Gathering Qi Pill. They had acquired the identity tokens from Qian Dao sect and Tianjian sect, and after performing a blood verification, their names were confirmed. In a few days, individuals from each sect would arrive to recruit new members based on these tokens. Grandfather, we cannot leave. Upon seeing Lu Yongfang, the little girl finally released the emotions she had held back, recounting the events in full, her small face brimming with regret. Grandfather, the five elements realm must be extremely perilous. If not, please urge father and mother to flee quickly. It was one thing for her to be captured, but her parents were innocent. Lu Yongfang had not anticipated that so much could transpire in just half a day. Although the events unfolded rather abruptly, he had indeed seen the name of the Qian Dao sect on the Wuxiang map. The foremost family of Taishao Palace is one that cannot be provoked. Thus, their southern domain was promptly excluded. In contrast, the Heavenly Sword sect in the southwest and the Thousand Dao sect in the northeast are both ideal sections. By sheer coincidence, my granddaughter and Lingxi have managed to become disciples, which is indeed a fortunate turn of events. The Five Elements realm, being a long-accumulated secret land, is likely to harbor many treasures. This urgency has compelled the sects to hastily recruit disciples, hoping they will emerge with valuable artifacts. Although Lu Yongfang has not personally ventured into the realm of cultivation, he possesses profound insights into worldly matters. Cultivation, after all, is a struggle against fate, fraught with peril. Since my granddaughter is to enter, how can Alan and his wife remain behind? Your parents are of an age where, without opportunity, establishing a foundation in this lifetime would be exceedingly difficult. Lu Yongfang sighed. Now that there is a chance to enter the Five Elements realm, how could one possibly retreat? If retreating is an option, then what is the purpose of cultivation? It would be better to forfeit one's dantian and live as a humble healer among mortals. Alas, our family has never been content to remain idle. Being able to join the Thousand Dao sect is a blessing for our lineage. Lingxi, from now on, you must abandon any thoughts of retreat and focus solely on your cultivation. One of the 6 great sects of the Wuxiang, while it may possess some shadows, is predominantly benevolent. Grandfather, Lu Lingxi nestled against her grandfather's arm, sensing a hint of regret in his voice. He was unable to enter. Master Kaiwei had conveyed a parting message, revealing that the meeting gift was not merely a middle-grade elixir, but a genuine upper-grade gathering chi pill. She retrieved the vial from her embrace, declaring its particular utility for cultivators in the chi refinement stage. I cannot utilize so many. I shall share half with you. Such a foolish child. This vial contains 30 pills. You must at least take 6, her grandfather replied. Lu Lingxi calculated, if I and my parents each take 8, it will be just right. Grandfather Lu Yongfang gently caressed his granddaughter's soft, tender face before finally uncorking his own vial and accepting the 6 plump gathering chi pills. Now go and cultivate. However, within 3 days, an officer wielding a large gong traversed the streets, announcing that all individuals aged 6 to 20 who were unmarried were required to gather at the county office for an examination of their spiritual roots. Those discovered to possess spiritual roots would be rewarded with 100 taels of silver and an elixir that extended life by 2 years. This news thrilled those who had recently been captivated by tales of celestial beings, as they had been searching for immortals in vain, only to realize that now they too had the opportunity for themselves or their families to pursue cultivation. Lingxi, entangled in his parents' concerns for 3 days, was eventually urged by his older brothers to undergo the spiritual root examination, which left him exasperated. There is no need for the examination, father, mother. I have already become a cultivator. He gently levitated into the air, adding, moreover, I have joined a sect and taken a master. In a few days, he will come to take me away. Did they mention anything about giving you silver or the elixir that extends life? Old Li was initially regretful, as life in Yuzhou had been quite pleasant over the past 2 years. His 3 elder sons had all settled down, yet unexpectedly. His youngest son soon brought him a monumental surprise. Father, I have already administered it to you and mother. What? The Li parents were astounded to realize that they had already ingested such great fortune. Indeed. Oh dear. Li mother wished fervently that she could extract the elixir from her mouth. Child, why did you give this to mother? People outside are saying someone has offered 2,000 taels of silver to purchase that celestial pill. Li Kaijia's lips twitched. Mother, I still have more. Lu Lingxi, having spent half a year at the 4th level of chi refinement, was experiencing the effects of a pill for the first time. However, the spiritual energy unleashed by the superior gathering chi pill far exceeded her expectations, shattering through the 5th level of chi refinement. The remaining substantial spiritual energy caused her meridians and dantian to swell uncomfortably. Fortunately, the superior gathering chi pill was considerably gentler than the spiritual tempest unleashed by the middle extreme pearl. Otherwise, She would have worried about her grandparents and parents after taking the pill. Lu Lingxi's dantian and meridians, already broadened, seemed to revel in this influx of spiritual energy. When her parents entered, she sensed it slightly, but before she could open her eyes, she was once again captivated by the spiritual energy released from her dantian. As another cycle of energy flowed through her, every pore in her body opened, seemingly assisting in the absorption of qi. At that critical moment, she could not concern herself with her parents. The qi refinement technique circulated within her, and she felt as if she were immersed in a hot spring brimming with spiritual energy, instinctively transforming the incoming qi into her own. Shu. Jiangxi Hui observed her daughter's condition and whispered to her husband, suggesting they move to another location for cultivation. The top-grade gathering qi pill. With the imminent opening of the 5 elements heaven and earth, they needed to elevate their cultivation levels promptly. Picking up the pill bottle left by their daughter, the couple each took a portion before extracting a single pill. When Lu Lingxi awakened from her meditation, she found the outside world enveloped in silence. The hourglass, used to measure time, had run out of sand, leaving her uncertain of how long she had been lost in her thoughts. A subtle sweep of her divine sense revealed her parents were seemingly in a critical phase of cultivation, so she refrained from disturbing them. Instead, she positioned herself at the cave entrance, half-crouching, and with a swift kick of her legs, she propelled herself outward. Outside was a sheer cliff of 100 zhang. As she approached the edge, she remained calm, taking a deep breath before kicking her legs again, effortlessly ascending to the cliff's summit without relying on any external aid. Chapter 40. A hint. Have you advanced? Li Kaijia sat atop the cliff, his body drenched in dew. Though he appeared quite disheveled, he was genuinely astonished to see Lu Lingxi's advancement. Indeed, Brother Sidan, have you not practiced at all these past few days? Lu Lingxi was taken aback by his current state. Master Kaiwei had gifted her a top-grade pill, and she recalled how Dong Tuo, her mentor, had also provided him with 2 bottles of pills during their last encounter. I wanted to spend more time with my parents. Lu Lingxi found herself at a loss for words. If she was meant to accompany someone, why had she come here? Well, Lu Lingxi was uncertain how to persuade him. She felt that perhaps this path would enable him to sever mundane ties, ensuring greater safety for both of them. After pondering for a while, she finally said, Brother Sidan, I have taken a life. What? The young man turned to her, illuminated by the moonlight. The individual was also a cultivator. Lu Lingxi cast a cleansing spell on the place where he wished to sit. Having arrived at the Yutsai village 6 months ago, he might have suspected the anomalies surrounding the mountain god temple and subsequently turned his gaze towards my home, believing that we had derived some benefit from the temple. Seizing the opportunity when my family was absent, he laid numerous poison crossbows. Li Kaijia straightened his posture. At that time, why did you not seek my assistance? The treasures of the mountain god were his. Lu Lingxi did not engage with his inquiry and continued, stating that upon discovering his location, she disguised herself as an ordinary child, approaching him under the guise of playful hide-and-seek, and when he least expected it, she thrust a sword into his heart. Li Kaijia's heart raced. This was genuine murder. It was not the slaying of a wolf or a tiger, but of a human. Lu Lingxi gazed at him. Do you perceive me as ruthless and malevolent? With an expression of unutterable seriousness adorning her youthful face, which still bore traces of baby fat. Li Kaijia hastily shook his head. If anyone were to harm my family, I too would not spare them. In the past, to stave off starvation and to ensure that his ailing parents and timid brothers could have at least one hearty meal, he had joined the adults in their banditry. The teacher at the academy had once proclaimed that dragons possess a reverse scale, and to touch it spells certain death. Family is our reverse scale. Yet, it seemed that his family favored silver and elixirs, showing little concern for him. Li Kaijia concealed the melancholy in his heart, and said, Lingxi, you have acted rightly. Lu Lingxi smiled. If you choose to label me as a villain, I shall not deem my actions as wrong. She lay down gazing at the stars above. Fourth brother. In truth, prior to my act of violence, I had already witnessed 2 instances of cultivators committing murder. Lu Lingxi inwardly sighed. My ancestors have stated that among the prodigies of the cultivation world, those who truly evolve into Yuanian cultivators are exceedingly rare. Most of them do not meet a natural demise, often falling victim to covert assassinations, with rumors suggesting that half of them perish in such a manner. Li Kaijia lowered his gaze, remaining silent. You have embarked on the path of cultivation. Things are no longer as they once were. Lu Lingxi carefully chose her words. With the presence of the 3 elder brothers looking after you at Uncle and Aunt S, your departure might be beneficial for both you and them. However, upon entering the cultivation realm, the principle of kindness must be contingent upon the character of others. while one should harbor no ill will. The necessity of vigilance cannot be overstated. This marks the most significant distinction between the cultivation world and the mortal realm. In the mortal realm, grievances rarely lead to immediate death. Yet in the cultivation world, the moment a sword is thrust forth, in the span of a breath, life may be extinguished, leaving nothing behind. Lingxi rubbed her eyes. Unable to recall how long she had been cultivating, her eyelids felt heavy. Besides maintaining a wary heart, one must also diligently cultivate, for otherwise, if one's opponent is stronger, one will be compelled to acquiesce to their demands. Akin to how one must bow repeatedly under the oppressive might of Elder Dongtua. Lingxi's expression shifted. He had intended to accompany Lingxi to the Qin Dao sect. Just as he turned to speak, he noticed the little girl beside him, her eyes closed, her breathing gradually deepening. Is she asleep? Reflecting on these past days, she may have been tirelessly devoted to her cultivation, leaving Lingxi feeling inexplicably embarrassed. Perhaps he truly needs to contemplate the path of immortality more seriously. In the distance, cultivators have journeyed far and erected a series of buildings. Yet, witnessing even the numerous nascent soul cultivators engrossed in deciphering the ancient paintings, it is clear that those with any semblance of intellect would not rest idly. The nascent soul cultivators formed a central circle, surrounded by the core formation cultivators, while the foundation establishment practitioners found themselves further out. As for the qi refinement novices, they were positioned too far away, rendering their senses and vision inadequate to discern the ancient paintings, leaving them with little to ponder. Lingwu observed for several days without uncovering any insights. She turned to her companion Zhanqiu and quietly remarked, "There is nothing to see here. Lingering is futile." Zhanqiu glanced at their seemingly oblivious senior cousins, who remained motionless, and silently joined Lingwu in departure. Everyone was loitering, perhaps in hopes of stumbling upon a chance to comprehend the runes. Perhaps? Lingwu chuckled. Have you ever been struck by bird droppings that happen to fly by? What kind of talk is that? Zhanqiu exhaled softly. Senior sister Ling, I now understand why others prefer to call you by your nickname. You hardly embody the image of a fairy. I think you might have been born into the wrong gender. Ha ha ha. You see, when you can't win an argument, you resort to this. Zhanqiu laughed and darted away. Why not change tactics? Stop. Don't run. In the distance, Lu Chuan glanced up to see the two girls chasing each other towards the barracks and couldn't help but sigh. The opportunities presented by the Five Elements realm are unrelated to him, and as the colors of the ancient paintings fade increasingly, it is likely that even the foundational cultivators will find entry impossible. Thus, the son, Song Lei, may indeed have come in vain. Regrettably, despite the numerous members of the Lu family, there are only 8 qi refinement cultivators, and they are rather dull-witted, lacking the cleverness of the youngest, Song Xia, who at least understands the importance of leveraging the lingua. Lu Chuan feels compelled to converse with a few of these young individuals. The Five Elements realm will undoubtedly be tumultuous, and having more allies could provide additional avenues for survival. Look, they are coming again. Lu Chuan heard a sound and quickly lifted his gaze, only to observe that the blood-red hue was diminishing. The runes on the ancient painting were coalescing at a pace swifter than that day, almost forming in a blink, and when it pressed down, he scarcely caught a glimpse of its outline. Chapter 41. Coward. Second update in honor of the book friend, Yuan Ti Sherbai. Alas, it has slipped by once more. Countless sighs echoed in the air. This time, even some core formation cultivators have come to terms with reality, silently rising and quietly departing. With their departure, an increasing number of cultivators stood up. Lu Chuan took the opportunity to rise, patting Lu Zhanqiu and the other qi refinement cultivators, instructing them to follow him. The once empty barracks were finally occupied. It seems the Five Elements realm can now be confirmed as having been entered by qi refinement cultivators. Lu Chuan instructed his kin, stating that their current task is to cultivate and to befriend all daoist cultivators whose skills and temperaments align with theirs. In the Five Elements realm, at least on the surface, they must unite as one, ensuring that neither the demonic sect nor the Shidi people can bully them. Do you understand? Yes. Lu Sohan and his 7 companions were certainly not fools. They understood that the secret realms of the cultivation world, while representing unparalleled opportunities, also signified endless bloodshed. As they prepared to depart, they all bowed in unison. This instruction to their disciples did not come from just 1 or 2 individuals. The perils of the Five Elements secret realm could well exceed those of other domains, especially with the inclusion of the Shidi people this time, along with the demonic sect. Leaving no room for levity, Lu Chuan, entering the Lu family camp with a grin, was Yuming from Taishao Palace. I have come seeking my cousin Zhanqiu. who was exiled to this region 3 years ago from my Yi family. I wonder, does your family? Haha, descendants of Lu Xian must possess spiritual roots, right? Do you think they might also venture here? A jolt ran through Lu Chuan's heart. This rascal was at it again, provoking him. Over the years, the Yi family had continuously unveiled descendants with commendable spiritual root qualifications and had successfully advanced several alchemical cultivators, all the while suppressing the Lu family in their quest to claim the title of the foremost family in the south. Their ambition was glaringly evident. Hey, I'm talking to you. Yiming chuckled with great satisfaction. With this, our manpower at Taishao Palace will surely surpass that of other sections. To maintain fairness, this time, apart from those who have already cultivated upon arrival, all new disciples will be allocated according to their quotas. It just so happens that they have arranged their distribution outside. And once the Lu family recognizes the descendants of Lu Xian, Taishao Palace will reap significant benefits. Yu Ming was exceedingly pleased. Lu Chuan, you wouldn't be unwilling, would you? Lu Xian has been gone for nearly 3 centuries, hasn't he? Once a person is gone, their light extinguished. Clinging to old memories only serves to benefit him. He paid no heed to the younger generation of the Lu family, who regarded him with an almost predatory gaze. Now we must prioritize the greater good, placing the interests of the sect above all else. He took the initiative, pouring himself a cup of tea, savoring a sip. If the descendants of Lu Xian were to emerge alive from this, wouldn't the Lu family also reap some benefits? Lu Chuan, let me tell you. One must not be excessively rigid in life. Have you finished? Lu Chuan offered no response, simply gesturing towards the door, inviting him to leave. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Yi Ming laughed heartily, remarking that Lu brother was growing angry again. Once, you were renowned for your talent. A mere frown from you would have caused countless individuals to tread carefully around you. Yet now, heh, Lu brother, as they say. Fortunes change with the passage of 30 years. You may frown all you wish, but I am no longer intimidated. Let me be clear. Elder Nanjing has already consented to my proposal. You have no choice but to acquiesce. Though his final words were delivered in a lowered tone, the prolonged cadence was laced with mockery and malice. Lu Chuan looked up at him, his voice flat. But alas, my friend Yi, you shall be disappointed. Apart from my father, no one in the Lu family can trace the bloodline of Lu Xian's descendants. Fortunately, it cannot be traced, otherwise. If we were to snatch someone from another sect, the Lu family would immediately become a target of scorn. This Yi is quite cunning indeed. Oh, is there such a notion? Yi Ming was incredulous. When did the art of bloodline tracing become so ineffective? Lu Chuan, do you think I, along with Elder Nanjing, am a fool? Does the friend believe that the Changling bloodline is the same as ours? What? Is there some taboo surrounding the Changling bloodline? Yi Ming's expression darkened instantly as he stood up abruptly. Lu Chuan, you may as well speak to Elder Nanjing yourself. Whoever made the mess should clean it up. Lu Chuan was not one to indulge his temper. Yi Ming, you can test that if you wish. If you think you can feign ignorance and scheme against Elder Nanjing, you must consider the consequences. Despite the Lu family's current decline, my mother is still one of the most promising candidates for becoming a formidable practitioner in the sect. I return your words to you. Humph. Enraged, Yu Ming stormed off. He had completely forgotten about the matters concerning the Lu family. But then again, descendants of Lu Xian, Lu Daoist and Yifan lived well until their demise. Even if Lu Xian truly had descendants, they would likely be keeping a low profile. After all, no one had ever stepped forward to acknowledge it. However, given that it was the Changling vein, it was understandable that Yifan might leave a thread of connection out of respect for Lu Daoist. As for the absence of such a person, it could only imply one possibility. They had chosen to remain anonymous. Zhanqiu furrowed his brows. If that were indeed the case, he needed to be cautious. Although the Lu family was currently in decline, the future, contemplating the potential resurgence of the Lu family, his gaze grew intricate. Many of those once renowned figures had gained their fame through the benefits of the elemental realms and the treasures obscured in this realm, which had led to their illustrious reputations. Yet now, the majority of those treasures lay in his possession, and those once formidable individuals had lost their might. It was unlikely they could overpower him again. No matter how exceptional the treasures might be, without the requisite prowess to safeguard them, they were rendered futile. He closed his eyes, involuntarily recalling the Yuan Tian Ling Sui that had been taken from him long ago, his breath growing noticeably heavier. After a series of deep inhalations, he finally suppressed the foul breath within, casting a tranquil gaze towards the vacant mat not far away. The sordidness of noble families had not only been repaid by Lu but also by himself. However, if in this lifetime he were to surpass that individual, and if Yuan Tianling's essence were to fall into that person's hands, would the elders of the Yi family then turn around and claim, for the greater good of the Yi clan, that they would wrest the treasures from him? Zhanqiu longed to witness that moment, to discern whether that person truly dared to resist. Clenching his fist, he felt a loathing for that voice, for those two words. Chapter 42. Ambush. Two colossal ships soared through the sky, leaving countless spectators in awe. Li Kaijia, lacking any flying spiritual artifact, stood for the first time at such an elevated height. Amidst the expansive view, a rare smile graced his lips. The earth lay far beneath him. The distinction between celestial and mortal realms had become evident. The deck was crowded with newly recruited disciples from various sects, their laughter and joy echoing far and wide. Only the hearts of the three members of the Lu family felt a heaviness. They dared not let the elder await in vain, for the consequences of such a delay were beyond anyone's endurance. At this moment, Lingxi had already reached the mid-stage of qi refinement. Her cultivation bolstered by the potent energy of a high-grade qi gathering pill, which she would ordinarily hesitate to consume were it not for the pressing time constraints. When Master Caiwei's spiritual sense caught sight of the trio, her heart ached as they consumed the pills, prompting a knowing smile to spread across her face. Each sect had been allocated an average of 64 disciples, but Qiandao's sect, owing to her keen eyes, had received an additional 7. Particularly, that family of 3 possesses spiritual roots with values exceeding 85. Had they been born in the realm of cultivation, the parents would not have remained mere qi refinement practitioners. Look, a hawk. It's flying so slowly. A group of children exclaimed as they observed a mundane hawk startled into flight by their presence in the nearby forest. This creature, soaring freely in the sky, was typically an object of their admiration. However, they now realized they could leave it far behind, transforming into its admirers, which elicited great excitement. With a flicker of spiritual energy, Caiwei swiftly cast several protective barriers around those practicing nearby. Unexpectedly, as the mundane hawk approached the airship, it suddenly transformed, its wings extending several meters, and its sharp claws lunged menacingly toward the vessel. Just as the crowd gasped, a translucent shield on the airship shimmered. Boom! While Caiwei and the others were fixated on the hawk, the airship shuddered violently as an unknown force struck its underside, causing many to be thrown into the air uncontrollably. Protect! Dong Tuo, sword in hand, soared forth, disregarding all else, unleashing several beams of sword light toward the underside of the ship. Clang! 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 The sword energy collided with the incoming massive imprint, sending sparks flying. Let us do this again. From the nearby clouds, 3 Western D warriors leaped simultaneously, unleashing a powerful palm strike that surged through the air. Boom! To their astonishment, the airship's shield flickered and successfully deflected their palm imprint. In the ship's hold, separated by a barrier, those engaged in cultivation finally sensed a subtle disturbance. Those who had not consumed medicinal pills could immediately cease their practices, while those who had ingested them could only hastily refine their medicinal energy. How shameless! After immobilizing the disciples on the deck who had yet to embark on their cultivation journey, Caiwei and her companions swiftly reinforced the barrier for those within the hold. Ultimately, who is truly shameless? In the forest, 15 cultivators from the West D, each wielding a magical artifact, encircled them. It had been promised that the elements of the 5 elements would be shared harmoniously, yet Ding! Master Dong Tuo chose not to engage in idle conversation, unleashing a strike with his sword toward an old adversary. Clang! As the opponent raised his shield to block, he exchanged glances with his companions, preparing to swarm and dismember Dong Tuo with their blades. A terrifying pressure emanated from a storeroom on the 2nd floor, bearing down upon the West D cultivators. Do you dare to act? Let Zishan speak. A voice, seemingly still in slumber, floated through the air. The dragon lock seal is laid by my fellow cultivators. It concerns you West D not at all. Do not take undue advantage. Boom. The 18 West D cultivators found themselves unable to control their bodies, forcefully pressed down into the forest by his overwhelming aura. Begone! Fellow Qing, what a magnificent display of power. A fierce wind swept through the forest, and as it approached the vessel, it inexplicably ignited, sending forth scorching waves, intent on incinerating both the ship and its occupants. Crack! Lingxi, who had been cultivating by the window, finally managed to divert some of her focus amidst the turmoil outside. Just as she opened her eyes, she witnessed the raging inferno that was about to engulf her, suddenly encased in ice. The fire within the ice seems to still be circulating, yet it falls away with a gentle touch from some unknown force. Is someone attempting to attack this ship? A cold sweat broke out on Lingxi's forehead. Both her parents and she had consumed medicinal pills. Within her, the spiritual energy surged, obstructing her view of the outside world. She could not afford to dwell solely on the precarious situation of her parents and herself. Instead, she mustered her strength to accelerate the flow of her spiritual energy, hoping to refine the potency of the high-grade gathering chi pill as swiftly as possible. Had she known, she would not have practiced in such an unstable location. Alas, it was too late to lament. The explosive potential of the high-grade gathering chi pill would require at least a day for her current cultivation level to fully refine it. Moreover, her parents were only at the 4th level of chi refinement. What if they needed several days? Calm your heart and focus on your cultivation. The matters outside are of no concern to you. The voice of Master Kaiwei resonated in her ears, unexpectedly gentle yet resolute, assuring her that there would be no danger. But could she truly believe there was no peril? Lingxi felt anxious about her parents' well-being. When she had previously assisted Li Kaijia against the Zhanqiu Pearl, she had managed to multitask, helping him while also avoiding the calamity of the spiritual energy storm. As she circulated her spiritual energy, she cast furtive glances toward the window. However, the once clear blue skies and white clouds were now obscured by an unknown entity, rendering them invisible. Even the wooden grains of this storage room had vanished, as if a substantial barrier protected this place. Amidst her cultivation, Lingxi's toes and body wriggled, discovering that the object indeed felt remarkably solid and somewhat elastic. Phew. She exhaled softly, finally feeling a measure of relief. Regarding the previously unacknowledged Qiandao sect, my perspective has indeed shifted. Who am I? It turns out to be Zilu. What, are you attempting to incite a conflict between the two clans? Sui Qing, clad in a gray robe, casually floated between the two towering ships. As the opening of the 5-element secret land approaches, I earnestly advise you to remain steadfast in your roles. The disciples aboard the ships are painstakingly gathered from both the Dao and Demon factions, should they fall victim to the West D people here. It would undoubtedly lead to a war between the clans, leaving no avenue for avoidance. Ha! Your roles? Zilu laughed heartily. Sui Qing, do you even possess a role? How many aboard the ship have reached the 1st level of chi refinement? Are you truly willing to send these inexperienced youths into the 5-element secret land? Where's your conscience? You dare speak of conscience? Sui Qing seemed quite astonished. For your faction is notorious even in the West D for consuming human flesh and drinking human blood. Zilu, I genuinely question your understanding of the very term conscience. Chapter 43. Into the eyes, the ship exhibited no discernible fluctuations. Any such movements were imperceptible due to the contents of the hold. Nonetheless, although Lingxi felt somewhat reassured, her composure was not as tranquil as usual. Unable to see outside, she incessantly urged herself to accelerate her spiritual energy flow. Once she quickened her pace, then twice, and thrice. It seemed she could hear the sound of spiritual energy flowing through her meridians like rushing water. As time gradually passed, when she finally exhausted the potency of the high-grade gathering chi pill, she paid no heed to her current level of cultivation and hurriedly rose to head towards the hold's entrance. The thick, soft mist, imbued with a hint of elasticity, dissipated swiftly at the moment her hand made contact. She had found the door. Creak. The moonlight outside was just right, yet the deck was devoid of any presence. Where had everyone gone? At last, the little girl tiptoed out, standing before the adjacent cabin door, cautiously tilting her ear as if to discern any sounds from within. Sui Qing stroked his short beard, a smile involuntarily escaping his lips. He recalled that day when the Shidi people sought trouble, and this family of 3 was engrossed in their cultivation, later sheltered by Kaiwei in the storeroom. It seemed she had been aware of the situation even then. Now, she must be worried that everyone had perished, right? Indeed, upon perceiving the myriad breaths emanating from behind the door, the girl's entire being relaxed, and a smile blossomed on her lips. How wonderful, everyone was safe. Lingxi was overjoyed. Suspecting that the 7 individuals who originally shared her storeroom were unable to enter due to the protective barrier created by the esteemed Kuei, and had thus squeezed into other quarters, she dashed towards the stern of the ship and noticed that the rear vessel trailed behind without a scratch. Unable to contain her excitement as she leaped, reaching for a cloud taller than herself. That day, the fiery whirlwind was certainly not a figment of her imagination. Sui Qing observed that the little cloud, manipulated by the girl's hands, seemed to transform into a swirling vortex, and soon after, it began to glow. reminiscent of the fiery whirlwind conjured by Zhanqiu. Oh, how intriguing. His consciousness drifted closer, revealing that it was merely an ordinary fireball technique, albeit skillfully controlled by the little girl, preventing the cloud from igniting immediately. The consciousness of Master Zhanqiu involuntarily turned towards the little girl, and after a moment of contemplation, he stroked his beard, observing her as she cautiously moved towards her dwelling while holding a lantern. Alas, in a moment of carelessness, the luminous light crafted from clouds was extinguished. However, after a brief moment of adjustment, the cloud formation conformed more neatly to the corners. Finding the ethereal lantern too challenging to create, she decided to simplify her endeavor, opting instead for a square lantern. As she carefully released her spiritual energy, a faint glow illuminated the interior, appearing hazy and enchanting through the thin veil of clouds. Lingxi held it with a smile. Feeling it could rival the lanterns of Healan City during the Lantern Festival, she gingerly placed the lantern outside the houseboat and resumed crafting another from clouds. A little rabbit, a proud rooster, and a lotus flower. One after another they emerged, though each time she released the fourth, the previous one would extinguish, allowing only 3 lanterns to remain alight. Yet, Lingxi remained undeterred, reveling in the pleasure of creating more exquisite designs through her cultivation techniques. Unbeknownst to her, Master Zhanqiu, who had been attentively observing, began to shift from his earlier casual demeanor to one of solemnity. The little girl's lanterns grew increasingly intricate, each petal of the lotus blooming with light, and the duration of the flames, transformed from ordinary fireball techniques, evidently lengthened with each iteration. The reputation of the Thousand Dao sect was no mere boast. Their research into mystical arts surpassed that of all other sects on the continent. The little girl seemed to possess an inexplicable affinity for these techniques. Kaiwei, come forth. Upon receiving the transmission from her revered master, Kaiwei swiftly exited, eager to pay her respects. Just as she was about to bow, she heard her master's gentle admonition. Look, in that instant, a transparent barrier shimmered into existence before them. Following the direction indicated by Zhanqiu, Kaiwei soon spotted Lingxi, who was engrossed in crafting lanterns. Have you investigated her spiritual roots? Indeed, Kaiwei replied, momentarily taken aback. Her name is Lingxi, possessing the 4 roots of wood, earth, metal, and water, with the lowest, water, already reaching 88. Her aptitude is truly commendable, and she is quite astute. Her parents also boast decent spiritual roots, one with metal and fire, the other with wood and water, all exceeding 85. If the Heavenly Sword sect has discovered a treasure in Lingxi, then Qingdao sect has likewise unearthed a gem in her. This is precisely why I relinquished that vial of superior gathering chi elixir. The young girl is deserving of that elixir. As long as she can safely emerge from the 5-element secret realm, she will undoubtedly secure her place in the future of Qingdao sect. So, she lacks a fire root? Zhanqiu's gaze grew distant. Although the fireball technique is a fundamental method that does not depend on spiritual roots, anyone can ignite it with spiritual energy. Can one truly control the fireball technique so adeptly during the chi refinement stage? Kaiwei observed the young girl meticulously crafting the cloud dragon lantern and felt a surge of seriousness. Disciples must not. Have you inquired about her ancestors and the reason for their exile? Kaiwei lowered her head, responding, no. Such matters are deeply personal, and how could she dare to pry? Indeed, by dawn, the disciple shall. Dawn. That may not be feasible. Her parents are still in the midst of their cultivation. Qing glanced at his disciple. The high-grade chi gathering pill they consumed was provided by you? Indeed. The girl's spiritual root is exceptionally pure, and I do not wish for her to squander her potential. Were it not for the critical importance of the 5 elements secret realm to our sect, I would have gladly taken her as my disciple on the spot, and would also ensure her parents are taken care of. Yes, Kaiwei understood that the girl had caught her master's eye. Remember to provide discreet care, ensuring that others remain unaware. Given the West D people's attitude, a great slaughter in the 5 elements secret realm was imminent. The more the sect valued a child, the greater the likelihood that they would be targeted. Conversely, newly recruited disciples were less likely to be sought after. Those fortunate enough might evade danger. For the more seasoned disciples, ensure they master the concealment technique first. Perhaps, through unexpected means, we shall gain further rewards. Chapter 44. The expensive spirit restoring powder. They've arrived. They're here. A voice echoed through the hastily assembled market in the camp, drawing everyone's attention to the 2 large ships that had just emerged on the horizon. The West D people were poised and watchful. The impending carnage in the 5 elements secret realm was unavoidable. With the arrival of so many, they would surely seize some advantage. Expressions of anticipation adorned the faces of many. The desolate and barren land was not devoid of spiritual energy. Rather, it had been sealed off by ancient cultivators for years, harnessing it to nurture the treasures of the five elements. After so many years of cultivation, the place was likely teeming with riches. A true golden age was on the horizon for the Wuxian continent. How could those fortunate enough to be born in this era not yearn to advance further? It is essential to carry an additional storage bag, as it increases the chances of sharing opportunities. Thus, when Lingxi and the multitude of over 1,000 disciples descended from various sects, they were warmly welcomed by the practitioners of each faction. In contrast to the newly recruited disciples who had just begun to cultivate their energy, those seasoned practitioners were far more favored. The members of the Lu family subtly cast their gazes among the experienced cultivators. For although they could not employ the bloodline tracing technique, if Lu Xian truly had descendants, they might very well be among this crowd. Are there any with the surname Lu? Lu Feng, who had a somewhat strained relationship with the lineage of Lu Daoist, quietly inquired of the elder in charge of the Taishao Palace, Shanin. Shanin gently shook his head, as he too was searching. The people of the Lu family were indeed part of the Taishao Palace. Regrettably, among the thousands present, although there were about a dozen with the surname Lu, they were all naive and had only just begun to manifest their spiritual roots. From a distance, Lu Chuan felt a sense of emptiness and bewilderment as he observed Lu Feng retreating in dejection. Standing beside him, Lu Zhanqiu and Lingwu noticed the expressions on their uncles' faces and sighed softly. Senior Sister Ling, do you think that Uncle Xian's descendants might have changed their names? Could such a question be posed to her? Lingwu was taken aback, as she was about to take Elder Ifan as her mentor. Ahem. If they were aware of their family's origins and possessed intelligence, it would be reasonable for them to adopt new names. 300 years may have passed for mortals, allowing bloodlines to be transmitted across several generations, making the discontinuation of lineage a common occurrence. Nevertheless, the renowned genius Lu Xian would likely not allow his illustrious legacy to fade into obscurity, thus changing names would also seem quite plausible. Rest assured, observing the young girl's worried demeanor, Lingwu smiled and gently patted her shoulder. In light of the recent orders from various sects regarding the Shidi people, all cultivators who have ventured into the five-element secret land are expected to offer assistance to these newly initiated disciples as much as they can. Really? Lu Zhongxia's eyes sparkled. Those from the Yu clan were quite excessive. When I emerged from seclusion, they didn't utter a single word. Haha, let me ask you this. Lingwu chuckled. What level of qi refinement are you at? 7th level. Is that good enough? Lu Zhongxiu replied. At least I can protect myself. 7th level, you say? In the presence of those individuals, I could still be considered a senior sister. Meanwhile, engaged in their idle chatter, Lu Lingxi, who had recently changed her name, along with her parents, awaited their turn to receive the entry supplies from the Qiandao sect. Observing the individuals ahead, they noticed not only identity tokens but also storage bags. The trio was filled with joy. Although they possessed similar items already, who would ever complain about having more? Name: Linlan. Chutian Kwa, having received a transmission from Kaiwei earlier, glanced at him casually, inscribing the pre-prepared identity token with his name. This token was also a medium-grade spiritual tool. After blood recognition, it would provide protection 3 times within the 5-element secret land. Take it and keep it safe. Yes. Lulan, like those before him, promptly performed blood recognition and bowed to accept the provided storage bag. Name: Lingxi. Upon performing blood recognition on her identity token, Lu Lingxi received the storage bag that made her father's eyes shine with excitement. Unable to contain her anticipation, she probed with her consciousness and discovered, apart from 2 sets of light blue garments adorned with yellow cloud patterns and 2 pairs of boots, there were also 50 spiritual stones and 3 elixir vials labeled with spirit supplement pill and ends pill. Wow. 2 bottles of spirit restoration powder. Indeed, a marvelous treasure. The ancestral legacy of elixirs, although each bottle contained a considerable amount, was rendered nearly useless to them due to their insufficient cultivation levels, save for the healing potions. She pondered whether to seek someone to sell the herbs obtained from the Snake Valley to exchange for more spirit restoration powder when, unexpectedly, the sect distributed 2 bottles. Chu Tianquo observed the young girl joyfully bowing and retreating, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Traversing vast distances to bring qi refinement practitioners to strike the 5 elements heavenly bell, although intended as a precaution. The sudden influx of so many young disciples left little low-grade herbs for concocting potions. Fortunately, Everyone possessed at least a few unutilized sect provisions. Otherwise, there would have been a genuine shortage. Chu Tianquan nodded slightly toward Kai Wei, who had recommended several individuals, all of whom received ample and quality supplies. Lingxi, do you see that? Lu Lan pointed at the various stalls ahead. We shall visit them shortly. Yes. Now we await mother. Soon, Jiangxi Hue also received her items, and the family of three strolled towards the temporary market. Oh, senior, is that a cosmic gourd? Lu Lingxi inquired of the young vendor while holding a palm-sized jade gourd. Initially, Li Kaijia had allocated her a cosmic flat jade bottle, which contained hundreds of pounds of stalactites collected from the cave, making retrieval quite convenient. However, her parents lacked such a device. The cumbersome large bottle was a hassle even for drinking. Upon seeing one for sale, she could not resist the urge to purchase it for her parents. Indeed, the young vendor understood that they, being newcomers, possessed something of value. This mystical gourd had a capacity of 200 pounds and was typically sold for 160 spirit stones. Observing the change in the little girl's expression, he chuckled softly and remarked, "But now you are fortunate. You need not use spirit stones. A vial of spirit recovery powder will suffice for an exchange." Since it was established that only chi refining practitioners could enter the 5 elements secret realm, various sects had begun to purchase spirit recovery powder at exorbitant prices. Sadly, he had brought along a considerable amount of spirit recovery pills, including several of superior quality. However, those substances could easily overwhelm low-tier chi refiners below the 8th layer. Thus, the price of spirit recovery powder fluctuated daily. Regrettably, he could not enter the 5 elements secret realm, and it was truly disheartening not to earn more spirit stones. Is spirit recovery powder very expensive? Lu Lingxi glanced at her parents, feeling somewhat uncertain. Haha. The young man chuckled awkwardly. It is only costly here. I'm afraid we cannot afford this gourd, Lu Lan said, taking it from his daughter's hands. Let us go. I fear we cannot afford anything suitable for us. As a merchant, he understood well the principle of supply and demand. Chapter 45. Purchasing the array plate, Lu Lingxi reluctantly set down the mystical gourd, but was not keen on leaving immediately, as there were still many stalls along the way. Father, instead of exchanging for spirit medicine, can't we purchase it with spirit stones? She whispered to her father, tugging at his sleeve. They were not without spirit stones. So why should they suffer? Mother, look. There are many gourds over there. Let us go take a look. If there are smaller capacities, perhaps they could be more affordable. The father remained silent, prompting Lu Lingxi to seek her mother's assistance urgently. Everything is fine, Jiang Sihue reassured, guiding her daughter forward. The wondrous utility of the Qiankuan gourd had been observed in her daughter, and if it could also be exchanged, that would certainly be preferable. After all, the Shidi people had already ambushed them on the boat, and the 5 elements secret land was undoubtedly perilous. Therefore, relying on a cumbersome bottle to drink from was far less convenient than using the Qiankuan gourd. The stalactite wine possessed a gentle spiritual aura. While it might not rival the spirit supplement powder, its presence offered a distinct sense of security. Reluctantly, Lu Lan followed along, as their daughter's numerous jade slips were shared among them. Strolling about and familiarizing themselves with the artifacts of the immortal realm was quite beneficial. Elder, what is this? She inquired, spotting a stall adorned with several intricately engraved plates and colorful flags. Her curiosity was piqued by the legendary array plates capable of controlling an area of land. Indeed, it is an array plate, the elder replied, glancing at the trio. You all intend to venture into the 5 elements secret land, I presume? How about acquiring a couple to ensnare foes for self-defense? Lu Lan considered that perhaps they should purchase one for each of his wife and daughter. Elder, what do you recommend for us? He asked, but if it's too expensive, you may not be able to afford it. The elder cast another glance at the 3 of them, then retrieved 3 somewhat tattered array plates and flags from a nearby wooden box. Despite their worn appearance, they were still functional. Although he performed several cleansing spells, he still felt them to be rather grimy. This is a trapping array. The elder first took 4 tattered yellow flags and used his spiritual energy to position them at the cardinal points of the formation plate. You see, although they are somewhat worn, they are indeed functional. As he spoke, the surrounding stone slabs gradually softened and sank. The earth formation possesses the ability for self-repair, as long as the formation plate remains intact, and if you are willing to part with spiritual stones. Just name your price, though still usable. Lu Lingxi harbored doubts about the claims of repair. If it were truly capable of mending, it would not appear so battered. These are merely utilized by low-tier cultivators. and the old man is aware that you possess scant spiritual stones. Therefore, let us consider this. For the three together, 180 low-grade spiritual stones. After all, they were scavenged and are somewhat damaged. Aside from these penniless and low-cultivating practitioners, no one would be inclined to purchase them. What about those two formations? Are they still functional? One is the Greenwood formation, and the other. The elder glanced at the more antiquated, yet even more dilapidated formation plate, which contains 18 formation flags, known in full as the Formation of Celestial Transformation. It is said to be a protective array before the ancient cultivator-esque cave, though now it is largely inoperative. Nevertheless, once properly arranged, it can conceal one's presence such that no one could discern it. He proceeded to demonstrate on the spot. When the five elements' secret land encounters the Sheedy people, slaughter is inevitable. Hence, while it may seem somewhat inadequate, it is undoubtedly effective for hiding and escaping. May I inquire, what would such a formation plate cost if it were in pristine condition? Lulan could not help but probe into their true value. Heh. The elder meticulously arranged the formation plates and, with an air of restraint, remarked, "Do you comprehend the true worth of a formation master? In the realm of cultivation, the most ordinary of formations, such as the ordinary trap formation and the Greenwood formation, are rarely sold for less than 300 low-grade spiritual stones. As for the Heaven Exchange formation, one might speak of a price of 100,000, yet I fear you would find no place to procure it. Regrettably, his knowledge and cultivation are limited, hindering his ability to restore it. When he first acquired it, he attempted to restore the Grand Formation, spending a considerable amount of spiritual stones, yet only succeeded in activating the concealed formation. The question remains, how many spiritual stones are required to set them up? From her father's tone, Lingxi discerned his growing interest. However, even if they could afford it, what if they could not utilize it? Their ancestors had bequeathed 9 medium-grade spiritual stones and 2,831 low-grade spiritual stones. The medium-grade stones were in her parents' possession, while she only received a fraction of the low-grade ones, totaling 831. Her grandfather had distributed 1,000 stones, leaving another 1,000 in her parents' hands. Although this number of spiritual stones appears substantial, considering their ancestor was a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator with a lifespan of 200 years, their wealth is evidently modest. It is clear that earning spiritual stones in the cultivation world is no simple feat, and the family must budget their expenditures carefully. Both the ordinary trap formation and the Greenwood formation are minor formations of the 5 elements, requiring spiritual stones to be embedded along the formation plate and flags. As for the Heaven Exchange formation, under normal circumstances, it requires 9 stones, and if one wishes to be prudent, one should double that. Such a drain on spiritual stones? Lingxi's small face puffed up in disbelief. Indeed, Lulan glanced at his daughter. The Heaven Exchange formation was entirely superfluous. If every use incurred such a cost in spiritual stones, it would be wiser to invest in a superior minor formation of the 5 elements. Yet, do you not currently lack spiritual stones? The elder, being a seasoned businessman, was well aware of this. After all, one must negotiate. Let us settle on 160 spiritual stones. His psychological price point was 150. Claiming 160 was merely a tactic to negotiate down by 10. 101. Lulan remained calm and composed, exuding sincerity. We truly possess scant spirit stones. To be frank, esteemed elder, our sect allocated us 50 low-grade spirit stones. For our family of 3. We pulled together to purchase your 3 formation discs for 101, leaving us with merely 40. This remaining 40 spirit stones must be used to activate the formation. Otherwise, what benefit would there be in the purchase? The elder hesitated, tempted to suggest they exchange for medicinal pills. Yet before he could utter a word, Lulan continued, "Esteemed elder, we genuinely wish to buy. If you keep this item, it will only gather dust and occupy space. Enough. Formation discs are life-saving, and so are spirit medicines. If they possess the discernment to purchase formation discs at this moment, they surely wouldn't part with the more vital spirit medicines." The elder concluded that no profit would emerge from them, and thus, in the spirit of goodwill, declared, 110 spirit stones, take it. As the formation discs and flags were presented, he also handed over the jade slip detailing the formation instructions. "Thank you, esteemed elder." Lulan expressed his heartfelt gratitude, swiftly completing the transaction and securing what could potentially be life-saving items. Without touching the ancestral spirit stones, the family of 3 swiftly found themselves impoverished. However, the market had yet to be fully explored. Chapter 46. The changing sky formation, the seemingly unremarkable encampment of the Qingdao sect, concealed a surprising depth within. Akin to a treasure ship, with spatial formations far exceeding the imagination of the Liu family. One room after another bore names, each accompanied by identity badges, allowing individuals to enter their private spaces. However, Lingxi's identity badge had yet to materialize when her father brought her to him. Utilize the trapping formation and the greenwood formation for your mother. Lu Lian intended to provide the best for his wife and daughter, unhesitatingly expending spirit stones during the trial, as he intended to observe the results shortly. Dad. Lu Lingxi quickly tugged at her father's arm. Her tone elongated as she playfully pleaded, "Please give me the sky exchange formation. My cultivation surpasses yours. I don't need your protection." "Oh, little rascal. Do you realize how deeply that strikes a parent's heart?" Both Lu Lian and Zhanqiu wore expressions of discontent. "I have stated that the trapping formation is non-negotiable." "Oh dear." As her father remained unyielding, Lu Lingxi turned her attention to her mother. "Mother, I relish a bit of risk. If you grant me the trapping formation, it would serve as my support. If I truly embark on an adventure, my little ancestor." Zhanqiu was at a loss as to how she had raised such a daring child, so young yet audacious enough to have taken lives. The Five Elements secret realm was inherently perilous. To venture further into danger. All right, Lian, just give her the least effective sky exchange formation. It was a formation that could not attack, but only allowed for invisibility. Perhaps it was indeed the most suitable for this child. With a light slap on his daughter's forehead, Lu Lian conceded, "You may have the sky exchange formation, but you must behave. Remember your grandfather. He is waiting for us outside." I heard you. Lu Lingxi hastily seized the array formation and fled, her heart yearning to return the words of her grandfather and the others to her parents. In terms of cultivation, she surpassed them, rendering their care unnecessary. 18 flags were positioned according to the jade slip's indicated directions, and she meticulously buried the formation plate and spirit stones in their designated spots. It pained her to see her once pristine home now in disarray. Thump, thump. What? Father has arrived so soon? As she opened the door with her identity token, Lu Lingxi swiftly activated the formation, inviting him in. The door closed automatically behind Kaiwei upon her entrance, and the scene within was immediately apparent. Yet, she could not find the little girl anywhere. Spreading her divine consciousness, she quickly sensed the fluctuations of the formation and blinked in realization. Come out. I can see you. She could see her? Lu Lingxi was merely 5 steps away, yet the girl's gaze was elsewhere. The senior is deceiving me. The voice seemed to emanate from all directions, which reassured her further as she scrutinized the real Kaiwei, striving to ascertain whether she could genuinely locate her. Kaiwei smiled, remarking, "This room is quite small. How many places can there be to arrange formations and insert flags?" Suddenly, her divine consciousness surged towards the corner of the room where the fluctuations were most intense. Pop! The room rippled with energy, and Lu Lingxi, fearing her disruption might offend this golden core practitioner, hurriedly relented. No, I will withdraw at once." She extracted the formation plate from the earth, revealing the chaotic state of the room before their eyes. Kaiwei couldn't help but twitch her lips. Where did all this dirt come from? The formation is impressive, but the plate and flags are indeed in tatters. What a transformation! With a subtle movement of her fingertips, Lu Lingxi caused the previously buried mound of soil to gradually rise. This method was far more reassuring than relying solely on spiritual power to stabilize it. The old man selling formations could afford such a nonchalant approach, as it would be over in a moment, but her cultivation was still lacking. Who knew how long it would take for her father to come and inspect the formation? She could not afford to make such foolish mistakes. "Thank you, senior." The little girl's joy at discovering a bargain left Kaiwei speechless. "There is no need to call me senior, since I have formally joined the sect. You may refer to me as Zhanqiu for the time being." Kaiwei pondered for a moment. "While the avoidance of food pills is convenient, I recommend you bring along more food boxes. You are still young and growing. Relying solely on avoidance pills lacks nutritional value. Can my parents also take food boxes?" "Of course." Kaiwei nodded. "When entering the 5-element secret land, provisions of avoidance pills will certainly be allocated for you. Since Qi refining practitioners could not avoid food, and no one knew how long they would be in the newly opened 5-element secret land, it was essential to have an ample supply of avoidance pills. This is not the immortal cultivation realm. Many resources are scarce. You only have 2 bottles of your replenishing powder, correct?" "Yes. Here. I managed to obtain 3 bottles from a friend. Take them." As for whether the little girl would share with her parents or keep them for herself, Kaiwei chose not to interfere. For the next few days, refrain from wandering about. The spiritual tools I am crafting for you will be distributed shortly. Those are vital for your safety and must be mastered with utmost proficiency. Thank you, Zhanqiu. Upon receiving 3 bottles of spirit restoration powder, Lingxi quickly altered her plans. She lamented that wandering outside was not an option, as everything was exorbitantly priced, and thus, her father forbade her from going to take a look. Your father is indeed correct in his decision, Kaiwei remarked. Currently, the items for qi refining practitioners are expensive, with no bargains to be found. Do not be swayed by others' empty promises. They are merely attempts to deceive you for your money. Deceive for money? Lingxi, clutching the worn-out formation plate, suddenly felt uneasy. Master Uncle, could you please assess this? How many more times can this formation plate be utilized? We have only just purchased it. Is it not a family heirloom? Kaiwei inquired, inspecting the dilapidated object. How many spirit stones did you spend on it? 101. Not expensive. It has a quaint charm. 3. Kaiwei's lips twitched slightly. 3 identical ones. Not quite. The other 2 are marginally better. 110 low-grade spirit stones for 3 usable formation plates is indeed a fortunate find, Kaiwei concluded, returning the plate to her. This item is rather impressive. Even I could keep it concealed. A qi refining practitioner could never breach it, and thus it won't simply snap and become useless. It seemed that her sky exchange formation truly possessed some merit. Lingxi suddenly felt a sense of reassurance regarding its durability. I must tell my parents about this. Master Uncle, please have a seat. I shall pour you a cup of honey water from our family reserves. Although she had no tea to offer, a cup of honey water was certainly in order. Drinking honey water? Such a juvenile beverage. Kaiwei mused, yet she felt a stir of nostalgia, as it had been many years since she last indulged in honey water. Never mind, since I have already taken care of them and they have extended an invitation. It is only fitting to cultivate some rapport. She deftly navigated around the mounds of earth and tattered flags, settling onto a cleaner wooden platform. Her gaze fell upon the young girl as she carefully poured a cup of milky honey water from the ornate flask. A sudden realization dawned upon her. This must be the stalactite water collected from the cave. Indeed, it even exudes a certain spiritual essence. This family is truly fortunate. She need not worry about the insufficiency of the spiritual replenishment elixirs anymore. The issue of replenishing spirit is entirely resolved. The sect provides each individual with 3 elixirs, which is barely adequate. In such perilous locales, sustaining an injury might render the second elixir unusable. Senior brother Lian Dan is currently sourcing herbs to concoct detoxifying pills for you, so that concern need not weigh on your mind. However, your humble origins inevitably place you at a disadvantage compared to others. Thus, upon reaching the 5-element secret realm, it is imperative to keep a considerable distance from the Shidi people, even when encountering cultivators from other sects. It is wise to steer clear of those whose cultivation exceeds yours or those engaged in conflicts, especially if they are ready to draw talismans. Although she possesses a fair number of talismans, regrettably, the most rudimentary ones are unsuitable for those at the qi refining stage. Unfortunately, talisman paper is unavailable here, and the sect is unable to procure any for these newly initiated disciples. Kaiwei, in truth, is uncertain. By bringing these children along, she may have inadvertently jeopardized them, or perhaps bestowed upon them an unexpected opportunity. Unlike the realm of cultivation, where many are willing to risk their lives for a chance, children raised in the mortal world predominantly seek safety and longevity. The qi refining cultivators hailing from the realm of immortal cultivation typically possess a higher level of cultivation than you. Here, she can only offer guidance repeatedly. Additionally, they come well equipped with an array of supplies such as formation plates, talismans, replenishing elixirs, spiritual wines, and medicinal pills, everything one could possibly conceive. When encountering them, unless they are of the same sect, it is prudent to avoid confrontation. Even among the same sect, one must remain vigilant in times of peril, though she hesitated to voice the latter sentiment. In the face of danger, it is a matter of who can flee the fastest. What does kinship matter? How many would risk their lives for another's sake? Do you remember what I said? Yes. Lingxi nodded. Despite her youth, she understood well. Rest assured, Master Uncle, once inside, I won't compete with others for resources. If something seems amiss, I will flee at the first opportunity. Flee at the first opportunity? Kaiwei grimaced. She hoped this little girl wouldn't take her advice the wrong way. If they returned safely, she mused, it would be problematic if Lingxi were to always run at the first sign of trouble. Ahem. What I mean is to prioritize your safety, yet as cultivators, We often contend with fate itself, and sometimes one must muster the courage to fight back. It all depends on the circumstances. Lingxi understood her intent. Rest assured, Master Uncle, my grandfather has always said that I possess keen insight. What could Kaiwei say in response to such self-praise? After a moment of thought, she smiled. You clever girl, you certainly possess a wit that surpasses the ordinary. Cleverness is a virtue. As long as I can emerge unscathed, becoming an inner sect disciple is assured. Very well, cultivate diligently, should you require anything. Feel free to seek my assistance, dear master. Just as the others rose, Lingxi poured yet another cup of honey water. Please wait a moment. I do have something to discuss. Oh, pray, share your thoughts. Clear's throat. The reason the spirit-enhancing powder is so exorbitantly priced in the market is that individuals from the cultivation realm arrive without any low-tier spiritual herbs, correct? Indeed. This is common knowledge. Clear's throat again. I possess some herbs that are over 100 years old. Lingxi turned to ask Master Kaiwei, what do you think, Master? Should I sell them? After all, herbs of such an age are hardly considered valuable in the cultivation realm. Oh, Kaiwei smiled. How many 100-year-old herbs do you possess? Present them to me. I wish to see. The young girl likely lacked the spiritual stones for arrangement, so she could afford to offer more. It's not merely a few. With a cheerful smile, Lingxi extracted a pile of wooden boxes, revealing 218 herbs. What? Kaiwei sat up straight, opening box after box. Fangguiko, Baiyunko, Wakshuashitsi. Each herb nearly exceeded a century in age. This is truly marvelous. With these spiritual herbs, the new disciples of Qindazong will have additional security. Do your parents possess similar herbs? Yes. Lingxi nodded. Master, if there are too many, they may be difficult to sell. Easy to sell. Such a small quantity, divided among 60 or 70 individuals, is nothing. Kaiwei beamed at the young girl. The sect is in need. Regardless of the amount, Qindazong will purchase them all. Lingxi, go find your parents now and bring over all the spiritual herbs they possess. Remember not to alert anyone. Huh. Lingxi blinked. Master Uncle, please wait a moment. I will fetch them. After all, a core formation master who could bestow upon her a high-grade gathering qi pill surely would not deceive her for such trifles. Lulan and Zhanqiu were taken aback to discover that their daughter had sold all the spiritual herbs in their possession. These items were earned by her own efforts. Hence, she could manage them as she pleased. While their daughter ventured into peril, they, as parents, remained in seclusion at home. What was there to prevent? So, dear parents, do you think we should acquire spirit stones or pills? This. Lulan and Zhanqiu exchanged glances, momentarily uncertain. Perhaps pills. Zhanqiu pondered. Alternatively, a protective spiritual artifact akin to an identity token would suffice. You are right. Lulan's eyes sparkled. Then I will speak with Master Kaiwei. No. Lingxi interrupted her father, reminding him that they were instructed not to attract attention. Wealth should be concealed. If others were to catch even a glimpse of the slightest clue, the unfortunate consequences would surely befall them. Then speak carefully. Understood. At the Qingli camp, Master Qingli perused the list submitted by her disciple, examining each name one by one. Although her senior brother claimed that Lingxi and that child could not possibly be alive, she yearned to harbor a glimmer of hope for her junior sister. Lingxi was not a fool. He had managed to gain prominence in Taishao Palace while being supported by Lu Daoist and Yi Fin. After all, Qingli's fingers glided slowly across the list. Lu Daoist was absent, thus the Lu family was unable to trace the descendants of Lingxi through the blood retracing method. However, perhaps Wu Xiang's junior sister could assist. Although she was not present, after a moment, she produced a crystal vial containing a single drop of crimson blood. Chapter 48. Eating cakes. What are you planning to do? Realizing his junior sister sat in the dim chamber, lost in thought over the list and the vial, Qiuyu felt his heart race uncontrollably. Was this the blood of Wu Xiang's junior sister? Were they still searching for Lingxi and her descendants? Did his senior brother think they should not pursue this? Anger surged within Qiuyu, as he felt the urge to strike out. Now, at this juncture, was he afraid they might not become targets? Not to mention that Taishao Palace intended to replace the Lu family. There were other families across the continent. How many of them do you think would tolerate the Chongling lineage? The Chongling lineage almost guarantees a spiritual root. If left unchecked, in thousands or even tens of thousands of years, would there be any place left for other families to stand? The existence of spiritual roots versus the lack thereof may seem inherently unfair, yet it represents the greatest equity bestowed upon living beings by the Creator. However, the Chongling lineage disrupts this fairness. Xiaoyu feared that his junior sister might act recklessly and truly bring harm to someone. Qingli, you are no longer young. Can you not delve deeper into the issues at hand? Do not, like Lu Chuan, naively fixate on the surface. Why is Lu Daoist absent? While you observe those newly initiated disciples, do you realize how many others are watching from the shadows? Even the Shidi people are the same. Do you believe that? Regardless of the family, should 10 individuals with spiritual roots suddenly emerge, numerous assassination orders targeting that family would arise in the realm of the 5 elements. What? Qingli's complexion turned pale, and beads of sweat formed on her forehead. She had never contemplated such matters. The reason she hesitated to make a decision regarding the blood of her unthinking junior sister was that she could not prevent them from entering the perilous realm of the 5 elements. If they were unable to return, her heart would reveal a weakness, and should her unthinking junior sister regain consciousness, her suffering would be magnified 100-fold. I shall take this. Xiaoyu took the crystal vial. Qingli, from this moment forward, forget about Luxin, that child, and their descendants. It has been over 300 years. If they indeed have descendants, they too must carve their own path, relying on fate and fortune. The matters concerning Luxin and the unthinking one are solely their affairs. What we can do is to refrain from disturbing them and to care for our junior sister, ensuring she can cultivate without worry. Here, Master Kaiwei has secured all that could be claimed. For protective golden bell talismans, for Qiankuan gourds with a capacity of 500 pounds each, 400 mid-grade spirit stones, for high-grade spirit stones, and 4 each of detoxification pills, and bone-setting pills, along with 4 vials of black jade balm. Considering the little girl has a grandfather, she also took into account providing additional security for her, thus bestowing everything in sets of 4. For now, let your grandfather's belongings be kept with you. Compared to Lin Lan and Zhanqiu, Lingxi indeed possesses greater potential, and thus she naturally cares more. Thank you. Master Uncle, it is I who should express my gratitude to you. Kaiwei, with a cheerful smile, reflected on the precious elixirs she had acquired. Contemplating that the Qingdao sect might soon have a few more members. The Lin family possessed stalactite spirit water, hence she refrained from distributing the replenishing powder to them. However, for the other junior disciples, an additional portion of the replenishing powder or a life-saving pill could potentially grant them an extra lease on life. Tomorrow, when the spiritual artifacts were to be distributed, she had already informed senior brother Chu that they could each receive an additional high-grade flying artifact. Kaiwei sighed inwardly, recognizing that given their current cultivation levels, a mid-grade flying artifact would have been far more suitable. Regrettably, suitable materials were scarce in this desolate place. The transformation of materials usable by Foundation establishment cultivators into those suitable for artifact refining seemed deceptively simple, yet in reality, how many artifact masters could truly harness the gifts of nature so effortlessly? High-grade spiritual artifacts demanded an immense amount of spiritual energy. Lingxi, ensure you convey to your parents that in moments of dire peril, when stalactite essence and replenishing powder are not readily available, they must resort to high-grade spirit stones. Kaiwei advised the young girl, emphasizing the importance of discretion regarding wealth. Be vigilant, she cautioned, and do not allow others to discern your every advantage. Without strength, even the finest treasures can become a curse. I shall relay every word to your parents without omission, as my uncle advised. In the presence of such a wise mentor, Lu Lingxi displayed utmost obedience, assuring her uncle that their family was not lacking in intelligence. Kaiwei smiled softly, her previously somber mood lifted by the term fool. It was merely a casual admonition. How many young girls possess the foresight and audacity to engage and trade with her in such a manner? She could not help but reach out to gently caress the small face before her. In this world, many opportunities are fleeting. Yet the ability to seize them and manifest their potential at crucial moments is indeed a form of fortune. For those who cultivate the way of immortality, lacking such fortune means that no one can journey far. After a lengthy discourse, she finally instilled a measure of confidence in the 3 members of the Lin family. The Golden Bell charm can protect one's entirety, yet it also requires spiritual energy to sustain it. When faced with a formidable opponent who harbors hostility, it is prudent to prioritize escape. Do you understand? Yes. Lu Lingxi, having bid farewell to Master Kaiwei, promptly knocked on her father's door. Look, everything is right here. After conveying Master Kaiwei's words and presenting the items before her parents, she felt a sense of pride. Even Master Kaiwei had praised her. Smack. Lulan playfully slapped his daughter's bottom, causing her to pout. What tale? She retorted, curling up in her mother's embrace. Mother, look at father. He only knows how to bully me. If I had a tail, his would surely be much larger. Haha. Zhanqiu laughed uncontrollably, wrapping her arms around her daughter. Your father is a big wolf with a bushy tail, and you are his little wolf cub. And what about you? Observing the sparkle in her daughter's eyes, Zhanqiu elongated her tone. As for me, I am merely a little white rabbit who accidentally fell into the wolf's den. Huffed. You? A little white rabbit? Lulan was taken aback by his wife's shamelessness. An old white rabbit would be more fitting. What did you say? Zhanqiu shot him a sharp glare. Huh? Lulan swiftly turned her face to flatter. Little rabbit. Little rabbit, you are my family's little rabbit. Really, is it so difficult to praise her? Alas, with grandfather absent, she feels perpetually bullied by her parents. Ignoring the laughter of her parents behind her, Lingxi dashed to the office at the door, where she collected 50 spirit rice cakes and 10 pounds of what was said to be the 5th-tier gray wolf meat from the West D grasslands. Although she was not lacking in provisions, how could she overlook the delicacies of the cultivation world? That seemingly prophetic youth looked down upon the grain pillaged by the wolf bandits in the Yuja. What could the spirit rice cakes from the cultivation realm possibly taste like? At that moment, her spirit sense swept by, and after the little girl took a bite of the spirit rice cake, which was not particularly favored by many from the Qin Dao sect, the expression of astonished joy on her face genuinely delighted him. Chapter 49. The glutton. The ancient painting gradually transformed into an ink wash, devoid of any other colors. The West D people looked coldly upon the cultivators as they hastened to elevate the abilities of the newly initiated disciples. Within the 5-element secret realm, those newly minted cultivators need not rush to pursue unless they happen to cross paths. The purple robe elder advised their clan members who could enter, even if they encountered them, to let them be, thus lowering their vigilance. One must understand that in the 5-element secret realm, the spiritual treasures and artifacts were bound to have some omissions in their family's search. Having them around would save a great deal of trouble. At this point, a peculiar cruelty crept into his smile. The cultivators had not yet considered this approach, so your adversaries have never changed, merely those initial cultivators. In the secret realm, killing was nothing out of the ordinary. Men die for wealth, birds perish for food, is a truth that has remained unbroken throughout the ages. However, today, the esteemed Zishan master wishes to convey to you that from the moment you entered the secret realm of the 5 elements, all your tribes must align themselves with the two-legged clan. His voice carried a distinct severity. The two-legged clan regards the flesh and blood of cultivators as spiritual entities. At the very instant of entry, those cultivators of the 7th level of Qi refinement and above become your spiritual entities, your treasures. You must eliminate them and seize their possessions. Zishan Master surveyed the assembly and subsequently declared, those lower-tier Qi refinement cultivators shall no longer be our impediment. They will serve as treasure-hunting mice, assisting us in our quest for spiritual entities and treasures in the Western D. The 8 clans of cultivators on the Western D Prairie were astonished to discover that their glaring disadvantage could be so dramatically overturned. As they exchanged glances, a flicker of excitement ignited in their eyes. Zishan, of course, noticed their expressions and allowed a slight smirk to grace his lips. The notion that strength lies in numbers is mere nonsense, a desperate clinging together of the weak. Remember this, a sheep is always, and will always be, a sheep. No matter the size of the tribe, it can still be driven to flee by a single wolf. The people of the two-legged clan stood tall, their chests puffed out with pride. Since ancient times, their tribe has revered the wolf saint. The coming-of-age ceremony for their kin begins with murder. Only by consuming human flesh and drinking human blood can one truly become a member of the two-legged clan. Those who dare not kill, who do not partake in cannibalism, ultimately meet their fate as sacrifices to the great wolf saint. Thus, even on the Western D Prairie, where the two-legged people tread, the cries of children at night shall cease. The cultivators, of course, remained oblivious to the shamelessness of the purple robe master, who, in his relentless pursuit of the treasures within the 5-element secret realm, was willing to transform all who entered into the infamous two-legged cultivators of the grasslands. These individuals, notorious for their cannibalistic tendencies and adorned with wolf masks, were met with disdain by both the righteous and the nefarious sects alike. Yet, this disdain was merely a superficial sentiment. No one wished to confront such ruthless beings alone. The prevailing thought among them was simple. If they could avoid a confrontation, they would. If avoidance was impossible, they would address the matter then. Even you, Zhanqiu, well-versed in the ways of the past, adhered to the principle of minimizing trouble. Cultivators traverse the delicate balance between order and chaos. Even the son of destiny, who dares to alter the course of the world, is likely to be forsaken by the heavenly Tao. Zhanqiu meticulously guarded his secrets, observing everything with a pair of indifferent eyes. He would act if circumstances necessitated, but he would never take the initiative against matters that did not concern him. Zhanqiu, are you still cultivating? Today is the food fair. Everyone is outside. You should take the opportunity to explore. The temporary market bustled with activity, yet no stalls were set up. The Loose Cultivators Alliance and various sects likely wished for their junior disciples to become acquainted and foster camaraderie. They had arranged a long wooden table in the marketplace, laden with an array of delicacies and fruits from across the Wuxian continent, all meticulously prepared. Every qi refinement cultivator, through a thin layer of restriction, could take a small, perfectly portioned piece. Of course, each individual was granted only one opportunity. Lingxi had never imagined that the path of cultivation could be so blissful. Unlike adults, who primarily engage in social exchanges, she, alongside a group of children of similar age, traversed from one end to the other, indulging in delightful treats. Even when her stomach was full, she could not bear to leave anything behind. With a flick of her wrist, she deftly wove a deep basket from vines, carefully extracting her share from each seemingly endless wooden box. Ah, this peach blossom pastry is exquisite. Yanli, spotting a piece resembling a pink flower in her basket, licked his lips. Dear little friend of Qian Dao sect, might I trade you some silver fish and wild cherry fruits for a piece? He produced two enticing items. Silver fish and wild cherry fruits that looked equally tempting. Both were from the Misty Pavilion, and he still had plenty in his storage pouch. Delicious, isn't it? I cherish every morsel, Lingxi replied with a grin at the would-be thief. Since it's so delectable, I must certainly give it a taste. However, dear brother, your actions stray from the spirit of the culinary gatherings established by our predecessors. In the mortal realm, even before taking a life, one should offer a good meal. As I am to venture into the five-element secret realm to toil, I must first savor the finest delicacies of the world. Then, I shall add a larger piece of purple rice cake. Regrettably, the peach blossom pastry was but a small bite, leaving her unsatisfied and awakening her craving. Yanli, feeling the pinch, produced a fragrant purple rice cake. Lingxi had tasted this just yesterday and, after consulting her senior from Qian Dao sect, learned that in the realm of cultivation, spiritual rice is categorized by quality, with white rice being the lowest. Alas, it seems I have drawn the short straw. Yet, as a grown man, he could not afford to contradict himself in front of the young girl. He reluctantly placed 3 items into her basket and picked up the delicate peach blossom pastry. With a crisp crack, the outer layer gave way, releasing a refreshing and subtly sweet flavor that burst in his mouth. Observing his rapturous expression, Lingxi found herself irresistibly drawn to the temptation. She discreetly swallowed a mouthful of saliva and reached towards the lotus-like cakes on the long table. Although her stomach was already full, she felt an undeniable urge to indulge. Using her spirit energy, she broke off a small piece and placed it in her mouth, where the excess saliva quickly engulfed the chewy morsel. Now, a few words from the humble author. I have a penchant for revising my work, particularly within the first few minutes after uploading. Therefore, to those who may be reading pirated versions filled with repetitive phrases or numerous typos, please refrain from venting your frustrations on Qidian. Thank you. Chapter 50. Encounter. There exists a unique camaraderie among food lovers. Yanli lamented the fact that the peach blossom pastry was merely a single bite. Do you see that plate of orange-red candied fruit ahead? He pointed out to Lingxi. It is crafted from the earth-mound fruit and tastes exquisite. Yanli detested the notion of delectable treats being limited to just one bite. Let us make a deal. You give me that candied fruit, and in the future, when we reach the 5-element secret realm, I shall owe you a favor. What say you? Lingxi contemplated a refusal, as she had heard that the 5-element secret realm was vast, and they might not even cross paths. Yanli was reluctant to part with the food he had meticulously prepared in his storage bag. Well then, why don't you take a look and see if there's anything you fancy? Shall we make an exchange? I still have plenty left to savor. Lingxi felt she was witnessing this person's audacity firsthand. You have already taken my peach blossom pastry. I may forever regret not having that delicacy in my life. With a serious expression, she declared, so, the DG fruit preserves, twice the amount. Fearing she might refuse the exchange, Yanli hastily produced 2 generous pieces of purple rice cake. The DG fruit was merely a first-tier spiritual fruit and quite inexpensive. His desire for it stemmed from the fact that today's batch was crafted by a master who, held a special significance for him. Is that truly so? Lingxi expressed her skepticism. You seem to enjoy purple rice cake quite a bit, don't you? She avoided looking at the purple rice cake in his hands. Could I possibly have one more piece? Is that acceptable? Lingxi felt a surge of frustration. What should she do? She was genuinely tempted by those 3 substantial pieces of purple rice cake. For pieces. The struggle on her little face amused Yanli. The pang of loss from giving up the rice cakes diminished significantly. Just think of how many bites you can have with these 4 pieces. Deal. Lingxi extended her basket forward, gritting her teeth as she proclaimed, I will certainly have the Digi fruit preserves again in the future, and when I do, I shall eat 1 piece and toss another to play with. Yanli's lips twitched. He relinquished 4 large pieces of purple rice cake. Realizing that despite the apparent loss in this transaction, listening to the little girl made him feel as if he were the one taking advantage of her. The aroma of these delicacies is quite delightful. He reached out repeatedly, placing several nearby fruits that had not been taken into her basket. Lingxi felt a slight sense of comfort and stepped forward a few paces, retrieving her portion of the Earth Hill fruit preserves. Here, for you. Thank you. Yanli displayed a greater degree of grace this time, promptly expressing his gratitude. The earlier sentiments still held true. Should we encounter each other in the 5-element secret realm, I shall protect you just the same. He flashed a mysterious smile at the young girl and added, As of now, we haven't formally introduced ourselves, have we? I am Yanli from the floating Meow Pavilion. May I inquire your esteemed name, junior sister? Brother Yin is too kind. I am Lingxi from the Thousand Paths sect. With goodwill in her heart, Lingxi graciously accepted and, upon setting down her basket, offered a deep bow. From a distance, Lulan and Zhanqiu occasionally turned their thoughts towards their daughter, witnessing her set down her basket and engage in conversation, which brought them profound relief. The warmth in their eyes deepened as they observed her interaction. After bidding farewell to Yanli, Lingxi continued on her way. However, her basket was nearly full now. As she subtly channeled her spiritual energy, the vines atop the basket seemed to come alive once more, swiftly weaving together to form a wicker chest. There was still a third of the culinary delights yet to be collected, for children who simply adored these treats. Everyone generally exercised great forbearance. After all, everyone was young once. Zhanqiu was drawn out by Zhanqiu, mingling among the disciples of Taishao Palace. Unlike the others, he occasionally indulged his taste buds, but having lived a lifetime, he regarded these visually appealing yet predominantly low-tier spiritual materials with disdain. In times past, he was, despite his circumstances, a cultivator of the Jedon stage. Regarding Zhanqiu's good intentions to introduce him to prominent figures, he harbored little interest. From the days of Taishao Palace, the number of those who emerged alive could be counted on one hand. Thus, forming connections seemed utterly unnecessary. Engaging in casual dialogue, Zhanqiu was primarily in search of those once renowned in his previous life. 11th brother, the bell peppers here are delicious. Could you fetch me a piece? A somewhat haughty youth from the Yi family, whose name had faded from his memory, regarded him with an air of arrogance. Here, Zhanqiu, lacking any curiosity about the lad's name, decided to assist him, adhering to the philosophy that it is better to avoid trouble. Are you uninterested in these, 11th brother? Zhanqiu remarked while savoring the bell pepper. That suits me fine. I'm quite interested. Please, bring over all that is around here. Zhanqiu cast a nonchalant glance at him, brushed his sleeves, and turned to leave. In the Yi family, he was the only one who had survived. Bestowing even a glance upon these inconsequential individuals felt like a waste. Stop. What do you mean, 11th brother? Zhanqiu's voice rang out loudly, drawing the attention of many. Lingxi, seated across the long table, was startled upon hearing it. That prophetic youth? What is he doing here? Is he also to enter the 5-element secret realm? Zhanqiu trembled with indignation, feeling that their conversation had been completely misconstrued. Yet, with Zhanqiu's insinuation, it appeared as though he was not merely a glutton, but also a domineering figure who monopolized the market. To his astonishment, 11th brother had now learned to distort the truth. Zhanqiu felt an overwhelming urge to bite him, for it was clear that he harbored resentment over the exile from years past. Who could be blamed for that event? It was undoubtedly his own doing. He sought fairness and justice, voluntarily choosing exile. Uncle Yi perished early on Su Dang Mountain, driven by an urgent desire to gather spirit stones in search of him. Boom. Zhanqiu's head spun. With his parents deceased, he had always relied on his grandfather. In his previous life, his grandfather had peacefully passed away. How could this be? What did you say? What has happened to my grandfather? Once Zhanqiu regained his senses, he seized him forcefully. Are you deceiving me? How dare you curse my grandfather? I will end your life. Everyone had long assumed that he had inquired about matters from someone, which explained his indifference towards them. Zhanqiu, dazed, was struck multiple times before he comprehended the situation, finally retaliating and engaging in a scuffle. Chapter 51. Confrontation. Zhanqiu, my cousin. As the clansmen and the members of Taishao Palace pulled them apart, Zhanqiu, with reddened eyes, glared intensely at Zhanqiu. My grandfather is still alive. Isn't he? He is deceiving me. He is lying to me. Despite his fervent attempts to convince himself otherwise, the terror within him surged relentlessly. Suddenly reborn in his youth, his thoughts and visions were consumed by the opportunities overlooked in his past life. The clan was unreliable, the sect too fearful to trust, and his grandfather's abilities were hardly significant within the family. Fearing misinterpretation as a usurper, he dared not reveal even a hint of information, never anticipating it would endanger his only remaining kin. Lingxi, witnessing the seer she wished to keep at a distance, was utterly astonished as he broke down in tears in front of a crowd. After your departure, Uncle Chi sold everything that could be sold, yearning to traverse the West Deep Prairie and the vast expanse of the cold desert to find you. Zhanqiu sighed. His final visit to Suhua Mountain was to hunt a few fire martens and procure some thick fur garments to endure the frigid desert. He had traversed the desolate, spiritless expanse of 200,000 miles and understood deeply that without proper preparation, one could indeed perish from the cold in the dead of night. Zhanqiu, the deceased is gone. Uncle Chi, if he has any spirit in the heavens, surely does not wish for you to suffer unduly on his behalf. If it were not for the tears streaming down his face, revealing an inconsolable sorrow, Zhanqiu would find it impossible to offer solace, especially given that this lad had not inquired about home for such a long time. Since his rebirth, Zhanqiu felt for the first time the chilling malice of fate, a sensation that was both agonizing and terrifying. He forcefully pushed away the person gripping him and stumbled into the bustling crowd. Among them, there must be members of the Liu family. The young girl cast a few glances, then sighed inwardly, her appetite waning. She silently carried her basket, devoid of the previous anticipation and joy, mechanically moving forward. More than 3 centuries have passed. The era of the two ancestors is long gone. In this present time, even if one has ancestral connections, it bears little significance. After a considerable while, she finally reached the end of the long table. Excuse me, please make way. Lingxi lowered her head to gather her belongings, but the individual in front leaned against the table, preventing her from collecting the last piece of cut green fruit. Zhanqiu discreetly shifted aside. Lingxi managed to add the final piece of green fruit to her basket. Her task was now complete, and she felt a slight lift in her spirits. Merely lifting her gaze, she was taken aback. The seer, Zhanqiu? While observing the altercation, she had already learned his name. Yet now, he no longer possessed that earlier air of confidence. Instead, an overwhelming sense of desolation seemed poised to engulf him. Lingxi steadied her racing heart, attempting to pass by nonchalantly. Wait, one ought to pick the ripe fruit. Zhanqiu had no intention of uttering a word, but his current state of mind was far from serene. If he could not divert his gaze and emerge from this turmoil, the demons of the heart would likely be even more formidable than in his previous life. He called out to the petite girl, her cheeks still bearing the softness of youth. Do you have a fondness for these delicacies? I like them. Lingxi was taken aback that, amidst so many people, this individual had chosen to confront her. Zhanqiu had already scanned her basket with his spiritual awareness. What lay within was hardly worthy of a higher-tier cultivator's attention. What joy could he derive from such trivialities? His tone turned brusque. You are a girl. Do you not feel ashamed being scrutinized from head to toe? What? Lingxi swallowed hard, the flicker of sympathy she had felt for him vanishing in an instant. Why should she care what others thought? The elders organized these culinary gatherings precisely for their enjoyment. What shame did she possess? Those who desired to partake but hesitated out of pride were, in her eyes, the true fools. Senior, if you wish to fight, seek out someone who can contend with you. What merit is there in targeting me? The Qiandao sect is equally renowned as the Taishao Palace. Clad in the ceremonial attire of the Qiandao sect, she felt no need to fear him under the watchful eyes of the crowd. As for the Liu family, Lingxi had never intended to cultivate a favorable relationship with those from the Taishao Palace. Excuse me, I must take my leave. Her sharp tongue. What manner of person is Zhanqiu? Naturally, he discerned her witnessing the altercation and couldn't help but grind his teeth. Well then, enjoy yourself. After all, if one does not relish their final meal, was it not a futile venture in this world? Sister Nan, Brother Shang, cornered, and cursed at. She found herself unable to retaliate. Surely, the others from the Qian Dao sect would not be at a loss either. In haste, Lingxi turned to her senior brothers and sisters for aid. Brothers and sisters, I did not provoke this senior brother. He has blocked my way and cursed me to death. The sight of their junior sister, who was on the verge of tears yet trying to hold back, startled Nanjiaru and Zhanqiu. They hurried forward. What grievance does this brother from the Taishao Palace have with my junior sister? Uncle Kaiwei had discreetly instructed them to look after their junior sister. If she were bullied right under their noses, they would have no place in the sect. Brother and sister, he claims I shamefully carried a basket from beginning to end, and he said, it was merely a jest. Zhanqiu was taken aback that the little girl would so openly seek help from the members of the Qian Dao sect, suppressing his urge to retaliate. He forced a smile towards Nanjiaru and Zhanqiu. I merely found this little sister quite delightful and sought to jest with her. I too have a fondness for fine cuisine. However, in this place. This is a yuqiong fruit, a third-tier spiritual fruit. Once you have savored its flavor, you may find yourself less enamored with these others. He smiled like a gentleman of exquisite grace, as if he had merely been jesting. The captivating woman and the immortal monk, along with those who arrived later, observed the casually bestowed jade fruit with amusement, regardless of their beliefs. The term jade fruit evokes the essence of celestial nectar. Had it not been for the lack of spiritual energy, it would undoubtedly have been revered as a divine fruit by all who tasted it. Joy had been stripped away. If my senior truly wished to apologize, perhaps a different gesture would suffice. Zhanqiu pondered how he had chosen such a prickly, tear-prone girl to shatter his heart's tranquility, letting out a bitter laugh. It appears I have not considered this thoroughly. He casually produced a low-grade fireball talisman and offered it to her. You gave it to her. Talismans. Lingxi had long coveted such an item, but, in the distance, the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in vibrant crimson hues, reminiscent of blood. Her heart skipped a beat. Thank you. Gratitude must be expressed when warranted. After accepting the talisman, Lingxi subtly assessed Zhanqiu. Noticing that he directed most of his attention toward the captivating woman and the immortal monk, stirring something within her. Had everyone received theirs? The teleportation within the five elements secret realm was said to be random. If one missed their chance, there was little that could be done to assist. It was fortunate that many members of various sects were present. It would benefit her to become familiar with them. Alas, despite her goodwill, Lingxi was reluctant to linger in Zhanqiu's company. Hiki. The captivating woman chuckled lightly. That's acceptable, but it must not be studied. It is my first experience. And should I inadvertently ignite a fire, the talisman essentially encapsulates a spell upon a piece of paper. By infusing it with spiritual energy, it transforms into a ready-made fireball technique. However, when activating it, one requires merely a fraction of the energy typically needed for a fireball, which is precisely its convenience. Otherwise, who would have the patience to utilize talismans? They are exceedingly expensive. Were it not for the perilous nature of the five-element secret realm, Nanjiaran would almost certainly sell her possessions for funds, given her origins from the realm of cultivation, where she possesses numerous useful items. So what is peculiar about talismans? If you wish to observe, then behold. She casually produced 4 distinct low-grade talismans, and though they were intended for Lingxi, she addressed the assembly, esteemed friends. In our encounter with the Shidi people, should we fail to strike with precision, which talisman would be the most efficient? At this, the crowd exchanged glances, each pondering the gravity of the Shidi people looming over them like a sword of Damocles. The certainty of life and death was palpable. The ways of heaven are inscrutable. He has returned from the brink, yet his grandfather has perished. Within the five-element secret realm, if the Shidi people were to act as they did in the previous life, seeking to encircle and annihilate us from the outset, what if fortune were not on their side? Life is unpredictable, and after altering fate, Zhanqiu suddenly found himself apprehensive of destiny. Yet those who could befriend Nanjiaran and Zhanqiu were all individuals of notable capability from various sections. If they could preemptively guard against danger, would they not be seizing an opportunity for themselves as well? Upon realizing this, Zhanqiu alerted the others, mentioning that the spring grass tribe of Shidi was adept at employing a certain insect that attaches itself to a person, siphoning blood unnoticed. I recall that such a bug is not easily crushed, is it? Liji Min Qingtai was perplexed by the purpose of the insect he had mentioned, deeming it scarcely worthy of consideration, as it could hardly be classified as even a minor demonic beast. Indeed, it appeared to be incongruous with the realm of demonic creatures. However, prior to the duel, If the members of the Zhanqiu tribe were to affix this insect to my person during the confrontation, should they engage in the act of siphoning my vital essence, one might ponder the extent of time wasted in dispatching it, and whether it could distract our focus. This rhetorical inquiry sent a shiver through the assembly. Being of the cultivation world, they were acutely aware that in the critical moments of battle, even the slightest lapse in vigilance could prove fatal. Lingxi, who was listening nearby, found herself caught in a web of confusion regarding the matters of the wolf bandits and the Zhanqiu pearl, despite Zhanqiu's prior prescience. Yet, when her grandfather's affairs were revealed, her certainty wavered. However, at this moment, she inexplicably felt that the grass insect of the Zhanqiu tribe, if indeed as he described, posed a grave threat. Brother Yi, do you possess a means to counter it? Lingxi was the first to inquire, asking if there existed a medicinal pouch containing repellent for such toxic insects. The Lu family had practiced medicine for many years, often traversing the deep mountains and vast marshes in search of spiritual materials, and indeed, they possessed several formulations for repelling insects. Presently, she herself carried two. The grass insect from the Zhanqiu tribe differed from other toxic insects, being a mutated variant. Although its body was frail, it had an insatiable appetite for the essence of cultivators. Initially, its bite would go unnoticed, but by the time one became aware, they might have already lost a substantial amount of blood, potentially up to half a pound. Thus, conventional insect repellents were ineffective against it. When cultivators ventured forth, who among them did not carry 2 or more pouches for repelling insects and snakes? The difference lay merely in their potency. Zhanqiu suddenly felt a wave of disinterest, reminiscent of the way a southern beauty might feel. Individuals like Nanjiaran and Qingtai, with their affluent backgrounds, certainly possessed high-grade medicinal pouches. The grass insects posed little threat to them. However, the situation was less certain for others. Even for himself, after years of preparation, he had managed to acquire only a pouch specifically designed to defend against grass insects due to his relatively low cultivation level. While this pouch was effective against grass insects, its efficacy against other venomous creatures would be considerably diminished. Zhanqiu pondered that he should seek a superior pouch from some foundation-building loose cultivator. After all, they were unlikely to venture far, and thus the price would probably remain reasonable. Senior sister, are the grass insects quite large? Lingxi inquired further. If they are sizable, perhaps they can be deterred? She imagined that these so-called grass insects were akin to mosquitoes, merely larger in stature. The grass insects of the Shidi spring grass clan were only slightly larger than common flower mosquitoes naturally concealed within the grass, often going unnoticed until they had feasted upon blood, at which point their swollen abdomens became evident. Zhanqiu shook his head, asserting that aside from a good pouch, there were truly no other solutions. Ha, Brother Yi, you are being overly cautious, are you not? A youth clad in a crane-patterned robe remarked, tapping his fan. How far are we from the Shidi grasslands? Even if the spring grass clan brings grass insects, how many could they possibly transport? Rather than worrying about them, you should be more concerned about what to do if you encounter the bipedal creatures. With such timidity, he doubted that anyone would have the courage to face the bipedal beings that devour the living. They would likely crumble in fear. Perhaps I am indeed overly cautious. Zhanqiu mused, fully aware of the disdain in the other's tone. However, he also recognized that even the mightiest of fortifications could succumb to the smallest of breaches. Ladies and gentlemen, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. All necessary points have been addressed, and from here on, it is no longer his concern. Zhanqiu hurriedly sought to procure superior medicinal pouches, having no time to squander in idle chatter. Lingxi, observing his swift departure, could not suppress her doubts. Senior sister, what if he truly possesses a multitude of grass insects? I shall report this to the sect. You are still young. There is no need for you to worry. Unlike others, the Shang family is quite small, having spent considerable time amidst the common folk. They understand that neglecting this matter could lead to significant repercussions for many. Esteemed guests, I shall take my leave first. Chapter 53. Unforeseen developments. A single grass insect has stirred the sensibilities of numerous qi refinement practitioners at the culinary gathering. High-grade medicinal pouches are scarce, available only to those disciples with commendable spiritual roots who have garnered early attention from their elders. In a few days, they will represent the practitioners in a fierce confrontation against the Shidi people in the 5-element secret realm. Previously unaware of the grass insects, they now recognize the threat and believe the sect ought to increase the allocation for everyone's protection. Thus, the unexpected grass insect incident spread rapidly, quickly reaching the higher echelons. The grass insects from the spring grass division indeed pose a certain lethality to Qi refinement practitioners. Within the Qingdao sect, the esteemed Qing remained unfazed, promptly issuing orders to notify all foundation establishment and core formation disciples that the sect would acquire their prepared high-grade medicinal pouches at twice the market price, prioritizing the allocation for those at the 6th layer of Qi refinement and above. As for the newly accepted disciples, ensuring full allocation may present challenges, but it should not be insurmountable. Each sect, as suggested by Sui Qing, seems oblivious to their own circumstances. He remained rooted in place for a considerable time, utterly perplexed as to how a mere mention could stir such significant commotion. If all sects were to respond with such fervor, could the spring grass sect, which had once been second only to the second leg sect in the West, still maintain its strength? The ways of heaven are inscrutable. It is astonishing how a single utterance could lead to such alterations. Uncertain whether to feel dread or anticipation, Yi Zhanqiu found himself engulfed in a medley of emotions. Are you still taking it? The steward of the Tai Shao Palace rapped on the table, reminding him that if a high-grade medicinal pouch had already been acquired, then no further ones could be obtained. He harbored doubts regarding whether he possessed such a pouch. Indeed, the disciple has already purchased one. Perhaps the course of worldly affairs had altered since the day he was reborn. Yet, was the current transformation a boon or a bane for him? Once, the notorious and fortuitous wolf thief, Zhou Kong, had perished at his hands shortly after escaping the Five Elements' secret land. Yi Zhanqiu exhaled deeply, a flicker of regret flashing in his eyes. It is said that a treasure known as the Central Extreme Pearl could enhance the luck of its bearer. Had he known then, he would not have been so hasty. What would it matter if Zhou Kong had frolicked for another year? That pearl of his. In the realm of cultivation, fortune holds paramount significance. Yi Zhanqiu paced within his modest chamber, for the first time realizing that he ought to seek that pearl once more. With Zhou Kong gone, perhaps the pearl had been claimed by another. The individual who found it might also venture into the Five Elements' secret land, just as he did. If only. A glint of cold light flickered in his eyes as he flung open the door and swiftly strode several paces, knocking forcefully on a door. Who is it? In the room stood a girl, and upon opening the door, she was taken aback to see him. Senior brother, is there something you need? I am Zhanqiu, he replied with a smile. You must be Zhu Shimi, a local, I presume? I wish to inquire about certain matters. Once someone of great stature. He now found himself rather diminished in this life, yet addressing him as senior brother felt rather pleasant. If Yi Zhanqiu were not aware that he could not seize her opportunities, he might have been tempted to claim them for himself. Oh, please, come in. Though surprised, Zhu Peilon politely invited him inside. What would you like to know, senior brother? Lacking tea, she offered him plain water instead. Have you heard of the Liangshan of Healan? Yashan? Zhu Peilon pondered for a moment before responding. Yes, I have heard of it. Yi Zhanqiu's eyes brightened slightly. Do you know which individuals from the Liangshan region have been accepted as new disciples? I'm afraid I do not know. Zhu Peilon shook her head. I only heard that after the great earthquake, the mountain god's temple in Liangshan manifested its divinity, and the well water there was said to cure the epidemics of the time. Many sought its water and were healed. The mountain god's temple? It gained fame after the earthquake? Indeed. But do you know who was responsible for spreading its renown? Zhu Peilon shook her head again. I have far too many personal matters to attend to, and little time to concern myself with outside affairs. Very well. One last question, if I may ask. Do you know who has successfully pledged themselves to a sect in that region? What are their surnames and names? Which sect have they joined? Why does this question seem so peculiar? It is quite similar to the previous ones. Zhu Peilon, having been pursued by her half-brother and sister for the storage ring left by her father since childhood, remained particularly vigilant towards those around her. Like myself, many have joined the sect, yet I tend to be reclusive, preoccupied with my cultivation aboard the ship, thus remaining oblivious to the circumstances of others. Perhaps my senior brother could inquire about them instead. Although he masked his emotions swiftly, the flicker of malice in his eyes when asked about his name was unmistakable to her. Instinctively, Zhu Peilon developed an aversion towards this senior brother Yi. In the desolate land where spiritual energy had been extinguished, they had finally seized an opportunity to reclaim their path to immortality, only for fate to suddenly bestow upon them the immense blessing of the Five Elements' secret realm. How many would truly partake of this fortune? Most would likely be crushed beneath the weight of such an opportunity. Yet, before even encountering this chance, she found herself targeted by this brother Yi, which felt exceedingly unjust. In that case, I shall endeavor to ask others. In his anxiety, Zhanqiu failed to realize that in just a few brief exchanges, he had instilled a sense of wariness in someone he ardently wished to befriend. He knocked on 3 doors in succession, but alas, either they were entirely uninformed or possessed even less knowledge than Zhu Peilon herself. The name of Lushan only circulated within the Helan region. Zhanqiu hesitated, pondering whether he truly had to inquire one by one. If the other party had indeed acquired the middle extreme pearl, even if they were previously ignorant, they had likely heard numerous tales of murder and treasure hunting since entering the realm of cultivation. Would they divulge the truth to him? Yet, the thought of losing the middle extreme pearl left him feeling profoundly reluctant. In his previous life, Zhou Kong possessed extraordinary fortune, despite his mediocre spiritual root aptitude. He ascended to become the foremost among the scattered demons and achieved the Yuanying stage at an early age. In this lifetime, he has taken his place, and logically, his luck should also defy expectation. However, his grandfather, if he had obtained the Zhongji pearl himself, with his luck, his grandfather should not have passed away so soon. The more he contemplated, the stronger his desire for the Zhongji pearl became. He finally made his way to the side of the Lu family and knocked on Lu Tsoxia's door. Are there descendants of Lu Xian in the Liaoshan region? Lu Tsoxia was unaware of this. Why would this person disclose such crucial information to her? There are countless individuals with the surname Lu in this world, and it seems rather far-fetched for her senior brother to assert a connection to her family based solely on a piece of spirit testing stone. Chapter 54. Distribution of Spirit Artifacts. Zhanqiu had no intention of assisting the Lu family in locating individuals, yet the Lu family resided in Helan, quite close to Liangshan. Given that their lineage had not forgotten the path of cultivation, how could they possibly be oblivious to the peculiarities of Liaoshan? Unfortunately, as Zhanqiu hastily departed from Lu Tsoxia's quarters, he was at a loss for expression. He recalled the formidable Lu fairy of later years and was astonished to realize that she too had once been so insignificant in her youth. Having been nearly embarrassed by a young girl from the Qian Dao sect in the marketplace, he now dared not provoke the future Lu fairy to tears. The Lu family and the Yi family had always been at odds. Should they encircle him and give him a beating, he would have no recourse for justification. Alas, what to do now? Should he wait for the 5 Elements secret realm to open and investigate further? For the first time, Zhanqiu found himself wishing for the 5 Elements secret realm to commence sooner. Lu Lingxi and Li Kaijia were unaware that the Central Extreme Pearl was not only an exceptional treasure but also one entwined with fortune. Both possessed commendable spiritual roots and had received high-grade medicinal pouches allocated by their sect. Lu Lingxi, unconcerned with others, knowing her parents were safe, promptly closed her door and consumed a premium qi gathering pill, striving to advance to the 6th layer of qi refinement. At a culinary gathering, she encountered the prophetic youth Zhanqiu, through whom she harbored doubts about the potential of the South Beauty senior sister and the monk Xian senior brother introduced by her master Kaiwei. Yet, such knowledge proved futile. Her cultivation was feeble, and while others might indulge her in times of safety, who would care for her in perilous moments, aside from her parents? She had to heed her father's advice and diligently enhance her own abilities. Although the premium qi gathering pill no longer provided the explosive advancement it once did, Lu Lingxi remained quite satisfied. After all, as one progressed, the expansion of meridians and dantian demanded an ever greater influx of spiritual energy. To this end, she grasped a medium-grade spirit stone in each hand. Similarly, Lu Lan and Jiang Sihui were also devoted to their cultivation. On the path of immortality, no one ever resented higher levels of achievement, especially since, beyond personal ambition, there was also the responsibility towards family. Within the camp, all newly initiated disciples were immersed in their training. However, unlike this trio, the majority toiled toward reaching the 3rd layer of qi refinement. They had to advance before the opening of the 5 Elements secret realm to master the use of spiritual consciousness to access their storage pouches. The ability to utilize a storage pouch was the minimum requirement. Failing to meet this standard could result in being forcibly elevated in cultivation by a golden core true person through secret methods. However, the kind of enhancement that Master Kaiwei spoke of was quite clear. If it can be avoided, it should be, for it would ultimately harm the foundation of 1S cultivation. After a decade, 1S progress would be stunted, rendering any advancement impossible. A decade may appear merely a tenth of the century-long lifespan of a qi refining practitioner, yet Master Kaiwei further elucidated that beyond qi refinement lies foundation establishment, which may grant one an extended lifespan of 2 centuries. All practitioners emerging from the secret realm of the five elements are allocated foundation establishment pills by their sects. But the efficacy of these pills diminishes with age. To squander a decade could mean forsaking those 200 years of life. Who would willingly sacrifice such a precious resource? The elderly would be reluctant, while the younger ones might not fully comprehend the gravity of the situation. Master Kaiwei also warned that hastening one's cultivation would subject the body to excruciating torment, akin to the tortures of the mortal realm. Such a notion sent shivers through the crowd, compelling them to exert every effort in their training. Fortunately, many were able to reach the third level of qi refinement, bolstered by the dual support of medicinal pills and spirit stones. Those unable to achieve this were destined to occupy the lowest echelons of the immortal realm, their foundational losses rendering them nearly indistinguishable from one another. As time passed, an increasing number of individuals surged into the third level of qi refinement, mastering the use of storage bags. Observing the progress of their peers, the long-awaited spiritual artifacts were finally released, igniting immense enthusiasm among the three members of the Lu family. During the previous sale of spiritual herbs, Master Kaiwei had mentioned that their family could receive an additional high-grade pure flying spiritual artifact. As one of the 8 great sects of the continent, the Qiandao sect equips its disciples with an offensive flying sword and a defensive spiritual shield. Initially, each disciple was also supposed to receive a leaf-shaped flying spiritual artifact. However, due to a scarcity of materials, most new disciples have been left without one. The Lu family possesses an ancestral flying boat and has recently acquired a slender gourd from the Yuhai, perfectly matching the number needed. Now, if an additional flying spiritual artifact were to be obtained, it would mean that everyone would have a means of escape. After receiving the standard equipment, Lingxi extended her hand into a large brocade bag, feeling around until she finally grasped something that radiated a gentle warmth and promptly pulled it out. The slender gourd, however, felt unsafe. She and her grandfather had witnessed it plummet from the sky. Thus, she disregarded the smooth object she had touched. Ideally, she hoped to find a flying artifact similar to the family heirloom flying boat, but after searching for a while, she found nothing suitable. Most of what she touched was smooth, but she couldn't resist the allure of an object that felt slightly fuzzy. It turned out to be a flying carpet. Zhanqiu observed the young girl examining the palm-sized carpet and remarked, "It is both lightweight and soft, with impressive speed. Once infused with spiritual energy, it becomes a remarkable high-quality flying artifact." "Thank you, Master," Lingxi exclaimed joyfully. Zhanqiu waved his hand dismissively, urging her to familiarize herself with the artifact swiftly, as if it were an extension of her own body. "Yes," Lingxi replied enthusiastically as she exited the room, heading towards her mother, who was waiting just outside. Zhanqiu took her daughter by the hand and led her to her husband's room. Inside, the flying boat and slender gourd were already displayed on the table, and Lu Lan was awaiting their arrival. "What is it?" "The flying carpet." The father and daughter spoke almost in unison. Lingxi placed the flying carpet up as well. "Lingxi, you take the flying boat." Lu Lan, having heard his father speak of the incident involving the gourd, unhesitatingly chose the safest option for his daughter. "Zhihui, you take the flying carpet, and this slender gourd shall belong to me." He first picked up the slender gourd, deeming it most suitable for his weaker cultivation. "This time in seclusion, though I have made considerable progress, I still fall a little short of breaking through to the 5th level of qi refinement." "Dad, why don't you use the flying boat?" Although Lingxi was not particularly fond of the gourd, her father's safety took precedence. "I once glided from Liaoshan to the county town using the gourd. It was quite good." "Stop arguing with your father." Lu Lan glared at his daughter. "Did you not hear what Master Kaiwei said? High-grade spiritual artifacts are not suitable for cultivators of our low level for the time being. You should honestly use the spiritual boat, Zhihui, and you take the flying carpet." Zhihui smiled, her spiritual power stirring as the flying carpet instantly expanded. She deftly lifted a foot to sit upon it and swiftly spun around the house. "Not bad, quite stable." "Lingxi, stop contesting with your father. As husband and wife, we share an unspoken understanding. When we arrive there, perhaps I will be the first to locate him." The tender smile exchanged between the parents made Lingxi feel somewhat superfluous. Chapter 55. Learning to escape first with the spiritual tools in hand. The next step, of course, was to properly refine them, achieving the ability to move them as one with their own limbs. In the camp, everyone was diligently working. For once all the necessary items were acquired, it signified that the time for the opening of the 5-element secret land was drawing near. Lu Lan knocked on his daughter's door for the second time, holding He handed her a small wooden box containing an enhanced version of the enchanting incense. Enchanting incense? Enhanced? Lu Lingxi's eyes widened with a glimmer of delight. Do not rejoice too soon, Lu Lan retorted, exasperated. In the five-element secret realm, all are cultivators. This enchanting incense, though devoid of scent or smoke, can be perceived by those with divine consciousness. Hence, it must be employed unexpectedly or with foresight. Has father ever tried it? The effect seems quite good, Lu Lingxi exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she opened the box to reveal precisely 50 sticks of 3-inch enchanting incense, meticulously arranged. Father, why didn't you make more during your last attempt? You ungrateful child. Do you think this is easy to produce? Lu Lan, anticipating praise, instead received complaints. In frustration, he lightly struck his daughter, saying, Shouldn't your mother and I save some for ourselves? Remember, aside from the Western D people, do not misuse it for ill deeds. My ability to deceive your mother is only effective because she trusts me and the room is small and sealed. Once in the five-element secret realm, do not be fooled by the cultivator's jovial facade. They are ever vigilant. Exercise extreme caution when using it, and unless absolutely necessary, it is best to refrain. Do you understand? I understand, Lu Lingxi replied, nursing the swelling on her head. Father, am I not your own daughter? If you strike me so hard, what if I become foolish? You would have to care for me for a lifetime. This unfortunate child, amidst all the admonitions, could only recall the sting of his slap. Lu Lan's hand itched again, yet upon seeing his daughter's forehead genuinely reddened from his earlier reprimand, he resolutely restrained himself. Lingxi, your grandfather is waiting for us outside. You are the sole heir of our family. You must not act recklessly, do you understand? His eyes glistened with unshed tears. What could Lu Lingxi do but nod? Father, perhaps you should worry about yourself instead. I am clever, and my youth serves as a perfect disguise. You and mother do not share that advantage. With the advanced breath-holding technique taught by the mountain deity and her youthful visage, even if she encountered the people of Shidi, they would least suspect her. Father. She tucked the wooden box away and leaned into her father's embrace. When we arrive there, I will do my utmost to find the markings you left. Then, we shall be reunited as a family. Master Kaiwei had once said that in times of true peril, trust is a rare commodity, yet she had faith in her parents. Very well. As for provisions, we lack nothing. However, the resources supplied by the sect are imbued with more spiritual energy than what we brought from Yuzhai. My reputation as a glutton precedes me. Should you still worry? Lu Lan's hand stiffened. Indeed, his daughter was a true foodie, and there was no need to fret over her hunger. Yet, in recent days, his heart had grown increasingly restless, consumed by worries not solely for himself, but also for his wife and daughter who had ventured into the five-element secret realm alongside him. Concern was warranted, and thus he admonished them further. Gripping his daughter's shoulders firmly, Lu Lan declared, Now, let us practice a few moves. I shall focus on the attack, and you must maintain your spirit shield at all times. Understood. Lingxi nodded. In an instant, a flash of silver glimmered from her father's hand, prompting her to instinctively lean back and sidestep. Clang. Lu Lan swiftly thrust forward, only to be thwarted by a shield that resembled what yet was not. Clang, clang, clang. Lu Lan accelerated his attacks, thrusting, slashing, blocking, and pulling with increasing urgency, each strike more fervent than the last, whether from above or below, left or right. Nevertheless, each time, Lingxi's spirit shield repelled his onslaught. After a while, it seemed as though she was ensconced within a fortress of spirit shields, impenetrable and safeguarding her in the center. Father, after all this, isn't it time for me to take my turn? Confident in her ability to easily defend against him, Lingxi felt it was only right to test her father's strength. Then let us see. Lu Lan, who was 2 levels below her in cultivation, was curious about the prowess of a higher-tier practitioner and was eager to find out. Clang. With a decisive strike, Lingxi unleashed her sword, and Lu Lan stepped back. Although his shield protected him, he sensed a surge of energy stirring within him. Father, do not hold back, try again. Despite a paler complexion, Lu Lan understood that if he hesitated to test his limits here, what could he accomplish in the 5-element secret realm? Clang, 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 clang. From left to right, up and down, forward and back, his shield indeed blocked her strikes. Yet Lingxi discerned that the rate at which he expended spiritual energy far surpassed her own. As they withdrew, both father and daughter bore the same pallor. They had honed their spirit instruments to be as extensions of themselves. But in the face of a higher-tier practitioner's assault, what good was that? Could they truly withstand it? With time still on their side, It was imperative to perfect the mysterious and ethereal technique. Unable to contend, unable to withstand, what remains but to flee? Lulan cherishes his daughter dearly. However, at this juncture, contemplating withdrawal from the Qian Dao sect is but a fanciful delusion. Your mother surpasses me by 1 rank. I can barely hold my ground against her, yet when faced with you, even if I manage to resist, Lulan swallowed hard, fully aware that he could not endure for even a mere quarter of an hour, even with the aid of elixirs and superior spirit stones. Passively defending oneself is perilously unwise. Lingxi, your grandfather awaits us outside. As a son, he could not afford to display weakness. As a father, he must be resolute. He had always endeavored to steer clear of those cultivators and the Western D people. If we cannot converge within the 5 elements secret realm, the deeper we venture, the more we must resemble startled birds, fleeing at the slightest hint of danger. The peril escalates as one progresses deeper into the secret realm, for everyone has begun to reap some rewards. It is said that the ruthless act of killing for treasures is the unspoken rule within the realm. At such a time, encountering others may render escape a futile endeavor. Lulan now feels a profound sense of relief. The Huan Tian array rests in his daughter's capable hands. If no place is truly safe, they should seek refuge within the array and venture nowhere else. Master Kaiwei has stated that in due time, the 5 elements secret realm may automatically expel those within its confines. Do not be reluctant to part with spirit stones your father still possesses. Father, unable to contend, unable to withstand, we are left with but one recourse, to flee. Mastering the art of escape to perfection may yet allow us to carve out a sliver of hope. Chapter 56. Ethereal and unbound. The chasm between cultivators and mortals is vast. One inhabits the heavens, the other the earth. Yet, the disparity between low-tier and high-tier cultivators can, at times, evoke a deeper sense of despair. How many lives will be lost in the secret land of the 5 elements? Lingxi dared not contemplate the thought. Within the confines of her chamber, she employed the ethereal and elusive technique, nearly transforming her form into countless phantoms, all engaged in a frenzied dash. They collided and pursued one another, as if omnipresent. Yet, tranquility eluded her. She yearned to move swiftly, swifter, even more swiftly. Apart from the newly initiated disciples like herself, both the cultivators and the Shi-D people possessed levels of cultivation that far surpassed her own. If she did not hasten, how could she escape? Not only must she be quick, but her parents must also move swiftly. Father, mother. The ethereal technique, combined with the breath-concealing technique I taught you later, might yield even better results. Amidst countless leaps, Lingxi pondered in frustration. With so many spells devised by the venerable cultivators, why had none been crafted for invisibility? If such a spell existed, perhaps her family could safely exit the secret land of the 5 elements. The divine consciousness is the most formidable eye of a cultivator, as Master Kaiwei once articulated. In the realm of cultivation, practitioners have largely forgotten the use of their physical eyes, opting instead for their divine perception. Once again facing her parents, she hastily shared the glimmer of hope she had gleaned from her studies. During the culinary gathering, while conversing briefly with senior sister Nan Jiren and others, she observed their preference for utilizing divine perception. Hence, the breath-concealing technique taught by the mountain deity is of paramount importance to us. If concealed well, it could mirror her initial encounter with Zhanqiu, where she perceived him clearly, yet he remained oblivious to her presence. Close your eyes, she advised. Zhanqiu had long been informed by her husband about the nature of their contest. Observing her daughter's eagerness, she exchanged a glance with Lulan. Just as their daughter closed her eyes, they swiftly changed position. Lingxi, can your consciousness detect us now? No. Therefore, rest assured. Both your father and I have contemplated the concealment technique as well. They knocked on their daughter's door to convey this very message. Zhanqiu felt a surge of pride for her daughter's intelligence. Now, open your eyes and pursue us with all your might, following the path we took. The room was too confined. If their daughter deviated from the route, they might not endure even 20 breaths. As 2 figures dashed through the chamber, Lingxi followed closely behind. The ethereal and formless technique required spiritual energy for support, yet as long as one's spiritual energy was not entirely depleted, it could outpace the ordinary gale technique by tenfold, if not more, unless one employed a superior flying spiritual artifact, which could only traverse the skies. The ethereal and formless technique was versatile enough to navigate both aerial and terrestrial terrains, making it ideal for complex landscapes. With her father at the 4th level of Qi refinement and her mother at the 5th, her father's speed was not inferior to her mother's. After 100 breaths of pursuit, Lingxi's despair regarding the 5-element secret realm began to dissipate somewhat. It was preferable not to catch up. The remaining concern was the ancient technique passed down from their ancestors. How many individuals possessed its knowledge? If the members of the Lu family or those from Taishao Palace were proficient in it, one must exercise greater caution when encountering them. As the 3 members of the Lu family diligently prepared for their departure, the ancient painting representing the 5-element secret realm in the high sky had completely shed its crimson hue, and no more runes descended. The painted figure of the infant, now faintly sensing a certain allure emanating from the ancient artwork, found themselves regrettably repelled by this very magnetism. The time was drawing near. Shidi Yuanshan, with a mocking smile, observed the cultivators, remarking, "After preparing for such an extended period, why do you hesitate now?" Yet, the cultivators paid him no heed. Even without their newly acquired disciples, their own Qi-refining practitioners matched in number. In our grasslands, a wolf is always a wolf. Yuanshan chuckled with utmost confidence. The casualties among the cultivators in the lower-tier battlefields were predominantly higher than theirs. "Haha," exclaimed Qiu Yuzhenren, his smile lacking warmth. "I recall that you two have hunted wolves, correct? During my travels across the grasslands, I seem to remember witnessing a few solitary bipeds being, well?" As the gaze of the Shidi people turned towards him, he chuckled and patted his forehead. Age has dulled my memory. I only recall that those bipeds had their legs broken and were dragged along, bleeding profusely, luring the wolves." He pondered aloud. "I have always found it perplexing. Given the ferocity of wolves, how have they never claimed dominance over Shidi in all these years?" Laughter erupted among the cultivators. Just as the scowling Yuanshan was about to speak again, he was halted by Zishan, who inquired, "Oh, my friend, you have traveled through our Shidi?" His expression remained placid, curious about the friend's perspective on wolves and sheep. "Haha, wolf meat is unpalatable, and sheep meat is equally so," Qiu replied with a glance. Before adding with a smile, "Yet, the spirit rice cultivated by us cultivators is truly delectable." As he beheld the twitching of the purple-clad figure's visage, his spirits soared. He promptly notified all parties to prepare in advance for the clandestine venture, which would commence no later than the day after tomorrow. In that realm, one must remain vigilant. Not merely in slumber, but even while meditating, keeping one eye open. For the sake of safety, it would be prudent for everyone to rest well before entering, replenishing their vitality. A cadre of seasoned strategists understood his implication. The 5-element secret realm was initially fraught with peril. When Master Kaiwei received the transmission from her elder, she enveloped the encampment with her spiritual consciousness, triggering the wards in the chambers of the lower-tier cultivators, instructing them to cease their cultivation and take a proper rest. Nanjiaru, who had been meditating, gradually withdrew her energy upon hearing the message. She comprehended that the time was nigh. Lighting a fragrant incense, she turned and reclined on the wooden platform. As a subordinate family of the Thousand Paths sect, the Nan family had members stationed at the borders of the West D Prairie for sect duties. In initial skirmishes, the casualties on the cultivators' side would invariably exceed those of the West D people. However, as time progressed, the statistics of losses would gradually converge and might even reverse. As a designated inner disciple of the sect, besides the mission in the 5-element secret realm, she was also tasked with eliminating 7 individuals from the West D. 7 was the minimum number. The more one dispatched, the greater the reward. Nanjiru caressed the identity token hanging at her waist, a faint smile gracing her lips as her breathing grew increasingly measured. In a nearby room, the 3 members of the Lu family ceased their pursuit, a sheen of perspiration glistening on their foreheads. Lingxi performed a cleansing technique, yearning to reach out to her mother and express her desire to share a bed with her. Yet, upon observing the intertwined hands of her parents, she swallowed her words, softly saying, "Father, Mother, I shall take my rest now." "Yes, rest well. We shall take our leave." Although Jiang Sihue longed to stay and accompany her daughter, her husband sometimes resembled a child, requiring her to first tend to him. Chapter 57. Explanation. Lingxi was acutely aware that once they entered the 5-element secret realm, achieving a peaceful slumber would be exceedingly difficult. Thus, after bidding farewell to her parents, she swiftly ascended to the wooden platform. Exhausted from several days of travel and due to her youth, she closed her eyes and soon fell into a deep sleep, oblivious to the world around her. From the cultivators' camp to the camp of the Western D people, the atmosphere had quieted significantly. as both sides hoped that their young disciples would enter the five elements secret realm with vigor to vanquish their opponents. Time seemed to stretch and compress simultaneously. When Lingxi hazily opened her eyes, she had yet to decide whether to sleep a little longer or rise when a series of knocks, 3 long and 1 short, resounded from outside. Lingxi, rise and shine. Her father and mother stood outside the door, their spirits high. Seeing their daughter still in a sleepy haze, they couldn't help but chuckle. You've truly slept for quite a while. It's nearly 5 hours. As Lu Lan spoke, he observed his wife casting a cleansing spell on their daughter. Fully aware of her desire to stay with the girl, your mother and I have been waiting outside for over half an hour. If everyone hadn't risen, your mother would have hesitated to awaken you. Lu Lingxi, disinterested in her father's teasing, tugged at her mother's sleeve. Mother, isn't it still too early? Why not stay and sleep a while longer with me? That is not an option now. Zhanqiu gently arranged her daughter's hair. The outer affairs hall was currently distributing jade boxes for storing items required for entering the secret realm, with each person receiving 300. Your father and I have already collected ours. It's time for you to do the same. Once a rare and sought-after jade, it now seems to be as common as dirt, transformed into jade boxes, leaving her filled with emotion. Spiritual sustenance can ensure her daughter's physical growth. Yet there are always inconvenient moments within the confines of the five-element secret realm, thus the need for the fasting elixir becomes evident. Oh, Lu Lingxi nodded, allowing her mother to prepare her before they queued at the external affairs hall. The line for adults was short, and it wasn't long before her turn arrived. Lingxi, upon seeing her, Chu Tianqua released a multitude of 300 jade boxes, bypassing the customary inquiry of whether she required the fasting elixir or spiritual sustenance. Instead, he produced 4 grand wooden boxes and a vial of fasting elixir. The duration of the five-element secret realm remains uncertain. Therefore, the sect has done its utmost to provide you with 5 years' worth of fasting elixir and spiritual sustenance. You are still young. Let spiritual sustenance be your primary focus, with the fasting elixir as a supplement. Take this. Thank you, Master Uncle. There was no need to share with her parents, which delighted Lu Lingxi as she collected the offered items into her storage pouch and bowed in gratitude before taking her leave. Father, mother, there is no need to share the fasting elixir. Master Chu has prepared it for me. Lu Lan and Zhanqiu, not far away, naturally heard her, and, upon seeing their daughter bounce towards them, bowed together in respect to Chu Tianqua. Wonderful. Lu Lingxi understood her mother's intent as the 3 of them gathered in her room. Bringing forth the small clay stove and hanging pot previously prepared for the 20,000-mile cold desert. Pouring in the broth, she carefully released a fireball spell, generating intense heat. The exact duration of the five-element secret realm remains unknown, even to the sect, so Lingxi, please do not casually discard the provisions prepared at home. As Lunan kneaded the dough for his wife, he cautioned his daughter, these ingredients have been painstakingly prepared by your grandfather and us. Do you understand? I am not foolish. Lu Lingxi thought her father was becoming increasingly verbose. I have also helped to boil numerous eggs, father. Mother, if we cannot gather together for a while, when you think of me, just eat an egg. The terrifying path ahead would soon be traversed, and within the camp, few could maintain the composure of their family of 3. Yet, given the circumstances, who could withdraw at this juncture? Master Chu, are we not allowed to receive our belongings? The 15 timid disciples, waiting anxiously at the side, cautiously inquired of Chu Tianqua as they observed others collecting their items. You youngsters, Chu Tianqua chuckled, since you are younger. As the ancestral teachings state, those aged 10 or below need not venture into the five-element secret realm. The Shidi people lurked menacingly nearby, and in the final moment, the 2 elders' hearts softened. No, we need not go. Surprise blossomed on the faces of the children. The ship had been attacked by the Shidi during their journey, and most had been on deck at the time. Although they were rescued, the experience had left them with lingering shadows. At the feast, they had overheard the adults discussing how perilous the journey was. How could they not feel joy at the prospect of not having to go now? Indeed, there is no need to go. Chu Tianqua smiled, pleased that the 2 elders had made this choice. The Qiandao sect has always adhered to the principles of righteousness, yet allowing such young children to become pawns for others weighs heavily on their conscience. Nonetheless, cultivation cannot be neglected. A lecture hall will be established here in the coming days. You shall attend classes in the morning and cultivate in the afternoon, with inspections conducted every half-month. Those who fail to meet the standards will face consequences. Yes, responded the 15 children in unison. After satisfying their hunger and checking the equipment of the 3 members of the Liu family, they stepped outside and immediately sensed something amiss. The corridor was bustling with people, but hushed conversations hinted at an underlying fear. The advanced practitioners from the realm of cultivation bore serious expressions, markedly different from before. However, it was said that children aged 10 and under were exempt from entering the 5-element secret grounds. To claim there was no envy would surely be disingenuous. Lulan sighed inwardly as he held his daughter's hand. Why had she been born 2 years early? Dad. Lingxi seemed to sense her father's thoughts and, standing on tiptoe, whispered in his ear, I am even more formidable than you. Dong. What? Zhanqiu glanced at her husband, her expression shifting slightly. Indeed. Our entire family is only at the 3rd level of qi refinement. She adjusted her breath control technique, instantly lowering her cultivation level to that of the 3rd level. The tallest nail gets hammered first. Lulan glanced at his wife, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Lingxi, do you understand now? Lingxi touched her head. Comprehending the lesson. Don't play the victim. I didn't strike you hard. As they prepared to part ways, Lulan could hardly bear to truly discipline his daughter. Did you notice anything unusual outside? What was amiss? Lingxi pondered for a moment, sensing an increase in the oppressive atmosphere surrounding them. Indeed, Lulan nodded, asserting that upon arriving at the 5-element secret realm, one should not rely on the support of their fellow sect brothers and sisters. In an encounter, if all goes as expected, the Shidi people are likely to target them first. Some of those individuals might even exhaust their efforts to annihilate the Shidi. Therefore, it is prudent for us to maintain our distance. Chapter 58. The enigmatic forest standing among the ranks of newly initiated disciples. Lingxi gazed intently at the ethereal ancient painting suspended in the air, uncertain whether her feelings were more of excitement or anxiety. Unlike the newly initiated disciples who possessed no prior knowledge, striving to discern the concealed landscapes within the painting, the disciples from the immortal cultivation realm, such as Nanjiaran and Shangxian, merely cast a cursory glance before shifting their focus predominantly to the Shidi people. Soon, more than one brow furrowed in concern. Zhanqiu felt a chill in his heart as he observed that the Shidi people paid no heed to the newly initiated disciples, their attention fixated solely on them, as if memorizing their features. Was this an intention to capture them all? He discreetly scrutinized his cousin Zhanqiu, discovering that the serious glint in his cousin's eyes was suffused with a murderous intent. His gaze swiftly moved to Ling Wu, who, astonishingly, smiled at a few salivating humanoids. A smile that harbored a distinct sense of inevitability. From Tai Shao Palace to Liji Min, Jin Dao Sect, and Piao Miao Pavilion, Tianjin Palace. Zhanqiu gradually regained his composure. A significant portion of the future renowned geniuses were gathered here. It appears that they are currently engaged in a fierce contest with the Shidi people, their gazes clashing incessantly. With their presence, it is likely that the Shidi will prioritize seeking them out upon reaching the 5-element secret realm. Zhanqiu let out a soft sigh. In his previous life, in his youthful ignorance and with a meager cultivation, he had no fortune to enter the 5-element secret realm. Many of the Shidi merely cast a glance at him before turning their attention elsewhere. This feeling of being overlooked left him uncertain whether to feel disheartened or relieved, perhaps disheartened more so, with the treasures at his disposal and the experiences from his past life. Zhanqiu believed that as long as he did not encounter a formidable group of Shidi numbering 10 or more, he could ensure his own safety without issue. After a considerable time, Lingxi finally grew disheartened and abandoned her attempts to decipher the ancient painting, instead surveying her surroundings. However, upon catching sight of the Heavenly Sword Palace, her gaze met that of Likaijia. Her master had once said that this was for her own good. The 5-element secret realm was a perilous place. Outside, lacking skill merely resulted in some hardship, but within, it could lead to the loss of life. She had diligently practiced her swordsmanship, unaware of whether her elders, including Uncle Lien and Aunt Jiang, were watching over her. We are doing well, Lingxi mouthed silently, urging him to take care of himself. Regardless, she still had her parents to look after her. In contrast, Si Dan, though fortunate to have entered the realm of cultivation, had no assurance regarding the path ahead. All disciples stepped forward in turn, commanded Master Qiuyu. Glancing at the 12 nascent soul masters who had been sealing the ancient painting's allure, signaling for them to lift the restriction. The first to step forward were the disciples of the mysterious pavilion, and the instant the 12 nascent souls withdrew their powers, even Lingxi. Situated over 1,000 meters away, felt an immense pull. In but a fleeting moment, all of the over 100 disciples of the floating mist pavilion vanished, leaving only faint specks that dissolved into the hazy ancient painting. Lingxi swallowed hard, unable to resist tightening her grip on her parents' hands. "Do not be afraid." Zhanqiu gently embraced her daughter. Seal. Master Qiu confirmed that all his disciples had entered the five-element secret realm and signaled the 12 nascent souls to increase the sealing force, preparing the scattered cultivators' alliance. Dressed in various ceremonial robes, the cultivators lined up in an orderly fashion beneath the ancient painting, much like the disciples of the floating mist pavilion. "Open the seal." Lingxi witnessed wave after wave of cultivators stepping forward, forcing herself to suppress her anxiety as she glanced toward the Shidi faction. Noticing their expressions filled with urgency and resentment, a thought crossed her mind. How could she not realize that they had been left behind? Prepare the disciples of the Qiandao sect. At last, their turn had come. Lingxi cast aside her other thoughts and, alongside her parents, joined the line moving forward. "Open the seal." As Master Qiu spoke, the three of them instinctively clasped hands, forming a small circle. A powerful suction force surged forth, and their bodies were uncontrollably drawn upward into the sky. In the midst of the mist, Lingxi felt a sudden heaviness in her head. As if she had lost her sense of self, time seemed both fleeting and interminable. When she finally regained her awareness, she found no trace of her parents' warm hands beside her. Below, vast stretches of secret forest were becoming visible, yet in the air there was no sight of any other individuals. Unable to locate her parents, Lingxi had no choice but to take a deep breath, invoking the floating mist's ethereal journey, and descended lightly upon the treetops. Where was this place? What spiritual entities resided here? Was there any danger? No one knew. Lingxi held her breath and turned in a small circle, discovering the eerie silence of the forest. Not only were there no birds, but it seemed even the insects had vanished. She hastily shifted her breathing from external to internal. This unsettling atmosphere could either be due to miasma in the woods or some peculiar phenomenon. The Lu family, through their practice of medicine, sought spiritual entities in renowned mountains and rivers, and her ancestors had always cautioned against entering such woods without thorough preparation. Retrieving the compass provided by her sect before her departure, she found the needle spinning wildly, utterly incapable of indicating a direction. Raising her eyes to the sky, she could see nothing but a hazy fog enveloping her surroundings. "It is our turn." Zishan watched as the cultivators entered the five-element secret realm. And with Qiu yet to call for sealing, she stepped forward eagerly. "Qiu, please seal it first." Only by sealing the suction can the disciples stand properly beneath the ancient painting. With a cheerful demeanor, Qiu replied, to prevent any allegations of foul play. "I believe the subsequent matters are best handled by you, my dear friend Zishan." As soon as he finished speaking, the 12 nascent souls swiftly retreated. The muscles in Zishan's brow twitched as she suppressed her frustration. Just as the 12 nascent souls from Shidi hurried over to assume their positions, she bellowed, "Seal." With the suction sealed, the disciples of Shidi advanced to take their places. "Open the seal." It was already a step too late. They were now at the mercy of the formidable cultivators, who awaited the opportune moment to strike. Lingxi felt as though she had lost her way, for the markers she had set were now appearing for the third time before her eyes. Yet, she clearly did not circle around. If it were not for her knowledge of the existence of formations in the realm of cultivation, she might have suspected that she had encountered the legendary ghost wall. After taking a sip of the sweet stalactite liquid to calm her mind, she propelled herself forward with a sudden burst of energy, utilizing the ethereal Miao Zhanqiu, stepping onto branches and treading upon leaves, longing to traverse the heavens. However, when she had descended, everything had appeared normal, yet now above the trees. It felt as though an invisible wall barred her path, impenetrable and elusive. She exerted herself, strived, and persisted, attempting again and again. Just as she was about to make a fourth attempt, she suddenly caught sight of a person clad in prairie attire from the west descending through the mist. In a hurried motion, she shifted from stepping to embracing the trunk, concealing herself amidst the dense foliage. Chapter 59. The Bewildering Forest, Part 2. The inhabitants of West D were all advanced in chi refinement, undoubtedly capable of overwhelming her. Lingxi quickly employed her breath-concealing technique to its utmost. She could not allow herself to be seen, for her life could very well hang in the balance. Although newly initiated disciples typically lacked substantial wealth, she was acutely aware of her own possessions. The first thought that crossed her mind was her 2 storage bags and 2 treasure pouches. Of course, it was possible that the stranger possessed even greater riches. Coming from the realm of cultivation, they would certainly be well equipped with spirit stones, elixirs, talismans, and arrayed discs. The prospect of striking it rich was tantalizing. A gentle breeze stirred, and Lingxi swiftly quelled her impractical dreams. The individual possessed an abundance of resources and had a higher cultivation level. Why would she presume she could turn the tables on them? Cautiously, she embraced the branch, peering through the leaves to observe how the figure moved. Though she found herself trapped in this desolate place, this individual was undoubtedly more formidable than she, and perhaps she could follow them to escape. Bayan originally believed that the land of the 5 elements was abundant with treasures, yet what he encountered here was perplexing. Though there were several precious iron birch trees, their age was clearly insufficient for the crafting of magical artifacts. He circled around the largest and stoutest iron birch, spitting disdainfully. While examining the tree, he remained vigilant of his surroundings. But despite extending his consciousness and gaze to their utmost limits, he discerned no presence of others nearby. With a resounding thud, he kicked the iron birch forcefully, then withdrew a compass to ascertain his bearings. From a distance, Lingxi could surmise that the compass needle was wildly oscillating. Alas, after a prolonged silence, only the rustling of leaves could be heard, not a hint of bird song or insect chirping. It dawned on Bayan that something was amiss. He swiftly brandished his curved blade, and with a swift whoosh, the sound of slicing air resonated, as if cutting through tofu, resulting in the abrupt severance of numerous trees. My friend, your formation lacks sophistication. He harbored serious doubts that he had fallen prey to the schemes of a cultivator ensnared within a certain array. Do you believe that I could incinerate your pitiful formation with a mere flame? A fire, you say? Lingxi, who was still clinging to the tree from afar, gasped in shock. Witnessing a fireball conjured in his hand caused her heart to race uncontrollably. The intensity of his demeanor suggested that he might indeed be one of the legendary practitioners of the Western D sect, and the enigmatic forest offered no refuge. Encountering them would undoubtedly lead to demise, with the likelihood of being consumed as spiritual sustenance. Resolute in her decision to remain hidden, Lingxi steadied her heartbeat, clutching the branch tightly as she held her breath, observing his every move. Bang, wielding his fireball technique, observed the stillness around him for an extended period before extinguishing the flames. Only those practitioners of higher cultivation could set up formations to counter him. If he were truly within their array, it was inconceivable that they would remain inactive for such a duration. The 5 elements secret realm had never been traversed by anyone, making the surroundings appear quite normal. With a swish, the curved blade emerged once more as he advanced, cleaving his way through the underbrush in search of genuine disturbance. Lingxi, perched upon a tree, exhaled softly in relief. It turned out to be a ruse. Fortunately, she had maintained her composure, or else. Observing him as he continued to slash into the distance, she refrained from descending, reasoning that with the fallen trees lining his path, as long as he could find his way out, so too could she. Despite his relentless chopping, Bing detected no signs of life in the vicinity. It felt as if he were the sole inhabitant of this realm, and with every swing, his anxiety deepened. Yet, if he did not stir up some commotion, his unease would only intensify. With a sigh of resignation, he continued to clear the way, though he now focused solely on the obstructions before him. Lingxi, observing from her vantage point, noted that he was straying further away, seemingly on the verge of vanishing from sight, which piqued her curiosity. Could it be that this desolate place truly required merely the felling of a few trees to escape? What then of her previous exertions? She exhaled in frustration, harboring grave doubts that this place was merely an illusion, perhaps even a ghostly barrier that feared the wicked, thus allowing him passage. Suddenly, a sound echoed. Crash. Thud. Where had the trees he had felled gone? In fact, only a few of the initial trees he had cut down remained in the distance. This revelation left not only Bayan's face a mask of uncertainty, but also astonished Lingxi beyond measure. Bayan grasped the curved blade, surveying his surroundings before taking a step back in accordance with his earlier movements. Yet, where could he retreat to? The elusive maze? Bayan's fierce gaze swept the area once more. Who dares to hide? Come forth, if you consider yourself a cultivator. Lingxi clung tightly to the tree trunk, remaining silent. She had arrived early and was certain there were no other cultivators present. If any formidable practitioner existed, they would hardly allow her to remain trapped as she was. After all, she appeared to be nothing more than a fledgling disciple at the 3rd level of qi refinement, easily extinguishable with a mere flick of their wrist. Feigning ignorance and refusing to reveal themselves, are they? Well then, let my grandfather witness just how formidable your elusive mage truly is. In a fit of rage, Bayan unleashed his blade once more, the sound of severed wood echoing through the air as trees of varying sizes fell around him. This time, he altered his direction, relentlessly hacking away. Once he had moved far enough, Lingxi swiftly descended from the tree, employing her ethereal technique to trace back along the path he had initially carved. Her speed was remarkable, and before long, she stood before the last of the fallen trees. The distant scenery mirrored her current surroundings, and she observed the footprints left by the Shidi people before stepping forward. Is this the elusive maze? Lingxi felt a strong urge to scratch her head. She had no understanding of formations. What to do? This place had already been ravaged. It was unlikely they would return to strike again. Regrettably, she was too far away to witness his probing actions and could only wait in stillness. Chapter 60. The sandy river. With a sudden rustle, the forest seemed to tremble, and Lingxi's eyes brightened as she quickly and quietly glided towards the direction of the Shidi people. Her cultivation was feeble, and if she wished to venture forth, she had no choice but to devise a strategy from others. As the mountain split palm descended in relentless succession, Bayan felt a flicker of assurance within. Any sign of movement indicated that his chosen path was indeed correct. At this moment, he could not afford to concern himself with which scoundrel employed such underhanded tactics to ensnare him. His sole desire was to escape swiftly, lest the treasures within the five elements' secret realm be seized by others. Boom, 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 boom. With each strike, the air ahead rippled like waves. And after a brief moment, observing the fluctuations, Bayan poured a vial of spirit restorative powder into his mouth. He certainly did not wish to emerge with diminished spiritual energy, only to be taken advantage of by those outside. Whoosh! Before the ripples in the air had fully dissipated, and before he had completely swallowed the restorative powder, Bayan's curved blade swiftly locked onto a target. Pop! Hidden in the shadows, Lingxi seemed to hear the sound of something breaking. As she opened her eyes wide, she noticed the West D man stepping forth as if traversing the surface of water, vanishing in an instant. What? Lingxi hurriedly dashed out, her heart yearning to follow, yet she remained rooted at the West D man's footprints. The West D would not show mercy to cultivators. Wait a moment. Silently counting to 1,000, she ignited a spark upon her fingertip and pressed it towards the place from which he had emerged. She wished to test whether she could conjure more ripples in the air. To her surprise, the ripples reappeared with remarkable ease, as if she had burned a hole through the atmosphere. However, on the other side of that opening lay darkness, and before she could discern anything, Lingxi's body was suddenly propelled uncontrollably by an unseen force. But where was the forest behind her? Yet the direction the West D man had taken seemed to lead into a grove. At the very least, it is not an all-encompassing darkness. What should I do? Lingxi once again ignited the small fireball in her hand, directing it towards the path behind her. However, this time, despite her earnest attempts to channel more spiritual energy, there was no response. It seemed her fireball technique had truly dwindled to nothing more than a flicker. The illumination it provided barely reached half a meter. As if it were suppressed in this realm, the flame gradually extinguished in her palm, and at last, Lingxi's eyes and consciousness acclimated to this peculiar world. She appeared to be standing within a vast sandy cavern, surrounded by an expanse of black fine sand, interspersed with occasional grains of gold, white, azure, crimson, blue, and green. Looking down, she observed the fine sand flowing around her ankles like water, gently surging forward in a tranquil yet beautiful manner. Lingxi exhaled softly, bending down to scoop a handful of fine sand, bringing it closer for inspection. The cool, crisp texture confirmed its identity. Yet, was this truly sand? Her master, Uncle Kaiwei, had mentioned that the five-element secret land had been siphoning the spiritual energy from the desolate cold garden for countless years. If it were sand infused with spiritual stones, it would be understandable, yet when she attempted to absorb it, nothing came forth. Lingxi surveyed her surroundings, bewildered by the nature of the world she had entered. The cavern did not seem particularly high, yet the flowing rivers of sand above and on either side did not cascade down. They, like the river of sand below, continued their serene journey forward. Lingxi was uncertain whether to feel relieved or apprehensive. This sandy cavern should have felt stifling, yet as she transitioned her breath from inward to outward, attempting to inhale, she discovered the air here was lighter than that within a stalactite cave, prompting her to desire another breath. She did not trouble herself, and simply transformed her breathing into an external rhythm. Bowing her head once more, she scooped up the sand, and after a few inches beneath her feet, the density of the sandy river seemed to increase, gaining considerable weight. Yet, the sand she collected appeared no different from before. Gazing at the ever-flowing sands around her, Lingxi hesitated for a moment before releasing the spirit boat and allowing it to carry her downstream. Although the tranquility here was reminiscent of the woods, devoid of any sound of rushing water, it did not instill within her a sense of panic or urgency. Sitting in the spirit boat, she found an unexpected peace and serenity. Each summer night, she cherished lying on the bamboo bed outside with her grandfather, listening to his tales while gazing at the starry river above, imagining herself floating amidst the stars. Now, there was no need for imagination. It felt as though it were real. Unable to resist, Lingxi scooped up a handful of sand, watching it slip slowly through her fingers. Suddenly, her stomach grumbled. She leaned in to listen again and couldn't help but chuckle, brushing the sand off her hands and retrieving a piece of purple rice cake to savor slowly. Having spent so long in the peculiar woods, her nerves had been tightly wound, and she hadn't eaten anything. Gradually, however, she began to forget the delicacy in her mouth. Ahead loomed a hill, yet her spirit boat continued to drift along the flowing sandy river, ascending steadily. As she looked around, the sand caves seemed to enlarge, and the sandy walls on either side vanished without her noticing. The river of sand beneath her mingled with the river of sand above, blending together in the distance. Approaching the summit of the sandy hill, Lingxi quickly finished the last bites of her rice cake, gripping the sides of the spirit boat. Indeed, the current of the sandy river accelerated swiftly downward. In the distance, several sandy rivers converged, stirring up waves of sand, their vibrant hues blending and multiplying. From afar, they appeared to transform into colorful butterflies dancing gracefully. Unable to resist, Lingxi directed her spirit vessel towards the enchanting butterflies. She captured the palm-sized beauties with a jade box, scooping them up with a gentle sweep. Alas, once they settled in the box, they seemed to lose their vitality, reverting to mere still sands of color. Yet, Lingxi was indifferent to their transformation. The sheer joy of gathering such exquisite sands filled her with delight. Being young, she cherished her right to admire beauty and indulge in play. Her parents had instructed her that upon entering the secret realm of the five elements, should they become separated, she must not concern herself with them or dwell on their absence. While it would be ideal to leave markers or find theirs, if such was not possible, her own well-being took precedence. The strange forest was indeed peculiar, and this place was no exception. It was improbable for her parents to fortuitously encounter her here. In this vast expanse, she found herself alone. To refrain from seeking moments of joy would be lamentable. Not far off, where the sandy rivers converged once more, waves of sand erupted, accumulating more vibrant hues that danced like radiant lights illuminating the surroundings. Lingxi forcefully halted her vessel, intending to collect more before proceeding. After careful observation, she became increasingly certain that the sand waves would naturally sift through the colorful sands, gradually grouping similar colors together, with only the occasional stray hue mingling in. After a while, Lingxi grasped the jade box again, reaching out to scoop as her spirit vessel glided by. The dancing colored lights once again coalesced into a mound of fine sand contained within a jade box. Although much of its spirit had been lost, it remained strikingly beautiful. Chapter 61. The bewitching letter. As Bayan burst forth from the forest, the curved blade in hand was poised for action, fearing that his life might fall prey to the one who had set the trap. Fortunately, although he had not spotted any birds within the woods, he did encounter a worm. A howl escaped his lips, echoing through the air. Indeed, a harmonious response reverberated from afar. However, just as the sound emerged, it seemed to be abruptly interrupted. The anticipation etched on Bayan's face was swiftly overshadowed by a surge of murderous intent, prompting him to dart toward the source of the sound. Meanwhile, Ling Wu, engaged in combat with the Westerner, was not about to grant them the opportunity to confront her together. Seizing the moment as he called for assistance, her fists became increasingly ferocious, striking him relentlessly until he could no longer muster the spiritual energy to shield himself. Initially, he might have returned 2 or 3 blows. Yet now he found himself devoid of any chance for reprisal. With a resounding thud, another powerful punch landed, but having already been battered to the point of dizziness, he was unable to respond effectively. As darkness encroached, he caught a glimpse of a singular eye, filled with terror and surrounded by a myriad of crimson and white. Dislodging from its socket, the identification badge at Ling Wu's waist flickered, seemingly gathering vital data. She paid it no mind. Nor did she take the time to cleanse herself of the dust, hastily retrieving the Westerner's storage pouch while evading the imminent arrival of reinforcements. The preceding howl had been imbued with strength, and her current circumstances were ill-suited for further conflict. Upon Bayan's arrival, he discovered only the remnants of his kin, their bodies shattered, with half a head remaining. Clearly, the adversary was also a formidable individual. The Shidi people, owing to their distinct environment, possess formidable physiques. Initially, most of them embraced martial prowess, and it stands to reason that, unarmed and relying solely on their fists, no cultivator could possibly rival them. Lingxi swiftly sensed the approach of pursuers. She quickly swallowed a spirit-replenishing pill, having already achieved the pinnacle of qi refinement. Were it not for the opening of the five-element secret realm, she would have advanced to Foundation establishment 6 months prior. Among the qi refinement disciples hailing from the cultivation world, at least half, like her, clung to the Foundation establishment pills bestowed by their sects, unwilling to adhere strictly to the conditions set for entering the five-element secret realm, ready to adjust their cultivation at any moment. Within the ranks of qi refinement disciples, her cultivation was commendable. After a brief respite, her spiritual energy restored. How could she possibly fear the Shidi people? She strategically placed several thorny seeds in various locations to obscure her presence and then awaited her adversaries. Today marked the first day of entering the five-element secret realm. By eliminating an Shidi warrior, it was conceivable that one more cultivator might survive, so a little exhaustion was a small price to pay. As it counted towards the sect's mission, Bayan halted within sight of her, astonished to discover that his opponent was a female cultivator, a revelation that took him by surprise. Moreover, she had paused, seemingly waiting for him. Reflecting on the gruesome fate of his kin, Bayan's mind raced. He could hardly be oblivious to the fact that she was a formidable opponent, having just escaped from a maze formation, while the array's creator remained elusive. It was clear that the formation would not be far from its master. To Ling Wu's astonishment, after scrutinizing her for a moment, the opponent abruptly turned to flee. Why pursue only to retreat? She mused. Oh, coward, why run? I am right here. Bayan's pace quickened further. The thorny vine, a gift bestowed by the esteemed Master Ifan, appeared deceptively soft, with its multitude of tiny spikes seeming equally pliable. However, it had long been refined, prepared for the eventuality of battle should someone tread upon it. Lingwu let out a small sigh. The previous confrontation had been hastily arranged, and now, just as anticipation built, it had vanished inexplicably. Alas! It seemed that witnessing the might of the thorny vine would require further opportunity. As twilight approached, Lingwu, disinterested in a futile confrontation with the cautious Shidi people, chose a random path in the opposite direction. At this juncture, she found herself perplexed by the nature of the five-elements secret realm. Throughout the day, she had encountered nothing of interest. The location she occupied was merely known as the Bewildering Soul Box. The accounts of those who had survived this realm alongside the Shidi were inconsistent. Some spoke of great fortunes waiting to be uncovered, while others dismissed it as devoid of value. A multitude claimed that spirits roamed here, yet whether these phantoms were real or mere figments of imagination remained shrouded in ambiguity, perhaps even representing the living selves of those who wandered. No one could provide a definitive explanation. Some had emerged from the nocturnal ghost market with treasures, even acquiring ancient cultivation legacies, while others had lost their souls, descending into madness. There were those who fervently asserted that the nights within the Bewildering Soul Box were interconnected with the ghostly markets of the underworld. In his previous life, many newly accepted disciples from various sects had become lost in this place, their fates sealed in silence, neither seen alive nor found dead. Zhanqiu wished to avoid such unpredictable fortunes. He possessed treasures and was aware of ancient cultivation legacies in 2 locations. For now, he desired to grasp his own destiny firmly in his hands. In the realm of sand, where daylight never graces the land, Lingxi, after collecting a significant quantity of colorful sand, found her spirits waning. The river of sand seemed endless, its destination unknown. The path behind her was obstructed, while the way ahead remained shrouded in uncertainty. After wielding her flying sword to strike at the distant sand river above, she observed, bewildered, as it continued its course unperturbed, flowing as it pleased. Initially, she feared she might cause a collapse, burying herself alive. Yet, after a series of cautious explorations, she felt an overwhelming reluctance to proceed further. The river of sand above appeared indistinguishable from that below. Both could be grasped in hand. Both churned forth vibrant sands. Despite having filled 2 boxes with the colorful grains, she had yet to witness a single grain fall from the river above. Moreover, there was no protective barrier to shield her. When she scooped a handful of sand from the ground and pressed it against her head, it seemed to swirl like a whirlpool, merging seamlessly without any rejection. Emulating the Western D people, who exerted force solely upon the ground, she found herself exhausted, while the river flowed on undisturbed. Lingxi was now genuinely concerned about her entrapment in this place. Transitioning from one confinement to another left her with no recourse for explanation. Sighing softly a few times, she relinquished her fate to the spirit vessel, half closing her eyes to gradually cultivate her spirit. Chapter 62. An unexpected encounter. The spirit vessel moved at a leisurely pace, and Lingxi took her time to rejuvenate. Although this place appeared relatively safe, reminiscent of a spiritual vein abundant with ethereal energy, she refrained from practicing her cultivation haphazardly, fearing that the vessel might drift toward another hill and plunge downward in haste. During the practice, should one fail to respond in time, it could lead to a perilous descent into madness. Lingxi dared not take such risks, no matter how enchanting the desert world or how ethereal the universe. Prolonged exposure rendered them merely ordinary. Being young, her body craved rest and instinctive yearning. Although she spoke of nurturing her spirit, her mind gradually succumbed to drowsiness, teetering on the brink of slumber, while she exerted herself to resist the inevitable. In a state between dreams and wakefulness, the spirit vessel carried her onward, with no awareness of the distance traversed or the time elapsed. At some point, she sensed her body tilting. In a daze, Lingxi recognized that the sand river was flowing upwards once more. She casually opened her eyes to gauge when she might need to steady the vessel. The hill before her appeared quite lofty, and just as she was about to close her eyes again, something caught her attention, a figure slicing through the sand river ahead. Swiftly, someone was there. It was a member of the West D tribe. She hastily stowed the spirit vessel and stealthily approached for a closer look when she spotted a woman clad in prairie attire, adorned with numerous braids, gazing down at her from the mountaintop. It was over. She had been discovered. There was no escape. Zhanqiu smirked, looking down at the flustered girl halfway up the hill. To her surprise, she was intrigued enough to descend for a closer inspection. However, she mused that the girl was hardly worth her blade. A mere girl at the 3rd level of qi refinement. What could she possibly threaten? Come here, she commanded. I have a few questions for you. How long have you been here? I cannot recall, Lingxi replied honestly. Ever since her arrival through the teleportation, it had been nothing but darkness, obscuring any sense of time. She cautiously took 2 steps forward, and for the first time in a long while, she saw someone, her sister. Is that so? The first person indeed? Zhanqiu felt a twinge of annoyance, just as a faint howl of a wolf echoed from somewhere unknown. Oh, are there companions? Unlike her elation, Lingxi felt an overwhelming sense of despair. In this desolate place, either no one comes, or 2 shitty people arrive simultaneously. Why they called out sooner? Had they done so, she would have certainly avoided them. It seemed they bore no ill intent. She recounted her initial observations and previous attempts, hoping that the other person's experience would surpass hers and lead her to an escape. Zhanqiu, feeling helpless, realized that some of the attempts the young girl had made were ones she had also tried. Are you a newly accepted disciple of the Qiandao sect? Yes. Lingxi was aware that her daoist robe could not deceive anyone. Sister, I will give you my storage bag. Please. Stop. Zhanqiu interrupted. I'm not so desperate as to covet your trifling possessions. A mere girl at the 3rd level of qi refinement can be extinguished at any moment. It would be a pity to act now. So, it was Zhanqiu from the Springgrass tribe. When Tu Liqing hurried over and saw her, he appeared slightly surprised. How did you get in? By breaking the formation. Zhanqiu seemed quite vexed. And you? Fighting. As Tu Liqing spoke, his eyes, filled with ulterior motives, roamed over Lingxi. That cultivator who fought with me ran away. She is just a girl at the 3rd level of qi refinement. Zhanqiu's body swayed gently as she stepped forward, reminding them of the ancestral wisdom. Do not direct your ire towards her. What we must focus on now is our escape. However, Tu Liqing appeared unyielding to comfort, licking his lips and stating, in this desolate place, there are no spiritual entities. Keeping them alive is merely a waste. It has been nearly 2 days since their long-anticipated arrival in the 5-element secret realm, yet not a trace of spiritual beings has been found. which is profoundly disappointing. Having encountered a tender young cultivator, he yearned to indulge himself, to satiate his cravings. Ding! Shauna's curved blade emitted a soft hum. You may kill and consume as you please, but here, it is unacceptable. She was revolted by the thought of cannibalism. She could not bear to witness him tear apart the young girl beside him, drinking her blood and feasting on her flesh. It would ruin her appetite for meat in the future. Humph! Tu Licheng snorted disdainfully, thinking to himself that women are indeed troublesome, with their overly compassionate nature. Yet, this is a place of confinement, and to escape, he might need to rely on Shauna's strength. Thus, he dared not offend her too severely. Very well, then. How do you propose we escape? He had attempted various methods to no avail. Since you entered through combat, and I through breaking the formation, let us both strike at a single point together. Shauna emerged from the inexplicable forest by attacking a specific point, targeting this very location. With a swift motion, her blade cleaved through the air towards the sandy river above. Boom, boom. In the scene, the duo wielded formidable golden hammers, relentlessly striking, causing an abundance of fine sand to erupt from the riverbed, enveloping Lu Lingxi's head and face. Sha Na appeared to express disdain for this method of combat, as she summoned a delicate shield around herself, her strikes becoming increasingly incisive. Lu Lingxi remained obediently to the side, observing their exertions. With someone like Sha Na present, her life was temporarily safeguarded. However, her sentiments towards the infamous duo were steeped in disdain. Nevertheless, she intended to leverage their efforts to escape. The rhythmic sounds of thuds and swishes filled the air, yet their aspirations proved overly ambitious. The targeted point remained impenetrable, with only copious amounts of sand cascading down from the mighty hammers. After a considerable duration, Tu Licheng finally expressed his frustration. This approach seemed ineffective, as his spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Sha Na's curved blade, while consuming energy at a slower pace, was nevertheless tempered by the presence of fellow cultivators. Even though the young girl appeared innocuous and was under her protection, caution compelled her to sheath her weapon. It appeared that their efforts were indeed futile. With a sigh, Sha Na proposed, "Let us observe where this river of sand ultimately flows." She released a flying carpet, inviting the young girl to ascend. Although one was an irksome member of the duo, and the other an unwelcome cultivator, their company was preferable to solitary wandering into the unknown. Unexpectedly, Tu Licheng plopped down onto the carpet first, admonishing Lu Lingxi to step aside. Shauna gave him a push to the side, creating a bit of space in front, and said to Lu Lingxi, "Sit up front and keep an eye out. If anything seems amiss, report it immediately." Chapter 63, Exposed to the Xidians. Lu Lingxi was certainly reluctant. "Thank you for your kindness, sister, but..." The young girl stole a glance at Tuchisheng, seemingly filled with trepidation. "I believe it's better for me to keep moving. Should anything go awry, I can still report while on the move." As she walked, she could discreetly employ her ethereal escape technique if necessary. Shauna's momentary compassion dissipated. Since the girl was unwilling, there was no need for coercion. She released the confinement of spiritual energy, allowing the flying carpet to glide along the sandy river. The current was gentle, and Lu Lingxi easily kept pace beside it. "Tuchisheng," Shauna suddenly recalled something. "You mentioned you entered after fighting someone. Did that person come in as well?" "He did," Tuchisheng replied with a nod, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Lingxi. "That fellow wielded a fine sword, and we fought from outside to inside. However, once we reached this place, he grew fearful of collapsing the sandy river above and vanished like a rabbit. As of now, he had yet to find any useful spiritual items and had even suffered a minor setback. He truly wished to sample some exquisite meat. The flesh of the prairie people, accustomed to a diet of mutton, bore a certain gamey flavor, while the meat of human cultivators was tender and delectable, especially that of the still-growing young girl. It was said that such meat carried a hint of youthful fragrance. What Lu Lingxi did not expect was that a certain individual seated on the flying carpet was, in fact, salivating at the sight of her. "Tuchisheng, get down at once." Suddenly, Shauna delivered a swift kick, her demeanor reminiscent of a ravenous beast intent on devouring flesh, which thoroughly vexed her. Bang! Tu Licheng, caught off guard and drained of spiritual energy, was genuinely sent tumbling by her strike. What was the meaning of this? He had no intention of consuming her. So why the excessive reaction? The implication that devouring humans was a matter of course pushed Lu Lingxi to her limits. In this world, there are those who steal for 1,000 days, but how can one guard against thieves for 1,000 days? "Shauna, I do not concern myself with the actions of your Zhanqiu tribe, but our Zhanqiu tribe has its own traditions of feasting and revelry. Do you have any authority to dictate that? Tu Liqing observed that the magic carpet of the girl was already 40 meters away and, infuriated, shouted at the pale-faced young lady, "What are you staring at? Come and assist your grandfather." Assist? Lingxi noted the distance and hurried over to support this so-called grandfather. How could Tu Liqing anticipate that a diminutive ant, easily squashed, would dare to confront him? Concealing a flying sword within her sleeve, Lingxi yearned to sever his head. However, with his hand extended towards her, should she draw her sword, it would be a matter of life and death for her. With two opponents against her, she had but a fleeting moment to strike. As she feigned assistance, she aimed for his heart. Bang! How audacious! In the blink of an eye, everything transpired. Feeling her sword caught, Tu Liqing swiftly struck down with his palm. The Lu family has been practicing medicine for generations, thus they are well aware that some hearts do not reside on the left side. At that moment, an opportunity was missed, and when an adversary struck with a palm, Lingxi instinctively lifted her foot to kick, utilizing his force to draw her sword. Meanwhile, her other hand was not idle. She deftly snatched the storage pouch from his waist, seeking death. However, Lingxi dared not engage in a prolonged struggle. While she could not kill him, she had indeed stolen his belongings. Before Shana could arrive, she swiftly employed her ethereal technique to dash into the distance. What? Shana was momentarily taken aback. That little girl's speed is extraordinary. Stop right there. All of Tu Liqing's possessions lay within that storage pouch. As he summoned his inner energy to staunch the bleeding from his chest, he hastened in pursuit. Alas, he was one step behind and continued to falter. With his energy waning, Shana could only watch as he called out in frustration, growing fainter with each stride, unsure whether to laugh or lament. Deservedly so. Even a cornered rabbit will bite. Shana, help me chase her. She has stolen my storage pouch. What? Someone has stolen your storage pouch? Initially amused by the spectacle, Shana realized the gravity of the situation and hastily controlled her flying carpet to retrieve Tu Liqing, intent on catching up to Lingxi. Unfortunately, although the carpet was swift, precious time was squandered. As she saw the little girl sprinting further away with his storage pouch, Tu Liqing's fury ignited. Shana, we are from the West D. Ahead are cultivators, and you dare to slacken your pace? Damn it. Shana had never anticipated that a mere girl at the third level of chi refining could run so swiftly. Didn't you notice her abnormal speed? Truly, I underestimated her. What was initially perceived as a gentle little sheep unexpectedly turned out to be a swift-footed rabbit. Shana's flying carpet abruptly halted. What are you doing? Aren't you going to pursue? It's futile. The admonishment that Tu Liqing was about to unleash was silenced by the chilling glance from the other party. You brought this upon yourself. Who can you blame? Shana maneuvered the carpet to continue gliding down the river. My spiritual energy has waned, and so has yours. Although she could consume a spirit-replenishing pill to assist in the chase, why should she? The Zhanqiu tribe had always been oppressed by the biped tribe. The mere fact that she could accompany Tu Liqing was already a gesture of goodwill, given their shared origin from the western D grasslands. That young girl performed admirably. If I were in her position, I would react similarly when cornered. Shana scanned Tu Liqing's injuries with her divine sense. His heart was distinctly different from others. The Sha River likely had no other outlets. Where could that young girl escape to, even if she tried? Indeed, even if she ran, where could she possibly flee? Although Lingxi had already contemplated following the flow of the Sha River, her pursuers were two formidable figures at the advanced stage of chi refinement. What if they could not locate an exit? Regret washed over her. She had acted too hastily and failed to listen closely. Had she paid heed, she might have discerned that the heart of the biped was situated on the right side. Alas, what a pity it was. If she had managed to eliminate one, there might still have been a glimmer of hope. Now, as Lingxi continued her flight, a sigh escaped her lips. With a weaker cultivation, her confidence was diminished. If only she were on equal footing with them. Wait, no, that is not right. Lingxi shook her head, shaking off the gloom that had enveloped her. If their cultivation levels were equal, it would be impossible for them to remain completely unguarded against her. Moreover, they were two individuals, while she was but one. No matter how principled Shan Na was, in light of their enmity, it was unlikely she would allow her to leave unscathed. Thus, one might say there are gains and losses. The thought of gains made Lingxi unable to resist glancing at the storage bag in her hand. Although she had not slain that despicable two-legged fiend, She had pilfered something of utmost importance from him, which should have infuriated him beyond measure. A smile involuntarily graced her lips as she thought of this. Chapter 64. Pursuit. Tu Richeng was resolute. When he next encountered that little girl who had stolen from him, he would ensure she experienced the utmost agony of wishing for life yet being unable to obtain it, and yearning for death yet being unable to escape it. His sinister gaze darted toward Shan Na, who was resting peacefully on her flying carpet, gliding along the river. Were it not for her protection, he would have dispatched that little girl long ago, and none of this would have transpired. At this thought, a flicker of resentment inevitably crossed his eyes. As a practitioner, one could not do without a storage bag, and his entire fortune lay within it. Though he managed to endure for now, in a mere 10 days. Without the elixir of fasting, how would he survive? A chi refining cultivator could not fast indefinitely. Would he truly be reduced to starving to death? Tu Richeng turned his face, fearful that the murderous intent in his eyes might alert Shan Na. Despite the repeated admonitions from the purple robe ancestor to avoid infighting, he was injured, yet she showed no sign of concern. With a heavy sigh, Tu Richeng lay back and closed his eyes. Before long, the sound of his snores filled the air. Shan Na slowly opened her eyes, gazing at him with a mixture of envy and disdain. Even a mere girl of the 3rd level of chi refinement is on her guard. How could she not be wary of the infamous biped? It is indeed vexing. Though he sleeps soundly, and out of respect for their shared origins, she refrains from taking his life. Yet, could she indulge in such deep slumber as he does? Shan Na let out a small sigh within her heart. The absence of a storage bag is truly troubling. Given the inherent ferocity of bipeds, how could she possibly remain unscathed while they linger, breathing down her neck? Suddenly, the speed of the flying carpet surged. In the dim and shadowy realm of the sand world, the robes of the Qian Dao sect stood out conspicuously. Lingxi, feeling uneasy, draped herself in a dark cloak for additional concealment. At this moment, she sat upon a similarly unremarkable spirit vessel, progressing at a commendable pace. She had thoroughly examined the storage bag of Tu Liqing, only to feel a sense of disappointment. A practitioner of the high levels of chi refinement, yet devoid of even a single formation plate. Though the spirit stones were of medium quality, their quantity barely exceeded 100, truly impoverished. Were it not for the 52 usable talismans she possessed, she might have taken the opportunity to deride him thoroughly. Lingxi was thoroughly unnerved by the cannibalistic traditions of the bipeds, harboring serious doubts that the meat he carried was tainted with human flesh. Along the journey, she buried all that could be concealed beneath the sandy riverbed. His spiritual tools and garments were of no use to her, while the replenishing elixirs were indeed valuable. Her current cultivation level rendered her unable to consume them. As for other items such as fasting pills, detoxification pills, or bone-setting pills, her own stock was sufficient, with even lesser chances of applicability. The very thought of the spirit wine, which had once been tainted by that loathsome mouth, made her recoil in disgust. Thus, Lingxi could only transfer the usable talismans and spirit stones, carelessly shoving his storage bag into her boots. The spirit vessel traversed a small hill, and suddenly, the surroundings illuminated with vibrant brilliance. Before her eyes appeared over 60 exquisite, fairy-like colored lanterns, some floating upwards, others downwards. While some danced to the left and others to the right, harmoniously responding to one another. Lingxi halted the spirit vessel, gazing in a daze for quite some time. Since entering the sandy realm, she had never encountered such an abundance of colored sands at once. Could it be that all the sandy rivers converged here? Indeed, as she scrutinized the illuminated expanse ahead, she discerned the once invisible sandy walls on either side gradually revealing themselves. She could not suppress the suspicion that if one followed the sandy river, all those who entered would ultimately traverse the same path. If that were the case, in this sandy world, there were already 4 known individuals, including herself. If everyone descended along the river, perhaps the others would soon follow. The brightness here was such that one could be seen from a great distance. Lingxi, feeling increasingly uneasy, summoned her spiritual energy, swiftly crafting a tightly woven basket of branches. Even though her interest in the colored sands had long since waned, she could not allow the vibrant lanterns to remain lit, lest those behind her notice it too soon. As she soared through the air, she collected each lantern she encountered. With a sigh of relief, Lingxi finally felt a sense of ease as she stowed the basket and plunged into the seemingly narrowing sandy tunnel. What is that scent? In her dreams, she seemed to catch a whiff of a familiar aroma. When Tu Liqing sat up, He noticed Shauna gazing with a complex expression at a pile of meat floating in the sandy river not far away. "Oh, that's mine." Tu Liqing immediately leapt down, snatching up a roasted wolf leg, gritting his teeth in anger. "What does that wretched girl intend to do? What else did you observe? Do you have my dual hammers?" Shauna was rendered speechless. "That hammer of yours should be worth a few spirit stones, right? After all, who would be foolish enough to discard something that can be sold for spirit stones? As for these, who could blame you for being from the two-legged tribe? Had she confiscated his storage bag, she would undoubtedly have disposed of all suspicious meat." A glimmer of amusement flickered in Shauna's eyes. "Surely, you must still possess a fair number of fasting pills." Regardless, she would never allow him to bring any potentially human flesh onto her flying carpet. Tu Liqing may not be particularly clever, but he was certainly not dim-witted, and he grasped the implication of her words, which only incited his anger further. When did the illustrious two-legged tribe become so despised? If only the golden hammer were still with him. He huffed for breath, seized a whole roasted lamb, golden and dripping with fat, and ascended onto her flying carpet. "Surely, it would be permissible for me to carry it?" Shauna was not to be trifled with. Unless absolutely necessary, he truly lacked the courage to confront her without a suitable weapon. Thus, he had to endure and find that little wretched girl. Did she not have any of his meat? Even if she truly did not, she could hardly be considered lacking in quality meat herself. Moreover, as one of the 8 great sects, Qiandao sect would surely provide some fasting pills, wouldn't they? Shauna, she should not be too far away. Could your flying carpet move a bit faster? Faster. Certainly. Shauna's flying carpet accelerated to nearly double its previous speed. After a considerable time, they finally traversed the small hill and arrived at the place where the colorful lights had previously converged. Some time had passed since Lingxi's departure, and a few colorful lanterns had been stirred up, gently dancing in the air, their brilliance contrasting beautifully with the surrounding environment. Although Shauna and Tuli had glanced at them a few times, neither made a move to reach out. When they first arrived, they had gathered some, even picking up colored sand mingled with black sand before realizing it was flowing from the sand river. However, that was merely a fleeting moment. The spiritual energy in this sandy realm appeared abundant, yet they felt no trace of it in any of the sands. While a small token could serve as a memento, what purpose would an excess serve? The flying carpet sped along. In just a few hours, it would be January 1st, 2019, when Zhai Ling would be launched in the new year. This marked Tansie's 3rd book on Qidian, and he felt a familiar anxiety. Although I may not be able to deliver explosive updates, I will strive to craft a compelling narrative, presenting a captivating world of Zhanqiu for everyone. Therefore, though it feels quite embarrassing, I must here, with great humility, earnestly request all readers to offer their initial subscriptions and cast a guaranteed monthly vote. With the utmost sincerity, I express my respect. Chapter 65. Collaboration. Lingxi halted in a vast circular space. This appeared to be the terminus of the sand river, not a sea of sand. All the rivers of sand converged here, flowing gracefully into one vortex after another, beneath which lay what seemed to be an endless abyss. With all the drifting sands pouring downwards, could it be that she too was destined to follow? What should she do? Breathing deeply, she endeavored to calm her racing thoughts. In the image of the two-legged creature, Tu Liqing harbored a fierce intent to slay her and consume her flesh. She had, in turn, attempted to strike at him. Even the amiable Shauna from the Zhanqiu sect, considering their shared origins in the western D grasslands, would certainly not come to her aid any longer. Ding, 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 ding. Fixating on a single point, Lingxi aspired to carve out a more favorable path for herself. Yet, as Shauna and Tu Liqing did not even manage to exchange blows, how could she, a mere 6th-level Qi refining cultivator, hope to succeed? After wasting several talismans and witnessing her spiritual energy dwindle, she was compelled to confront the harsh reality. Time was running short. The pursuing enemies could be upon her at any moment. However, in order to escape through a vortex, she needed to find a suitable one among the 9 swirling maelstrom present. After securely stowing away some spare spirit stones and a few commonly used elixirs in her hidden pouch, Lingxi wrapped her entire head and face in a veil of fine gauze. "Stop right there, you wretched girl," Tu Liqing bellowed upon catching sight of her from a distance. The hastily arriving Shauna suddenly lost sight of her, only able to discern a few faint shadows flickering amidst the swirling dust. When the dust settled, where was the girl? Had she leaped into a vortex? After surveying the surroundings, her expression turned grave. "Damn it, Where did she escape to? Tuli Chung growled in frustration, spinning around the vortices. Shauna, did you see where she went? Shauna shook her head. The dust she raised was clearly meant to obscure our vision. Moreover, she later employed a technique to conceal her movements. Shauna was reluctantly forced to acknowledge that she had previously underestimated the girl. Regrettably, due to this underestimation, she had not even thought to inquire about the girl's name. Due to her profound concern for Lingxi, she could not help but suspect that the whirlpool was their only escape. As her breath shifted from external to internal, Lingxi's body plummeted rapidly downward. The previously silent quicksand now erupted with a deafening roar akin to cascading waterfalls. Her hands clutched her head, desperately attempting to shield her ears. Her consciousness and vision, engulfed by the sand, had become futile. She could only gauge the depth of the whirlpool by the speed of her descent, counting the moments. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 10 breaths, 20 breaths, 100 breaths, 200 breaths. Yet, with each count, her heart raced in alarm. Was this whirlpool an abyss without end? The thunderous roar, reminiscent of 1,000 galloping horses, echoed in her ears. Suddenly, Lingxi felt a dampness enveloping her. As she opened her eyes through the thin veil, she glimpsed the faint outlines of a forest. What was this? She hastily released her consciousness to scan her surroundings. The quicksand had vanished without a trace. She was indeed submerged in water. With a splash, upon hitting the water's surface, Lingxi swiftly surfaced, channeling her spiritual energy to dry her clothes. Although the forest was devoid of birds, she spotted earthworms near the water's edge. Quickly, she removed the veil from her face and turned to gaze at the waterfall from which she had descended. However, the waterfall was merely a few dozen zhang high, not particularly tall. What had become of all that sand? Every noticeably larger tree or rock she encountered, she circled around. Yet none bore any marks left by her parents. With no other option, she resolved to make her own marks. Having been trapped in 2 places for such a lengthy period, she could only hope for a stroke of good fortune. In the lower left corner of the stone, a 4-leaf clover with leaves of varying sizes was drawn. After taking only a few steps, she noticed a man dressed in prairie attire, staring at her with a glint of desire in his eyes. How unfortunate! It was indeed another member of the bipedal faction. Only they, upon encountering a cultivator, would have such insatiable cravings. The young girl. Upon hearing him speak, Lingxi immediately turned and fled. Oh, she runs quite swiftly. The man behind her laughed heartily as he gave chase. Although their ancestor, Zishan, had forbidden them from laying hands on these fledgling cultivators, it was only due to the profitable prospects of the 5 Elements secret realm. Having spent 3 days here, all she had encountered were dilapidated woods, no spiritual treasures in sight. Without any treasures, these diminutive cultivators would be far easier to devour. As the two drew nearer in the forest, Lingxi noticed the sound of footsteps change. Without a moment's hesitation, she hastily poured some precious spirit elixir into her mouth. When they were just a few steps apart, her speed suddenly surged as she darted left and right through the woods. Do you know who my grandfather is? Just stop and give yourself a respite. The bipedal cultivator behind her clearly did not anticipate that this seemingly inconsequential girl could run so swiftly. His physical prowess was commendable, yet capturing her would undoubtedly require considerable effort. In an attempt to conserve his strength, he resorted to verbal threats from behind, warning her that if her grandfather were to catch him, she would witness firsthand how her flesh would be roasted piece by piece. Lingxi believed him. It seemed that to not partake in human flesh was a rare trait among the bipedal faction. She could only lament her insufficient cultivation. Otherwise, she would surely eliminate every one of them she encountered. If you wish to roast my flesh, dear uncle, then you must put in some serious effort. She stood ahead, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Otherwise, the meat on the table would surely fly away. Concealed among the misty shadows, Ling Wu observed them. Unlike the specters of the previous night, contemplating whether to offer assistance when she overheard such self-deprecating remarks. Unable to suppress a smile, she mused that this meat indeed seemed quite unappetizing. Behold that nimble figure, darting from the east to the west, then from the west to the south, leading the Shidi people in dizzying circles. Uncle, can't you pick up the pace? Lingxi, aware she could not outmatch him, nevertheless felt compelled to vent her frustration, calling out as she ran, the meat is slipping away. You, with your old limbs, can't possibly keep up. You little brat. With a sudden flourish, he swung his great blade, crashing down. Boom, boom, boom. Trees and branches cluttered their path. A typical cultivator would be impeded, yet the agile and unpredictable method of the Misty Wanderer would not be so easily thwarted. This deft technique allowed her to circumvent the fallen trees, evading his strikes. Uncle, put in a bit more effort. Create some commotion and expend some spiritual energy. Perhaps you might attract a fellow cultivator, and who knows, it could spell trouble for you. Have you not feasted in ages? How pitiful. Perhaps you ought to start with a worm to whet your appetite. Lingwu observed the little girl, who, astonishingly, seized a plump caterpillar and hurled it towards the sheedy man. TSK, TSK. What audacity! Seeking death. Perhaps it was merely his misfortune. But that very caterpillar struck his face with a splat, as if a multitude of tiny needles had pierced his skin, igniting a fierce, stinging itch. Ding ding ding. In a fit of rage, the warrior swung his great blade once more. In her mind's eye, Lingxi observed everything with clarity. She circled a tree, deftly maneuvering up, down, and sideways, evading every strike. What? The sheedy warrior was infuriated, shouting, "If you have the ability, then stop running. If you have the courage, don't chase me. I shall slay you." His exasperation reached a peak, his speed increasing exponentially, as he unleashed a flurry of strikes with his blade. Come on, come on. At this point, Lingxi feared not his pursuit. She awaited him with anticipation. In open terrain, she might have been wary of his sword, but within the embrace of the forest, she felt no trepidation. The felled trees posed no hindrance to her. Rather, they complicated his chase. Beware, you spineless shrimp. Watch your footing, lest you fall into disgrace. Bang! No sooner had she uttered the words than the furious sheedy warrior stumbled over an unseen obstacle, landing in a most undignified manner. A spineless shrimp indeed. Lingxi lamented that such a golden opportunity slipped away. She could not leap forth to dismember him amidst the chaos. Someone like him dared to crave flesh. Let him consume his own. The sheedy warrior, sprawled on the ground, felt his eyes bulge with fury. If one could slay with a glare, he would have ended her countless times over. A mere girl of the third layer of chi refinement, whom they had never regarded with any seriousness, dared to toy with him. This was intolerable. He slammed his palm against the ground, and with a thunderous crash, propelled himself forward. Lingxi swiftly sidestepped, weaving between numerous trees. With a resounding crash, the towering trees fell, and the man's body seemed to gain agility after suffering a setback. Pursuing closely behind. At this moment, Lingxi had no time for banter. She darted left and right, up and down, evading his relentless chase. As one tree after another collapsed, a glimpse of her hiding place was finally revealed. One of the fallen trees was suspended by her grand formation, and after a fleeting glance behind, she boldly stepped out, flashing a grin that revealed 8 gleaming teeth. What now? Though I do not partake in human flesh, I certainly seek your life. Clang. The man's reaction was swift, drawing his knife in an instant. Yet who was Lingwu? While she favored her fists, it did not imply she was incapable of wielding a sword. Clash. The blade and sword clashed mid-air, producing a jarring sound. Just as Lingxi was about to watch intently, she noticed the sheedy man, after testing with a strike, turned tail and fled. How can this be? Coward! Do you not possess any shame? She hastily pursued, her hands occasionally flickering with azure light as she cast forth vines to entangle his feet. Clang! Behind her, Lingwu effortlessly caught up, delivering a fierce downward stroke with her sword. The sheedy man quickly rolled away, yet the vines multiplied around him. Normally, they could be easily shaken off with minimal effort, but in this moment of peril, every fleeting second was a matter of life and death. Clang, clang, clang. Lingwu's sword struck him repeatedly. After 3 ethereal lights blocked 3 blows, the 4th sword descended, spilling forth a copious amount of blood. The sheedy man's head, in his struggle, rolled to Lingxi's feet. He opened his mouth, his ferocious expression suggesting a fierce desire to take a bite out of her. In comparison to the chi-refining female cultivator from Taishao Palace whom he had slain, he harbored a greater disdain for this young girl, who mistakenly believed herself to be mere flesh. To Lingwu's astonishment, this petite and youthful girl unexpectedly lifted a nearby stone and, bending down, forcefully hurled it into the gaping mouth of the West D cultivator. The West D man stared with incredulity, and amidst the pain he seemingly felt, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Enough. He is already dead. Cease the assault. Were it not for glimpsing through her black robe to see the attire of the Qian Dao sect beneath, Lingwu might have mistaken her for a disciple of the Mountain Sea sect or the underworld. Lingxi discarded the stone from her hand. shaking off the bloodstains that clung to her protective cover, and bowed to Ling Wu, introducing herself as Lingxi of the Qiandao sect, expressing her gratitude for her senior sister's timely intervention. Despite her disdain for Taishao Palace, the fact remained that assistance had been rendered. No, it should be I who thanks you. Ling Wu, pragmatic in her approach, acknowledged that had it not been for the clever girl's continuous interference, she would have expended considerable effort to pursue and eliminate the foe. She had absorbed the contents of his storage bag, extracting a talisman, and declared, "These talismans are now yours." A handful of assorted talismans, nearly 40 in total, brought Lu Lingxi great delight. "Thank you, senior sister. Did you witness the two-legged cultivators devouring humans?" The young girl's determination to confront the two-legged beings, whom others sought to avoid, certainly held a reason behind it. Ling Wu had only heard rumors of their cannibalistic tendencies, but had never witnessed it firsthand, piquing her curiosity. Lu Lingxi's expression darkened. "They truly consume humans. Senior sister, take a look at the flesh within his storage bag, perhaps." "Ugh, how revolting." Ling Wu, initially curious about the flavors of the grasslands, promptly expelled a pile of meat upon hearing this. What they did not anticipate was the presence of an object resembling a child's leg within. Ling Wu swiftly cast a fireball towards it. "Indeed, damn it." Anger clenched her teeth as she remarked, "Well done. Shall we conspire to lure and eliminate the Shidi people together?" However, Lu Lingxi was hesitant. While her ethereal, untraceable techniques were formidable, one could not tread by the riverbank without getting their feet wet. A mere wetting of the feet here could jeopardize her life. Upon her arrival, senior sister Nanjiaran had advised her to seek her out as much as possible. At the feast, given senior sister Nanjiaran's popularity, she likely possessed some social connections and influence. Thus, Lu Lingxi thoughtlessly invoked her name for protection. "Nanjiaran?" Ling Wu chuckled with a hint of intrigue. "Very well. I am Ling Wu. If fate allows, we shall meet again." Though clever companions are rare to find, one cannot compel those unwilling. Ling Wu decisively turned and left, leaving behind the divided corpses of the Shidi people. Huff! Lu Lingxi exhaled deeply, casting 2 fireballs to reduce the bodies to ashes, then proceeded in the direction from which the Shidi had come. Humans naturally prefer to congregate. The Shidi communicated through whistles, yet in this direction there was only one of them. It seemed unlikely that any others would follow. Lu Lingxi truly wished to avoid further encounters with them. At present, her sole desire was to quietly search for her parents. In this wretched realm of the 5 elements, she had yet to encounter any spiritual entities. But the dangers were abundant, and her concern for her parents weighed heavily on her mind. Chapter 66. The 7 Stars Formation returning to the formation to rest. Ling Wu gazed at the identity token at her waist, feeling elated by the 4 characters that faintly appeared. In just a few days, coupled with her recent encounter with the Shidi people, she had already slain 4 foes, leaving only 3 more to complete her task. It was daytime now. The ghosts did not venture out, and perhaps she could take the opportunity to move about. After several unsettling nights, Ling Wu had developed a fear of the darkness and resolved that as soon as night fell, she would conceal herself within the formation. However, she soon realized that in order to avoid detection by her adversaries, she could no longer bury the spirit stones, rendering the 7 Stars Formation nearly useless, save for its stealth capabilities. Over there, Lu Lingxi felt the urge to weep. Her spiritual power had been sealed. What she believed to be the safest direction turned out to be the most perilous. A skirmish had not only attracted Ling Wu from Taishao Palace, but also the Shidi woman. This particular Shidi woman had incapacitated her spiritual power at the very first strike. 3 levels of qi refinement. Was such caution truly necessary? The cultivator had departed after committing murder, and all she had seen was the figure fleeing towards this direction. Lu Lingxi pointed directly to where Ling Wu had set up her formation, relieved that the tree which had exposed her grand array had already toppled aside. The Shidi woman surveyed the surroundings, noting the numerous fallen trees and the lingering aura of blade energy. Yet, besides this, there were no signs of any counterattack. Where did the Shidi people perish? Lu Lingxi honestly indicated the direction where Ling Wu had executed her kill, recalling that they had engaged in battle ahead, and that the cultivator had wielded a sword. It seemed that all women in this world were perhaps more meticulous than men. Henceforth, whenever she encountered a female cultivator, she would surely cultivate an even deeper sense of caution. The woman from Shidi cast a glance at her. Were they engaged in a fierce battle at that moment? Indeed. It was quite intense. Lu Lingxi nodded vigorously. When the cultivator departed, How was his spiritual energy? Had it diminished to 50%? It should have. Lingxi swallowed hard. Initially, it was your Shidi people who held the advantage. That person merely carried me away in flight, only later seizing the chance to strike back. It does indeed seem plausible. The Shidi woman, observing the surrounding traces, surmised that she was not lying. However, cultivators are notoriously cunning. Since he rescued you, why did you not follow him? She refused to take me along. The little girl appeared on the verge of tears, prompting Ling Wu to roll her eyes in exasperation. Move faster. The Shidi woman felt somewhat reassured. Her kin were deceased, and further investigation was futile. The pressing matter now was to locate the murderer. Do not feign death. You tread lightly, and surely you have trained your body. Lingxi promptly obeyed, quickening her pace. My mother is a martial artist, and I have practiced martial arts since childhood, though I have truly not encountered your body refinement techniques. To substantiate her claim, she channeled her inner energy and employed lightness skills. Knowing martial arts is sufficient. Ling Wu, prepared to take action, exhaled in relief, holding her breath as they drew closer. Alas, it seemed her lightness skills were not as adept. Lingxi stumbled over a broken log and tumbled clumsily a few times. Just as the Shidi woman was about to scold her, she suddenly sensed something amiss. Clang! The sound of swords and curved blades clashing echoed. Lingxi hurriedly distanced herself. She truly assisted Ling Wu in luring the Shidi people here, and one can only hope that she proves to be reliable, otherwise. The storage pouch around her waist has already been snatched away, and should the assailants escape, her wealth would diminish by half. Clang, clang, clang. With the initiative firmly in hand, Ling Wu, coupled with the Shidi woman's suspicion that she had been deceived by a joint conspiracy, fought with a wavering resolve, her strikes lacking the usual sharpness. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, their blades clashing, causing Lingxi, observing from a distance, to feel a surge of trepidation as she clenched her fists tightly. Clang, clang, clang. At last, Ling Wu's sword became swifter with each strike, her force intensifying to the point where even the surrounding air trembled in response. Just as the Shidi woman struggled to parry, she suddenly executed a reverse maneuver. With a dull thud, the Shidi woman's left arm was severed cleanly. Ling Wu, relentless, escalated her assault, denying her opponent any opportunity to flee. Lingxi, watching from afar, finally felt a sense of relief. However, what was unexpected was that the woman, despite the loss of her arm, managed to emit a cry for help without the use of her fingers, her voice echoing in desperation. Clang! The prolonged note of the sword resonated as it struck the Shidi woman's curved blade, sending it flying, and subsequently, it descended upon her, cleaving through half of her body. Lingxi, hurry over. Lingxi urged as she rushed toward Ling Wu. From the array, Ling Wu swiftly drew the two storage pouches from the Shidi woman's waist into her grasp and pulled her into the formation. At this juncture, she could not afford to be concerned about anything else, quickly retrieving a spirit stone to activate the 7-star array. Having accomplished this, before she could even ingest the healing elixir she had drawn, she spotted a familiar face among the approaching Shidi men, standing 100 meters away. On that day, she had set her traps meticulously, yet the man, lacking courage, fled once more. Now, Ling Wu couldn't shake the suspicion that he might run again. She gazed outside, where Lingxi was also looking out. This man from the Shidi tribe was an acquaintance of hers. To her surprise, after traversing the sandy world, she encountered him once more. Bayan stared at the recently deceased kin, frozen in place for a moment. The overwhelming sense of impending doom returned. He glanced around and began to retreat. If his kin were alive, they could have formed an alliance, but now, with their demise and the brutal manner of their passing, it was evident that the adversary was formidable. She was not prepared to consume any elixirs until genuine peril loomed. The slaughter between her and the Shidi people had merely commenced, if she had to resort to a restorative pill after a skirmish. The accumulation of poison within her would become intolerable. Having wasted considerable time without establishing her foundation in the 5-element secret realm, the buildup of pill toxicity was concerning. Should she attempt to take a foundational pill later and fail to establish her base, it would be nothing short of a farce. Bayan, having taken a few steps back, surveyed the disarray of the forest, ultimately trusting his instincts more, and turned to leave with purpose. Surprised, Ling Wu noticed the young girl's mouth agape, a slight smile gracing her lips. This was the second time she had encountered him. The first time, she had set a trap, and now, with my 7-star formation in place, if he dared to approach the corpse, he would undoubtedly meet his demise. Lingxi had not anticipated their serendipitous connections. Some individuals possess an instinct for danger that is truly unfathomable. Lingwu secretly admired that man. Did you truly observe his countenance? In the future, when faced with challenges, one must run as far as possible to escape. Additionally, she assisted in liberating her confined spiritual energy. Such instincts are worth cultivating through diligent practice. This realm of the 5 elements, regardless of the presence of spiritual artifacts, transforms into a battlefield due to the presence of the Western D people. Chapter 67, The Shadowless Killer. A battlefield indeed. The corpses outside have been incinerated, yet the scent of blood lingers in the air. Are you frightened now? Lingwu observed her pale face and reminisced about her own initial experience with murder, fearless in the moment, yet plagued by discomfort afterward. Having chosen this path, one must forge ahead with courage, devoid of hesitation or fear. Practitioners contend with fate itself, even defying the heavens. Those of the second-tier cultivation are hardly virtuous. Each additional foe vanquished could inadvertently save 10 others. Is this comfort? Although Lingxi was reluctant to forge alliances with the disciples of Tai Shao Palace, she found this sister Lingwu to be quite admirable. I am not afraid. I simply miss my parents. Suddenly, Lingwu burst into laughter. And when the little girl glared at her with her puffed cheeks, she couldn't resist pinching her smooth face, remarking that it would be better once she grew up. In her youth, she too often longed for her father and mother. How very young she is, having not been raised in the world of cultivation. It is entirely natural to miss one's family. Here, taste this. She produced a jade bowl, filling it with a vibrant turquoise spiritual liquid, crafted from the dew of Zhanqiu grass and various fruit essences, possessing the ability to soothe the spirit and nourish the soul. Drink a bowl and then rest. Tomorrow, you shall awaken as a splendid version of yourself. Is that truly so? When Lingxi was pinching her face, she initially wished to protest, but now, after receiving the jade bowl, she took a tentative sip, and her eyes sparkled with delight as she eagerly finished it. So sweet. Thank you, senior sister. Upon returning the jade bowl, Lingxi instinctively performed a cleansing spell. Is everything in the cultivation world this delectable? Of course. Lingwu laughed heartily, her cleverness shining through. In the future, when they venture out and earn spirit stones, she can buy whatever she desires. She sincerely hoped this little girl would return safely. The harshness of the cultivation world, so abruptly revealed to a child emerging from the mortal realm, was indeed rather cruel. My grandfather is waiting for me outside. I will definitely make it out. The bloodshot eyes reflected her struggles in the past few days. So, is there a great formation? Sister, one to you rest? Having returned the storage bag, and knowing that she had deliberately shielded her during their skirmishes, Lingxi trusted that she wouldn't take advantage of her slumber to seize her treasures. Hee. Lingwu glanced at the sky. We must have someone to observe the formation, just in case the Shidi people return. With 2 more individuals, her mission would be deemed complete. Throughout these days, Lingxi had been on high alert, rarely able to fully relax in the presence of senior sister Lingwu. After consuming the spirit dew that calmed the mind and nourished the spirit, her eyelids soon grew heavy. When that time comes, call me. Leaning slightly, she fell into a deep slumber almost instantly. Lingwu sighed deeply. The various sects should never have accepted these newly initiated disciples in the first place. As she gazed at the encroaching twilight, a profound sense of unease welled up within her eyes. Who, after all, was sealed within the Dragonlock seal? Throughout the years, the ethereal energies siphoned from the desolate wastelands to nourish the 5 elements' secret land. If they did not sustain this sanctum, then whom did they nurture? What lurked within the forest at night? Was it a specter, or something else entirely? Such thoughts had once been too daunting to entertain, yet now they surged forth unbidden. The night breeze whispered softly, carrying with it an ethereal melody akin to the sound of a distant flute. With her eyes gently closed, Lingwu was suddenly jolted awake from her reverie by a swift kick from Lingxi. Is it time already? Lingxi rose, inquiring, then you. Hush, something is approaching from outside. Hold on to me tightly. Whatever happens, do not venture out. Though the young girl had weathered several nights, suggesting that she would be all right, caution was never unwarranted. If you find it difficult to control your body, simply pinch yourself. If that fails, bite down on your tongue. What do you mean? Lingxi was perplexed, about to press further when she noticed Lingwu, on high alert, intently scrutinizing the exterior. What could possibly be out there? There are no stars or moonlight. I can barely see my hand in front of my face. Casting a fleeting glance outside, her eyes widened in astonishment. In the blink of an eye, the forest transformed. The moonlight and stars emerged simultaneously, and Lingwu covered her mouth as they beheld three figures clad in flowing robes of moonlit white, exuding an ethereal grace yet devoid of shadows, hastening through the woods. Come, come, come. Suddenly, one of the young men turned, seemingly piercing through the seven stars formation to catch sight of them, and beckoned with a smile. Do not pay him any mind. As Lingwu struggled to control herself, she inadvertently tightened her grip on Lu Lingxi's leg, which would soon pass. A sharp pang of pain struck, leaving Lu Lingxi's back prickling with unease and cold sweat streaming down her brow. Outside, the onlookers, having waited in vain, exchanged a fleeting smile before turning away. What does this truly mean? Is the reaction time really that sluggish? Ling. Senior sister, what is that? Lu Lingxi's face turned pale. She had encountered specters in the realm of cultivation, even the mountain deity of Liangshan, who had bestowed upon her and Li Kaijia a significant opportunity. But outside, haven't you seen them? Ling was taken aback. Those entities had emerged nightly over the past few days. If it weren't for her formidable nerves, she would have been taken away on the very first day. Lu Lingxi quickly shook her head. Then where did you hide these past nights? I didn't hide. I was trapped in a particularly strange place, where there were no people. Lu Lingxi had intended to say ghosts, but refrained from doing so in the dead of night. Oh, I have no idea what those beings outside are. Lingwu contemplated, scratching her head. The five-element secret land is an ancient seal of immortals. Ordinary ghosts cannot ensnare us. Yet, they do not resemble ghost cultivators, for if ghost cultivators genuinely intended to capture someone, they wouldn't abandon the effort simply because we were unwilling to comply. Then, where are they headed? Lu Lingxi caught sight of a dazed cultivator clad in the robes of the Qiandao sect, appearing from nowhere, trailing behind the shadowy figures, leaving her throat parched with anxiety. Her parents were out there. If no one is there to protect, I am at a loss. Lingwu sighed, as she had intended to follow the traces during the day, yet the forest appeared to have transformed. Chapter 68. The enigmatic town. Who are those following us? Lu Lingxi's mind was a blank. Where are my parents? Instinctively, she was about to rush out, but Ling Wu seized her arm. Ling Wu's heart trembled, yet she could not release her grasp. Your parents must have told you to prioritize your own safety in this place, right? Think of your grandfather. Tears streamed down Lu Lingxi's cheeks. If grandfather waits alone, Ling Wu observed the little girl trying to wipe her tears, only to find that the more she wiped, the more they flowed. No one can be certain if your parents truly left with those. She could only offer comfort. Lingxi, why not rest a little longer? As she extended a finger towards her acupoint, Lu Lingxi swiftly halted her, deftly revealing four quivering silver needles in her hand. Senior sister Ling, my family is in the medical field. Her tear-streaked eyes shone with both brightness and darkness. My grandfather is elderly. If we cannot escape, he will come looking for us. If I manage to leave alone, he surely would not last long. I will not allow them to control my mind, but I must see if my parents are safe. Thank you, senior sister, for taking such care of me. As the shadowy figure of the cultivator began to recede into the distance, Lu Lingxi had no time to utter further words. After a profound bow, she swiftly dashed out of the seven-star formation. Lingwu found herself at a loss, uncertain whether to sigh or lament. It was lamentable that there were no companions here with whom to confer. Otherwise, it would have been beneficial to explore together. As a practitioner of the Tao, it was unbearable to witness the innocent being unjustly taken away, and if left unattended, the future could harbor inner demons. After much contemplation, Lingwu gritted her teeth and stomped her foot, hastily dismantling the seven-star formation and pursuing ahead with utmost speed. However, it seemed her pursuit was sluggish. The ethereal forest, akin to the outside world, was eerily tranquil, yet devoid of any presence. Lu Lingxi held a silver needle delicately between her fingers, her heart racing with fervor. To avoid detection, she resolutely pricked the needle to regulate her heartbeat. Fortunately, these shadowy figures seemed intent only on summoning individuals, showing no interest in conducting inquiries. It appeared that those deemed fated were taken, while the unchosen were disregarded. Lu Lingxi gradually approached a fellow disciple of the Thousand Paths sect, only to discover he appeared to be in a trance, his gaze vacant and unresponsive to the outside world, merely following the footsteps of those ahead. Yet, she was bewildered by their method of movement. Although they advanced in a manner similar to her own, it seemed as if they were shrinking the distance with each step, leading the entranced individuals to traverse vast expanses effortlessly. Their pace was not only unhurried but resembled a leisurely stroll, leaving her gasping for breath in their wake. Were it not for the ethereal and unrestrained path, she would have found it impossible to keep up. Fortunately, new individuals joined along the way, granting her brief moments to catch her breath. 1, 2, 3, 4. The group gradually expanded to 36 individuals, each bearing a familiar visage. All having arrived together on the grand vessel, they donned a variety of distinct robes, advancing in silence. Lingxi did not see her parents here, uncertain whether to feel relieved or anxious. After a while, she followed into a cluster of stone formations. After a few twists and turns, it seemed as if the world had opened up before her, revealing what appeared to be a quaint town, complete with taverns, eateries, stalls, and fortune-tellers, everything one could desire. What's this? Lingxi swiftly glanced at her fellow disciples, only to find that the 35 companions who had journeyed with her now wore enigmatic smiles. A stark contrast to their previous days. Old Ding, where have you been these past few days? Hurry, that secret roasted goose, no matter how I make it. It always feels lacking in flavor. Lao Chen and Lao Xia are already anxious. Haha, last time we made a wager. To Lingxi's astonishment, this person seemed to be well acquainted with others, insisting on her making another roasted goose. You each owe me a gourd of bamboo leaf green wine. Agreed. Isn't it just bamboo leaf green? The crowd appeared quite eager, urging him onward. Look at that child, laughing and pleading with his mother, Lingxi thought. Uncertain of what to say, were these people truly possessed? As for her, she took a deep breath, silently merging into the throng, searching for any semblance of her father or mother among the crowd. She could not concern herself with others, but her parents could only belong to her. Chasing after people, yet unable to catch a glimpse of the mist, she felt a profound sense of disappointment. She had summoned such resolve to pursue them, only to encounter this outcome. A group of cultivators, predominantly at the 3rd level of chi refinement, possessed little capability to outpace her. This desolate forest surely harbors secrets. Yet what exactly is amiss? With a decisive strike, she swung at a towering tree. The sound it emitted was peculiar, prompting Ling Wu to glance over. To her surprise, it was senior sister Ling from Taishao Palace. She wondered what the sister intended to do. Zhanqiu stepped out from the formation, declaring, "This place is under my temporary jurisdiction." From Qiandao sect? Zhanqiu queried, "Do you know Lingxi?" Lingxi? A voice filled with excitement erupted from within the formation as a couple hurried forth. "This sister, where's my Lingxi now?" Ling Wu found herself at a loss for words. "Oh, I have encountered junior sister Lin before. She is quite clever and assisted me in eliminating 2 individuals from the West D 2nd Division. Her parents are unharmed, but if she were to disclose Lingxi's whereabouts, what if this couple, like her, sought their daughter? The weight of such a transgression would be immense. Does senior sister know where she is gone now?" Jiang Sihui inquired, her concern evident. They had entered together, yet had lost their daughter. Otherwise, if you could just indicate a direction, we could search on our own. At that moment, Nan Jiaran stepped out from the formation, subtly shaking her head and mouthing words. She had coincidentally encountered the southern path. Ling Wu hastily mirrored Nan Jiaran's gestures, following her lead. "My cousin possesses commendable cultivation," Nan Jiaran remarked with a cheerful nod as Lu Lan and Jiang Sihui looked on. Chapter 69. The enigmatic town traversing from the eastern edge of the town to its western frontier, Lingxi meticulously explored each household, searching for someone else's father and mother. Yet none were her own. Amidst her relief, she could not shake the suspicion that her parents might still be out there. And it was her own misfortune that had ensnared her. What should she do? As she lamented in her heart, she wished she could give herself a good shake. Ever since she entered the realm of the 5 elements, her luck had been abysmal. Just when she had finally found a formidable ally in Ling Wu, she had foolishly cast him aside. Surely, there was no one more unfortunate than she. Home. This place was far from being her home. Lingxi yearned to voice that her true home lay beyond these confines, yet faced with the youth's seemingly profound smile, her lips felt glued shut, rendering her speechless. If you have yet to find your parents, why not seek out an inn and rest for now? Temporarily? The word resonated with an almost magical weight, echoing in Lingxi's heart. Yes, many aboard the vessel were still here. Her parents had not arrived today, but what of tomorrow or the day after? What if they came? Enough of that, she thought. She would stay. The forest was vast, teeming with the Western D people, and it was clear that relying solely on her own abilities to locate her parents would be futile. After all, as long as her mind remained intact, she could never become someone else's child. Thus, she resolved to wait a few days and take a breather, although a nagging feeling lingered. As if she had forgotten something important, Lingxi, swayed by the gaze of the others, earnestly sought out a nearby inn. An inn? Indeed. Now, only private rooms were available, costing 10 taels of silver or 1 spirit stone per day. Silver? Spirit stones? Was this place truly a mortal city or a realm of the immortals? Lingxi pulled out a hefty ingot of silver, weighing 20 taels. From the storage bag concealed within her garments, enough to sustain her for 2 days. She could only wait here for that duration after 2 days. Regardless of whether her parents arrived or not, she must depart. Xiaolu, please escort me to room 7A. The attendant named Xiaolu, clad in the black and white attire of the Lingxi gate, bore an air of humility, bowing deeply as if he were merely a humble shop assistant. Lingxi sighed in resignation, silently following him up the stairs. As twilight approached, the town imposed a curfew, discouraging guests from wandering about. Twilight. At last, Lingxi realized something was amiss. It was not dusk that was approaching, dawn was imminent. Through the window, the distant sky revealed a delicate shade of light blue, indicating the sun was about to rise. Was the sky outside truly darkening? Indeed. Excuse me, dear brother, she interjected. Does the town always reckon day and night in this manner? Naturally, he replied, his expression suggesting that her inquiry was rather peculiar, prompting Lingxi to pause. Since this is room A, our inn covers all meals and accommodations. He placed the food box he had brought onto the table. Feel free to help yourself. I shall return tomorrow to tidy up. Lingxi watched as he closed the door and hurriedly opened the window. The once lively street now saw fewer passers-by, with some shops already shuttered, as if the night were truly upon them. Indeed, it was a curious sight. Lingxi stood by the window, observing the sun's ascent, while the townsfolk gradually closed their doors, surrendering to slumber. What is this place exactly? Everyone believes that the 5-element secret realm is teeming with spiritual entities, yet it harbors so many peculiarities. Lingxi furrowed her brow, feeling the weight of the challenge to find safety here. As the sun ascended higher in the sky, the once vibrant town fell into a slumber, devoid of any human presence. Just as she contemplated venturing out for further exploration, she noticed a girl clad in the robes of Tai Xiao Palace cautiously gliding down from another window. Is she also someone with her wits about her? Lingxi glanced at the black cloak enveloping her and, after a moment's consideration, decided to shed it and swiftly leapt through the window. Zhu Peilon was unaware that she was being followed as she stealthily made her way towards the western end, slipping into a derelict temple devoid of visitors. After waiting for a while without seeing her emerge, Lingxi could not resist the urge to cautiously follow her inside. Who goes there? Zhu Peilon, ever vigilant, instinctively grasped her sword. Shoo! Lingxi, concerned about disturbing others, whispered softly as she entered the main hall. Sister, are you a disciple of Tai Xiao Palace? Zhu Peilon relaxed slightly, noting the resemblance between her moon-white robes and those of the shadowy figure. Are you from the Thousand Dao sect? Both girls, possessing a youthful innocence, recognized their shared predicament. Indeed, although Lingxi had previously hesitated to befriend a disciple of Tai Xiao Palace, her experiences in the mist had led her to reconsider. Moreover, encountering someone who had not lost their sense of self in this place was a rare opportunity. She felt compelled to forge a connection and see if they might escape together. What brings you here, sister? I seek the way out. The way out? Lingxi expressed her astonishment. Isn't the exit located at the eastern stone forest? That is the way in. Zhu Peilon's complexion darkened. Entering is effortless. Yet attempting to exit from there is utterly impossible. Have you tried? Indeed. To encounter companions who have not lost their way here again, Zhu Peilon spoke candidly. The stone forest transforms into stone walls when the sun rises. Although it may be traversable at night, we cannot escape, for there are watchers present. That shadowy figure, if it knows we are not entranced, why does it still confine us here? I am perplexed by that myself, Zhu Peilon admitted. I only know that those who, like me, have awakened here ultimately vanished into this expanse. Are there many? Lingxi felt a chill at the mention of the word vanish. On the first day, we were all unguarded. More than 100 people from various sects lost their way alongside me, and among them were over a dozen Shidi people. Zhu Peilon regretted her cowardice. Even if she did not join the fray, she should not have been too afraid to look. Might they have already? Lingxi gestured across her throat. I cannot say. Zhu Peilon's face grew increasingly grim. At that time, they were engaged in battle with the Shidi people, and cultivators from the Shanghai sect and Yudu were also embroiled in the chaos. In the aftermath, 49 individuals perished here. Lingxi was momentarily stunned. yet there should still be 50 or 60 souls alive. At that time, I discreetly observed the distribution of the corpses, and it seemed that everyone had entered this temple. Lingxi surveyed the temple alongside her. There was neither an altar nor any divine statues. The walls were merely adorned with 7 indistinct paintings, and the offering table held but a solitary incense burner. Appearing quite shabby, everything seemed exceedingly ordinary, and Lingxi endeavored to disregard the suspicious bloodstains splattered across the walls as she made her way toward the back door. With a creak, the wooden door swung open, revealing a backyard piled with several small altars, each covered with what appeared to be paper resembling ghost money. Yet all were new. Do not look any further. Those are the ashes of the deceased. Zhanqiu, observing her gaze upon the altars, could not help but speak. I once came here to assist in the collection. There was nothing amiss. Then, according to your assertion, one can roam freely here during the day. Indeed, there are no patrols. Zhanqiu shook her head. The lost souls seem unable to emerge when exposed to sunlight. They experience dizziness and nausea. Having spent a few days here, she had not idled away her time. Have you ever seen the shadowless figures appear during the day? Not at all, Zhanqiu replied, shaking her head again. Lingxi felt completely reassured. Since this area was the only anomaly, they would search for a way out. Surely, they could not vanish into the earth. Regardless of whether her parents might be detained, she needed to secure an escape route. Even if the world outside was not entirely normal, it was certainly preferable to this even more bizarre realm. If that were the case, she might have to remain in this abnormal place indefinitely. Then what would be the purpose of her cultivation? In her quest for cultivation, after the passing of her father, she evaded her siblings, fearing they would seize the storage ring he had bestowed upon her. Lingxi truly pondered this dilemma, although her cultivation was modest. The talismans she had amassed, including those given by Tu Liqing and later by Ling Wu, totaled over 100. If those individuals were to unleash them, it would be an overwhelming display. Do you possess any talismans? She inquired of Zhanqiu. A few, came the reply. Really? Lingxi's eyes sparkled with hope. If Zhu had some, perhaps she could conserve a few of her own. How many do you have? 8. Though not a plethora, even the smallest of offerings held value. Lingxi flashed a grin. I have some talismans as well, but relying solely on ourselves may be insufficient. Do you think we could rouse a few others to collaborate? There is strength in numbers. Despite her awareness that most minor cultivators lack talismans, she believed this sister might help uncover a few hidden gems. Once you awaken, you won't have any lingering effects, will you? I possess some medical knowledge. Perhaps we can take advantage of their slumber to test a few. She felt uneasy at the thought of leaving them behind in this disorienting place, although her primary concern was to conserve talismans. The notion of abandoning everyone in this state of disarray troubled her, though she had ascended to the realm of cultivators. She had only recently departed the mortal world and was not yet prepared to prioritize her own safety above all. How many talismans do you possess? Zhanqiu is not foolish. From her assured tone, one can discern something profound. Well, it seems she possesses more knowledge than you. Zhanqiu chuckled lightly. Very well. Let us commence with the family at the very edge. She gestured towards a modest courtyard not far from the Taoist temple, inhabited by an elderly couple. Whether they are truly human or something else entirely remains uncertain. However, the 3 individuals who later referred to them as grandparents were not much older than us, a practitioner from our Taishao Palace, another from the Tianjin Palace, and one clad in a grayish-blue robe, presumably from the Shanghai sect. Perhaps we should first test our skills on the practitioner from the Shanghai sect. Their cultivation path diverges from that of the Taoist school and is often labeled as demonic disciples. Thus, should anything go awry, the psychological burden would be lighter. Agreed. I shall follow your lead. After their discussion, the two indeed made their way to the tightly shut courtyard. I am Zhanqiu, age 15. And what is your name? Zhanqiu observed in admiration as she silently broke the latch on the door from within. Creak. Despite her efforts to be cautious, the door still produced a sound upon opening. I am Lingxi. Lingxi flashed a smile at her, being the younger sister at 13 years of age. Zhanqiu recognized the name well. During the incident in Snake Valley, those individuals had mistaken her for Zhanqiu. Little did Zhanqiu know that the girl before her, who was not much shorter, would pilfer the medicinal garden left behind by the Zhu family's ancestors. 13, you say? I had assumed we were of similar age. At such a tender age, how proficient can your medical skills truly be? Zhanqiu sighed softly. At that moment, she had already surveyed several rooms with her spiritual sense and pointed to one. Here, it was merely that the disciples of the Heavenly Sword Palace were sharing a room. It was quite normal for two boys to share a space. Lingxi cautiously took out a piece of mesmerizing incense, lit it, and gently pushed it into the room of the local elderly residents. "What is this?" Zhu Peilon exclaimed in surprise. Lingxi winked at her, indicating it was for sleep. Zhu Peilon had not anticipated that the medical practitioners could employ such methods. As she waved her hand, several slender silver needles nestled between her fingers, causing her heart to tremble involuntarily. Resolving to avoid offending her in the future, Zhu Peilon felt a sense of determination. Unbeknownst to Lingxi, Zhu Peilon's thoughts were elsewhere. She first inserted a few needles into the Heavenly Sword Palace disciple to ensure he fell into a deeper slumber before turning her attention to the disciple of the Mountain Sea sect. The distinction between righteous and demonic paths was not entirely clear to Lingxi, but since everyone claimed that demonic cultivators were malevolent, she decided to accept that notion. After all, people often spoke ill of those from the second-footed sect, and she had indeed witnessed their wickedness firsthand. Although she was a sixth-layer chi refinement cultivator capable of subduing this third-layer one, she believed that caution was prudent. After using the silver needles to immobilize his body, she casually pricked his fingertips, where the sensation of pain was more intense. The youth, asleep in his home, was abruptly awakened by an unexpected calamity. "You, what are you doing?" He attempted to turn and sit up, but his body refused to obey, compelling him to raise his voice. However, unbeknownst to him, Zhu Peilon had already enveloped the room with a protective barrier of spiritual energy, rendering his cries unheard, no matter how loud he shouted. "Do you know who you are?" Lingxi snapped her fingers, and a fireball emerged, a spell known as the fireball technique. "Are you familiar with it?" "My name is Zhanqiu." "No, I don't recognize it." The young boy felt tears welling up. He pleaded, "Heroine, fairy, what do you intend to do?" He found himself unable to move, while his companion on the other side slept soundly for the first time, engulfed by fear. Witnessing the boy's tears, Lingxi quickly admonished, "No crying." The boy noticed the tendrils sprouting from her hand and hastily swallowed his tears. His timid gaze suggested she truly resembled a villain. Lingxi softened her tone. "Do you know? You and I are the same. What I can do, you can too. The wood spirit chi is the gentlest of all spiritual energies. Even if their roots do not align, it will not harm his body. Can you feel it?" The boy's eyes widened slightly as he sensed it. Just days earlier, countless lives were lost in battle. He had witnessed them reduce a centuries-old tree before the daoist temple to ashes with a mere wave of their hands. Now, take a moment to ponder who you truly are. As Lingxi observed him furrowing his brows in contemplation, she swiftly inserted needles into his outer gate and wind pool acupoints. Pain flickered across the boy's face. Zhu Peilon had not anticipated Lingxi would act so decisively, inserting needles into the boy's head, and her anxiety grew as she observed the disciple of the Shanghai sect. "It hurts so much. My head aches." Yet familiar images flashed before my eyes. "Aside from the pain, do you recall anything?" The youth recalled a thought he wished to express, yet, in an instant, it felt as though his head had been struck by a mighty hammer, an unbearable pain overwhelming him. He found himself immobilized, his anguished expression as if gasping for breath. Startled Lingxi, who hastily retrieved the silver needles for the Fengqi and Erkshu acupoints. Nevertheless, the boy continued to endure immense suffering, beads of sweat pouring from his body. Zhu Peilon, watching from the side, could not help but swallow hard, although she had mentally prepared herself for the possibility of failure in her healing efforts. The reality was still daunting. I remember now. My name is Dong Gao." The pain in his head persisted, yet he truly recollected. "Where am I? Who are you?" Lingxi quickly removed the needles, suggesting he rest for a moment. She then turned to another cultivator from the Tianjin sect, poised to administer further treatment when suddenly, the protective barrier conjured by Zhu Peilon shattered with a pop, allowing a gust of wind to sweep through as an ethereal elder clad in moon-white robes drifted into the room. "What are you doing?" His voice, though unremarkable, resonated with an indescribable fury and authority, as if to imply that they were courting death and attempting to drag others down with them. Lingxi and Zhu Peilon felt their spiritual powers suppressed by his words, unable to unleash their consciousness or retrieve anything from their storage bags in desperation. "Senior, I do not comprehend your intentions." Zhu Peilon's face turned pale. "What is this place? You have rendered us unrecognizable. Is this truly for our benefit?" "Foolish child, come in." The young man bellowed again towards the entrance. A timid girl from another room entered, her complexion exceedingly pale. She was bewildered, unsure of how she had been well until she heard a melody from a flute. And then have you ever witnessed murder? The elder gazed at the 5 children, questioning whether they could truly commit such an act themselves. Silence enveloped the group, none comprehending the implications of his words. With your current cultivation, how confident are you in surviving the 5 elements secret realm? The elder scoffed, expressing his reluctance to see their lives extinguished here, only to become mere past figures. This statement was understood by all. Lingxi had witnessed the demise of 2 practitioners from the West D sect. Even though Zhu Peilon had arrived on the first night, she had observed the brutal hunting between practitioners and the West D people during the day. Those who fell under the enchantment of the flute were hardly fit for the cultivation world. The small town echoed with the footsteps of departing individuals. However, these 2 girls had simply failed to locate an exit. What I wish to convey to you is that the 5 elements secret realm has yet to truly commence, signifying that the slaughter has not officially begun. The elder scrutinized them, pondering whether leading an ordinary life within his enchanted town was preferable to facing the perilous path of near-death experiences. Which is better? The simplicity of those 3 words resonated deeply within them. Lingxi let out a quiet sigh. It is not merely that she, a 6th-tier practitioner, could be easily crushed like an ant by those of higher cultivation. The cultivation world is indeed merciless. The Qiandao sect, at the very least, refrained from allowing children aged 10 and below to enter and risk their lives. However, other sects, driven by the allure of treasures hidden within the 5 elements secret land, displayed no regard for the lives of the young. The elder suddenly posed a question to the last girl who entered, asking whether she wished to leave or remain. If you stay here, you will have loving grandparents, and the small town will be free from the disturbances of the outside world. Whether or not you marry and bear children, under my enchanted flute, you shall live a life of happiness. Zhu Peilon and Lingxi exchanged subtle glances, unable to shake their doubts regarding the supposed happiness bestowed by the flute, suspecting it to be an illusion. Yet, even if it were indeed a fade, it certainly seemed preferable to the peril of venturing outside. I like my grandparents, the girl stammered, wrestling with her thoughts before a glimmer of pleading crossed her eyes. May I simply be the cherished one of this household? Was she truly willing to forfeit the memories of her past family? It appeared that here, she had genuinely discovered happiness. After a moment of shock, Lingxi began to regard the elder with profound wariness. The girl indeed chose to leave, soon lying down in the adjacent room, closing her eyes, and before long, a gentle smile graced her lips as if she had entered a blissful dream, tranquil and content. What about you two? The elder turned his gaze to the cultivators of Zhanqiu and Tianjin sect. I am willing to be a tether. The Tianjin sect cultivator spoke these words, his demeanor a perplexing mix of relaxation and confusion. Lingxi cast him a glance, inwardly lamenting. Such a temperament was indeed ill-suited for the blood-soaked realm of the 5 elements. I wish to be Zhanqiu. I am Zhanqiu. In contrast, the youth from the Shanghai sect stood resolutely, declaring, Senior, I wish to venture forth. The elder nodded and gently patted the forehead of the Heavenly Sword sect disciple, advising him to fulfill his role well. Indeed, had it not been for the upheaval of the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, he might have simply been a carefree country lad in a distant place, who could claim that such a life was devoid of happiness or ease. Do you two wish to attempt this again? The elder gazed thoughtfully at the trio. If you do, I shall guide you through each and every trial. Chapter 70. The stench of hands. Must we truly go through each trial again? Lingxi and Zhu Peilon felt a knot tighten in their hearts. One path led to certain survival, while the other was fraught with peril. How could they even contemplate such a risk? Even if they were determined to pursue the path of cultivation, the uncertainty ahead left them feeling utterly unmoored. The elder's voice bore an authoritative weight. Your indecisiveness is a grave taboo on the path of immortality. The 2 girls bowed their heads in silence. If they were to embark on each trial anew, perhaps they might encounter others like Zhanqiu, who were equally resolute on the path to immortality. Yet, with the dangers that lurked outside, they scarcely had time to consider their own safety. If they were to venture beyond the misty town and find themselves in peril, who would bear the blame? The various sects selected their disciples without offering the opportunity for choice or refusal. Very well, let it be so. Since this esteemed elder has kindly utilized the misty flute to help discern our true natures, we shall simply strive to live our lives well. Zhanqiu, should you find yourself in danger outside, do not hold us accountable. Lingxi turned to the individual in question. This journey is one you have chosen for yourself. It is a path I have chosen for myself, Zhanqiu replied, kneeling before the elder. Your kindness is deeply appreciated, esteemed elder. He knocked his head 3 times, leaving his forehead bruised. However, the young man harbors a deep-seated vendetta yet unresolved. The path of immortality may be arduous, yet it remains my only route. Foolish child. The elder sighed, resigning himself. Since you 3 have made your choice, then follow me. Avoiding Lulan and Zhanqiu, Nanjiaran finally inquired about the well-being of her junior sister, whom Master Kaiwei had urged her to care for. Upon learning that the little girl had run off on her own, she was at a loss for words. Nanjiaran, shall we explore together tonight? Ling Wu, feeling increasingly frustrated, reflected that the girl had slipped from her grasp. With so many new disciples being accepted into various sects, it was not intended for them to exit the 5-element secret realm in such a manner. Nanjiaran furrowed her brows, stating clearly, "My master and I contemplated this matter the following day after we gathered in one place." She sighed, observing Ling Wu's demeanor from last night. "You must have pursued, yet failed to catch up, am I right?" "Neither did my master manage to. Their speed was peculiar, and they dared not disturb the shadowy figures ahead." Nanjiaran sighed once more. However, these concerns were not paramount. The real question was, what were those shadowy figures truly after? Judging by their speed, their cultivation definitely surpassed ours. If their intention was to abduct everyone, logically, we would have no chance of escape. Ling Wu's heart sank. Indeed, if the shadowy figures could see through her 7-star formation, she would surely not evade capture if they were resolute in their pursuit. If that were the case, what was the purpose of the flute playing that captivated the masses daily? Was it a sign of insufficient power, thus starting with the newly accepted disciples? The 2 individuals hailed from the realm of cultivation, accustomed to perceiving matters through a lens of pessimism. Within the 5-element secret land, they had yet to uncover any spiritual treasures. However, over the years, it had undoubtedly siphoned off all the spiritual energy from the desolate wilderness. Where had that energy dissipated to? When her gaze collided with that of Nanjiaran, a chill crept down their spines as they averted their eyes in unison. In the enchantment town, at the Daoist temple, many had departed from the old man before him. The elder felt a wave of nostalgia. Reflecting that the cultivation world seemed unchanged, the scent of blood still lingered in his temple. He had not anticipated encountering these 3 rare souls, possessing a hint of childlike innocence. Yet, from their entry to their departure, they had never laid eyes upon him. Those who scrutinized his portrait were unaware of their own insignificance. Among cultivators, destiny and fate were paramount, since they had encountered him. He directed his gaze towards one of the paintings, his eyes filled with profound depth. The old man had amassed numerous collections throughout his life, patiently awaiting those fated to possess them. "Each of you may extend a hand once, and perhaps touch upon destiny." "Ah, a gift?" inquired Zhu Peilan, bowing respectfully. "May I ask your esteemed name?" "You wouldn't recognize it even if I told you." "Time has elapsed far too long," the elder replied, his enthusiasm waning. "We share merely a fleeting connection to treasures. In the 5-element secret land, life and death are matters of chance for you. Each must rely on fortune." He discerned that the 2 young girls concealed a portion of their cultivation, yet that slight concealment offered them little advantage. Perhaps his treasures were simply destined to pass through their hands. With this thought, he waved his hand insistently, urging them to proceed quickly, lest he reconsider his offer. Dong Gao promptly stepped forward, extending his hand toward the hazy depiction of the entity. The surface rippled gently, as if he had grasped something, and he swiftly drew it forth. To his astonishment, it was the ebony black armor. Before he could register any emotion, the elder's countenance shifted dramatically, his eyes gleaming with a peculiar light as he regarded the young lad. "Thank you, esteemed elder." The elder's lips twitched slightly, then he acquiesced. "Well, it seems you are simply fortunate. Lingxi, you may proceed to feel for it first." Zhu Peilan, perceiving Lu Lingxi's impatience, graciously conceded her turn. Lu Lingxi, sensing the elder's regret, felt no time for courtesy and swiftly stepped forward to extend her hand. The water ripples on the surface dispersed, yet her hand grasped nothing. Had the elder indeed begun to rue his decision? The elder, disturbed by her resentful gaze, felt an urge to retaliate. A gentleman's word is as heavy as a mountain. And despite his lack of decorum, he would not go back on his word before a few juniors. However, why could this girl not seize anything until now? How peculiar. How very peculiar. Suddenly, a sound echoed. "Ah." The elder leaned in for a closer look, his expression becoming quite intricate. "What is this? If the elder does not wish to bestow upon me a gift, there is no need for such punishment," Lu Lingxi lamented, feeling utterly wronged. Since entering the 5-element secret realm, Her luck had been wretched. Just as she found a glimmer of fortune, she was met with a lash instead, truly excessive. What can one expect when your hands are so unlucky? The elder's face stiffened momentarily. Step aside. You come forward to claim the item. Zhu Peilon was on the verge of suggesting, if you truly cannot part with it, then I shall forego it. However, before she could voice her thought, Lingxi had already pulled her forward, urging, hurry, feel for it. To say her hands were unlucky? It was evident he was reluctant to part with it. Yet he stubbornly refused to admit it. Lingxi was truly furious. She seized Zhu Peilon's arm and thrust it inside. She could hardly believe that the old man would dare to feign indifference with his foul hands. Zhu Peilon casually grasped an object resembling a book, and just as she was about to scrutinize the old man's expression, she was taken aback to find that a pale blue pin emerged alongside it, automatically fitting into a small mechanism beside the book. What? Lingxi's face turned ashen with rage. Was she truly cursed with bad luck? Dong Gao was equipped with a complete set of armor, capable of protection from head to toe, regardless of the armor's grade. Even if it were merely a low-grade spiritual artifact, it would undoubtedly provide an additional layer of security in this realm of the five elements. Zhu Peilon grasped the book. Although she had not taken the pen, it had followed her out of its own accord. Its quality was surely not inferior. As for Lingxi, the elder observed the glimmer of tears welling up in the young girl's eyes, uncertain whether to be amused or annoyed, and thought to himself, now, you must truly believe you are indeed cursed. Lingxi blinked fiercely twice, striving to suppress her tears. Admittedly, her fortune had not been favorable of late. Yet was it not rather ungracious for the elder to derive amusement from her plight? How sharp-tongued and biting. The old man swatted at her with a mighty hand, declaring, as for whether I am gracious or not, that is not for you to judge. Now be gone. With a thunderous admonition, a radiant portal suddenly appeared in the hall, and he swiftly kicked out the little thieves who had pilfered his 3 treasured items. Lingxi tumbled onto the grass, but had no desire to rise. The old man's blows were not harsh, yet her heart ached. Others possessed fine treasures while she did not. Others enjoyed fortuitous fortunes while she languished in misfortune. Although others may not be in an entirely favorable situation, at the very least, they do not encounter misfortunes as she does, repeatedly crossing paths with the Shidi people, predominantly the 2-legged ones. Do not be disheartened. Zhu Peilon cautiously settled beside her, proclaiming that if we manage to exit the 5 elements secret realm safely, I shall seek an appraisal for the books and pins we acquired today and grant you half the spirit stones. Had it not been for her, she might have abandoned the quest for treasures altogether. Indeed, I too shall seek an appraisal and share half the spirit stones with you. Dong Gao felt a tinge of embarrassment, had he not seized the opportunity first to procure the valuable items. Perhaps the old man would not have been so reluctant to part with them. Truly? Lingxi gazed at the two of them. I swear. Yes, I swear too. The synchronized gesture of both swearing appeared genuine. Alas, although Lingxi believed them, she could not help but sigh, urging them to safeguard Dong Xi and their own lives. Otherwise, her share would vanish into thin air. Certainly. Zhu Peilon stifled a laugh as she pulled her up, urging her to look around, asking where they should head next. Do not inquire of me. My luck has been rather poor of late. Having encountered the Shidi people too often, Lingxi grew fearful and turned to Dong Gao, suggesting, your luck seems fortuitous. Whichever direction you choose, we shall follow. Are you asking him? Dong Gao appeared somewhat bewildered. If his fortune were indeed favorable, he would not bear such deep-seated enmities nor feel lost in himself. My luck is not good. His expression darkened slightly, inviting her to take the lead. Zhu Peilon, noticing his finger pointing towards herself, felt a sense of resignation, then declared, very well, if you do not choose, I shall decide. With a deft flick of her wrist, she retrieved the precious item that had just arrived. Placing the pin upon the book, it spun, its tip indicating the direction in which they would venture. It is said that in the realm of cultivation, fortune holds immense significance. The 3 of them fixated on the pen's tip as it whirled and whirled. And just as it seemed poised to settle, a gust of wind altered its course. What to do now? Should they follow the initial direction or the one it had shifted to? Do not look at me like that, admonished Zhu Peilon as she seized the pin. The wind does not count. Let us proceed in the direction it first indicated. After all, we are merely traversing through woods. Any path will suffice. Lingxi nodded in agreement. I shall follow your lead. Very well. Zhu Peilon beamed, retrieving a vial of ointment to tend to her hand's injury. Otherwise, she would feel embarrassed to have the treasure acknowledge her as its master. No need, Lingxi replied, glancing at the crimson streaks on her hand, slightly puzzled. Aside from the initial sting of the blow, it seemed to cause her no pain now. She flexed her fingers, finding them free and unhindered. Let me apply it for you, Zhu Peilon insisted, taking immediate action to administer the medicine, suggesting it be wrapped as well. Have you forgotten my profession? Lingxi mused, ultimately producing a roll of bandage to wrap around her hand. There, all done. Now let us be off. The binding was expertly done, allowing her hand to remain functional. Dong Gao, being a man, naturally assumed the lead, though all three were wary of encountering the Shidi people. As they advanced, they proceeded with utmost caution, hoping for a stroke of fortune in meeting a benevolent cultivator, someone to temporarily ally with, while they sought their own senior brothers and sisters. Otherwise, with their limited prowess, facing a Shidi individual would leave them utterly helpless. Should misfortune befall them, and they encounter the cannibalistic bipeds, the three of them, with their delicate skin, would soon become mere provisions for others. Suddenly, a figure clad in prairie attire loomed in the distance, causing Dong Gao's complexion to pale as he attempted to retreat. With a scowl, the man delivered a forceful kick to Dong Gao's leg, producing a sharp crack that compelled him to kneel in agony. Follow me obediently, or else. Their ancestor had instructed them to eliminate as many high-level qi refining practitioners as possible in the five-element secret realm, yet thus far, he had only witnessed their members being slain by these cultivators. Initially, he had no intention of confronting these minor practitioners. But the disparity between the name and reality of the five-element secret realm was alarming, if they did not act soon. The dwindling numbers of their group could see these seemingly insignificant practitioners morph into formidable adversaries. Bayan's apprehension towards these clustered practitioners grew increasingly pronounced. As the howl of a wolf escaped his lips, its pitch undulated through the air. Soon, a distant yet faint howl resonated in response, causing Bayan's expression to ease slightly as he set off towards the source of the sound. Upon encountering several companions, they collectively agreed to capture some minor practitioners to lure the higher-level cultivators passing by. Lingxi promptly helped Dong Gao to his feet, flanking him with Zhu Peilon on either side. This marked her third encounter with Bayan. Despite the formidable reputation of Lingwu, which warned of Bayan's treachery, she cursed her ill fortune, lamenting her lack of basic awareness in the face of impending danger. Ascending a slightly elevated hill, Bayan let out another long howl, a piercing sound that resonated through the air. Before Lingxi could comprehend why he had called out again, a sudden tremor jolted her hand, and with one swift kick, Dong Gao was sent soaring into the sky. In midair, Dong Gao found himself unanchored, panic-stricken as he flailed his arms and legs wildly. Yet, before he could fully descend, Bayan unleashed another kick, propelling Dong Gao once more into the heavens. His cries echoed across the expanse. Although he did not feel much pain in his backside, genuine fear gripped him. However, before he could touch the ground, Bayan's foot was already poised for another assault. As the youth called out again, tears involuntarily streamed down his face. Lingxi and Zhu Peilon, witnessing the scene below, were on the verge of fury. Yet, they clung tightly to each other, unwilling to let the other take the lead. Both were astute enough to recognize that the one tormenting Dong Gao was likely a high-level cultivator. Only their arrival could offer a glimmer of hope. Charging in recklessly would merely result in shared suffering. As Dong Gao descended once more, Bayan finally refrained from kicking him again. The two girls hurriedly assisted him in absorbing the impact of his landing. Let us go. After surveying the surroundings, Bayan emitted a cold snort directed at the trio. In truth, the most effective method to prompt the hidden cultivators to reveal themselves would be to target the two girls. However, as a man, he felt it beneath him to do so. Despite having encountered several formidable female cultivators, the backgrounds of these two girls were incomparable. After a brief pause, they finally reached their destination. Here, not only were there 5 Shidi people, but also 4 terrified children huddled closely together, observing their diminutive figures. The eldest among them appeared no more than 10 years of age. Ba Yin's prowess was indeed commendable. One of the Shidi individuals, upon noticing that Ba Yin had brought along 2 young girls, could not conceal the lewd glimmer in his eyes. Silence, Ba Yin commanded, ushering the 3 into a makeshift enclosure formed by thorny branches. Remember, they are not for your amusement. If you wish to engage with them, seek your own means. Despite sharing the same Shidi grasslands, some individuals truly tested his patience. The twilight was approaching. Keep a close watch over them, he instructed. Indeed, night was falling. Lingxi and Zhu Peilon exchanged a subtle glance. What on earth are those shadowy beings? One shidi man expressed his irritation. Every day, I remain vigilant. Yet it feels like an endless ordeal. Endless vigilance was not the issue. After all, shidi warriors traditionally favored offensive strategies and had never felt such confinement. The cultivators are becoming increasingly anxious, Ba'in remarked calmly to one of his companions. Fetch more thorny branches to reinforce our perimeter, lest these little ones cause us trouble. Though the eerie sounds of flutes and the elusive figures of the night were peculiar, they had yet to formally engage with them. In contrast, the cultivators were of paramount concern. They had all witnessed the relentless scrutiny among themselves. Indeed, the obedient shidi man rose and procured several thorn seed pods, hastily prompting their growth. Soon, a series of thorny barriers encircled them, trapping them in the center. The sensation of being the prey in a predatory game was profoundly unsettling. Dong Gao felt a twinge of pain in his leg. Fortunately, his storage pouch had gone unnoticed, allowing him to discreetly consume a healing pill, providing him with a modicum of relief. Night, after much anticipation, finally graced them with its presence, as the delicate notes of a flute resounded once more. The long-lost stars emerged, transforming the heavens and the earth in an instant. Behold, there is an elder among them, a voice called out. Though its origin was uncertain, Lingxi observed an old man, engaging in mysterious antics as he floated outside. Come. The elder, who had never personally led anyone, caught sight of the three unfortunate souls, a glint of mischief sparkling in his eyes. Ba'in and the others concealed themselves within the formation, each brandishing a long thorn to pierce their own flesh. They were unperturbed by the possibility of the young cultivator escaping. Last night, Zhanqiu had ensured that one of their own remained behind. However, today, the elusive figure, who had never entered their midst, surprisingly took a step forward. One of the shidi people, gripping his curved dagger tightly and poised to strike, was halted by Ba Yin's swift hand. He silently shook his head at his companion. Come. The elder beckoned, and in an instant, Zhanqiu vanished before them, while the four children, long lost to themselves, followed in a daze as if in a dream. Yet, this was their only chance to escape the clutches of the shidi people, so they feigned disorientation. Their eyes fixated on the elder. Dong Gao, suppressing the pain in his legs, endeavored to keep pace with them. After a while, when Ba'in and the others were no longer visible, he succumbed to his fatigue and collapsed onto the ground, expressing gratitude to the elder for his rescue. Do you regret it? The elder inquired, gazing sternly at the three youngsters. And what of you two? Zhu Peilon, bound by the aspirations of the Zhu family's ancestor, found it impossible to become a person devoid of identity. The elder's expression softened slightly. While many possess innate talent, few exhibit the perseverance and determination required to truly excel. It is a rare occurrence for the three of them to maintain their commitment to the path of cultivation after enduring such peril. He stroked his beard and mused, Today I have been vexed by you three and have forgotten something important. The trio looked up in unison. All the residents of Misty Town are unable to retain the entirety of their memories from the town. The elder cast a fleeting glance at Lingxi's tightly clenched hands and sighed. In the pursuit of immortality, one must not only seek freedom, but also possess the confidence and resolve to navigate through adversity. With a swift motion, he tapped each of their foreheads, accompanied by a sigh, then vanished in an instant. The three of them felt a momentary dizziness, witnessing four children trailing behind the shadowy figure, step by step, before suddenly disappearing, leaving them astonished. They hurriedly pursued for a couple of steps, but soon found themselves momentarily dazed. Their gestures of rubbing their foreheads were synchronized, as if they had collectively forgotten something of great significance. It was only then that Lingxi realized she had an injury on her hand. But from where did it come? As she tore away the bandages, she discovered that her hand was unscathed, save for a faint mark on her wrist resembling a leaf. Is this when we were captured by the Western D people during the day? She questioned. Lingxi and Zhu Peilon exchanged glances, seemingly in agreement. They felt a strange familiarity with each other, yet also an undeniable sense of estrangement. Do you owe me something? Lingxi struggled to recall the entirety of the situation, but it appeared that she was indeed their creditor. Though Dong Gao and Zhu Peilon could not quite recall, it felt as if they owed her something. The three of them exchanged glances, and suddenly, Zhu Peilon seemed to have an epiphany. She took out her book and pen, declaring her allegiance with a drop of blood. I realized I had forgotten something. The book, which had previously been impenetrable, now appeared to open effortlessly at a mere touch.
Zhu Peilon, momentarily bewildered, wondered why she hadn't claimed her treasure at that instant. I too had neglected an important detail. Dong Gao retrieved his armor, and, guided by an unspoken connection, donned it instantly, slicing his fingertip to anoint his helmet. The armor shimmered briefly before vanishing. It became evident that we had indeed acquired treasures. He turned to the dazed Lingxi with a smile, inquiring, "What about your treasure? Bring it forth," and hastened to acknowledge it. Lingxi glanced at the gauze she had torn off, her face suddenly turning stern. "I recall now, we three obtained these treasures together, but there are only two. I possess none. You both vowed that once we escape with our lives, you would each allocate half of your treasures to me in spirit stones." Chapter 71. Aguna, is she truly so magnanimous as to relinquish her share of the treasures? Dong Gao and Zhu Peilon exchanged peculiar glances. Both of them, being taller and seemingly older, considered that if they had indeed wronged her, it was quite plausible. It appeared that they had collectively acquired the treasures, with her being at a disadvantage. Nevertheless, the treasures were in their possession, and she had none. The spirit stones she might receive would only materialize if they managed to escape alive. In the perilous realm of the five elements, she had undoubtedly suffered a considerable loss compared to their protective treasures. Would you truly pretend to have forgotten and deny it? Lingxi observed their prolonged silence, her irritation mounting. "You have indeed sent." "Stop. We are not denying anything," Zhu Peilon quickly interjected, attempting to soothe her. "Do not be so hasty. I have remembered. Indeed, we have all gained treasures, while you have not." The scent of the ointment on her bandage was familiar to her, a concoction her father had crafted with his own hands. When she missed him, she would take it out to inhale its fragrance, never daring to use it. Yet now, it was applied to an injury from an unknown source. Zhu Peilon acknowledged the bond she felt within her heart. "By the way, what is your name?" Despite having shared life and death experiences, their names had slipped her mind. She introduced herself first. "I am Zhu Peilon of Taishan Palace." The initially irritable Lingxi found her temper dissipating, for she too had forgotten their names. Lingxi of Qiandao sect. Dong Gao of Shanghai sect introduced himself last, sensing subtly that he had appropriated Lingxi's treasure. "Rest assured, as long as I draw breath, I shall repay what I owe you. Let us seal this with a pinky promise." Zhu Peilon and Dong Gao exchanged incredulous glances as they linked their pinky fingers with hers. "By the way, Lingxi, how old are you this year?" This childish pinky promise was something she had only witnessed in others during her younger days, and Zhu Peilon could not suppress her curiosity regarding Lingxi's age. "I shall turn 13 during the new year," Lingxi replied, standing a little taller. "I am merely slightly shorter than you. You cannot bully me." Observing the expressions of these two, she felt an urge to reveal her true cultivation level, should anyone dare to bully her again. She waved her fist, challenging anyone to contend with her. How infuriating! If someone were to truly bully her, given her disposition, she might have resorted to violence and plunder by now. Lingxi instinctively sensed that they had not faced any form of oppression. "Look at my fist," Dong Gao remarked, extending a fist considerably larger than hers, chuckling. "With your slender arms and legs, who could you possibly defeat?" Uft. Zhu Peilon laughed from the side. "Your stature may deceive, but your hands certainly do not. Where could we possibly flee?" In an instant, Lingxi's thoughts narrowed, fixating solely on this point. To secure future riches, the foremost priority was to preserve their lives. While the Shidi people are still hesitant to emerge, let us make our escape in that direction. Lingxi recalled Ling Wu, just the day before. She had parted ways with her senior sister from Taishan Palace. Ling Wu was formidable, having dispatched 2 Shidi warriors. "Perhaps we could seek her out." "Agreed. I shall follow your lead." Upon hearing mention of the Taishan Palace sister, Zhu Peilon readily acquiesced without a second thought. After all, they were disciples of the Tao. And despite her familiarity with Dong Gao, they could not ally themselves with the demonic practitioners of the Mountain and Sea sect. Dong Gao remained indifferent. Having only recently joined the sect, he was not yet well versed in the distinctions between the Tao and demonic paths. Though he was slightly older than the two girls, he felt an unusual sense of security in their company. As Lingxi gazed at the moon in search of familiar trails, after a prolonged moment, she finally discerned a faint glimmer of hope. Yet, before she could rejoice, the distant sounds of conflict reached her ears. With a swift motion, the three of them stealthily shifted direction, only to be obstructed by a long arrow that blocked their path. Observing the trembling arrowhead before her feet, Lingxi's ethereal resolve stirred restlessly within her. Had she disregarded Zhu Peilon and Dong Gao, she might have chosen to flee in a whimsical and erratic manner. However, such an unprincipled act was beyond her at that moment, leaving her in a state of hesitation. Do not move. A lithe and scantily clad girl from the grasslands perched on a nearby tree, wielding a silver bow with 3 long arrows poised for release. Her presence not only instilled fear in Lingxi and her companions, but rendered the 3 dark-robed cultivators from Yudu utterly immobilized. With a swift whoosh, the arrow was loosed. And despite the Yudu cultivators' constant maneuvering during the skirmish, one of them was struck in the forehead, meeting an untimely demise. The remaining 2 exchanged glances. And without a moment's thought, they scattered in opposite directions, desperately attempting to evade her deadly aim. Yet, in a mere instant, 2 more piercing sounds echoed through the air, as they too fell victim to her arrows, seemingly guided by a preternatural calculation of their movements. Ah, Aruna, you finally arrived. The 2 Shidi individuals exclaimed with unrestrained enthusiasm, presenting her with the storage bags taken from the Yudu cultivators. Rakesh has been searching for you for several days. Where is he? Aruna inquired, accepting the 3 bags with a smile. We formed a small team ahead, replied one of the grassland men, casting a glance at Lingxi and her companions, his interest waning upon observing their cultivation levels. For the past few days, Rakesh has been leading us in a relentless hunt against the cultivators. Oh, how fares the battle? Aside from today, we have scarcely gained any advantage. As she spoke, the faces of the 2 Sidian individuals bore a hint of melancholy. Fear not, for I shall now join your ranks, Arjuna consoled them, a trace of a cruel smile flickering in her eyes. Indeed, we have been awaiting your arrival. Lingxi barely had time to transfer 10 sticks of the enchanting incense into her concealed pouch when they ensnared her with a seemingly endless rope. She soon realized that once bound, her spiritual energy and consciousness were shackled within her body, rendering her utterly immobile. This was the infamous binding rope of immortals. Zhu Peilon's expression turned grim as she recalled the advice not to struggle, for the more one fought, the tighter the bindings became. Such formidable power? Lingxi dared not move further, even suppressing her ability to contort her body. Observing the demeanor of the Sidian individuals, it appeared they would not act against them immediately. It was likely, much like before with Bayan, their capture was merely a means to manipulate those high-ranking cultivators. If that were the case, perhaps another opportunity would present itself. Today was indeed an unfortunate day. Have you made your move? Arjuna inquired, her brow furrowing with concern. No, the man shook his head, but the cultivators may have acted. The trio from the underworld initially pursued the shadowless one, and Lakshan commanded us to follow them. Then, what are your thoughts on the shadowless beings? Arjuna had ventured out at night to discern their intentions. They are best avoided, the man replied, shaking his head. They seem capable of traversing distances in an instant. And all those who have fallen under their enchantment follow them, moving faster than we can. Once they abduct individuals, do they inflict harm? Strangely enough, they only took those lesser cultivators, leaving us, those who resisted the bewitching sounds, entirely unscathed. Had it not been for their discernible attitude, it is unlikely that anyone from the monk faction would have had the audacity to pursue an investigation. Arjuna pondered thoughtfully, keeping a keen eye on the 3 individuals. Tomorrow night, we shall put it to the test. Put it to the test? How so? Lingxi quickly lowered her gaze when Arjuna turned her attention towards her. After a moment, they finally arrived at a waterfall. Just as Lingxi began to suspect a connection to the Sandy realm, one of the Sidian's insignias was raised, revealing that what appeared to be a waterfall was merely a trickling brook beside their tent. However, the expression on Arjuna's face darkened, which had initially been one of joy. Inside the tent, the sounds of a man and a woman intertwined in a state of both agony and ecstasy reached her ears. She subtly drew back the tent flap, only to discover her beloved engaged in unspeakable acts with another woman. Dong Gao swiftly shifted his stance to obstruct Lingxi and Zhu Peilon's view, preventing them from witnessing the indecorous scene. Arjuna? The ecstatic Lakshan, caught off guard by her sudden appearance, shuddered and immediately faltered. Ahem! He pushed aside his companion, who clung to him like an octopus, and hastily adjusted his trousers. I've been searching for you for several days. It truly is. Then let us continue. Arjuna interjected with a cold laugh, wrapping her arms around the man beside her. Allied, do you find me beautiful? Beautiful, indeed. Allied's eyes sparkled with delight. Very well. I too have been lonely for several days. Let us indulge together. With that, she leaned in towards his stubbled lips. Clink. As the blade of Lakshan emitted a faint sound, Arjuna's silver bow suddenly materialized at her side. Lakshan, I have long warned you that should you dare to betray me, I shall retaliate in kind. Spare me your assertions of masculinity. Though I, Arjuna, am not a man, I am not one to be insulted by you. Arjuna, allow me to explain. Lakshan clearly felt trepidation at the sight of her silver bow. Ilder, Arjuna is my woman. Do you dare to silence? The arrow on the silver bow quivered slightly, aimed directly at Lakshan's groin. This matter does not concern Ilder. I have not troubled your woman. Do you dare to provoke him? The tone was laden with threat, startling the woman who had only just managed to cover herself, prompting her to plead, Lakshan. Lakshan's face shifted from blue to red, then to black. Ultimately, he did not dare to further provoke the enraged Arjuna. But Arjuna, today is merely the first time I have been with Bayer. Today is the first time? What of yesterday, the day before, and the days prior? Lakshan's facial muscles twitched. Ilder, tell me honestly, was it not today that I was with Bayer? Ask him. When Arjuna turned her gaze toward Ilder, his tone was unusually gentle. Shaub and I have been searching for Xiao outside. Lakshan and Bayer have spent time together a few times, but I truly do not know. He had long desired to be with the goddess, and now that the opportunity had finally arisen, he was unwilling to let it slip away. Yet, the goddess was not easily deceived, and given Lakshan's formidable nature, he could only speak the truth. He did not know. Shaub, you are my brother, are you not? Speak up. Lakshan's voice quivered with indignation. What he did not anticipate was that Xiaobu, who had always held him in great esteem, now wore an unusually cold expression. Did you know that I nearly perished while you were reveling with beer? With a flick of his hand, a surge of spiritual energy caused Lingxi and the others to uncontrollably topple to the side, their storage bags swiftly drawn away, obediently relinquished. After shouting at them, he furiously tossed aside a roll of parchment and reclined, indifferent to everything around him. Do you see? Aguna scoffed. You have had your fun. Now the tent belongs to me. She pulled Eld inside, while Beer fled in disarray. Aguna, depart. Lakshan's soft-spoken words were met with a curt dismissal, prompting him to storm out in frustration. The tent flap closed, and soon the air was filled with the man's shouts and the woman's teasing protests. Alas, while the spectacle was indeed captivating, Lingxi had no time to indulge in it. As they bickered, she cautiously retrieved the charm incense. Lakshan paid them no heed, pacing anxiously outside the tent, while Bayer crouched at the other end, his gaze flitting between the tent and Lakshan. Lingxi tilted her body and, with a tiny spark, ignited 3 sticks of charm incense in succession. The space here was quite expansive, and she feared that a shortage would render them ineffective. Zhu and Dong Gao were utterly astonished. Lingxi gestured for them to keep silent. Although their storage bags had been confiscated, once the binding ropes were loosened, they could still harness their internal spiritual energy. The 2 individuals were obedient and compliant. However, Dong Gao made a gesture to cover their ears and, disregarding their consent, sealed their hearing with his spiritual energy. This was indeed. Lingxi and Zhu Peilan offered no resistance. Yet, as the veins on Lakshan's forehead bulged and his pacing quickened, the 3, though unable to hear, sensed that the sounds within would be anything but subdued. Their sole concern was whether he could contain his rage before the effects of the mesmerizing incense took hold, fearing it might be unleashed upon them. Time appeared to stretch, as the colorless and odorless incense burned behind Lingxi. Just as she began to doubt its efficacy, Zhu Peilan discreetly nudged her, signaling her to observe Xiaobu beside them. Xiaobu had his mouth agape, yet his tranquil demeanor suggested he was indeed asleep. Lingxi quickly turned her gaze towards the more distant Beer. Previously fixated on Lakshan and the tent, she now curled up with her legs drawn, her eyes glazed over, as if on the verge of slumber. This left only Lakshan. Lingxi let out a quiet sigh of relief, gradually maneuvering her hand to kick a nearly burnt stick of the mesmerizing incense closer to Lakshan. Lakshan, transitioning from fury and anxiety to a state of helplessness, felt as though an eternity had elapsed. Each sound from within reverberated through his nerves. In the vast expanse of the grasslands, women could not compete with men. Yet, Aguna was the sole exception. She was not only the last descendant of the venerable monk minister, but also ranked among the top 3 practitioners of her generation. She had long warned herself, cursing her own folly. Lakshan turned disdainfully to glance at Beer, only to find her asleep with her legs drawn up, a sight that made his head spin with frustration. Indeed, he was feeling dizzy, overwhelmed by a sense of disorientation. Just as he staggered towards her, intending to rouse her with a kick, Dong Gao suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Rakshun's attention swiftly shifted to them. His head continued to spin, yet his bloodthirsty gaze remained unchanged. He approached step by step, while Lu Lingxi and the others trembled in fear. "You all shall perish," Rakshun hissed through clenched teeth, leaning down with an outstretched hand poised to strike. In unison, the three sprang into action. Zhu Peilon, lacking the power to erect a barrier, hastily conjured a protective shield that enveloped a 3-meter radius around them. Dong Gao drew a dagger from his boot, and together with Lu Lingxi, they prepared to counter his impending assault, one leaping to slice his throat, while the other aimed for his heart. Having once suffered from a misaligned heart strike, Lu Lingxi remained composed, driving her sword straight into the pulsating target. Rakshun, already disoriented by the intoxicating scent of the soul-binding incense, was caught off guard by the audacity of these 3 little ants daring to confront him. He longed to regain control of his body and swiftly evade, but his head felt heavy and unresponsive, his limbs refusing to obey. In an instant, he found himself powerless, even struggling to raise his voice. With wide eyes and trembling legs, he soon inhaled his last breath. Enough. Lu Lingxi, disregarding her own relief, gestured to Dong Gao and Zhu Peilon, indicating Xiaobu and Breer. Time was of the essence. The occupants of the tent could emerge at any moment. They had shut themselves in, undoubtedly inhaling only a minimal amount of the intoxicating incense. The 3 swiftly dispatched the 2 outside, seizing their storage bags and array plates. As they contemplated whether to light another stick of the enchanting incense to toss into the tent, Dong Gao's expression shifted suddenly. "Hurry." The ethereal energy that had filled Lu Lingxi and Zhu Peilon's ears finally dissipated, leaving only the ragged breaths within the tent, now devoid of fervor. There was no time to waste. Grasping the array plates, they dashed out, with Lu Lingxi unleashing her spiritual vessel to carry the 2, fleeing recklessly as far as they could. Fortunately, their speed was remarkable. Within less than 20 breaths, a cry of agony echoed behind them. Aguna, clutching the lifeless body of Lakshan, surged forward with her bow, shrieking, "I will avenge you." Her voice, laced with vengeful energy, carried far into the distance. It seemed Lu Lingxi caught a glimpse of it, urging her not to hold back as the spiritual vessel brushed against the tree's edge, racing onward. At that moment, the trio disregarded direction, intent solely on fleeing as far as possible. It was only when Lu Lingxi's spiritual energy began to wane that they halted by a large stone. "I possess a spiritual vessel as well. Zhu Peilon, fear Aguna's arrows. Let us distance ourselves further." "Very well." At last, Lu Lingxi connected Zhu Peilon and Yaogu, realizing she had another storage ring, though its whereabouts remained a mystery. "This is Xiaobu's storage bag," Dong Gao remarked, producing the bag he had taken and presenting it to Lu Lingxi. "Lingxi, if it weren't for you, my life might well have been forfeit." In her recollection, it seemed she had saved him once before. Although she yearned for the storage bag, she realized that he could not extend his hand. "Indeed, without your vigilance, we would not have escaped." Zhu Peilon also produced Beer's storage bag, saying, "Take it." Lu Lingxi fell into silence for a moment. Each of the 3 took a storage bag, dividing them equally, yet it seemed she was at a disadvantage. "If I were to take them all, you wouldn't be contemplating murder for treasures, would you?" "What are you talking about?" Zhu Peilon suddenly tossed the storage bag into her arms. "The treasures we have acquired should be worth more than this storage bag. If there is to be concern, let it be mine and Dong Gao's." Dong Gao chuckled beside her. "Oh, right?" Lu Lingxi yanked the storage bag from Dong Gao's grasp. The possessions of a qi refinement practitioner, no matter how formidable, surely cannot compare to treasures that recognize their master by blood. After all calculations, she still felt she had suffered a loss. Both she and Zhu Peilon possessed flying spiritual tools, while only Dong Gao lacked one. "Zhu Jia, may I offer you a storage bag as a backup?" In truth, she wished to test whether Zhu Peilon would mention her family's storage ring. If she remained silent, then she would have to be cautious. For the sake of the spiritual herbs within the Serpent Valley, the Zhu family had schemed against one another, and Lu Lingxi feared that the gentle companion she had known for so long might actually harbor hidden venom. "No need." Zhu Peilon flashed her a broad smile. "Apart from those provided by the sect, I possess my family's heirloom storage tools. However, you could lend me an offensive spiritual tool, aside from those distributed by the sect. I have no spare." When their father initially distributed items among the 3 siblings, he bestowed upon her the finest storage ring. Yet the only spiritual artifact she received was a vessel for escape. She harbored suspicions about her father's seemingly benevolent intentions, fearing that he was worried she might in a moment of desperation, oppose her elder siblings and cause them harm. However, when captured, she wished to wield her sword, yet hesitated. Concerned that a search of her storage bag might reveal the absence of her spiritual sword, which could potentially lead to a thorough examination of her person. Through this battle, Zhu Peilon came to a profound realization of her inadequacies. Lu Lingxi smiled and handed her Beer's long whip. Although the answer was somewhat unsatisfactory, it was still acceptable. A storage ring is indeed superior to a storage bag. It is quite normal for her not to mention it. Here lies an array plate. If not, we might as well set up an array. Each of them possessed treasures they had not fully acquainted themselves with. Instead of wandering aimlessly, it would be wiser to hold their ground here. Lu Lingxi retrieved Beer's array plate and flags, checking her jade slip, which detailed the fire-obscuring array. The fire assault should be formidable. Once the array is set, they could finally take a breather. The jade slip was circulated among the three, and they quickly calculated the positioning, collaborating to plant the flags. I'll provide the spirit stones. Zhu Peilon felt embarrassed to keep taking advantage, saying, Dong Gao, you will have to work hard to monitor the array. No problem. With their combined efforts, the fire-obscuring array soon materialized with a resonant hum. At that very moment, the world outside underwent a sudden transformation. Dawn broke. Aguna clutched the lifeless body of her beloved, her expression vacant. Those three young cultivators were brought to the camp by her. In a moment of fury, she had lost the life of her love, without even a chance to explain that her relationship with that person was merely a facade. Aguina, leave. The last person Aguina wishes to encounter is Ilder. Keep your distance from me. I shall undoubtedly locate them. Ilder dares not pressure her. The grass insect in Xiaobu's possession is of the same origin as the one I hold. What are you waiting for? Aguina knows that the grass insects nurtured by the Spring Grass clan will, upon their master's demise, seek vengeance upon their enemies. I shall release it, no matter the distance. I will ensure their utter destruction. Chapter 72. The frustrating pursuit. Lu Lingxi and her companions were oblivious to the grass insect. The hypnotic fragrance has no effect on the already toxic grass insect. Xiaobu perished at Dong Gao's hands, yet the black gold armor now adorns him, having recognized its master. Although the grass insect clings to his hem, it is unable to exact vengeance. It must remain there, biding its time for an opportunity that may never come. Within the fire obscurity formation, Lu Lingxi spent considerable time studying the binding fairy rope. Her cultivation pales in comparison to those advanced in qi refinement. Survival hinges on her ability to strike unexpectedly. Fortunately, the prideful West Iron people pay little heed to a mere qi refinement cultivator of the third layer. However, each narrow escape has been perilous. Now, equipped with the binding fairy rope, if she can conceal it well and employ a clever stratagem, her safety would significantly increase. After all, anyone bound by the rope cannot utilize their spiritual power or consciousness. Coupled with her youthful appearance and the concealment technique, this may well be her most advantageous treasure at present. Once she mastered the binding fairy rope as if it were an extension of her own being, she finally had time to inspect Lakshan's storage bag, only to discover it contained far greater wealth than she had anticipated. Not only is the storage bag's capacity more than double that of others, but it also contains a multitude of other items, far exceeding the ordinary. Lu Lingxi is particularly delighted by the 4 stacks of talismans available to her, which suggests that Lakshan's status among the Shidi people is likely higher than she had anticipated. After some contemplation, Lu Lingxi finally retrieved 2 stacks of talismans, each containing 2 golden bell talismans, with the remainder being primarily offensive in nature. She divided them into 2 portions, stating, Dong Gao, since you have armor, you may take 1 less golden bell talismans. The rest shall be evenly shared between you and Sister Zhu. No, you should keep them. Zhu Peilon began to decline, but Lu Lingxi shook her head. Lakshan is quite affluent, possessing 4 stacks of talismans. I will retain half. You need not be modest about these. Until they encounter the senior disciples of their sect, she could not abandon the 2 of them. With everyone having an extra layer of security, she felt more at ease. Oh right. Lu Lingxi then produced 10 soul-confounding incense sticks. As you have seen, these are quite useful. They are called soul-confounding incense. Being young and of lesser cultivation, the Shidi people may look down upon us. As long as we survive the initial moments, possessing these will always offer a glimmer of hope. Each of you should take 5. Zhu Peilon and Dong Gao exchanged glances, fully aware of the value of these items. Their escape and the defeat of 3 of Lakshan's companions were entirely reliant upon them. Take them. Lingxi urged, extending her hand. I am counting on you to survive well and share half of your treasure's spirit stones with me in the future. Very well. In the depths of Dongao, a blood feud fuels the necessity of survival. Should fortune allow me to escape, once I have resolved my familial affairs, my life shall be at your service, Sister Lin. He cautiously stowed away the 5 soul-confounding incense sticks. In truth, even a single stick would suffice in a confined space. Would it not? Indeed. According to my father, that is the case. However, that day, we were in a rush, were we not? Fortunately, they arrived just in time. Otherwise, had Aguna ensnared us, the outcome would have been uncertain. With companions having claimed their share, Zhu Peilon could not afford to be finicky. Lingxi, are you familiar with the formula for this incense? My ancestors were masters in incense making, and I possess some unique ingredients. If we were to concoct some ourselves, do you think it feasible? Masters in incense making, you say? Lingxi blinked. Did your family not leave behind any special recipes? Initially, her intention was to focus solely on being a diligent disciple of the Daoist sect. Yet now, for the sake of survival, such concerns had to be set aside. I do possess the formula. Lingxi quickly retrieved the recipe her father had developed. My father often engaged in trade, and you are familiar with the sleep-inducing powder, are you not? He improved upon it. Sleep-inducing powder? Such a rudimentary concoction. Zhu Peilon took the crumpled recipe from her and studied it for a moment, her brow furrowed. The ingredients I possess are all spiritual materials from the realm of cultivation. Their names may differ, none correspond directly. Spiritual materials from the realm of cultivation? So they are capable of countering cultivators with absolute certainty? Are they poisonous? Under the curious gazes of her 2 companions, Zhu Peilon slowly nodded. Thus, I dared not move recklessly, for if we were to harm ourselves, it would be regrettable. Indeed, the mesmerizing incense could stifle one's breath, yet it could also infiltrate the skin of those skilled in the mystical arts, perhaps even without the need for respiration. After observing Lakshan's storage pouch, she felt a surge of fortune approaching. Should they encounter the seedy people again, as long as they were not as formidable as Aguna? With the aid of talismans, they could certainly bring them to their demise. Of course, if they were to cross paths with that Ba'in, her best recourse would still be to flee. Unbeknownst to the trio, Aguna and Ilder were drawing near, following the grass insect. However, the insect's slow flight impeded their speed. Aguna, though eager to confront her enemies and emulate the practices of the 2-legged cultivators, hungering for blood and flesh, could only suppress her seething rage at this moment. She had known Lakshan since childhood, and calling them childhood sweethearts would not be an exaggeration. Their quarrel began when she was wronged, leading Lakshan to inadvertently fall victim to the lustful snares of the moonlight serpent while attempting to rescue her. Logically speaking, they had long been mutually enamored, and being together would have presented no issue. However, her grandfather, citing her lack of advancement in foundational cultivation, resolutely forbade her from losing her maidenhood. Yet, once Lakshan became aware of human affairs, he indulged in the pleasures of intimacy. Aguna was left with a bitter heart. In an effort to keep Lakshan in check, she resorted to revealing attire, instilling within him a constant sense of urgency, yet she had not anticipated. Gazing at the lifeless man on the flying carpet, whose eyes would never close in death, she finally donned the long robe she had not worn for years. Lakshan, I have wronged you not. Please, close your eyes. However, after the gentle caress, Lakshan's eyes remained wide and unblinking. The fury, anguish, and desperation in those eyes, along with an unyielding sense of injustice, were unmistakably evident. Aguna felt a profound pain in her heart, recognizing that his primary discontent stemmed from her. Yet, no matter how she tried to explain, it would not alter the fact that, in his final moments, he had been misled by a fabricated spring scene that was truly not her. She had merely acquired a recording of such a performance. Within the tent, nothing had transpired between her and Ild. Her intention was solely to provoke him, to imprint a lasting lesson in his memory, urging him to empathize and refrain from causing her sorrow in the future. Meanwhile, a glimmer of steel hinted at a potential encounter between the cultivators and their companions. Ild stood poised on his curved blade, attentively listening and observing as they soared through the skies, acutely aware of the vulnerability that came with their airborne state. Despite Aguna's formidable prowess, her current condition was precarious, and he could not dismiss his concerns. After all, even within their own territory, the new generation's top 10 ranking Lakshan had met a humiliating demise at the hands of a few lesser cultivators. Upon stepping out of the tent, Ald was taken aback by the sight. Which direction? That way, he indicated, just as a wave of sword energy dispersed the swirling clouds. Aguna squinted, instructing the grass insect to wait for their return. At last, she retrieved the coffin Ald had prepared, gently placing Lakshan inside before sealing it. Summoning her flying carpet, she surged forward. Regrettably, by the time she arrived, it was too late. Zhanqiu had already seized the storage bags of the Shidi people. Taishao Palace. There were 5 individuals in total, and from a distance, Aguna should have retreated. However, upon encountering her adversaries, her blood boiled with rage. Among those she had slain, 3 were from the small sect of Rukshan, one of whom donned the ceremonial robes of Tai Shaogong. She raised her left hand, and a silver bow materialized instantly, followed by 3 long arrows that appeared in a dazzling display. Zhanqiu, of course, recognized the archer's identity. Seeing her here, silent yet poised to strike, he exchanged glances with the other 4 members of Tai Shaogong, who swiftly arranged themselves into a compact defensive formation. Aguna, are you certain you wish to engage us now? Aguna indeed refrained from drawing her bow, for she had identified Zhanqiu among the assembled. She had previously been shown the portraits of the talented disciples on the side of the cultivators by the venerable Zishan, who had explicitly stated that while they could be discreetly dealt with, a direct confrontation was out of the question. Moreover, it was 5 against 2. Without Ild, she could not command the grass insects to locate her enemies. Her veins throbbed as she gripped the silver bow tightly, suppressing her fury. Yi, do you believe I can summon aid at any moment? Indeed, Zhanqiu replied coolly, but while you can call for reinforcements, so can I. Certain individuals could be eliminated discreetly without issue. Aguna's status was somewhat unique. Her ostentatious descent from the heavens made it impossible for her to brazenly kill without consequence. The Monkey clan could not challenge the sect openly, and it could very well lead to a vendetta with the Yi family. For the sake of his clan, he had no choice but to relinquish this golden opportunity. Humph. Aguna scoffed coldly. Is your speed faster than my arrows? Feel free to test it. As Zhanqiu spoke, the long sword in his hand trembled gently, emitting a clear chime, causing the leaves of several surrounding trees to flutter down. The dignity of the Taishao Palace must not be tarnished. If 5 individuals could be intimidated by her, then he would have no place in this realm. Huh. Aguna chuckled with a veneer of politeness, jesting lightly. Yi Dao friend, do you not find it rather tedious to be so on edge? The young lady seeks engaging pursuits. She may seek others for amusement. Zhanqiu's voice was cold and detached. I have no time to indulge. As he spoke, he tossed a fire talisman, incinerating the deceased Shidi person on the spot, then signaled for his companions to retreat slowly. Stop. Aguna called out hurriedly. Yi Dao friend, I wish to inquire about someone. Who? I do not know her name. Aguna nearly ground her teeth in frustration. Could you assist me in identifying her? Lakshan held a similarly esteemed position among the Niwa tribe, had she not met her untimely demise at the hands of 3 minor cultivators in such a disheartening manner. She would certainly have confronted her peers of the same cultivation level without fear of losing her life. She bore the secret counsel of the ancestor in the purple robe regarding the necessity of discretion in assassination, and the cultivators on their side surely had their own warnings. The Shidi Prairie had witnessed prolonged conflicts at the borders with various sects, yet compromises among the higher echelons had persisted. It was infuriating. Why did it have to be those 3 ignorant and reckless minor cultivators? Aguna harbored a deep resentment for their ignorance and audacity. The image of Zhu Peilon was on the verge of materializing in the air, yet it was effortlessly dispersed by Zhanqiu's gentle sword strike, which disrupted the elegance of the Taishao Palace's ceremonial robes. You seem to harbor a grudge against my junior sister from Taishao Palace, do you not? Zhanqiu smiled, his spirits lifted. He decided to seek answers on his own, advising those who sought knowledge from his senior brothers to abandon their dreams. Nearby, Yild heard Aguna's clenched teeth. She fixed her gaze on the 5 from Taishao Palace for a moment. While the individuals from Taishao Palace remained unapproachable, what about others? For instance, the Mountain Sea sect. As far as I know, over 200 years ago, several elders from Taishao Palace's Foreign Affairs Hall were lost within the territory of the Mountain Sea sect. Qingdao sect and Taishao Palace both belong to the Daoist sect. Convincing the obstinate Zhanqiu to recognize anyone would undoubtedly prove to be a formidable challenge. Aguna chose to bypass Lingxi and inquired about Dong Gao. With you all present in the 5 Elements secret realm, the past enmity between Taishao Palace and Mountain Sea sect is trivial. Zhanqiu raised his hand again, signaling for retreat. The 5 of them departed swiftly and decisively, leaving Aguna trembling with rage. The humiliation of today would surely be repaid tenfold in the future. Aguna did not stow away her silver bow. Instead, she held it firmly, intent on finding 1 or 2 cultivators to vent her fury upon. Meanwhile, Zhanqiu, who had long concealed himself within the sword forest, was unaware that the renowned Rakshan, who had once made a name for himself on the grasslands, was now deceased. During his cultivation, he idly took up paper and pen and began to write down the names of those famed individuals from the grasslands, his brow furrowing deeper with each name. In his previous life, many perished in the 5-element secret realm, and the number of newly initiated disciples who ventured forth could be counted on one hand. Yet, whether among the cultivators or the Shidi people, those who had long been heralded as geniuses, barring those particularly unfortunate, nearly all emerged alive. In recent days, he has been able to hear the chilling howls of the Shidi people communicating with one another, and occasionally, the acrid scent of blood carried by the wind serves as a grim reminder of the brutal slaughter occurring outside. Yet, given the ferocity of the conflict, why have the prodigies from both sides not encountered each other in a decisive battle? He finds it hard to believe that they have not crossed paths even once. As he ponders in circles, doubts begin to creep in. In his previous life, within the Tai Shao Palace and the Yi family, he was merely an inconspicuous cultivator, and even when he fortuitously ascended to the Golden Core stage, he was regarded with indifference. Even in the marketplace, a minor qi refining practitioner with connections could easily overshadow him, compelling him to relinquish treasures he had hoped to claim for himself. In the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. Perhaps, in Zhanqiu's eyes, a murky suspicion arises for the first time. There may indeed be compromises among the higher echelons. The 5 elements secret realm, much like the borders of the 2 families, serves as a hunting ground for those talented disciples, who are honing their skills with the blood of ordinary cultivators. However, when the prodigies from both sides encounter one another, they seem to discreetly avoid confrontation. It must be so. With a flicker of spiritual energy, Zhanqiu incinerates the paper filled with names. Among them are prodigies, as well as a few who have only recently risen to fame after emerging from the 5-element secret realm. He cannot afford to remain an ordinary cultivator. Without the name of a genius, what then? Finally, Zhanqiu sheathes his sword and steps out. Whoosh! Bang! Bang! With 2 resounding crashes. His precious spiritual shield autonomously intervenes before he even has a chance to react. Zhanqiu's complexion pales as he recognizes the woman from the grasslands brandishing a silver bow upon the flying carpet. However, is Aguna wearing traditional robes at this moment? He always remembered that because of Rakshan's infatuation, she dressed provocatively and frequently paired with different men. How did he encounter her? On the Shidi grassland, Aguna was one of the most formidable women. His current cultivation level was inferior to hers, not to mention that she was accompanied by another. Although the other was not Rakshan, neither of them was not to be trifled with. Zhanqiu had initially intended to flaunt his numerous treasured possessions that had already acknowledged him as their master, hoping to elevate his reputation as an emerging talent. But that thought quickly dissipated. When her silver bow was drawn once more, he had no intention of retaliating. Instead, he activated an ancient jade talisman, disappearing in an instant over several dozen miles. Had he fled? Aguna, with her heightened awareness and keen eyesight, was infuriated when she could not locate him, her brows furrowing in anger. How could a mere Qi refinement level 7 cultivator escape right under her nose? That jade talisman was peculiar. In the realm of cultivation, sometimes it only takes a fraction of a moment for someone to meet their demise. He must be a descendant favored by some ancient monster. Otherwise, he could not possess so many life-preserving artifacts. Impossible. He was not in my records. Aguna continued her search, soaring high on her flying carpet, scanning the horizon. However, the sparse trees provided no indication of the recently escaped Taishao Palace cultivator. Zhanqiu was terrified, gripping the ancient talisman for his escape tightly, anxiously surveying his surroundings, fearing that another Shidi person might suddenly appear. The ambition for fame had been entirely extinguished. He was merely at Qi refinement level 7, no match for those higher-level cultivators. Aspiring to make a name among them would be tantamount to courting death. It was imperative to amass wealth quietly, ensuring that success came without fanfare. He repeatedly reassured himself that once he confirmed the surroundings were quiet and devoid of others, he hastily activated the sword forest and settled down obediently. At this moment, concealed within the fire-obscuring array, Lingxi and her two companions finally caught sight of the six-member cultivator team. Clad in the robes of the Shanghai sect and the Yudu sect, they traversed the distant mountain ridge. "Are you truly not joining me?" Dong Gao expressed a hint of sorrow. In truth, he placed greater trust in the two women than in his senior brothers and sisters from his own sect. Lingxi and Zhu Peilan shook their heads in unison. Though they were young daoist practitioners, they were still female cultivators. The prospect of aligning themselves with the demonic sect or the ghostly sect felt inherently unsafe. Today, we have the opportunity to encounter the cultivators of the Shanghai sect and Yudu sect. Who knows? Perhaps tomorrow we shall also meet those from the Qindao sect and Taishao Palace. Zhu Peilan reassured him. You should hurry and catch up. Their numbers are greater, and being with them would undoubtedly be safer than following us. All gatherings inevitably disperse, no matter how well they fare now. In the future, outside these confines, their differing identities may prevent any further connections, she continued. Indeed, it is better to depart. For safety's sake, it is wiser for us to part ways. Lingxi produced a Cosmos pouch filled with mare's milk wine and handed it to him. I have plenty of this wine. I shall also give a bottle to Sister Zhu shortly. Do take it without refusal, but remember, do not let others discover that you are drinking this wine. We are inconspicuous now, but should anyone find out about your consumption, they may wish to inspect your storage pouch. Their cultivation levels were weak, lacking the protection of more powerful seniors, rendering them vulnerable. Very well then. Dong Gao clutched the jade pot, feeling a twinge of pity for himself, wondering why he had been assigned to the demonic sect. Perhaps they would reunite someday, under more favorable circumstances. I sensed that Dong Gao had begun to weep again. Lingxi, filled with melancholy, found her voice faltering as she asked, Sister Zhu, do you think he truly belongs in the Mountain Sea sect? The two women, typically unyielding in their emotions, had witnessed Dong Gao shed tears multiple times since their acquaintance began over a day ago. All of them had resolved to survive and escape. Outside, the elders from various sects were undoubtedly watching. None would allow a single Dong Gao to disrupt the harmony between their sects or provoke discord with the demonic faction. Thus, even if Dong Gao wished to masquerade as a member of another sect, it was an impossible endeavor. Lingxi understood this implicitly, otherwise, she would have already devised a means for him to change his attire. After all, Lakshan's storage bag contained a set of robes from the Misty Pavilion. The two women, steeped in their own sorrow, remained oblivious to the fact that the gates of the underworld had opened slightly for them, only to close quietly soon after. As Dong Gao hurried to catch up with the group, he was met with indifference. A cultivator at the third layer of Qi refinement would not bolster their ranks, but would instead necessitate their protection. Nevertheless, he approached them with a pitiful demeanor, and they chose not to dismiss him. He was simply allowed to follow behind. Suddenly, Ji Ziqing from the netherworld called for a halt, declaring, My spirit is restless. Everyone, form a formation and conceal our presence. We have so many of us. A murmured protest was silenced by Ji Ziqing's piercing gaze. Can't the Shidi people form a team as well? Hurry. Do not delay. Set the formation. Relying on the ominous warnings of the specter, Ji Ziqing has unknowingly evaded numerous perils. In contrast to these temporary allies, he places his utmost trust in the specter. Dong Gao, ever so earnest, observes as they plant flags and establish formations, yearning to lend his aid, yet no one beckons him. With a resonant hum, the grand array activates, and he dutifully retreats to a corner of the formation, refraining from disturbing the others. Following closely behind, Aguna and Ild, having trailed the grass insect, circled above several times. Yet they still failed to locate anyone, unable to suppress their suspicions that the three minor cultivators were concealed within some formation. Chapter 73. The Golden Cicada's Escape. How could Aguna have pursued them? Dong Gao was taken aback upon spotting them from afar. They had traversed such a distance. What could have guided her here? He could not help but wonder if some object on his person had inadvertently marked his location for her. Otherwise, how could she be hovering directly above them? Dismissing other thoughts, Dong Gao promptly examined his storage pouch, scrutinizing the one Lingxi had given him. In a swift sweep of his consciousness, he finally uncovered the hidden grass insect nestled within the hem of his robe. During the culinary gathering, he had heard many speak of this creature, yet he had not anticipated. Glancing at his 6 indifferent companions, he silently crushed the insect. Had they located the Fire Hui formation? While they could not find anyone, the grass insect remained in the vicinity, leading Aguna and Ild to instinctively consider the Fire Hui formation. Just as Ild was about to shake his head, his grass insect suddenly emitted a frantic wail. Though others could not perceive it, As its master, he heard it distinctly. There was no Firehua formation here, and the opposing party had sensed something amiss. Having just eliminated Xiaobu's grass insect. What? With a swift whoosh, the furious Aguna unleashed a barrage of arrows toward the suspected area, exclaiming, "You scoundrel, show yourself." Meanwhile, the 6 members of Zhanqiu observed in silence. Among the younger generation of Shidi, Aguna, who wielded the legendary wolf bow and ranked among the top 3, was notorious for her keen awareness. Yet, they pondered, when had they ever crossed her? One of the whispering cultivators gestured dramatically across his throat, suggesting that there might be valuable items on her person, which they could divide amongst themselves later. "Did you see the speed of the wolf bow?" Zhanqiu remarked calmly, his desire to act stifled by the bow's astonishing velocity. It was said to possess an innate ability to home in on its targets. If only she were alone. They might have had a chance to overwhelm her, but with her allies nearby, any attempt to engage could spell their doom. This was a formidable opponent. Attempting to confront her would likely cost at least 2 lives on their side. Who would perish and who would survive depended solely on Aguna's whims and chance. Zhanqiu was unwilling to gamble his life on the unpredictable nature of fate. It was prudent to wait. The individuals she sought could very well be concealed in their vicinity. While they could employ formations to remain hidden, so too could their adversaries. Whoever provoked Aguna to such fury must be equally formidable. Thus, they decided to bide their time and watch for an opportune moment. East Gao, observing the 6 fixated on the sky, felt a strong urge to declare that there were indeed no others present. Considering the distance, they were approximately 10 miles from the fire haze array where Zhu Peilon and Lingxi were concealed, confirming that Aguna was truly focused solely on him. However, he dared not speak, fearing that uttering a word would lead to his expulsion. Dong Gao was exceedingly anxious, his body trembling with trepidation. "Do not be afraid," he reassured himself with a nod, feeling slightly more at ease. He gazed at the sky, anxious that the pursuers might widen their search radius and discover the hiding places of Zhu Peilon and Lingxi. After all, the winding paths they took meant that the 10-mile distance could appear much shorter, perhaps only 5 or 6 miles, when viewed from above. In the distance, the commotion in the sky hinted at the presence of Zhu Peilon and Lu Lingxi, though they could not fully discern the scene. Yet, the sight of the silver bow remained vividly etched in their memories. It must be Aguna. Why was she in pursuit? Lakshan was no good, and she was already with Yild. Was she truly chasing them for the sake of pride, traveling such a long distance? Zhu Peilon and Lu Lingxi exchanged alarmed glances, both suspecting that their pursuers had spotted Dong Gao. Considering the time and the direction Dong Gao and the others had taken, they were likely in that vicinity. If she could find Dong Gao, she might also uncover their whereabouts. What should they do? If they were captured again, it would surely lead to a dead end, as there would be no opportunity for respite. Lingxi, perhaps we should take advantage of their ignorance and make our escape while we still can. Escape? Naturally, we must flee. Yet, the method of departure poses a dilemma. If it were only her, employing the ethereal stealth technique to sneak away unnoticed through the woods would be effortless. However, with Zhu Peilon in tow, Lu Lingxi exhaled sharply. "Sister Zhu, please tell me, by what means did she locate us here? Unless we clarify this matter, our escape may be in vain." Zhu Peilon remained silent, her gaze fixed upon her companion. Lu Lingxi was also suspecting that their combat abilities had been exposed. Just as she was about to scrutinize the situation, she suddenly halted. In the distant sky, stars twinkled, as if it were beginning to rain. In his quest for the fire-obscuring array, Yild was utilizing an unknown vessel to conjure rain from the heavens. Dong Gao swallowed hard, a sense of unease washing over him. Fortunately, he had emerged. Otherwise, observing the cascading water, he could not help but suspect that without the presence of the grass insects, others were now employing the rain to search for the fire-obscuring array. The fire array, with its fiery offensive capabilities, might react if provoked by water. No matter the distance, I shall not let you escape. Aguna followed the falling water in search of the fire-obscuring array, hoping to conceal herself within it. But it was futile. Now they faced 2 paths, one leading to a swift conclusion, and the other leading to my gradual torment upon discovery. That voice, laden with murderous intent, resonated far and wide, infused with spiritual energy. Naturally, Lu Lingxi and Zhu Peilon heard it too, their faces paling in response. Although there were some discrepancies regarding the distance of the opponent's lock-on, the fire-obscuring array was indeed untenable. They were high above, granting them a distant view. Thus, they must proceed with caution. Had they known earlier, they would have set the formation within the forest. Lingxi gazed regretfully at the 100 meters separating them from the woods. Zhu Shiji, use the cloud surfing technique to minimize your weight. I will pull you along shortly. I have already cultivated to the 5th level of qi refinement, Zhu Peilon replied, her breath steadying as she focused her energy. In a moment, I shall be ready for you to assist me. In terms of cultivation and age, she should not be reliant on the 2-year younger Lingxi for protection. Enough with the chatter. I am at the 6th level of qi refinement. Lingxi had no time to revel in her elevated cultivation, carefully following the formation plate. She extracted a long vine, drying it with her spiritual power, then soaking it in strong liquor. At a mere distance away, she formed a cup with her spiritual energy and filled it with more liquor, igniting it carefully with a fireball. To this moment, there had been no retaliation from the other side, perhaps due to their inability to contend with her. The 6 individuals dared not make a move. The prowess of Aguna was evident. As time passed, should Donggao reveal himself, his life would undoubtedly be the first to be forfeited. Lingxi could only hope that the commotion here would draw Aguna's attention. I am ready. 1, 2, 3, go! As the formation plate was raised, the fire haze formation opened, and when the ethereal unmoving decision was activated, she pulled the significantly lighter Zhu Peilon straight into the forest. 6 layers of qi refinement. Zhu Peilon was at a loss for thoughts. Naturally, she had no time to ponder, for the ethereal unmoving decision was exceedingly swift, and the forest was treacherous. Although she was being pulled along, if she did not exert effort to cooperate, she would inevitably collide with the trees. The threat posed by Aguna's silver bow was too great. She could not fathom the consequences of making noise that would alert her. When would the fire haze formation stir? Perhaps in 100 breaths. So soon, we cannot run far. Despite knowing that they were already swift, Zhu Peilon could not shake off her apprehension. How could she know that they had fled? Lingxi remarked while running, to breach the fire haze formation, she must waste a bit more time. The stolen storage bag was enveloped by her spiritual energy, rendering it impossible for them to lock onto their target. She held firm in her belief that there was no way they could pursue her in a straightforward manner. Within the fire obscurity formation, Lingxi fashioned a cup from her spiritual energy, which gradually faltered under the onslaught of the fiery liquor inside. In a mere flicker, it shattered. The still-burning alcohol swiftly spread to the vine, which was similarly soaked in liquor, and the flames surged forth instantaneously. Amidst the rain in the Ghost Mansion formation, Zhanqiu and her companions patiently awaited the precise identification of the surrounding fire obscurity formation, as articulated by Aguna. They anticipated the moment when the formation would be discovered. Eager for those trapped within to retaliate desperately, Aguna had provided no escape. The so-called 2 paths led only to death. Any semblance of courage would compel anyone found to fight back fiercely. They hoped for mutual destruction, ready to seize the opportunity when the time came. Time seemed to stretch interminably as the area of Illard's water spread wider. Just as Aguna was on the verge of losing her patience, a sudden hiss echoed from an unknown source. Turning swiftly, she caught a glimpse of a faint fire circle that flickered and vanished. There it was, the fire obscurity formation. Aguna dashed forward, with Illard close behind. Not this way? Zhanqiu and her 5 companions could only watch helplessly as Aguna and Illard departed. Just as they contemplated whether to follow, a distant howl reverberated through the air. The sound, initially far away, drew nearer as it trailed off. Clearly, the commotion caused by Aguna and her companion had alerted the other Western D people. Zhanqiu and her group quickly stilled their breaths. And Aguna is already quite a formidable opponent. Now, with another individual arriving, one can only surmise they are not to be underestimated. What are you doing? I wish to take a look. Dong Gao's eyes were bloodshot, yet his entire body trembled uncontrollably. The direction in which Aguna departed was unmistakably the very location where he had previously concealed himself. He could not help but suspect that his hiding place had been compromised. What are you looking at? Do you not know that curiosity killed the cat? Stay put. Dong Gao hastily scrambled to his feet, but before he could dash away, a booming laughter echoed from the distance. Aguna, Guardy, do you think I, a cultivator, am without allies? 5 cultivators clad in yellow robes from the Tianjin Palace and 2 from the Tiaomu Pavilion in sky blue attire approached in unison. Having just arrived, Guardy, who intercepted them midway, narrowed his eyes and inquired, who might this be? It is Daoist Qin and Daoist Yan. The Tianjin Palace's Shin raised his sword high, commanding, Guardy, enough chatter. Stand aside. Not far away, Aguna, accompanied by Yield, was relentlessly assaulting the Huahui formation. Ding! Although Yan Li of the Tiamiao Pavilion had no intention of meddling in the affairs of others, the sight of Aguna in such a frenzy compelled him to act. Without uttering a word, he repelled Gardy with a single sword stroke and charged forward to thwart Aguna. Regardless of the adversary, one must always protect when encountered. Aguna harbored a particular disdain for the people of the Tianjian Palace, as the Shidi Prairie was in closest proximity to it, and Shun was known for his propensity to interfere in others' matters. However, she was determined to avenge Laxin, observing the overwhelming numbers against her. She could no longer afford to hesitate and swiftly unleashed a talisman. Thunderous roars ensued as countless flames, ice shards, and crackling lightning rained down upon the Huahui formation. The fire array emitted a low hum before vanishing in a flash, leaving the scene shattered. But what of the individuals within? Just as Yan Li and his companions prepared to lend their swords, they were taken aback to discover that Aguna had conjured an empty array. Witnessing the scorched trails left by the burning vines, she trembled with indignation, exclaiming, "Yan Li, how can you practitioners be so cunning? Do you not possess a shred of shame?" With a momentary pause, Yan Li chuckled, "If it vexes you so, then perhaps a little more of your pride ought to be relinquished. Do not rejoice too soon," Aguna warned, "for my silver bow subtly targets you. The vengeance for Rakshan will be avenged, no matter the distance." Rakshan? Not only did the practitioners express surprise, but even Gardy was taken aback. Who is it? Who has slain Rakshan? Surrounded by practitioners, he hastily retreated to Aguna's side. "I do not know their names, but the individuals I recognize." For the noble name of Rakshan, Aguna could not reveal that he had perished at the hands of 3 minor chi practitioners. Observing the remnants of the fire array, she harbored grave doubts that the culprits had fled far. "You may escape for a moment, but can you flee for eternity?" The voice, imbued with spiritual energy, rumbled forth. "Who killed Rakshan? Step forward. I shall overlook the rest." The evidence suggested that 2 individuals were involved. She could scarcely believe that, when faced with life and death, one would not waver in the least. Within the ghostly manner, the heart of Dong Gao, akin to a sizzling pan, finally regained its composure. Although the specifics of the events remained unclear, it was evident that Zhu Peilon and Lingxi had likely fled. The forest fell into a profound silence, with no one emerging. "Very well, so you choose not to reveal yourselves?" As Aguna gritted her teeth, she unleashed several fire talismans with her spiritual energy, believing there would be no need to emerge again. She could not fathom how 3 nascent cultivators could escape swiftly. The fire surged instantaneously, crackling as it spread. However, when Shenfu led his junior disciples from the Sky Sword sect, he effortlessly cast a high-grade ice talisman, solidifying the burning area into a frozen tableau. Within the ice, the flames danced beautifully. "Aguna, have you forgotten us?" Shenfu chuckled, hovering in the air on this side of the forest. "Do you truly think you can capture someone before me?" A distant echo of the West D reinforcements could be heard, yet Aguna's expression bore no trace of joy. There was ample time for those 3 insignificant figures to flee, if they were to perish at the hands of others. A deep-seated hatred brewed within Aguna. She vowed that the grievance of being thwarted by Shenfu today would be repaid in full on another day. As she clutched her bow and slowly retreated, Hilder and Gardy also hastily withdrew. Chapter 74. Fellow disciples Shenfu and Yanli exchanged glances at the 5 who had yet to arrive, choosing not to seize the opportunity for an attack. The 5 Elements secret realm, contrary to its name, had become a blood-soaked battlefield over the past few days. Both the cultivators and the West D people, in a bid for safety, clung together whenever they encountered their own kind. Yet, sporadic skirmishes could still occur in the shadows. If they were to engage in open conflict, given their collective influence, it was likely that when the secret realm was finally opened, only a handful would emerge alive. Thus, neither Aguna nor Shenfu possessed the audacity to instigate a genuine confrontation between the 2 factions, even though the Sethi had gained the upper hand, outnumbering the cultivators. And despite Aguna's profound animosity towards the disciples of the Heavenly Sword Palace, she merely retreated to this side of the forest with Gardy and his accompanying followers. Observing from a distance, she yearned to witness whether those 3 young spirits would dare to emerge and ascertain their allegiances. Who was responsible for Lakshan's demise? Once the area was deemed secure, Gardy hastily inquired of Aguna. "Thank you for your concern. I shall avenge my grievances," Aguna replied, a flicker of determination glimmering in her eyes. As soon as she concluded her statement, she communicated with Hilder, instructing him that from this moment forth, he was to remain entirely oblivious to the matters concerning Lakshan. Hilder, You speak, Guardy prompted, genuinely curious about Ilder's knowledge. I do not know, Ilder confessed, his gaze cast downward. I only followed Aguna upon seeing her. Guardy's eyes shifted between the two, suppressing a breath of exasperation. Aguna. How many individuals were involved in Lakshan slaying? 3. 3, indeed. Guardy misunderstood the implication and sighed internally, joining the others in awaiting an outcome that bore no resolution. Meanwhile, Shenfu and Yanli were acutely aware of what was transpiring. The concealed individuals had not yet emerged, clearly possessing a degree of intelligence, possibly seeking to stealthily retreat to the periphery. Given this situation, they were determined to procure additional time. The 7 of them settled at the edge of the fire haze array to recuperate. Quickly, behold the one who has slain Lakshan and left Aguna in a state of disarray. It is indeed quite intriguing. In Yin Li's eyes shone a keen interest as he pointed to the traces within the fire obscuration array, using the mechanism to delay their pursuers and retreat with composure, while simultaneously enticing Aguna with the array. Do you think there might be something amiss in the place where Aguna first sought her quarry? He mused. Shenfu circled the array with meticulous care. His curiosity piqued. It appeared that Lakshan met a just fate. The Shidi people often claim that cultivators are cunning. Just look at this array. How could it not be so? With a decisive stomp, he shattered the shimmering traces, erasing all evidence of their presence. For now, this matter would remain known only to them, and perhaps in the future, they might encounter Aguna again to tease her. Shenfu, though rough around the edges, possessed a keen insight and took the opportunity to instruct his junior disciples. What else did you observe through the recent fire obscuration array? Kaijia, you go first. The youngest disciple, fresh to the world of cultivation, was clearly at a disadvantage if he did not engage properly. Li Kaijia, under the scrutinizing gaze of his unscrupulous seniors, replied with palpable frustration, I didn't discern anything, senior brother. Please enlighten me. With a resounding thud, the hilt of Shenfu's sword inadvertently struck him on the head as he hastily turned to retreat. What purpose does your large head serve if you cannot even move it? Yin Li swiftly sidestepped, barely avoiding the proximity of the young disciple who had hidden behind him. Now, have a good answer ready, or else. The flying sword quivered, its implied threat unmistakable. Li Kaijia's face turned pale, outside. While his master instructed him in swordplay, the experience, though taxing, was devoid of peril. However, misfortune befell him. Upon entering this wretched place, he encountered a senior brother one day and a senior sister the next, all insisting on practicing swordplay with him. Each time he wielded a sword, he felt as though a careless moment could lead to his demise beneath their blades. He truly dared not engage in swordplay with these fervent enthusiasts, instead focusing intently on the fire and darkness formation, pondering where he might have erred. I counted silently, repeating the numbers in my mind. 1, 2, 3. On the battlefield, oftentimes, life and death are determined in an instant, leaving no room for contemplation. The junior brother possessed commendable innate talent. Yet he had a tendency to heed others too readily, lacking in independent thought. For this reason, Master Zhanqiu had specifically instructed him to engage in discussions whenever encountering the 5 elements secret realm. 9. Halt. With beads of sweat forming on his forehead, Li Kaijia quickly called for a stop, fearing he might inadvertently count beyond 10. I remembered the fire and darkness formation. The fire and darkness formation. Yet, in truth, he had conjured nothing substantial. The exercise of counting had only flustered him further. Yin Li, rather unkindly, doubled over in laughter at his junior brother's predicament. The others from the Heavenly Sword Palace could not suppress their smiles either. Senior brother, I do not know, Li Kaijia fumed, his frustration mounting as they all seemed to revel in his embarrassment. It was infuriating. He simply could not match Lingxi's cleverness. Had she been present, she would have undoubtedly discerned the answer. Thud. Although he received another rap on the head, this time, Shenfu had tempered his strength considerably. Why was Aguna so adamant about the fire and darkness formation? Clearly, the opponent possessed no other formation. Yet they were not alone. Consider if you had a formation bestowed by your sect. He did. The master granted it, and Li Kaijia seemed to have understood something. His senior brother's implication was that the opponent was rather impoverished, possessing only this solitary fire array disc. Indeed, he was correct. With a swift motion, Shenfu unsheathed his long sword. Come on, let us indulge in another bout. Despite the distance, Zhanqiu and her companions remained vigilant regarding the unfolding events. It was rather disappointing that the 2 prodigies from the Misty Pavilion and the Heavenly Sword Palace had not engaged with Aguna and her group. Let us depart. Their team was commendable, and there was no need to rely on the Daoist sect. They should explore further and seek out their kin. Having acquired the ghostly mansion array, Zhanqiu fervently wished for their team to grow stronger. Observing the recent circumstances, it became evident that as the situation progressed, survival necessitated an increasingly formidable team. In the realm of cultivation, it has always been a case of the big fish devouring the small, with the small fish preying upon the shrimp. Even the most talented disciples formed alliances. To avoid being consumed, they must transform into formidable predators themselves. Donggao hastily followed suit, with Lingxi and Zhu Peilon having fled. It was prudent for him to vacate the scene of turmoil as well. Lacking formal instruction, he could only deduce the nuances of every situation from the tone and expressions of those around him. However, the fire array was functioning well. How could it have suddenly been exposed? A Guna was attacking an empty formation, which raised questions in Donggao's mind. He was not foolish. He realized that if there had been no exposure on that side, his own circumstances might have been dire. The thought that Lingxi and the others took risks because of him made him feel an overwhelming urge to weep. A true man must not shed a single tear. If I see you cry even once, you better leave immediately. The senior brother ahead expressed utter disdain for this trembling little fellow. Donggao's heart skipped a beat as he hurriedly suppressed all emotions, refusing to let tears fall. Time and again, he had come to realize that shedding tears served no purpose. In this world, there was no one left to shield him from the storms of life. No one to feel sorrow for him over a few fallen tears. It was his own lack of discretion that had allowed the people of the spring grass sect to track him down using the grass insects. However, having learned from this misfortune, he vowed never to repeat the same mistake. Zhanqiu noticed the boy's silence as he strived to keep pace with them, and her heart softened involuntarily. When he first entered the realm of immortals and encountered death, it seemed he was perpetually on edge. For these newly enlightened disciples, who were unaware of the harsh realities of the cultivation world, it was commendable that they could endure this much. With a sigh, she led the group deeper into the forest, moving further away. After running over 100 miles and confirming that there were no pursuers behind them, Lingxi finally slowed her pace. Running with someone was entirely different from running alone. In this desolate place, exhausting one's spiritual energy was a grave mistake. Sister Zhu, it's your turn to pull me along now. All right. Zhu Peilon replied without hesitation, taking the lead. Lingxi, keep an eye on the movements behind us and intercept those after a Guna. Aren't you afraid of her bow? She's not foolish. Lingxi thought, pouring the stalactite spirit dew into her mouth. If it came to a fight, why would she concern herself with others? The cultivation world was not filled with benevolent souls. She wondered how Donggao was faring at this moment. He must be terrified beyond measure. Lingxi sighed inwardly. The sounds behind them were faint. Perhaps they hadn't even engaged in combat. You run so fast. Even if there were commotion, we wouldn't hear it. Zhu Peilon wished to laugh. Lingxi, your ancestors were likely individuals of the immortal realm, were they not? Otherwise, how could someone so young surpass her? Indeed. Lingxi chuckled softly. My ancestors might have been thieves of the skies. In front of the disciples of Taishao Palace, I suppose they wouldn't hold it against me. Oh, spare me your tales. Zhu Peilon shot her a glance. There are no such thieves in the immortal realm. One could only say your footwork is rather swift. While it may be commendable among the qi refining practitioners, as one ascends in cultivation, speed becomes a commonality, and you are merely enjoying a fleeting advantage. For now, that is sufficient. Lingxi replied, a hint of pride in her voice. Better than you, who clutches a mountain of gold yet dares not move. Zhu Peilon was at a loss for words. She too was clutching a mountain of gold in fear. Is it truly wise for you to revel in my misfortune? We are companions now. If I falter, you will find no fortune either. Ah, indeed, Lingxi sighed softly. We must seek a strong ally. This incessant back and forth is hardly sustainable. Others are already organized in teams. If we are caught again, luck may not always be on our side. No amount of preparation could mask the fact of their weak cultivation. Despite their earnest efforts, time was not a luxury afforded to them. But where can we find our people? Zhu Peilon lamented. They may be lurking in the shadows. The Shidi people would certainly capture us upon sight, while the cultivators might simply feign ignorance. In the realm of qi refining, the third level is merely a burden for certain individuals. Otherwise, how could they consistently encounter the Shidi people without ever encountering a cultivator? The desire to cling to powerful allies arises only when they perceive the presence of such individuals. Lingxi pondered this notion, falling into a contemplative silence. Her own struggles were profound, and perhaps her parents endured similar hardships. Let us not proceed any further. I have another formation, albeit somewhat dilapidated. It should suffice for concealment. Continuing onward would increase the likelihood of encountering the Shidi to an alarming 90%. Thus, it would be wiser to select a more secure location to lie low. I shall heed your counsel. The two began their search for a suitable site for the formation. Lingxi contemplated the woods, but hesitated, for the Seven Stars formation of Lingwu had been discovered due to fallen trees obstructing the formation, revealing vulnerabilities. Yet, straying too far from the woods, as they had during their escape today, posed its own dangers. Ultimately, she opted for a rocky area near a cliff, believing that the less conspicuous the location, the safer it would be for them. Upon inspecting the flags of the Huantian formation, Zhu Peilon couldn't suppress a gulp. It appeared, could it possibly still be of use? I have tested it. It is functional. Lingxi had acquired considerable wealth from Lakshan, generously spending on mid-grade spirit stones. However, this formation now only possessed the ability to conceal. All other functions were rendered inoperative. As long as it can conceal us, that suffices. I possess spirit stones. While she would provide the formation, Zhu Peilon was about to retrieve her spirit stones when Lingxi restrained her, saying, "Save them for critical moments. I am currently in a better financial position than you." Having previously set up the Huantian formation twice, she was well versed in the process. Swiftly, she aligned the flags according to the designated positions and activated the formation plate. Let us remain quietly in our place. Lingxi resolved to wait patiently for the senior disciples of the Candio sect to pass by. Otherwise, she would not venture out. Is this safe? Zhu Peilon expressed her concerns, feeling an unsettling lack of change. When the fire haze array was activated, it had vibrated and flashed with a ring of fire. I am quite uneasy. With a mischievous smile, Lingxi pointed out, "Look, those two stones mark the entrance to the array. Why not take a peek in the middle? It might prove useful." Indeed, Lingxi cleared a space for herself, arranging the sleeping bags that her family had prepared long ago, and let out a large yawn. I can't hold on any longer. I shall rest for a bit. This past day has been fraught with peril, and having run for so long. Her small body was in serious protest. All right, you sleep. I will keep watch. Although Zhu Peilon was also weary, she had no intention of contesting with her. She silently gazed outside, and after a while, she sensed something descending from the heavens. Upon looking up, she discovered that, rather mysteriously, it had begun to rain in the dimly lit sky. Someone was sleeping too soundly, and she could not bear to wake her. Instead, she hurriedly rummaged through her storage ring to retrieve the tent they had prepared to escape from their pursuers, shielding the sleeping bags. The rain fell steadily, a gentle patter that persisted even as the world transformed, intensifying rather than abating. Zhu Peilon couldn't help but listen intently, hoping to discern something amidst the rain. Meanwhile, the cultivators prepared for the night did not encounter the shadowy figures they had anticipated. Perhaps it was the rain that made them reluctant to emerge. Shen Fu glanced at the younger disciple sleeping soundly in their midst. A strong urge to awaken him surged within him. "Yanli, shall we indulge in some playful antics in the rain?" "Not interested," Yanli retorted, tending to the fire and roasting the meat he had brought along. "Just to clarify, I shall only roast my own portion. No one is to take advantage." "Take advantage? How so?" The members from Tianjin Palace were left speechless, as were Chun Mu and others from the same sect. The meat of this third-tier water rhinoceros sizzled delightfully over the flames. Yet this fellow seemed intent only on slicing his portion, flipping it over, and slicing again, leaving the remainder uncooked. Watching him relish his meal so heartily, they couldn't help but feel their appetites whet. "Yanli, do rein in your expression, don't overdo it." Shen Fu rubbed his belly, wishing to kick him out of the circle. "What have I overdone?" Yanli took a sip of wine, sighed deeply. "In this life, what is there but food and drink? Otherwise, what joy is there in immortality? You all are truly mundane." Li Kaijia finally found sleep elusive. The aroma of the roasted meat was simply too enticing. Unlike his senior brothers and sisters, who were preoccupied with appearances, he made his way to the fire, pulled out an iron rack, and placed a hefty piece of tiger meat meant for transformation upon it, slicing it into pieces to roast. "Seniors, I shall treat you." "Che, what is this? Can't you see? It's the meat of a tiger demon." "A tiger demon?" Yanli wrinkled his nose in distaste. "Has it even just transformed? It doesn't even qualify as a first-tier demon beast." "Shen Fu, swap him for a better piece of meat. Otherwise, my water rhinoceros meat will taste inferior. Let us roast this instead. In the celestial realm of the Sword Palace, Shu Qiao seized the leg of a fourth-tier elk, remarking, Yin Li, perhaps it is time to exchange your water rhinoceros meat. Otherwise, our elk will not be savored properly. Oh, are you upset? She teased. Women do tend to relish in their vexations. Yin Li, opting for a pragmatic approach, stowed away his water rhinoceros meat. Very well, to avoid mingling flavors. Let us roast the elk together. Li Kaijiao instinctively sensed Yin Li's desire to share the meat and shot him a look of disapproval, as if to say, your audacity knows no bounds. Yin Li chuckled heartily. Sister Shu would never be as miserly as you, my dear fellow. You ought to learn from your seniors how to conduct oneself. You are mistaken. I am indeed quite stingy, Shu Qiao retorted with disdain. You wish to deprive me of my advantages while seeking to exploit me, and you even intend to lead my junior astray. Do you take me for a fool? Kaijia, remember, such a person should never be allowed to benefit at your expense. Chen Murin from the misty pavilion erupted in laughter, amused by his senior finally encountering a formidable opponent. What is going on? Yin Li glowered. Chen Murin, your glee is quite unseemly. Are you not my junior? Normally, yes. Chen Murin replied, suppressing his mirth, but when it comes to eating meat, you are no longer my senior, nor am I your junior. Laughter echoed far and wide. Ascending once more, Aguna, catching sight of their flickering light, tightened her long robe. It has been quite a while. Those three little rascals must have already departed. Aguna, keep your distance. Aguina harbored a profound disdain for the cautiously approaching allied, and this served as my final warning to you. When Lu Lingxi awoke from her slumber, the first sight that greeted her was the tent, prompting her to blink in surprise. It was not long after she had succumbed to sleep the previous night that the rain began to fall. Zhu Peilon stifled a yawn, declaring that it was now her turn to rest, instructing Lu Lingxi to keep watch. With drowsy eyes, she crawled over. Lu Lingxi promptly yielded her space, assuring, very well. I shall keep watch. You need not worry. Surveying her surroundings, how could she be oblivious to the protective barrier of spiritual energy she had conjured? Fortunately, the rain had subsided significantly. Lu Lingxi performed a few cleansing spells on herself and asked, Sister Zhu, would you care for a bowl of chicken noodle soup before you sleep? I have already eaten, came the response. You may indulge yourself. The long night dragged on, devoid of any engaging activities, although Zhu Peilon had consumed quite a bit. Lu Lingxi then produced a small clay stove and, wielding her fireball technique, heated the chicken broth that her grandfather had prepared long ago. She added a bowl of noodles and sprinkled some chopped green onions, the aroma wafting delightfully, utterly splendid. Once satisfied and nourished, she retrieved her combat supplies and diligently employed cleansing spells to eliminate any lingering odors. The scents of the grasslands possessed a distinct essence. Perhaps it was this very odor that had drawn Aguina near. Lu Lingxi, feeling a sense of unease, meticulously inspected each item. In the vastness of nature, only the occasional rustle of the wind through the treetops could be heard. After an indeterminate passage of time, she suddenly sensed something amiss. The rustling of the branches conveyed an urgency. When she turned her gaze, she beheld a shadowy figure hastening toward her. As it drew nearer, she finally discerned his pale visage and the bloodstains adorning his attire, a sight that struck a chord of familiarity within her. The other party was diligently striving to conceal their footprints, and it appeared that their cloud sailing technique had reached its limits. Their body was increasingly failing, and it seemed they could no longer muster any spiritual energy, their feet about to touch the ground, despair evident on their face. Pursuers were on their heels. She was reluctant to use the spirit replenishing powder, and the spirit replenishing pill was too risky to take out at that moment. Observing their depleting spiritual energy, she hastily transmitted a bit of Wood's spiritual energy to them. At last, Nanfang was able to catch his breath. Upon seeing the young girl clad in the attire of the Qian Dao sect, he could hardly muster a word of gratitude. He quickly gulped down some spirit wine, followed by hastily retrieving a spirit-replenishing pill to swallow. Hush! Pursuers are coming. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a quartet of West D pursuers appeared. Circling around them, they searched thoroughly, yet failing to find anyone, they continued their chase further afield. Nanfang finally relaxed the tension in his chest and turned his attention to tending to his wounds. I am Nanfang. Thank you, junior sister, for your rescue. So it is senior brother Nan. Lu Lingxi assisted in fetching bandages, intending to dress the injury on his calf. My name is Lingxi. I had the pleasure of meeting you through senior sister Nanjiaro. Lingxi? Now I recall. Nanfang smiled. Realizing why Uncle Kaiwei had instructed them to look after her, she was indeed clever, as Uncle Kaiwei had specifically mentioned her to them. Uncle Kaiwei is a good person. Lingxi applied the medication and carefully bandaged him up. Uncle Kaiwei is indeed commendable, but I did not protect you. I never anticipated. Aren't we of the same sect? Senior brother, focus on healing. You are indeed a brave man. As he laughed, the movement tugged at the wound near his ear, causing Nan Fong to grimace in pain. Indeed, grant me 2 days, and I shall prove myself a true hero. The southern individual swiftly glanced over, immediately enveloping himself in a protective aura to shield against the scent of blood that might attract attention. It must be within this vicinity. The bearded Sidian, with his piercing hawk-like gaze, scrutinized the surroundings, urging everyone to disperse and search diligently.